In the year 863 of the High Martial Calendar, February 16th, 7th Ecosphere Liangqing. As usual, Chen Du had just finished a 30-kilometer jog, his daily warm-up after waking up. As a senior high school student about to take the college entrance exam at Liangqing No. 1 high school, Chen Du was quite strict with himself. He always completed twice the homework assigned by the school, except for cultural courses, of course. Master, there are 35 minutes left before the 9:00 a.m. literature and history exam. A sweet female voice came from the smart bracelet on Chen Du's left wrist. There, calculate the route and time to the exam hall. Chen Du said, then took a pack of Qi blood milk from his backpack, bit the package, and squeezed it into his mouth. There was the name Chen Du gave to his smart bracelet. It mainly recorded his behavioral habits and provided corresponding assistance. In the era of artificial intelligence, all modes of transportation had no fixed routes. Big data allocated transportation reasonably based on crowd demand. One recommended low-altitude route, take Skyline 5 to Liangqing No. 1 high school, estimated time, 5 minutes 36 seconds, fare 30 yuan. 2. Underground route, take Metro Line 48 to Nanminling, transfer to Metro Line 72 to Liangqing No. 1 high school, estimated time, 15 minutes 52 seconds, fare 3 yuan. Chen Du looked at the prompt on his bracelet, and without hesitation said 2. Not that he couldn't afford the sky ride, but the subway offered better value for money. Route planned. Please walk 278. 26 meters to the left, then take the elevator down to the boarding point. Liangqing No. 1 high school covered an area roughly the size of 200 football stadiums. Moreover, all classrooms were scattered, so even students of the school often needed navigation assistance. As the city's only key high school, it was a sacred place in the hearts of many students and parents. The Hongji class within stood out even more, producing top students who could enter the 8 prestigious universities every year. The Hongji class was the so-called elite class, symbolizing lofty aspirations. A week ago, the school suddenly added 1 extra spot for the Hongji class, open to all regular class students in the senior year. The exam format simulated the college entrance exam, consisting of a cultural exam and a martial arts assessment. The student with the highest total score would earn the spot in the Hongji class, which was senior year class 1. Senior year class 6. Following the bracelet navigation, Chen Du quickly found his exam room. For maximum fairness, the exam hall would use data from smart bracelets to arrange that examinees who normally had no interaction with each other would take the test in the same room. Since they didn't know each other, the classroom was relatively quiet. Apart from a few socially outgoing students whispering, most were resting with eyes closed, waiting for the exam to start. At that moment, there were 2.5 minutes left before the exam. Chen Du with leisure propped his cheek with one hand and surveyed the classroom. The indicator above the blackboard displayed in striking font. 120 days remaining to the college entrance exam. Below it was an inspirational message. Those who chase the light will eventually shine brightly. This sentence had encouraged countless senior students, persevering day and night, and Chen Du was no exception. At exactly 9:00, a click sound was heard as the classroom door closed automatically. Latecomers would be given a 0 directly. At the same time, the desk screen immediately generated the test paper and popped out an electronic pen. Chen Du picked up the pen and began to read the questions unhurriedly. 1. Please briefly describe the current world background and the initial day of the High Martial Calendar. Literature and history was the last subject of the cultural exams. Not only was it not the most difficult, it was actually the easiest among all cultural subjects. Its purpose was mainly to popularize students' necessary understanding of this world. Answer: in the year 2842 of the Old Era, an unknown fluctuation appeared deep in the cosmos. The 9 planets, including Mercury, Mars, and Earth, were inexplicably merged together by this fluctuation, forming a giant irregular sphere, which we named Blue Star. After that, Mercury, Mars, Venus. The alien races from those planets began to invade successively. Humanity retaliated with nuclear weapons. 2 years later, the all-out nuclear war ended in defeat, with over 5 billion deaths. Under the conditions of nationwide nuclear radiation, humans broke the physical limiters and began to evolve. On August 27, 2860 of the Old Era, all adults reached life strength level 2. That day marked the end of the Old Era and the beginning of a new one known as the initial day of the High Martial Calendar. 2. What was the life strength level of an adult male in the Old Era? Answer: level 0. 5. The literature and history exam tested pure memorization ability, which Chen Du was particularly good at. 50 minutes later, Chen Du clicked to submit. The AI could complete grading within seconds, even for language-based tests. 2 seconds later. 100 full marks. It wasn't very difficult to get 90 points in such a subject, but getting 100 was extremely hard. Your answers had to match the textbook exactly down to every punctuation mark. Chen Du looked at the score on the screen and smiled slightly, without any surprise. The reason he got full marks was all thanks to his extraordinary memory. In middle school, he often had headaches, but dared not tell his parents because of their poor family condition. He always told himself it would get better after a while. Until the day he entered high school, when Chen Du suddenly clutched his head, screamed, and fainted on the playground. The examination results showed all physical indicators were normal. Then the school doctor attributed it to excessive study pressure and advised Chen Du to balance work and rest. After all, it was a key high school. Every year there were a few students with similar symptoms, so the doctor was not surprised. From that day on, every night after falling asleep, Chen Du would automatically enter a strange space. Inside the space, there was a 2-meter-tall blue crystal standing alone on a concave stone block. All around, including the sky, were surrounded by pale, thick fog of indeterminable thickness. From behind the fog would emerge monsters that Chen Du had never seen in textbooks. The monster's goal was singular: to destroy the crystal. Even if Chen Du killed them all, a third wave would come after 30 seconds. If the crystal was destroyed first, he would feel weak the entire next day. If he died defending the crystal, he would instantly wake up feeling energetic. Chen Du called this strange place the crystal space. To ensure being energetic every day for the past 2.5 years, every night after falling asleep, he would come here and be forced to start defending the crystal. The cultural exam required at least 1 hour before leaving. Bored, Chen Du glanced at the virtual panel in his mind. Name: Chen Du. Life Strength 5. 1. Level 1. Mental Strength Level 5. Fist Power 1000 Gene. Speed 20 meters second. Martial Skill Radiant Sword Art Tier 189. Defense Waves 45 incomplete, 410 incomplete, 415 incomplete, 420 incomplete, 425 incomplete, 430 incomplete, 435 incomplete. For every 6 levels of life strength increase, 1 evolution is obtained. Distance to next evolution 0. 9. Level 9. The virtual panel appeared together with the crystal space. Its only function was to display data in real time, allowing Chen Du to clearly feel his progress. As for what would happen when the defense wave and life strength conditions were met, Chen Du had no idea, because he hadn't met any of them. The only thing he could be sure of was every time he successfully defended a wave of monsters, his mental strength level increased by 1 level. Normally, mental strength level was 1 before becoming a martial artist. Chen Du's remarkable memory was precisely due to his mental strength, far surpassing other students. After a while, the electronic screen lit up green, and Chen Du stood up to leave the exam hall and head to the martial arts room. The martial arts room was off-limits to students during weekends. However, today's special martial arts assessment permitted its use. Chen Du swiped his smart wristband, and the mechanically textured, tightly locked door slid open with a metallic click. The interior was about 1,000 square meters, filled with various testing instruments capable of quantifying attributes such as strength, speed, and explosive power. 5 people were already inside, apparently having just arrived. 2 of them were donning protective gear, preparing for a sparring session, while the other 3 were testing their stats on different machines. This was a high martial world where technology and physical evolution advanced hand in hand. Relying solely on brute force was insufficient for survival in this era. Technology was indispensable. The martial arts assessment wouldn't start until 1 p.m. Chen Du, one of the most diligent students in his class, refused to waste a single minute. He walked straight to a corner and silently began basic training. 2 hours passed unnoticed. At noon, a gentle beep from his smart companion, Xiao Xiong, reminded Chen Du to end his session. He took out a packet of qi blood milk and squeezed it into his mouth. The qi blood milk contained trace amounts of qi and blood. Besides satisfying hunger, it provided abundant nutrition. 2 packets a day was Chen Du's standard ration. Despite its small size, this item was not cheap. Each packet cost 100 yuan, requiring a monthly expenditure of 6,000 yuan. Chen Du's parents had a combined monthly income of 13,000 yuan. After deducting the 6,000 yuan for qi blood milk, only 7,000 yuan remained. There was also his younger brother, who was in his 3rd year of middle school, and a monthly mortgage of 3,000 yuan. Savings were almost non-existent. Fortunately, both brothers were ambitious, having been admitted to key high schools and middle schools respectively. A laugh dripping with Chenibu energy suddenly came from above. A figure nearly 2 meters tall stood before Chen Du, his bright blue eyes especially striking on his face. His developed pectoral muscles bulged against his vest, and a full beard covered his face. The burly man stood upright in front of Chen Du. Without lifting his head, Chen Du asked, "How did your cultural exam go?" Tuale. Tuale was Chen Du's classmate. He was his catchphrase, which he claimed was the signature laugh of the strongest. His blue eyes were inherited from his ugly nationality ancestors. But that was an old era nationality classification. Now everyone was a blue star human. Tuale scratched the back of his head and sighed. "I don't even mention it. Just thinking about it is bad luck." This mock exam followed the college entrance exam rules. My cultural score was 380, converted to 114. High schools would stream students into martial arts or cultural classes at the end of their first year. Martial arts class students could apply to any university, while cultural class students could only apply to cultural universities. Regardless of which path they chose, they had to take both the cultural exam and the martial arts assessment, each scoring 750 points, but with different weightings. For martial arts examinees, the martial arts score accounted for 70 and the cultural score for 30. The opposite applied for cultural examinees. Chen nodded. Not high either, just 30 more than you. 410. That's pretty good, almost in the top 10 of our class. Lei remarked casually, then suddenly thought of something and laughed. Chen, you've regressed. I remember your last semester exam was 430, exactly 10th place. Chen quietly looked at Lei and gave a faint smile brimming with arrogance. Lei soon realized something and exclaimed, wait. Don't tell me you scored 30 more than me after conversion. 144. Bingo. Chen raised an eyebrow, sending a desperate look at Lei. Holy crap. Then you must have scored 480, a full 100 points higher than me. Lei showed a hint of disbelief. I know you've been climbing up since freshman year, but this improvement is too huge. You must be studying at home like crazy. Have you forgotten the score weighting? For martial arts students, cultural scores basically stabilized by senior year. Raising it by 50 points was an extremely exaggerated feat. Everyone spent most of their time training and had much less time for reading. That was why Lei suspected Chen was studying day and night. A score of 480 was indeed high in the martial arts class. But it would be the bottom of the cultural class, so Chen didn't think he was that impressive, especially in advanced mathematics and spatial physics. It was, as the saying goes, a man can do anything when pushed to the limit except math. Even after reading the solutions, he couldn't understand many problems, losing a lot of points. He barely managed 480 by rote memorization. Afterward, the two chatted idly while recovering their strength. At 1240, they stood up and headed to another martial arts room. Liangqing no. One high school had two martial arts rooms. One where they had just trained was called the large martial arts room. The other was dedicated to martial arts assessments. Its area was only half that of the large room, but the instruments were more precise and advanced. Apart from assessments, it was reserved for teachers, hence called the small martial arts room. Students could only use the large room for training, so everyone unconsciously omitted the prefix when speaking. Now hundreds of students had gathered in front of the small martial arts room, standing in orderly rows according to their class number. At exactly 1 p.m., the door slid open and a bald man in a loose black martial arts uniform stepped out. The bald man swept his gaze, his eagle-sharp eyes making many students' hairs stand on end. Ling Yun. Most students present recognized him, including Chen. He was the homeroom teacher of Class 1 Senior 3 and also the chief examiner for today's martial arts assessment. As a martial arts teacher of the Qi Hongji class, Ling Yun's teaching level and personal strength were quite impressive. Apart from being a teacher, Ling Yun was also a member of the Warrior Alliance City Defense Corps. To enter the Corps, one needed at least a life intensity level of 15. Do you know why the Hongji class is accepting one more student this time? Ling Yun's direct opening made many students nervous. Everyone was surprised. Indeed, the Hongji class had always accepted only 30 students. Why the sudden expansion? They didn't know the reason. A week ago, the school announced they would take one more leading to today's exam. Xia Yang from the Hongji class is dead, killed by the hunter civilization. Ling Yun spoke gravely when no one answered. Xia Yang. Not everyone might have seen him, but his name consistently ranked in the top 10 in every semester assessment. He was a handsome guy with yellow hair, a promising candidate for the 8 top universities. And such an elite student died without a sound, at the hands of the hunter civilization. In today's society, there is no old-era concept of nations. Instead, we have civilizations. The hunter civilization came from Venus. Unlike human flesh and blood, they were rock-based life forms. Their pain sensation was only 1/10 of humans, and they excelled at ambush and stealth. The high martial civilization was what humans called themselves, and what other alien civilizations called humans. I may not have taught you, but as someone who's been through it, I want to say a few words. At this point, Ling Yun suddenly raised his voice. A warrior is a high-risk, high-reward profession. The average mortality rate for warriors is around 30, the highest among all professions. That's also why martial arts students can apply to any university. You still have the chance to give up until the last month when you fill out your preference schools. But at the same time, our high martial civilization needs warriors. He paused. I'm a rational man. I won't pour cold water on you, nor will I deliberately flatter you. If this is not your calling, I suggest you choose a cultural school when filling out your preference forms next month. Don't throw your life away just to show off. Surviving and reproducing is also a contribution. Ling Yun said earnestly. Chen agreed with most of what Ling Yun said, but he didn't believe that not being a warrior meant safety. They say warriors have a high mortality rate, but are non-warriors truly safe? Xia Yang was a case in point. War between civilizations had been going on for centuries, and nowhere was absolutely safe. Over 100 cities had fallen within the seventh ecological circle alone, with casualties exceeding hundreds of millions. Chen was relatively pessimistic. He often thought ahead and prepared for the worst. If these disasters struck Liangqing, who could protect him and his family? Plus, his younger brother would start high school next year, and essential expenses were inevitable. After entering university, Chen couldn't immediately become a warrior and would need some expenses. His parents simply couldn't afford to raise two children at the same time. So no matter what, he had to become a warrior. Only a warrior could both earn money and protect his family. That was the core motivation that kept him working so hard. All right, I won't say more. I trust you'll make the right judgment for yourselves. Now, let's begin the martial arts assessment. Starting from class 2, groups of 10. First, the strength test. Those whose names are called come in. Chen Bo Zhao Xie Yang Wei. The martial arts assessment totaled 750 points. Strength and speed tests each accounted for 200 points, while martial techniques contributed 350 points. The strength test was further divided into two categories. One was the explosive power test, and the other was the sustained striking power test, each worth 100 points. The 10 students whose names Ling Yun had just called hurried into the small martial arts chamber. The rest of the students waited outside where two massive screens stood. One displayed the rankings while the other streamed a live feed of the chamber's interior. The students outside served as a supervisory measure, preventing any teacher from abusing their authority to tamper with exam scores. The 10 examinees lined up single file behind a yellow line. Suddenly, the floor ahead split open, and the sound of grinding mechanical gears echoed in their ears. A 2-meter-tall sandbag shaped like a civet cat slowly rose from the ground. This is the civet cat sandbag used to test your explosive power. It can withstand up to 10,000 G of force. You have a distance of 10 meters to accelerate and charge, maximizing your punching power. Ling Yun finished his brief explanation and gestured downward. Begin. The first student called forward immediately assumed a sprinting stance. Pressing his right foot down slightly, he shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring. With a resonant thud, his right fist struck the civet cat sandbag square in the chest. A mechanical beep sounded. Chen Bo Life, Strength, Level 5. 1 Strength Test, Explosive Power Test, Punching Force, 1030 Gene, Score 50 points. The screen outside synchronized instantly, displaying the examinee's data. Beep. Beep. Zhao Xia Life, Strength Level 4. 9 Strength Test, Explosive Power Test, Punching Force, 980 Gene, Score 48 points. Yang Wei Life, Strength Level 5. 2 Strength Test, Explosive Power Test, Punching Force, 1080 Gene, Score 52 points. The first group quickly finished their tests, with the highest score being 58 points, achieved by a student named Zhang Jun. As the martial arts teacher of the Hongji class, Ling Yun knew well that these ordinary class students were unlikely to impress him. Though he had anticipated no exceptional talents, the results still left him somewhat disappointed. The highest score in this group hadn't even reached the passing line. For context, the last place student in the Hongji class final exam last semester had scored 70 points. Not a single one in the first group passed. A student outside exclaimed, clutching their head in astonishment. Yeah, even Zhang Jun, the vice class monitor, didn't hit 60 points. A male student from class 2 said with a wry smile. Liangqing, no. One high school was the only key high school in the area. Students from ordinary classes here would be considered top tier at other schools, yet not one of the 10 in the first group had passed. Just then, a knowledgeable student stepped forward to analyze. The evaluation standards for the martial arts assessment in the college entrance exam have been raised somewhat in recent years. But the admission cutoffs haven't dropped, which means the resources allocated from higher up are dwindling year by year. They can only be provided to the more exceptional ones. Damn, it's over. Last year, a punching force of 1100 Gene would get you 60 points, but Zhang Jun's 1120 Gene only scored 58. Looks like this year's exam difficulty has increased again. A student from class 2 said in despair after hearing the analysis. Confirmed the results were valid. Ling Yun stood aside using his tablet to verify the examinee's scores. To prevent students from cheating with technology, the exam had 2 layers of security checks. One was the door to the small martial arts chamber, which could scan a student's life strength and detect devices. The other was Ling Yun's manual review. No suspicious behavior escaped his watchful eyes. Second group. Ling Yun said expressionlessly. Soon class 2 completed the explosive power test. Out of the 42 students in the class, only 5 passed, with the highest score being 67 points achieved by their class monitor Lu Yang. Next is the sustained striking power test. Ling Yun finished speaking and used his tablet to open the ceiling. 10 black robots resembling marionettes descended from above. These are training robots. You'll each choose your preferred weapon and stand on the green markers over there to await the start of the exam. These robots will run past you one by one, but won't attack you. They're equipped with sensors all over their bodies. Your task is to strike each of them with your weapon as they pass by. Missing one costs you 10 points, so don't let any slip. The Sustained Striking Power Test was a new addition to last year's college entrance exam designed to better quantify students' abilities. First group, come forward. I wonder who'll take first place this time. The other classes watching outside began chatting idly. Most likely Han Yiming from class 6, a student replied confidently. Someone wanted to argue, but after a moment's thought couldn't think of a better candidate. Han Yiming was a rich second-generation kid. Though not naturally gifted, the resources he consumed daily were beyond what ordinary students could match. Rumor had it he spent $100,000 a month on blood and chi supplements alone. It was said that brilliance rarely springs from humble origins, and there was truth to it. Those spenders weren't just wealthy, they were hardworking too. Han Yiming's talent is truly average. He's purely propped up by blood and chi medicines. Tu lay standing behind Chen Du said indignantly. Damn, money really is great. Indeed, Chen Du didn't deny it. If he had Han Yiming's family background, had have been in the Hongji class long ago. The Hongji class was also called the Peidoan class. 9 out of 10 were rich, and the 10th was super rich. Few could stand out on talent alone, and certainly none at Liangqing No. 1 high school. Chen Bo stood on the green marker gripping a only and a half-meter-long staff, his expression dead serious. With a mechanical chime, the 10 robots charged toward him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. So fast. Many students gasped at the speed and density of the robots. Just hitting all 10 was challenging enough, let alone requiring high force for each strike. Beep. Chen Bo life, strength, level 5. 1 strength test, sustained striking power test, hits 7, A average strike force 6, 80 gene score 56, next. After confirming the score, Ling Yin called out. Soon class 2 finished both strength tests with their class monitor Lu Yong still holding the highest score. Lu Yong topped the strength test rankings with a converted score of 91 points. Next up, class 3 first group, Zhang Min, Li Dingju and Chen Du. Ling Yin called out names again. Go Chen Du. Go claim your ticket to the Hongji class. Tu Lei said dramatically upon hearing Chen Du's name. Chen Du chuckled lightly, unembarrassed. He was used to it. 3 factors determined striking power: life strength, martial techniques, and mental strength. Life strength was self-explanatory. Higher meant stronger. Martial techniques aimed to unlock the bodis-laden power. Mental strength governed control over the body, allocating its full force. Chen Du, who fought desperately against monsters in the crystal space daily, how could his martial techniques and mental strength be weak? Outside, the students from class 2 who had finished their strength tests stared intently at the screens. The 9 ordinary senior classes often compared themselves to one another. Though they couldn't match the Hongji class, they still wanted to outshine their peers. Just then, the explosive power test rankings fluctuated collectively. Everyone's rank dropped by 1 spot. First place, Chen Du life, strength level 5. 1 strength test, explosive power test, punching force, 1300 gene score, 71 points. Second place, Lu Yong life, strength level 5. 4 strength test, explosive power test, punching force, 1220 gene score, 67 points. Third place, Zhang Xing life, strength level 5. 3 strength test, explosive power test, punching force, 1220 gene score, 65 points. Damn, what's going on? A punch force of 1300 gene from a life level of only 5. 1. The students outside stared at the updated leaderboard in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Which class is this Chen Du from? He's so strong. How come his name wasn't in the top 50 of the grade last year? Some were astonished while others voiced their doubts. The students of class 3 exchanged glances, somewhat taken aback. In their eyes, Chen Du was in the top 10 of the class, performing well in both academics and martial arts, placing him among the upper-tier students. In the final exam of the first semester of senior year, he tied with a student from class 7 for 59th place in the grade. He hadn't even cracked the top 50, barely staying within the top 60. The top 30 spots in the grade were all occupied by students from the elite class. Regular classes typically vied for positions 31 to 50. It wasn't that Chen Du wasn't excellent, but today's result far exceeded his usual performance. Holy crap, could this guy actually get into the elite class? I was just joking, Tori exclaimed in shock. Apart from a few exceptional students, most viewed this test merely as a preliminary exam before the college entrance. Not only the students outside, but even Ling Yun, who had remained expressionless, thoughtfully stroked his chin. A life level of 5. 1 corresponds to a punch force of 100 gene, yet he delivered 1300 gene. That means he has tapped into an additional 30 of his bodis strength. At this rate, no one in the elite class has achieved it. How can a regular class have such an outstanding student? Could it be his martial technique? To be safe, Ling Yun silently reviewed the replay. After confirming there were no errors, he pressed the confirm button next to Chen Du's name, marking the result as valid. The result is valid. Chen Du's name changed from black to green, signifying that the result had been approved, dispelling the doubts of some students. Chen Du felt a surge of joy. He knew this first place wouldn't last long, but being temporarily at the top still brought him great pleasure. Although he had unlocked more of his Buddhist potential, he understood the principle that the foundation determines the upper structure. In the strength and speed tests, scoring high depended largely on life level. The higher the life level, the greater the power and speed one could exert. His record would soon be surpassed by those who could afford to spend money. Even though he drank 2 packs of Chi blood milk every day, he was no match for wealthy families. Soon the explosive power test for Class 3 concluded. Fortunately for Chen Du, he remained in first place for now. Tori scored 68, just barely passing. "You did well, child." Tori patted Chen Du on the shoulder, wearing an expression that said, "Just as I expected. Is everything going according to your predictions?" Chen Du joked. "Exactly as planned," Tori declared firmly. Just then several classmates gathered around, asking if Chen Du's family had struck it rich. Having turtle stew with wolfberries at every meal, and hiring a private martial arts coach for daily training. Otherwise, how could he have improved so much? Chen Du had been steadily improving from the bottom of the class when he first entered high school to his current upper-tier position. Everyone had witnessed it, but this leap was so dramatic that it stunned them all. "Chen Du, how old was that turtle?" "He'll ask my dad to get 2 for me," class monitor Wang Shorin said with a serious expression. Chen Du. Next came the sustained power test, where Chen Du once again shone brilliantly, securing first place. Amidst the crowd's exclamations of amazement, the subsequent classes completed their assessments one after another. Chen Du's score was gradually overtaken. First place, Han Yiming. Strength test, explosive power 80 points, sustained power 81 points, converted score 112. 7. Second place, Lin Jiqing. Strength test, explosive power 79 points, sustained power 75 points, converted score 107. 8. Third place, Buchuan Kuzi. Strength test, explosive power 76 points, sustained power 74 points, converted score 105. Chen Du scored 71 and 66 points respectively in the 2 strength tests with a converted score of 95. 9, placing him 8th. Lin Jiqing and Buchuan Kuzi had life levels of 5, 9 and 5, 8 irrespectively, while Han Yiming had an astonishing 6, 1. This life level already qualified him for the elite class. Even if the school hadn't organized this test, no one would have objected. An increase of just 0.1 in life level created a noticeable gap, let alone a full point, an absolute dominance. Many students had thought that if they had Han Yiming's family background, they would definitely outperform him. But there are no ifs in this world. You are you, and he is he. After the strength test came the speed test, also divided into 2 events. These were the sprint test and the agility test. To ensure everyone was in roughly the same physical condition, the first group of examinees from Class 2 began as before. Chen Du ranked 9th in the speed test, dropping 2 places overall to 10th. The top 3 remained Han Yiming, Lin Jiqing, and Buchuan Kuzi, but Chen Du was not flustered. He was most familiar with this script of starting low and climbing high. When he first entered Liangqing No. 1 high school, out of 45 students in his class, he ranked 44th in the entrance exam. Through relentless battles in the crystal space and the continuous enhancement of his mental strength from successful defenses, he gradually improved his grades. By the end of the first semester of his senior year, he had surged into the top 10 of his class. "You may be stronger than me now, but I will eventually surpass you." Chen Du wasn't boasting out of arrogance. This was the confidence born from constantly pushing beyond his limits. Every day began with extensive foundational training, and at night, to protect the crystal, he had to battle unknown monsters. Being killed meant waking up, and upon waking, he would be full of energy and continue training. He was torn apart time and again, analyzed each failure, struggled to secure victories, and improved with each step. In these 2.5 years of high school, he trained 24 hours a day without a moment's slack. Chen Du called himself a diligent genius. Ling Yun's expression was now serious, his gaze fixed on Chen Du. He didn't pay much attention even to Han Yiming, who was ranked first. During a break in the exam, he looked up Chen Du's records. The more he checked, the more astonished he became. When Chen Du entered high school, his life level was 2.1. Now it was 5.1, an increase of 3 levels over 2.5 years. For someone accustomed to the elite class, this rate of improvement was quite slow. It was clear that his family background was not affluent, and even with hard work, the progress was not very pronounced. However, what truly amazed Ling Yun was Chen Du's martial technique. A martial technique is a method to unlock the latent power within the body. It can only be trained starting from the first year of high school. Training too early could harm the body. All first-year students could choose one basic martial technique for free. The shimmering sword art was the technique Chen Du had selected. In the final exam of the first semester of senior year, Chen Du's martial technique had already reached the first order 55, Martial techniques are generally divided into 5 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, mastery, and perfection. Beginner ranges from 1 to 29, intermediate from 30 to 59, advanced from 60 to 89, mastery from 90 to 99, and perfection at 100. This result was from Chen Du's final exam of the first semester of his senior year. Now 2 months had passed since that final exam. Based on Chen Du's performance in the first 2 tests, his martial technique had likely already entered the first-order advanced stage. This was simply incredible. Was this the level expected from a regular class? Even in his elite class, only 2 students had reached the first-order advanced stage in martial techniques. This made him eagerly anticipate Chen Du's performance in the next exam. Immediately after Ling Yun finished verifying all the students' scores, the martial technique assessment now begins. The martial skill assessment, also known as the practical combat test, held the highest score weight among all subjects, a full 350 points. This subject was also called the comeback subject. It was the only one among the 3 martial arts assessments that did not consider life intensity. Following the principle of fairness, it began with Class 2 as well. The first group of 10 individuals stood within a rectangular area approximately 2.5 times the size of a basketball court. Before each of them stood a black robot. This robot was the same training robot previously used to test their continuous striking ability. These robots were exclusive to the school, their most powerful feature being their precision in stopping just short, ensuring they would never accidentally injure a student. At that moment, 2 sets of numbers were displayed on each training robot's forehead. 5, 10, 4, 95, 20. Ling Yun stood in the center of the arena with one hand in his pocket. These training robots have 2 sets of numbers on their foreheads. The left side represents your life intensity level, while the right side indicates the robot's current martial skill level. They will always control their strength to match the life intensity of the examinee. During combat, their martial skill will continuously increase. The assessment ends when the examinee is forced out of the arena. This isn't your first test, so it'll spare you the extra talk. He paused. Begin. Chen Du stood quietly outside the arena. Last year, he had been unable to hold on when the training robot's martial skill reached 56 and was forced to retreat from the arena. The assessment score was calculated by taking the martial skill value on the robot's head at the end and subtracting 1. At that time, a first stage 55 had directly propelled him to the top of the class, causing a small stir, but unfortunately his overall score wasn't particularly dazzling. For safety reasons, the training robots uniformly used long staffs as weapons, and their martial skill was the defense-oriented round staff technique. The assessment in the arena had already begun. All 10 examinees had gained the upper hand, unilaterally suppressing the training robots. However, no one let their guard down, as the robot's martial skill was currently only at 1. As time passed, 5, 10, 15. The training robot's martial skill skyrocketed, and the long staffs in their hands moved so fast they began to leave after images. This was the first form of the round staff technique. Eaglet takes flight. When the martial skill reached 23, some examinees began to show signs of strain. At 29, the examinees who had been handling it with ease were now drenched in sweat. 30. The training robot's movements suddenly accelerated their staff technique, clearly improving a notch, surpassing their previous speed and power. Slap. Slap, slap. 3 examinees couldn't withstand the force of the staff and were sent flying backward. Li Chi Wang Ba Tu Sanchi eliminated. Ling Yun, watching from the center of the arena, said flatly. Being knocked out of the arena by a robot with 30 martial skill meant the 3 examinees' martial skill was only at first stage 29. This was the limit of the first stage beginner level, stuck at the gate of the intermediate level. The 3 obtained a final score of 71.05 points each. The full score of 350 multiplied by 29 and then by 70 gave the converted score for their martial skill assessment. 36. Chen Bo Zhao Xie Yang Wei eliminated. Soon Class 2 completed their test. The best performer this time wasn't Class Monitor Lu Yong, but Vice Monitor Zhang Jun. First stage 49, winning by a margin of 1 over Class Monitor Lu Yong. Class 3 followed closely into the arena. Chen Du, as part of the first group of examinees, now stood in the center holding a long sword facing off against the training robot. Chen Du chose a sword for 2 reasons. First, the sword excels in finesse, offering myriad changes in combat capable of both offense and defense, adaptable to any situation. Second, Chen Du's idol, the supreme powerhouse of high martial civilization, Yin, used a long sword. After the previous 2 tests, Chen Du's attention had significantly increased. All classes in the school were staggered, and the year-level ranking only showed the total scores for cultural and martial subjects. Through exchanging information and inquiries, many students learned that Chen Du had already reached a terrifying first stage 55 in martial skill by the end of the first semester of his 3rd year. This made many students understand. No wonder his scores in the first 2 rounds were so high. It was because his physical development gave him greater strength than theirs. This news left Zhang Jun from Class 2 somewhat dejected. He was the vice monitor after all. He had just secured first place in his class. Now he was told that Chen Du's martial skill level, even 2 months ago, was higher than his own. This dealt a heavy blow to his spirit, chilling his initial joy. In contrast, Han Yiming, who remained calm and composed, was somewhat surprised upon hearing this news. His martial skill was already at first stage 55 at the end of the first semester of senior year. Impressive. Just on martial skill alone, most students in the Hongji class are inferior to him. Fortunately, his life intensity is not as high as mine. Originally, Han Yiming only considered Lin Jiqing and Butchuan Kuzi as his rivals. Although Chen Du was excellent, his life intensity was low. But after hearing this news, Chen Du was also listed as someone he couldn't afford to ignore. Not just Han Yiming, but many students present also focused their attention on Chen Du after learning about his grades from the previous semester. Ling Yun was also curious, now wondering if Chen Du's martial skill had entered the first stage advanced level. He knew that this bottleneck was tough to break, otherwise the Hongji class wouldn't have only 2 students at the first stage advanced level. Begin. At Ling Yun's command, the training robot's pupils instantly flashed red, entering sparring mode. The staff in its hand whipped out at high speed, visually resembling a swiftly dancing long whip. Chen Du, holding his sword with one hand, gently swung it, repelling the training robot. Both had a life intensity of 5. The opponent's current 5 martial skill was nothing to worry about. 10, 20, 30. 30 represented first stage intermediate martial skill. The difficulty jumped significantly at this point, and 2 examinees were instantly knocked out of the arena. 32, 1 examinee eliminated. 35, 2 examinees eliminated. 43 examinees eliminated. Now only 2 examinees remained in the arena: Chen Du, who had everyone's attention, and the other was the study monitor Hasaji. Hasaji was also one of the involution kings in the class, waking up earlier than the roosters and sleeping later than the dogs. Last exam he ranked 54th in the year, level 5 places ahead of Chen Du. However, judging by Chen Du's rate of progress from his first to third year, Hasaji knew it was only a matter of time before Chen Du surpassed him. He just didn't expect it to happen so soon. When the number on the robot's head reached 45, Hasaji finally couldn't withstand the pressure and let out an ah. He was swept out of the arena by the second form of the training robot's round staff technique, cease, war as peace. The converted score for 44 was 107. 8A, a result that could rank in the top 5 in Class I3. For someone from a relatively difficult family background like his, this was already an excellent achievement. Now only Chen Du remained in the arena. The cease war as peace move that had just sent Hasaji flying with a single staff strike was easily repelled by Chen Du using a move called Golden Drums Shake the Sky. All basic martial skills had 4 forms. The flowing light sword art that Chen Du practiced consisted of first form Draw a Circle as a prison, second form Golden Drums Shake the Sky, third form Gentle Breeze in the Forest, fourth form Azure Dragon Pointed Thrust. These corresponded to the beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfection levels of martial skill. What a promising talent, Ling Yun murmured with narrowed eyes. As a martial arts teacher for the Hongji class, his judgment was exceptionally sharp. From this single move, he could tell that Chen Du's martial skill level had likely already surpassed the 2 students in his own class. It seemed he. At that moment, Chen Du reversed his grip on the sword handle, bending his body halfway. Adopting a defensive posture, he completely blocked the training robot's no-miss strike. The third form of the flowing light sword art, Gentle Breeze, in the Forest. The number on the robot's head immediately increased to 60. 61. He has indeed entered the first stage advanced level. The clear breeze beneath the trees is the only defensive technique in the flowing light sword technique. It cleverly utilizes the rotation of the sword tip and edge to deflect enemy attacks, achieving a force dissipation effect. Suffocating. The students watching the competition outside the martial arts room were rendered mute as if under a spell. Chen Du actually withstood the third move of the round stick technique, Unerring Strike. This surely indicates that his martial skills have reached the advanced first tier. The class monitor Wang Shorn exclaimed. Being the monitor, he prided himself on knowing every student well. But this time, Chen Du's performance surprised him greatly. A turtle stewed with goji berries can supplement like this. Advanced first tier. Such a level of martial skill, even in the Hongji class, would be among the very best. A dark horse. An absolute dark horse. Chen Du fought fiercely every day to protect the crystal and those monsters. His progress in martial skills is not something ordinary students can match, even with average talent. He could also achieve a qualitative change from quantitative change. Just a few days after the end of the last semester's final exam, Chen Du's martial skills broke through to the advanced first tier. Then, relying on the clear breeze beneath the trees, he managed to hold off the 4th wave of monsters, raising his spiritual power by 1 level to level 5. The increase in spiritual power not only enhanced his memory, but also improved his control over his body, causing his martial skills to advance rapidly. With an average daily improvement of about 1, he quickly reached 89 and got stuck. One can only say that achieving perfection is truly difficult, and the fifth wave of monsters is indeed ferocious. Chen had already failed for a month. As time passed, the martial skills of the training robot advanced rapidly, soon reaching a terrifying figure. 70. The long stick in hand was moving so fast that it seemed to create several afterimages, as if multiple sticks were simultaneously launching attacks. The sound of the wind it generated was increasingly fierce. At this moment, Chen continued to apply the clear breeze beneath the trees, guiding the power of the opponent's long stick away, appearing to still have plenty of strength left. 75. And Chen showed no signs of defeat. Observing this, not only the students watching outside, even Ling Yun found it hard to believe. According to his estimate, Chen's limit was around 70. Yet at this moment, under the pressure of the robot at 75, Chen still managed to handle it with ease. 80. Chen still showed no signs of defeat and was even in a slight lead. A genius student unexpectedly appeared in an ordinary class. Ling Yun's eyes gleamed with interest. Chen's performance far exceeded his expectations. I wonder if he can surprise me further and achieve perfect mastery of the first tier. Ling Yun thought excitedly. 89. Chen's expression was serious. The power and speed unleashed by his opponent were nearly identical to his own. He decided to perfectly execute the flowing light sword technique from start to finish. Let's see if he can leverage this pressure to deduce the fourth move. Azure Dragon Stab. Chen's gaze shifted instantly, creating distance and swinging his sword. The first move, Earth is Prison. Following that, he executed a consecutive upward slash, directly forcing the training robot back from a heavy blow. The second move, Golden Drum in the Sky. Immediately, he skillfully used the sword edge to guide and neutralize the opponent's most powerful consecutive stick strikes. The third move, Clear Breeze beneath the trees. So that's it. At this moment, Chen's momentum soared. He felt as if he had comprehended something under the training robot's long stick. Weapons. It's the weapons. The monsters in the crystal space do not use weapons, which made Chen's combat style less than perfect. He had always felt that something was missing. Now the clanging sound of metal colliding and the vibrations in his palms made him suddenly understand something. The martial skills at 89 exhibited a slight loosening feeling. That was the feeling of breaking through. The fourth move, Azure Dragon Stab, is different from ordinary sword techniques. It is not a slash, but a thrust. Like a spear, it strikes suddenly. Like a dagger, it comes unexpectedly. I'm feeling it. As long as I execute the flowing light sword technique from the beginning once more, I can. Suddenly the sound of wind in Chen's ears intensified and countless stick shadows appeared out of nowhere, instantly sealing off all his escape routes. Oh no, it's the fourth move of the round stick technique, Sweeping the Army. Chen desperately swung his sword, trying to carve a path, but his strength was insufficient and he was swept out of the arena. 90. The number above the robots had announced Chen's defeat and his score. 89. The limit of the advanced first tier. After a brief silence, outside the crowd erupted. Heavens, 89. How did he achieve this? This score might even get him into the Blue Star Youth rankings. Dreaming from sickness, the dark horse is actually my brother. Tori rhymed. 218. 05. Han Yiming calculated quickly, instantly figuring out Chen's martial score. This number is definitely the highest score in today's test. Let alone himself, even if the two strongest from the Hongji class came, they couldn't surpass it. Han Yiming practiced with martial artists every day and knew what Chen's martial skill truly represented. A genius. An absolute genius. Now all he could do was pray that his total score would be higher than Chen's. Soon all classes completed their tests. The converted scores were then announced. Just when everyone thought Chen would enter the Hongji class as a dark horse, the outcome took a turn. First place, Han Yiming, cultural score 186, martial score 370. 25, total score 556. 25. Second place, Chen, cultural score 144, martial score 410. 95, total score 554. 95. Third place, Chen's comeback failed. He was actually short by 3 points. This was something no one expected, including Han Yiming himself. Chen's score in martial skills was far ahead of everyone else, compensating for the shortcomings in strength and speed tests. Although Han Yiming also achieved a good score of 59, it was not enough. But he never calculated that Han Yiming was actually a top student. His cultural score before conversion was as high as 620 points. This score is considered upper echelon even in a liberal arts class, yet it came from a martial arts class. A total dimensionality reduction strike. If Han Yiming had continued his studies in a liberal arts class, he might have scored over 700. Looking at his second place score and the faces of those around him filled with regret, Chen felt little impact. Perhaps it was because his life had not been smooth sailing since childhood. The word failure had always run through his life. Yet looking at the outcome, it wasn't all that bad. Though their family was not wealthy, the two brothers were doing well. One got into a key junior high school, and the other into a key high school. Although they still needed to pay the mortgage and buy health replenishing milk every month, the family never complained. This time, even though they did not enter the Hongji class. According to his current score and the remaining time, he still had a chance to get into one of the 8 prestigious schools. After the event, Ling Yun went to his private office. Wang Kai, connect me to Li Mu. Yes, master. The communication was quickly connected, and an image of a middle-aged man appeared in 3D above Ling Yun's smart wristband. Principal, the assessment is over. Li Mu was currently reviewing computer documents. He turned to glance at the 3D Ling Yun on the smart wristband. Just send me a summary report at the end. He'll sign it for you later, no need to report to me specially. After saying that, he continued reviewing the documents. Ling Yun smiled slyly and did not reply, but instead sent a document to Li Mu with a beep. Li Mu habitually glanced at it, preparing to add it to his to-do list. However, he discovered that this was not the summary report for the Hongji class test. Instead, it was a student's report card. Senior 3-3 Chen Du. Is he the first place in this test? Life Strength 5. 1 level. Furrowing his brows, he turned to the 3D figure of Ling Yun on the smart wristband. Ling Yun, you sent the wrong file. Sent it wrong. Ling Yun retorted with a smirk, his fingertip pointing downward. Li Mu furrowed his brows, uncertain of Ling Yun's intentions. What was so interesting about a student's report card with a life strength of 5? 1. Still, he followed Ling Yun's gesture and looked down. The life strength is quite ordinary and the academic scores are nothing exceptional. My. Li Mu suddenly noticed something, his voice involuntarily rising. Martial skill at first stage, 89. He abruptly turned his head, locking his gaze onto Ling Yun's 3D projection. Are you certain this student didn't cheat? His life strength is only 5. 1. Although martial skill wasn't directly tied to life strength, generally speaking, the stronger one's life strength, the higher their martial skill. Improving martial skill required more than talent. It demanded multifaceted support, such as sparring partners, guidance from masters, independent exploration and reflection, countless practical battles, and a solid foundation. All of these necessitated time accumulation. Those with high life strength typically had more experiences, naturally leading to superior martial skills. For instance, if you asked a martial artist to learn another basic martial skill, their progress would be remarkably swift. Consider the two students in the Hongji class who had reached the high level of first stage. Both came from affluent families with life strengths exceeding level 7, far surpassing Chen Du in every aspect. No mistake, I witnessed it firsthand without blinking an eye. It's undeniably genuine high-level first stage. Li Mu fell silent for a few seconds upon hearing this. The report card listed Chen Du as second place, and Ling Yun's intent was unmistakable. A genius, indeed a genius. He has a strong chance of reaching first stage perfection before the college entrance exam, maybe even first stage limit. I understand your desire to nurture talent by bringing him into the Hongji class. Although his other scores aren't outstanding, his exceptional martial skill performance is more than enough to compensate. But hey, race the problem, every student in the Hongji class gets a private martial arts room. Our school only has 30 such rooms available for students, and there are none left. Watching Li Mu scratch his head in the projection, Ling Yun smirked slightly. Simple problem. Lend him my martial arts room for 4 months. Hearing this, Li Mu paused, then lightly tapped the desk with his fingertip and said calmly, Ling Yun. We were comrades once. He paused, then spoke earnestly. You were a young prodigy yourself. Even with internal injuries, you still have a chance to raise your life strength to level 20. What you're doing now will only lower that already slim chance. Ling Yun remained unfazed. Since I decided to become a teacher, I've had only one goal: to let no gem remain tarnished. As he spoke, a trace of melancholy flickered in his eyes. What good would reaching level 20 do me? It would just mean a longer life. But right now, our high martial civilization needs many core forces and top-tier geniuses. Earlier, I reviewed Chen Du's records from elementary to high school and called his home to ask about his situation. Though not impoverished, his family can't provide him with much support, which is why he's remained unnoticed. If he had a better family background, he would have shown long ago, Ling Yun asserted confidently, having guided so many classes of students over the years. Even though today was only his first meeting with Chen Du, Ling Yun could see he was a rough gem. Li Mu said nothing, resting his chin in his hand, lost in thought. After a moment, all right, I know what to do. Thank you. He'll supply his resources. It's just 4 months, Ling Yun said, transmitting the test results. He knew his actions were putting the principal in a difficult position since Chen Du wasn't the top student. His approach violated the rules, and the school had no extra resources to offer. He couldn't bear to see a genius like Chen Du be overlooked. Though the data showed Chen Du inferior to many in the Hongji class, those students' numbers were bought with money. Their essence was quite ordinary. Ling Yun had been on the battlefield and knew exactly what a high martial civilization needed. Li Mu hung up, bent down, and pulled out a blue folder from the drawer containing personal files of all teachers at Liangqing No. 1 high school. Limu flipped to a page featuring a photo of a bald man with a data entry below reading. College entrance exam martial skill score first stage 93. Chen Du's martial skill talent might even surpass Ling Yun's. Both come from ordinary families, so no wonder you're so eager to help him. His fingers danced across the keyboard, and the printer hummed as it spat out an A4 sheet. It approved Han Yiming and Chen Du's transfer to Class 3 senior year with a final note for Chen Du. Approved to use Martial Arts Room 001. Limu swiveled his chair 180 degrees, gazing at the sparrows on the tree branches outside the window. If Ling Yun's life strength reaches level 20, he could qualify as a special grade teacher. They'll let you use my martial arts room for these 4 months. To save money and for exercise, Chen Du jogged all the way home. His parents were still at work and his younger brother Chen Kun hadn't returned from school yet. Due to the test, Chen Du had no afternoon classes. Glancing at the time, he saw it was only 4:33 p.m. At this hour, Chen Du usually did basic training. But after today's close quarters encounter with the training robot, he felt inspired and yearned to engage in real combat immediately. Given Chen Du's family circumstances, where could he find a sparring partner? As for classmates, that was prohibited by the school, not to protect the sparring market, but for safety concerns. A sparring partner must be far more skilled than you to ensure absolute safety while providing just the right level of improvement. Sparring between classmates risks injury and offers little meaningful gain. But no matter, if not in reality, there was always the internet. Chen Du entered his room, looked at the dusty equipment on the floor, fetched a basin of water, cleaned it, and plugged it in. Every high school student receives a virtual pod from the school. By lying inside, one can enter a virtual world to battle others. Due to the crystal space, Chen Du had hardly ever used this virtual pod, leaving it dusty. He lay down, closed his eyes, and instantly entered a blank room reminiscent of the hyperbolic time chamber from Dragon Ball. To maximize realism, aside from the face, everyone's avatar, height, weight, etc., was set to match reality. Chen Du didn't change his face or customize it. Instead, he chose a headpiece. A pig headpiece wearing sunglasses. The glasses were purely decorative and didn't obstruct vision. He then checked his virtual information. ID: Spray Bear, age 17, rank bronze, 0 points, record 0 wins, 2 losses, win rate 0. These 4 pieces of info were visible to all and couldn't be hidden, with everything except the name being real. Those 2 losses were from his first time using the virtual pod. After that, he trained intensively in the crystal space and reality, never returning. The virtual ranks were bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, grandmaster, and supreme king. Among high school students, Chen Du had never heard of anyone reaching gold. Virtual combat only tested martial skill. All players in the same rank had identical life strength. For bronze rank, the system fixed life strength at level 8. Having been away for so long, Chen Du selected his weapon and did a 20-minute warm-up to reacquaint himself with his bow's strength and speed. After pressing the search button, the first opponent's info appeared quickly. ID: Huang Yechu, age 36, rank bronze, 40 points, record 500 wins, 500 losses, win rate 50. The scene shifted rapidly, transforming from a blank room into a post-nuclear wasteland. A handsome man, bare-chested and wielding a long spear, appeared before Chen Du. This man had chiseled features, starry eyes full of authority, clear brows, and a well-defined mouth. In short, devastatingly handsome. Unlike Chen Du, who chose to wear a mask, this player named Huang Yechu opted to customize his face. Revealing one's real face online brought more harm than good. Even massive influencers with millions or even billions of followers rarely showed their true appearance. 17 years old, a high school senior. With only 2 matches to his name, both losses, seems he was discouraged and afraid to come back for virtual battles. I won't go easy on you, old man. But, Huang Yechu silently thought. Chen Du stared ahead on high alert, even though his opponent was only in bronze rank. Yet he had 1,000 matches of experience, and his name carried a faint, elusive aura of dominance. He must not be underestimated. Huang Yechu struck first, lowering his stance and charging straight at Chen Du, raising his hand to swing the spear like a whip. A flaw. Chen Du, who fought monsters in the crystal space daily, had unknowingly sharpened his eye. He immediately countered with a continuous upward slash. Radiant sword art, second form, golden drums, shake the heavens. Damn, that's fast. With a splat, 100 body simulation and 30 pain simulation splattered a streak of blood across Chen Du's face. Spray Bear victory versus Huang Yechu defeat. Points 10. That's it. Back in the blank room, Chen Du was bewildered. Had he really taken down a bronze veteran with 1,000 matches in one strike? Chen Du quickly realized that at the bronze rank, his current martial skill level was considered top tier. The moment his opponent attacked, flaws were everywhere. His skill was at most 29 of the first stage, no match for him. Understanding this, Chen Du immediately started the next match. Points 10. Points 10. Points 10. Congratulations, Spray Bear, you have advanced to silver rank. Current rank life intensity level 15. That's already silver. Chen had initially hoped to use these opponents to comprehend the fourth form of Radiant Sword Art Azure Dragon Pointed Thrust. But bronze players were too weak. Matches ended in one move, never allowing him to deduce the fourth form. He stopped dwelling on it. After familiarizing himself with his Bodish strength and speed, he continued matchmaking. ID Xiaodong Chen. Age 26. Rank silver 16 points. Record 210 wins, 190 losses, win rate 52. 5. This man had long hair, wore an ancient black robe, and carried a massive ruler on his back. Without a word, the two clashed. The moment sword met ruler, Chen knew his opponent's martial skill had reached the high level of the first stage. Excellent. This is exactly the whetstone I need. The massive ruler seemed weightless in the opponent's hands, wielded as nimbly as a sword. Yet under the defense of Forest Breeze, Chen Dustguard remained unbreachable. Soon the opponent fell. Spray Bear victory versus Xiaodong Chen defeat. Points 10. Looking at his first silver victory, Chen felt little joy. He quickly started the next match. A few more battles would surely bring someone who could pressure him. Points 10. Points 10. It seemed silver rank players were at least at the high first stage. As his points reached 50, Chen hit a wall. Points 10. Points 10. The matches at 50 points seemed to be against masters who had reached the perfection of the first stage. Chen was outmatched. Moreover, executing the fourth form of Radiant Sword Art Azure Dragon Pointed Thrust perfectly was far more difficult than he had imagined. He could only deduce half the move each time, not enough to defeat those at the first stage perfection. Clang, clang, clang. Chen was now locked in combat, with a stunning woman wielding dual daggers. Her first stage perfection strength pushed him back step by step. He couldn't identify the basic martial art she was using. It felt strange, but he had no time to ponder. Was he about to drop below 50 points again? Chen thought with resentment. Stop trying to force the fourth form in one go. Think more about the martial art itself, the woman said calmly, seeing through his current dilemma. Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to encounter a benefactor. Following the script, she should now apply extreme pressure to help him break through. With a splat, as Chen's attention wavered, one of the woman's daggers pierced through his back and heart like a shadowy assassin. Damn sneaky bastard. Chen cursed in the last blurry seconds of consciousness. Spray Bear defeat versus Little Girls Selling Nukes victory. Points 10. Back in the blank room, Chen didn't immediately start another match. Instead, he closed his eyes and pondered the dual dagger woman's words. Though she had used a trick to hasten his defeat, what she said wasn't without reason. Don't force it in one go. The martial art itself. Shouldn't a basic martial art be executed in a single fluid motion? Wait. Azure Dragon Pointed Thrust is a thrusting move, its nature close to an assassin's. Assassins thrive on ambushing from the shadows, but my combat style is too straightforward. Chen seemed lost in thought. He opened his eyes again and quickly started the next match. This time his opponent was a large man wielding twin hammers. The hammers were attached to thick iron chains. Such weapons were powerful but slow. At the same level, a swordsman facing a hammer wielder could only win through finesse, never heat in confrontation. Despite having slightly superior martial skill, Chen chose to engage directly. With a sword slash, he cast Draw the Ground as a prison. Then a continuous upward slash, Golden Drums shake the heavens. Guiding the blade's edge, Forest Breeze. Chen holding his sword used 3 moves to confront the twin hammers heat-in and was already at a disadvantage. Young man, that's not how you use a sword. Don't think having slightly better martial skill lets you do whatever you want. The big man laughed, sensing victory. Is that so? Chen's voice came coldly from behind him. What? Weren't you in front of? Before the man could finish, a long sword pierced through his back and throat with a splat. A notification sounded in his mind every time his martial skill or life intensity improved. This breakthrough brought a long-forgotten sound, lifting Chen's spirits. Spray Bear victory versus Wang Decue defeat. Points 10. Back in the blank room, he had just executed the complete Azure Dragon Pointed Thrust for the first time. In that moment, he understood a truth. Why is the sword considered skillful? Skill is not mere dexterity, but the ability to be rigid, soft, hidden, tangible, or intangible, moving like thunder or flowing like a gentle stream. The word skill encompasses endless transformations. As the final form of the Radiant Sword Art Azure Dragon Pointed Thrust was meant to teach the wielder that some swords are bright and honorable, cutting through the ages, while others are hidden in shadows, secretly crossing paths. A sword is a weapon that defies definition. Chen's understanding of the sword deepened in that instant. He fought several more matches, but even after reaching the perfection of the first stage, he still lost more than he won. After all, those above 50 silver points were seasoned veterans at the first stage perfection, hard to beat. ID Spray Bear. Age 17. Rank silver, 55 points. Record 22 wins, 15 losses, win rate 59. 46. There was no point in continuing. He had gotten what he wanted. He closed his eyes and exited the virtual battle. The next second, Chen Du woke up in the virtual pod. The smart wristband detected the host's awakening and flashed a green light as a reminder. Congratulations, Master, for entering the top 10th of the Blue Star Youth Rankings. Top 001 of the Blue Star Youth Ranking. Chen Du was so startled, he nearly cried out. He had once read about this ranking in a book. It was specifically established for college entrance examinees and was hailed as a ranking of prodigies. Although Chen Du attended a key high school, he was well aware that he was far from being a prodigy, not to mention an ordinary student like himself from a regular class. Even among those students from the elite class who were regarded as the favored sons of heaven, few dared to call themselves prodigies. Liangshan was a small to medium-sized city with roughly 1,000 students taking the college entrance exam each year. Above the city was the district. Liangshan fell under the jurisdiction of Ziyun District. Each district governed 100 cities, so a district had about 100,000 college entrance examinees. Above the district was called the domain. Liangshan was under Ziyun District's jurisdiction, and Ziyun District was under the jurisdiction of the Giant Bear Domain. A domain consisted of 10 districts equivalent to 1,000 cities. Each domain had approximately 1 million students taking the college entrance exam each year. A biosphere was composed of 7 domains roughly equal to 7,000 cities. In other words, the 7th biosphere had about 7 million college entrance examinees annually. Humanity had 9 major biospheres, meaning the total number of students taking the Advanced Martial Civilizations college entrance exam each year was approximately 63 million. Chen Du's top 001, even if he were the last one, would still be ranked 630. Although this was only a martial arts ranking, it was still something to be proud of. After Chen Du clicked into the information, he discovered there was an even more detailed breakdown. Chen Du Blue Star Youth Ranking 6,219th, 7th Biosphere Youth Ranking 654th, Giant Bear Domain Youth Ranking 55th, Ziyun District Youth Ranking 7th, Liangshan Youth Ranking 1st. This was a ranking only for college entrance examinees' martial techniques. Since Chen Du had fewer than 10 previous combat matches, it had not been displayed. He never expected that after mastering the Azure Dragon Thrust, he would inadvertently enter the top 001 of the entire civilization's college entrance examinees. Even though Chen Du was a youth who seldom showed his emotions, he was now flushed with excitement, as if he had received some form of recognition. At 7 p.m. sharp, after the family of 4 had finished dinner, Chen Du was washing the dishes in the kitchen. His father, Chen Juansai, quietly walked into the kitchen and lit a cigarette. "Daddy?" Chen Du asked with some surprise, as he knew his father rarely smoked, curiosity getting the better of him. "Chen Du." Chen Junkai slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression turning serious as he asked, "Is your dad very old?" "Dad? What are you talking about? You're only 43. Chen Du answered quickly, his face showing a hint of bewilderment. "Is that so?" Chen Junkai took a deep drag of his cigarette and continued, "Then why would you easily give up your future for the sake of a little money for qi and blood supplements? Your teacher Ling called this afternoon to inquire about our family situation, and that's how I found out your martial technique has already reached the first rank 89. Chen Junkai's voice trembled slightly, revealing his inner agitation. "Your dad isn't illiterate. I took the college entrance exam too. I also attended a martial arts university. I naturally understand what this means. This is a good thing, so why did you hide it from your mother and me? Is it because you're worried about our financial situation? Or are you thinking about your younger brother?" Chen Junkai's tone became firm, a trace of imperceptible sadness flickering in his eyes. "Chen Duo Chen, you don't have to be so mature. I Chen Juansai can still hold up the sky of the Chen family. Dad, Chen Du opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He hadn't mentioned the elite class assessment to his family. His martial technique score at the end of last semester was first rank 55. It was from then on that he had increased his daily intake of qi and blood milk from 1 pack to 2. But Chen Du knew this was already his family's limit. He was unwilling to add further burden to his parents' shoulders. He had the crystal space, even without money or external aids. He still believed he could rise on his own. It would just take a little more time. If he managed to get into the elite class this time and obtain the corresponding resource subsidies, he would naturally tell his family. But he never expected that Ling Yun would call to inquire about their family situation. Chen Junkai said no more. Chen Du's maturity pained him. He knew that Chen Du's personality was like his own, the type who would rather endure hardship himself to ensure his family lived well. Silently, he took out a card and placed it into Chen Du's jacket pocket, patted his son's chest badge, and encouraged him, "For the last 4 months, give it your all." Watching his father's retreating figure, Chen Du's eyes reddened and his fists clenched tightly. 1,000 words surged in his heart, converging into a single word at that moment. "All right." Liangshan No. 1 High School Principal's Office. Li Mu signed the last document, put down his pen, and slowly stretched. He moved his body, took a sip of the already cold tea in his cup, and planned to go home for dinner. Master Mayor Wang requests a 3D communication. Just as Li Mu stood up, straightened his clothes, and was about to leave the office for dinner, his smart bracelet received a 3D communication request. Mayor Wang. Li Mu's expression instantly turned serious. He quickly tousled his hair and clothes slightly, creating an image of being busy at work. Then he skillfully opened the first drawer on the right side of his desk. From inside, he took out a heating pack the size of a fingernail and dropped it into the cold tea in his cup. A second later, steam began to rise from the cup. At the moment the steam rose, Li Mu pressed the answer button on his smart bracelet. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mayor. I just brewed a cup of hot tea and was about to work overtime on some urgent matters. Li Mu said apologetically. Haha, Principal Li, you are truly dedicated. If all other high school principals were as conscientious and responsible as you, I would be much more at ease. Mayor Wang praised Li Mu's work ethic, giving him a thumbs up. First, let me congratulate you. Your school has nurtured a fine prospect, actually breaking into the top 0.01 of the Blue Star Youth ranking. Mayor Wang said cheerfully. Not only is he first on our Liangqing Youth ranking, but he has also surged to 7th place on the Ziyun District Youth ranking. His martial arts talent is absolutely extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Li Mu smiled ingratiatingly, but inwardly wondered. Top 0.01 of the Blue Star Youth ranking. 7th in Ziyun District Youth ranking. First in Liangqing. He didn't know about the others, but wasn't the first on the Liangqing Youth ranking Lu Bo from No. 2 High School. That student, due to failing some subjects, hadn't been admitted to No. 1 High School and had gone to No. 2 High School instead. His martial arts talent was exceptionally strong, and he had consistently held the upper hand over the 2 first-rank high-level students from No. 1 High School's elite class. Had Mayor Wang dialed the wrong number, or? A flicker of doubt crossed Li Mu's mind, but he kept a smile on his face. Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to your excellent leadership, Mayor. We are merely advancing towards the goals you have set. Mayor Wang seemed accustomed to this kind of flattery and didn't call him out on it. I won't say much else. The 100 Cities Championship starts next month. Bring Chen Du, Lu Bo, and Mo Lei Te to my office tomorrow. All right, no problem. Li Mu quickly agreed. After disconnecting the communication, he was somewhat stunned. Lu Bo was the strongest martial arts student from No. 2 High School, and Mo Lei Te was the top student of No. 1 High School's elite class. Who was Chen Du? Wait. Chen Du. Chen Du. That name sounds so familiar. I feel like I just heard it. Slap. Li Mu slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Chen Du. Isn't that the student Ling Yun recommended for the elite class? As night fell, the bright moon hung high in the sky like a giant mirror. Whoosh. In an empty area, Chen Du wielded his long sword, swinging it swiftly. Droplets of sweat as large as beans slid down his cheeks, dripping along the sharp line of his jaw. Lacking a dedicated martial arts room, Chen Du could only practice outside. Congratulations to the host. The flowing light sword technique has increased from level 1 at 90 to level 1 at 91. The familiar notification echoed in his mind. As expected, Chen Du murmured to himself. Once he broke through the bottleneck, the speed of his martial arts improvement would greatly accelerate. Ultimately, it required a significant amount of time for practice and accumulation. However, progressing at a rate of 1 each day is nothing short of terrifying. It seems that the extensive battles in the crystal space have indeed led to qualitative changes through quantitative accumulation. He transformed himself from an ordinary talent into a genius. The battles in the crystal space are both similar and different from virtual battles. The similarity is that one cannot die, while the difference is that the pain in the crystal space is 100. This means that Chen Du experiences at least 1 death each day, and after thousands of deaths, he has grown numb to the sensation. It's not that he doesn't feel pain, but rather that this pain can no longer affect Chen Du's actions. For instance, if his stomach were cut open, it wouldn't matter. Head, just hold on to his intestines and continue fighting. Unable to breathe due to poisoning. No problem, just cut open the abdomen and let the lungs breathe on their own. Returning home, he took a cold shower. Chen Du checked his card balance. There was a staggering amount of 200,000. With only 4 months remaining until the college entrance examination, this means he can spend 500 each month. Although he doesn't know where this money came from, with his father having gone this far, he naturally won't let them down. Getting into one of the 8 prestigious universities is the best repayment to his parents. Chen Du planned to go to the pharmacy to buy some expensive health restoration pills after class tomorrow morning. Lying on the bed, he utilized the sleep method learned online. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. He soon fell asleep. Upon opening his eyes, he was enveloped in a pale mist and saw the Tumterhai blue crystal beside him. The crystal space. Every time he fell asleep, he would arrive here, and since the day he entered high school, there hadn't been an exception. Chen Du instinctively glanced at his virtual panel. Name Chen Du, life, strength 5. 2 level 2 mental strength, level 5 punching power, 1050 gene speed, 21 meters second martial arts, flowing light sword technique, level 1. 91 defense waves, 45 incomplete, 410 incomplete, 415 incomplete, 420 incomplete, 425 incomplete, 430 incomplete, 435 incomplete. Every 6 levels of life strength will grant 1 evolution. Currently, he is 8 levels away from the next evolution. After reaching the perfection of the level 1 martial arts in the afternoon, Chen Du's life strength also increased by 1 during dinner. Martial arts are a means of tapping into the body's latent power. The higher the martial arts level, the faster the life strength increases. The breakthrough in martial arts also aids in increasing life strength. According to the standard of ordinary classes, an increase of 1 in life strength per month is already quite impressive. A month ago, Chen Du's life strength was only 0, and in just a month it has risen to 2. The speed of improvement is such that even when compared to the heavily funded students in the Hongji class, he is not at all inferior. Crack. The sound of footsteps interrupted Chen Du's thoughts. They're here. No matter how many waves he fell in, the monsters in the crystal space would always appear starting from the first wave. First wave of monsters: BB Wolf, LV2, quantity 30. They stood upright, resembling beastly wolves over 3 meters tall with claws like those of a wolverine. Once they taste blood, they become frenzied with increased speed and strength. LV2 indicates a life strength of level 2. Apart from the name and life strength, the rest of the information is gathered from Chen Du's repeated deaths. He recalled that when he first entered the crystal space, his life strength was only 1, just 1 higher than these BB wolves. Yet there were 30 of them, and they had skills akin to frenzy. After being torn apart dozens of times, he barely managed to kill them all. But now, Chen Du's eyes narrowed, and a long sword materialized in his hand. Die! Chen Du snorted coldly, swinging his sword to cleave a nearby BB wolf in half. The purple beast blood instantly stained his clothes, and the other BB wolves' expressions turned grotesque. However, before his mastery of the flowing light 4 styles, they were utterly defenseless. Thud, thud, thud. In 1 minute and 12 seconds, all 30 BB wolves were slain. Chen Du had already become a mass of purple. He had long since grown accustomed to it. The next wave of monsters will arrive in 30 seconds. This was the only other sound in the crystal space besides his own. Second wave of monsters: Gubba Bear, LV2. 7, quantity 30. The next wave of monsters will arrive in 30 seconds. Third wave of monsters: Minotaur, LV3. 5, quantity 30. The next wave of monsters will arrive in 30 seconds. Fourth wave of monsters: Green Hat Monkey, LV4. 6, quantity 30. After raising his life strength to 5.2, his overall power and speed saw a slight increase. Facing the fourth wave of Green Hat Monkeys, he felt even more at ease than before. After 3 hours, Chen Du finally slayed the last Green Hat Monkey under his sword. The next wave of monsters will arrive in 30 seconds. Chen Du looked up, his expression serious as he gazed at the sky obscured by the pale mist. Having been killed several times already, he knew that the next wave of enemies would come from above. Roar! With a monstrous roar, a black lizard with wings descended from behind the mist. Fifth wave of monsters: Linen Giant Lizard, LV6. 1, quantity 1, can fly and breathe fire with a wingspan of 6 meters. Judging by the defense waves on the panel and the opponent's life strength, this should be a small boss. Come on. Looking at the Linen Giant Lizard diving towards him, Chen Du's eyes were resolute. The difference in level was 0.9. Normally, he would have no chance of winning. However, the monsters here do not utilize techniques similar to martial arts. They fight purely based on instinct. This gives Chen Du, with his flowing light sword technique, a fighting chance. Previously, he had only mastered the flowing light 3 styles and had been slaughtered by the opponent in various ways. Stomped to death, burned by fire, torn apart by claws, and whipped to death by tails. Now, not only had his martial arts improved, but his life strength had also received a boost. The ruthless black claws of the giant lizard descended upon Chen Du from above like the arrival of night pressing down with force. Crack! Instantly, countless web-like cracks appeared on the ground as the giant lizard smugly withdrew its claws. Yet it failed to notice Chen Du's figure, its eyes flashing with surprise. What are you looking at? Chen Du's voice coldly echoed from behind the giant lizard. Then, as the opponent turned around, a glint of cold light appeared first, and then the sword shot forth like a dragon. Azure Dragon stabbing. Chen Du thrust out his sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this critical moment, the giant lizard keenly sensed the lethal threat approaching from behind. Its head twisted 180 degrees in place, as if mounted on a flexible pivot. It faced Chen Du head-on. Opening its horrifying blood-drenched maw, a scorching yellow flame erupted forth. Chen Du, facing the sudden assault, remained unflustered, as if he had anticipated it all along. He swiftly dodged aside, yet despite his best efforts to evade, he still suffered minor burns. Nevertheless, having seized the initiative, he pierced the giant lizard's left eye at the cost of slight burns. The giant lizard let out an ear-splitting, agonized shriek that echoed through the air. Having endured countless life-and-death battles, Chen Du had long ingrained the mantra, strike, while the iron is hot, deep within his heart. He rolled along the giant lizard's broad back, swiftly reaching the location of its wings. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a series of golden drums shaking the sky, strikes severing the lizard's wings. With its wings severed, the giant lizard not only lost its ability to fly, but also struggled immensely to maintain its balance. With a heavy thud, it crashed to the ground. It attempted to rise, but the effort proved arduous. Barely managing to stand upright, it trembled violently before collapsing back to the ground. The giant lizard was not inherently weak. The reason for such smooth success was the invaluable experience Chen Du had gained through dozens of deaths. It was precisely because he had experienced death so many times that Chen Du could so adeptly master the giant lizard's attack patterns and rhythm. Facing the creature's desperate struggles, Chen Du felt not a shred of pity, nor would he waste a single superfluous word. He did not directly target the giant lizard's vital points. Instead, he skillfully severed its limbs and tail one by one. Finally, when he confirmed that the lizard was utterly incapable of counterattacking, he struck decisively. His movements were as swift as thunder, without the slightest pause, as he cut through the lizard's neck, pierced its heart, and shattered its skull. Every blow was executed with pinpoint precision, granting the enemy no chance to catch its breath. This was Chen Du's lethal trifecta. The second wave of hook-nosed bears possessed regenerative abilities for which Chen Du had paid a heavy price. The next wave of monsters will arrive in 30 seconds. The familiar prompt sounded once more within the space, accompanied by a voice in Chen Du's mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully defending against 5 waves of monster attacks. Mental strength level increased by 1. Congratulations, host. Defense waves 55 completed. Received ruins immortal visualization technique. The first reward was quite standard, nothing worth mentioning. Each time he successfully defended against a wave of monsters, Chen Du's mental strength level increased by 1. Previously, his defense wave count was 4. Adding the initial level of 1, his mental strength was at level 5. Now, with a defense wave count of 5, his mental strength was at level 6. As for this ruins immortal visualization technique, before becoming a martial artist, everyone's mental strength was basically level 1, similar to an ordinary person. After becoming a martial artist, the human body could absorb stellar energy, and only then would mental strength increase. But the rate of improvement was extremely slow. A visualization technique, on the other hand, was an active method to temper one's mental strength. A minimum of level 5 mental strength was required to begin actively tempering the mind, otherwise there was a risk of death. Chen Du had not expected to receive such an item after defending against the 5th wave. A visualization technique was a one-time consumable. After use, it would leave a phantom imprint within one's consciousness. The user merely needed to immerse their mind into it to temper their mental strength. On the market, even the cheapest visualization technique started at 10 million. These items were severely scarce, effectively priceless, with no market availability. The perched civilization on Mercury was particularly adept at mental attacks. It was precisely because of the perched civilization that the price of visualization techniques had been driven up. To be honest, Chen Du did not really want this visualization technique. Perhaps to others it was a treasure. But for him, every time he defended against another wave of monsters, his mental strength level increased by 1. For those unable to improve their mental strength, a visualization technique might be a necessity. But for Chen Du, he would rather sell it for money. Then use that substantial sum of money to purchase qi and blood medicines, fiercely enhancing his own life strength. Unfortunately, he could not do so, as this reward was bestowed directly upon him. As long as he closed his eyes and slightly immersed his mind, he could sense a certain phantom within his consciousness. Moreover, its origin was inexplicable. Just as Chen Du was studying the reward, the 30 seconds slipped away like fine sand through his fingers. Thump, thump, thump. The ground inexplicably began to tremble as towering figures emerged one after another from the white mist. 6th wave monsters, green glow giants, LV6. 2. 1. 2. Gray-white bodies, irregular patches of green. Each giant stood about 10 meters tall, their life strength 1 level higher than his own, and there were a damn 30 of them. After silently noting this information, Chen Du sighed. It seems I won't be getting past this stage anytime soon. At that moment, Chen Du had little desire to fight, only wanting to try out the ruins immortal visualization technique. To ensure he could wake up feeling refreshed, Chen Du, without a second thought, charged straight to the feet of the giants to get himself killed. At 4 in the morning, Chen Du opened his eyes while lying in bed. His bright, penetrating eyes showed not a trace of fatigue. To confirm the visualization technique's existence the moment he woke, he immediately sensed for the phantom within his consciousness. Good, it came out with me. Chen Du had feared that this visualization technique could only be sensed within the crystal space. If that were the case, he would have no time to use it. Some exceptionally gifted individuals reached level 5 mental strength even before becoming martial artists. Chen Du was one such example. But few people used a visualization technique to temper their mental strength at this stage because it was too torturous. After becoming a martial artist, one's mental fortitude, willpower, and endurance would be much stronger. Generally, it was only then that one could endure such torment. However, Chen Du was an exception. Through battles with 100 pain sensation in the crystal space, his tolerance for pain was terrifyingly high. He sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes tightly shut, transforming his mind into a tiny figure that sank into the phantom. As he drew closer, the phantom within his consciousness gradually enlarged. Upon seeing it clearly, Chen Du couldn't help but gasp sharply. The phantom was actually a giant. A supergiant far beyond comparison to the green glow giants of the sixth wave. Chen Du, standing at 183 meters, did not even reach the creature's toenail. Sensing Chen Du's gaze, the giant opened its eyes, revealing 6 pupils within each. The being inexplicably began to laugh, yet emitted not a single sound. Chen Du immediately felt his consciousness begin to warp, oscillate, and tear as if being burned, deep-fried, and frozen solid. But as soon as he closed his eyes, the sensation would vanish. So that's it. No wonder it's called a visualization technique. The moment I gaze upon this giant, it begins to temper me. I've heard this pain is cumulative. Today you'll see just how agonizing it can be. February 17th, early morning. Chen Du walked into the classroom with a weary expression, his slightly haggard face a stark contrast to his usual self. Class monitor Wang Shoren was taken aback and approached with concern. Chen Du, you can't have turtle stew with wolfberries for every meal. You'll overnourish yourself. At exactly 8:00, Su Gaoming, the martial arts teacher and homeroom instructor, stood punctually at the podium. Class, before we begin today's lesson, I have an announcement to make. Regrettably, today's martial arts class will be Chen Du's final lesson in Class 3. What? Is Chen Du being expelled or transferring schools? You're talking nonsense. He's probably just switching classes. Old Su loves to start off like this. The students buzzed with discussion, voices overlapping. Tu Lei, the classmate behind him, nudged Chen Du. Damn, you look awful today. You're not really getting expelled, are you? Chen Du felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. His pale complexion was entirely due to the void immortal visualization technique. In the early hours, Chen Du had endured the mental tempering of that colossal giant, forcefully elevating his mental strength from level 6 to level 6.3. Though the results were remarkable, the experience was more agonizing than death itself. No wonder it was only recommended for use after becoming a martial artist. Even with exceptional spiritual talent, it proved futile otherwise. Without extraordinary perseverance, resolve, and endurance, it only brought added suffering. Quiet down. Su Gaoming enjoyed a lively classroom atmosphere and often used such tactics to stir up energy. Unfortunately, last night, shocking. In truth, it was all trivial matters of little consequence. As expected, once the class settled, Su Gaoming pulled a document from his briefcase. Congratulations to Chen Du for transferring from Class 3 to Class 1 of the senior year. After a brief silence, the entire class erupted. Whoa, Bro Du is joining the elite class. I guessed yesterday that Chen Du might get an exception given his martial skills are outstanding. Tu Lei gave Chen Du a thumbs up, wearing an expression that said, I know you like a father knows his son. Quiet. Su Gaoming regained control, once more gazing at Chen Du seated in the middle row. Though you placed second in yesterday's test, your martial skill level reached 89 of the first tier. After much deliberation, the principal decided to make an exception and admit the 31st student into the elite class. So he really got in. Chen Du mused inwardly, recalling when Ling Yun had called his father Chen Juansai yesterday. He had already suspected as much. Chen Du, after class, report to the principal's office. You don't need to attend the next 3 lessons. Go directly to the elite class this afternoon. Su Gaoming said with a smile. The principal wants to see me. Chen Du nodded without further questions. The next 3 periods were academic, and skipping them made little difference to him. After class, Chen Du received well wishes from most of his classmates. As someone who achieved results through hard work, he maintained good relations with the majority of the class. At 9:17, guided by his smartwatch, Chen Du arrived at the principal's office. It was his first visit since enrolling. He knocked, and upon hearing, "Come in," pushed the door open. Upon entering, Chen Du noticed 2 other students besides the principal, and he recognized one of them. The top student of the elite class and the most powerful among all senior students in Liangqing. Emolete. The other was wearing the uniform of No. 2 high school, and Chen Du wondered why he was here. Of course, neither of them knew him. Greetings, principal. Chen Du said respectfully. Limu nodded, looking at the 3 assembled, and briefly introduced their situations. Then he revealed the reason for summoning them. The district intends to host a 100 cities championship. The specific rules are unclear to me. They'll take you to meet the mayor later, and you'll understand then. After speaking, Limu habitually took a sip of tea. The mayor, the 100 cities championship. From these 2 terms, Chen Du vaguely guessed something. It seemed his influence from ranking in the top 10,000 of the Blue Star Youth list was far greater than he had imagined. He had thought it was just a ranking signifying nothing. Now it was clear he had underestimated the value of this list. His admission to the elite class and this upcoming meeting with the mayor were likely tied to that list. At precisely 1000, the four of them stepped out of the principal's Maybach and entered the mayor's office. Mayor Wang Anquan first praised Li Mu and the three students, acknowledging their efforts and abilities. Then he got to the point: the 100 cities under our Ziyun district's jurisdiction are organizing a competition for senior students. Each city will send its top 3 senior students based on martial skill rankings as of 6:00 p.m. last night. A martial artist of level 15 or above will lead the team. The 3-day 100 Cities Championship will be held at Haiqing one high school from March 17th to March 19th. That's 1 month from now. The first place winner will receive a 30-point bonus on the college entrance exam and a reward of 1 million. Second place gets 25 points and 5 euro. Third place 20 points and 2 euro. And 4th to 10th places each get 10 points and 1,000. Are you willing to participate? Mayor Wang asked with a smile. Mayor, may I ask a question first? Mo Late, whether due to wealth or familiarity with grand occasions, spoke boldly. Facing a figure like the mayor, he asked with audacity born of skill. Upon Wang's nod, he continued, since it's based on martial skill rankings, why not use virtual combat format? This question also weighed on Chen Du and Lu Ba's minds, but both came from ordinary families and felt somewhat intimidated meeting a mayor for the first time. That's a decision from the district. But don't worry about safety, martial artists will oversee the event. No harm will come to you. You'll wear special gear and fight with the same life intensity. Taking a sip of tea, he continued, compared to virtual combat, the district leaders unanimously believe actual combat yields better results. First, your life intensity is still low, so intervention is easy if things go wrong. Second, with only 300 participants, the event is relatively manageable. Plus, it allows Haiqing one high school students to observe live serving as motivation. For these reasons, the 100 Cities Championship will use actual combat. He paused, then added, don't be discouraged. Even if you don't make the top 10, you can gauge the level of your peers. Hearing this, the three had no objections. None refused to participate. Only Chen Du silently pondered whether he could secure a top 3 spot. His ranking was 7th in the Ziyun district, though luck played a part. But even with margins of error, Chen Du believed his martial skill level was within the top 20 of the district. Given his rate of improvement, the top 3 was not impossible. Bonus points and money might matter little to top-ranked Mo Late, but they were crucial to Chen Du. Both would significantly impact his chances of entering the 8 prestigious academies. After lunch with the mayor, Chen Du returned to school. He usually napped in the classroom, but now with access to the martial arts room, he no longer had to sleep on a desk with others. Guided by his smartwatch, he entered martial arts room 001. The facilities in the martial arts room were exceedingly luxurious, far surpassing Chen Du's imagination. Not only were there various weapons and computer equipment, but there was even a swimming pool. So this was the treatment for students of the Hongji class. He had only known before that each of them had their own martial arts room, but he never imagined the configuration would be so advanced. Sighing in amazement, Chen Du walked to the bed, sat down, and lay back on it. He had originally planned to use his lunch break to buy qi and blood pills from the pharmacy, but after having lunch with the mayor, he had completely forgotten about it. The mental discipline brought about by the Shuxian Temple's philosophy left Chen Du feeling somewhat weary. This time, without needing to count sheep, he quickly drifted into a deep slumber. When he opened his eyes again, the endless pale mist and towering blue crystals came into view, as usual. The crystal space. Every time he fell asleep, Chen Du would come to this place fighting these monsters to hone his martial skills. Upon waking, he would engage in extensive basic training outside, repeating this cycle. It could be said that over the past 2.5 years, Chen Du had hardly ever truly stopped to rest. I have classes this afternoon, so I can't waste too much time here, Chen Du muttered to himself. Time in the crystal space was synchronized with reality. He didn't want to miss his first class in the Hongji class. After 2.5 years of exploration, Chen Du had long become familiar with the rules of the crystal space. As long as he acted to protect the crystal, whether he succeeded in killing the monsters or not, no matter how quickly he died, he would wake up full of energy. Just as Chen Du was about to deliberately get himself killed, he suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Thump, thump, thump. The sound grew louder and the ground began to shake. A wave of confusion and astonishment surged within Chen Du. Shouldn't the first wave of monsters, the Bibilang wolves, be appearing now? Why was there such a vibration? It was almost like, as if answering Chen Du's question, a group of giants appeared in his field of vision a few seconds later. They advanced like walking mountains, marching towards Chen Du with overwhelming momentum. Sixth wave monsters, green fire giants, LV6. 2. When Chen Du saw the markers above these monsters' heads, it suddenly dawned on him. So the monsters didn't appear in order from the first wave. Instead, they were settled in phases of 5 waves. In the current phase, he was facing the 6th to 10th wave monsters. This corresponded to the reward for the defensive wave count, 510 incomplete. Oh well, since I'm here I might as well try to kill one. Chen took a deep breath, tightened his grip on his weapon, and charged resolutely towards the group of giants. At 1420 Chen arrived 10 minutes early at class 1 of the 3rd year. When he entered the classroom, he was surprised to find that there was no desk or chair assigned to him. This left him greatly puzzled. After all, from elementary to high school, everyone had fixed desks and chairs. They were marked with names and seat numbers, and the drawers could only be opened by the owner's fingerprint or iris scan. No way. In this day and age, they were still pulling that Boolean Thinukama routine. Chen mused to himself, his first impression of the Hongji class instantly souring. Just then a hand silently landed on his shoulder, and a somewhat familiar voice sounded, "Chen right. We met this morning." Chen turned around and saw a smiling Imo Late, a hint of surprise in his heart. This guy had managed to approach him silently. When they were moving together this morning, he hadn't noticed Imo Late being this formidable. His life level was at least 2 grades higher than mine. Don't overthink it. The Hongji class doesn't target anyone. Imo Late, seeing the doubt in Chen's eyes, said calmly, then pointed to the seats. "Look closely. Including you, there are 31 people in the class, but only 20 desks and chairs." Chen looked and realized it was true. He had been using his smart wristband to locate his seat and hadn't noticed the discrepancy in numbers. Then Imo Late began to explain, "In the Hongji class, strength is determined by the seat number. The monthly seat number ranking battle uses actual combat to decide the order. There are only 20 desks and chairs. The 10 students with the lowest rankings will have to stand for the entire month." He paused, seeming to think of something, "But it's already November now. This month's seat number ranking battle just ended last week. Later you and the new student Han Yiming will compete for seat numbers through a challenge format. If you can defeat a classmate with a seat number of 20 or above, you can sit during class. Also, the higher the seat number, the better, because it determines your resource allowance for the month." Having said that, he walked straight to the front row and sat down at the desk marked with the number 1. Chen's martial technique level was at 89 of the first tier, a fact that both surprised and impressed Imo Late. Although his own family had hundreds of millions in assets, his talent in martial arts was rather ordinary. Aside from martial techniques, he surpassed Chen in every aspect. He didn't deny that Chen could achieve a decent result, perhaps even top 10 in the 100 Cities tournament a month from now. But for the upcoming seat number ranking battle, he didn't hold high hopes for Chen because this tested overall strength, not just pure martial technique. Although he didn't know Chen's exact life level, he could vaguely sense it. It definitely didn't exceed 5. Such a life level would undoubtedly be an uphill battle in the Hongji class, where everyone started at 6-0. Chen was secretly shocked, not expecting the competitive pressure in the Hongji class to be so immense. These resources might not be so important to people like Imo Late, who valued their ranking in the class more. But Chen's family didn't have that kind of background. He didn't care at all about having a seat in class, but he had to get as high a seat number as possible. Resources. He needed resources. Even though he had 200 in hand, he knew that if he really started spending 200, wouldn't be enough, not even 2 million. Not long after, Han Yiming also arrived. Although it was his first time in the Hongji class, he knew a bit more than Chen. He told Chen that in the first martial arts class later, Ling Yun would supervise and they would begin the challenge. After a while, the other Hongji class students arrived one by one. Most of them nodded to Chen and the other new student, which slightly improved Chen's impression of these wealthy second-generation kids. At exactly 1430, Ling Yun walked into the classroom on time. Looking at Chen standing at the back, a flicker of anticipation crossed his mind. However, given Chen's low life level, Ling Yun speculated that Chen would have to stand for at least a month before he could get a seat in the top 20. After a brief welcome, everyone moved to the adjacent combat room. As the name suggested, the combat room was for actual combat about the size of 2-5 basketball courts. Private fights among students were strictly forbidden here. Every match had to be supervised by a martial artist teacher. Anyone caught fighting privately would be expelled without exception. The seat number ranking battle was conducted in a 1v1 format. Han Yiming, who had ranked first in yesterday's test, would go first. After putting on his protective gear, Chen stepped aside. A challenger can issue up to 3 challenges. I will assign a seat number based on your actual combat performance. Ling Yun said flatly. I challenge number 25. Han Yiming was also unsure of the strength of the Hongji class students. He planned to test someone in the mid to lower ranks first. Ling Yun nodded and said to the students watching from the sidelines, Fang Yin, put on your protective gear and enter the arena. Fang Yin remained composed, showing no surprise, as it was highly probable that his seat number would be drawn. Originally number 26, he was moved up to number 25 due to the death of Xia Yang, who was number 10. Donning his protective gear and gripping a long whip, he stepped into the arena. Seeing this, Han Yiming's expression darkened. For his weapon was a spear, and a whip counters a spear. A sense of foreboding struck him. Few chose the whip as their weapon, and he cursed his ill fortune. Begin, Ling Yun commanded softly. Clang. Their weapons clashed, instantly fitted with sensors inside. The moment they engaged, their life force levels were displayed on the large screen in the room. Fang Yan, level 6. 1 versus Han Yiming, level 6. 1 though both were at the same life force level, a subtle difference existed. Han Yiming's strength was actually slightly greater than Fang Yan's. This was not a data error. The second decimal place was simply not displayed. Chen Du narrowed his eyes, observing the duel with keen attention. Though still a high school senior, his combat experience was exceptionally rich, surpassing even Ling Yun's. Han Yiming is about to lose, Chen Du thought to himself. A life force level of 6. 1 corresponded to a punch force of 1560 gene. While Han Yiming had a slight edge, it was negligible. Their martial skills were also comparable. Logically, the stronger Han Yiming should win, but his weapon was at a disadvantage. At the same level, the whip user had a greater chance of victory. Moreover, Fang Yan seemed to have specifically trained in a set of techniques to counter spear-wielding fighters. With the weapon already disadvantaged, this made the outcome almost certain. As Chen Du predicted, after 7 minutes, Han Yiming conceded defeat and did not challenge further. Ling Yun nodded and assigned him seat number 26 based on his performance. Chen Du, clad in protective gear, held a single sword and walked steadily to the center of the arena, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. I challenge seat number 20. This declaration sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. What? This Chen Du looks so unassuming, but he's this arrogant. Murmurs spread among the students, their faces etched with surprise. Even Ling Yun, who had high hopes for Chen Du, was taken aback by the announcement. During the brief welcome session earlier, he had briefly introduced the two. Chen Du's martial skill was at 89 of the first tier. Everyone was aware of this. Yet such strength was insufficient to challenge a student with seat number 20. Even if Chen Du's martial skill was exceptional, the gap in life force levels was far too vast. Amidst the clamor, Chen Du remained expressionless. His decision was not reckless, but deeply considered. As he understood it, the resource subsidies for students ranked 21st to 31st were quite similar. However, the 20th rank received 50 more resources than the 21st, a crucial difference. This subsidy might be trivial to the wealthy heirs, but it meant the world to Chen Du. Even if he ultimately failed to defeat his opponent, he still had 2 more challenge opportunities. The key was that no one knew his martial skill had already reached 91 of the first tier, surpassing the high stage and achieving perfection. This information gap was crucial, almost a trump card. Thus, he aimed directly for the top 20 in his first battle. Han Bobo, put on your gear and enter the arena. Ling Yun said calmly, casting an inadvertent glance at Chen Du, a silent sigh in his heart. He had thought Chen Du was a steady character, but he seemed eager to prove himself. Still, it might be a good lesson, a tempering experience. A faint smile tugged at Ling Yun's lips. By then, Han Bobo had donned her gear, gripping a sharp blade. Her gaze was steady and calm, as if accustomed to such scenes. Her hair was tied high in a neat ponytail, swaying gently with her movements, giving her an untamed and free-spirited air. Quite daring. Challenging a top 20 student. Han Bobo remarked, her tone ambiguous, whether praise or mockery. Chen Du did not respond, his mind fully focused. The sword and blade had no inherent advantage over each other. His life force was certainly inferior, so victory must come through martial skill. At that moment, only the thought of victory occupied Chen Du's mind. Begin. At Ling Yun's command, the sword and blade clashed with a sharp ring. Han Bobo, level 6. 2 versus Chen Du, level 5. 2. A full level difference in life force. It's over. Next round. Many students who had doubted Chen Du from the start were even more certain after seeing their life force levels. They were not being pessimistic, but realistic. A mere 0.1 level gap in life force could tip the scales of victory. A full level was an insurmountable chasm, even with superior martial skill. 5. 2. Ling Yun murmured, clearly recalling Chen Du's previous life force level was 5. 1. How had it become 5? 2 so quickly? Even with his family's full support, that seemed impossible. Only a day had passed. Crack, 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 crack. The two clashed fiercely in the arena, trading blows evenly. After Han Bobo's charged horizontal slash was easily deflected by Chen Du's forest breeze, she broke into a smile. Not bad, the 89 first-tier martial skill is genuine. But Han Bobo's expression suddenly turned cold. It's still not enough to give you the confidence to cross a full level of life force. With that, Han Bobo lowered her stance, her legs coiling like springs before launching. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A flurry of blade lights came from the front, each strike accelerating after being unleashed. Chen Du knew she was now using her true skill, the second form of the moonlit wild blade meteor chasing the moon. By altering the rotation of her wrist, she controlled the rhythm of each slash. Forest breeze was most effective against heavy, slow, low-frequency techniques, with few variations. Against this rapid, high-frequency, unpredictable assault, its effect was mediocre. Chen Du was instantly suppressed, his range of movement shrinking rapidly. Barring a miracle, he would be defeated within 10 seconds. Damn it! Chen Du's face twisted with reluctance and fury, and he couldn't help but roar to the heavens, struggling with all his might to break free. Seeing this, Ling Yun knew Chen Du had reached his limit and was ready to intervene. Many of the top students also saw the writing on the wall. A full-level gap in life force was indeed not so easily overcome. It's over. After a strike that knocked Chen Du's sword aside, Han Bobo declared victory. Just as she was about to place her blade against Chen Du's neck, just when everyone thought the outcome was decided, Chen Du vanished from her sight. In that moment of astonishment, a chill ran down Han Bobo's back. Indeed, it's over. She turned her head instinctively, only to find Chen Du had somehow circled behind her, and his tightly gripped sword was thrusting toward her. What? Han Bobo's heart raced as if she had seen a ghost in the mirror at night. In that instant, she understood. Chen Du's roar earlier was an act. It was part of this attack sequence. Whoosh. Just as Chen Du's sword was about to pierce Han Bobo's protective gear, Ling Yun's figure appeared like a phantom. He effortlessly caught the blade, stopping it in its tracks. Turning his head, he looked at Chen Du with a hint of shock. Azure Dragon pointed thrust. Has your martial skill reached the first-tier perfection? His voice was thick with astonishment. Chen Du nodded. I made a breakthrough last night by luck. The sword is the most widely used weapon. The reason, naturally, is that Yin, the supreme powerhouse of the high martial civilization, is a swordsman. Many followed suit, but the sword is indeed a relatively balanced weapon, not leading students astray. The flowing light sword technique enjoys considerable renown among basic martial skills with numerous practitioners. Moreover, even those who haven't mastered the flowing light sword technique have some understanding of it. For instance, although Chen Du studied the flowing light sword technique, he was familiar with Han Bobo's moonlit wild blade. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to 100 victories. The moment the Azure Dragon stab was executed, it could no longer be concealed. Ling Yun's face flickered with shock as if struck by lightning, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Du. A breakthrough last night. Martial skill advancement has a probability of directly increasing life strength. No wonder his life strength had risen by 0.1. So his martial skill had reached the first rank perfection. Just yesterday, Chen Du's martial skill level was at first rank 89, and overnight it had climbed to 90. Such a feat was simply astounding. Based on the file information, Chen Du hadn't been stuck at the high stage limit for long. He had only recently reached that stage. From the high stage limit to perfection, the gap appears to be a mere 1, yet it is a watershed. Take, for example, the current 31 students of the Hongji class. Though they might seem formidable in the eyes of ordinary class students and most parents, one could say that up to their dying day, only 2/3 of them would break through to the first-rank high stage. In the Hongji class, including Chen Du, only student number 1, Mo Lei, and student number 2, Shimizu Kenji, had achieved that. Of the remaining over 20, only a few would reach the first-rank high stage before the college entrance exam. If the high stage is this difficult, how much more so is perfection? Ling Yun stared intently at Chen Du's face, still not fully shed of its youthful innocence, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could Chen Du be one of those late-blooming prodigies? Such individuals often appear no different from ordinary people in their early years. But when their life strength reaches a certain threshold, the latent power within them gradually manifests. As time passes, their strength grows increasingly astonishing, ultimately leaving all their peers far behind. Ling Yun couldn't help but recall the second strongest of the high martial civilization, Dilijizi. He had risen suddenly in his sophomore year, and within just 5 years of graduation, he had ascended to the throne of the civilization's second strongest, second only to the invincible Yan. Could Chen Du be this type of genius? This stirred a sense of anticipation in Ling Yun's heart. Teacher. Chen Du pointed at Han Bobo and his own sword. Ling Yun immediately understood and quickly added, "The winner is Chen Du." Gasps. One after another, sharp intakes of breath rose and fell. He actually won. That's a gap of 1 whole level. Mo Lei and Shimizu Kenji exchanged glances, the shock in their eyes unmistakable. As the only 2 first-rank high-stage students in the class, they understood better than anyone the difficulty of first-rank perfection. Who would have thought the class had a true genius? You've earned seat number 20. Do you wish to continue challenging? Chen Du shook his head no. He knew well that the Azure Dragon stab he used carried an assassin's attribute. If his opponent was on guard against this move from the start, it would be very difficult for him to execute it successfully. Furthermore, the disparity in life strength manifests in every aspect. There are gaps in stamina, strength, and speed. Although martial skills can unlock more of the body's potential, they can only compensate for the differences in strength and speed to a certain extent. As the battle dragged on, Chen Du knew his stamina would gradually wane. Most crucially, even if he advanced a few more ranks, the resources wouldn't change much. Impressive. Han Bobo said, beaming, and gave Chen Du a thumbs up. First-rank perfection at this age. A genius. Not only that, but your combat intelligence is so high. I'm almost captivated by you. With that, Han Bobo winked playfully at Chen Du. Pausing, she lavished praise without restraint. That roar of yours at the end along with your back-against-wall expression made me think you were a cornered beast. Little did I expect it was part of your counterattack. Admirable. Just luck, Chen Du said modestly, not letting the beautiful girl's compliments go to his head. He wasn't being deliberately self-deprecating. This battle had an element of gambling. If they fought again, Chen Du would likely be worn down by his opponent. After all, a one-level gap in life strength is substantial. The challenge match was but a brief interlude lasting only about 10 minutes. Although Chen Du's performance surprised these wealthy scions, life strength remained the dominant theme of this world. Whether in the college entrance exam, university, or even civilization wars against alien races. Chen Du's current life strength was only 5. 2. Whether he could reach level 6 before the exam was uncertain. One of the hard requirements for admission to the 8 prestigious universities is a life strength of 6. 5. Currently, the Hongji class had 31 students. Aside from Chen Du, all were from wealthy families. They had seen a broader world from a young age and encountered many true geniuses. They knew well that this was a world where technology and physical prowess had reached their peak. Even ordinary people could become geniuses through technological means. Thus, they didn't envy Chen Du, rather they pitted his background. Even if you're a true genius, what of it? If you fail to enter the 8 prestigious schools, the best outcome in life is to run a martial arts gym. Everyone returned to class. Thanks to his outstanding performance, Chen Du added several people's contacts. 1600. After class, Ling Yun went to his office. Wang Sai connect to Li Mu. With a beep, the screen showed Principal Li Mu reviewing documents, a cup of steaming hot tea beside him. What's up contacting me at this hour? Ling Yun got straight to the point. Do the Mount Everest Martial Arts University and Mount Time Martial Arts University still have spots for early special recruitment in our ecosystem? Why are you asking this? Li Mu paused mid-sentence, looked up, and stared at Ling Yun because of Chen Du. Aside from Chen Du, Li Mu couldn't think of another reason. Special recruitment was a path opened for students with exceptionally outstanding martial skill achievements. Currently, among all senior high school examinees in Liangqing, Chen Du had the highest martial skill level. Ling Yun nodded. I want to see if Chen Du can take the early special recruitment route. There are still 2 early special recruitment spots, but Chen Du isn't qualified yet. Li Mu rejected outright, without hesitation. Both Mount Everest and Mount Time Martial Arts Universities are among the 8 prestigious schools with very high demands on student quality. Early special recruitment has slightly lower requirements than direct special recruitment, but the minimum is still a first-rank perfection in martial skill. Don't be fooled by Chen Du being just 1 short. How many has that 1 blocked? As his teacher, you must know this better than I do, right? Li Mu felt Ling Yun was placing too much importance on Chen Du. Even if his martial skill talent was a bit higher, it wasn't necessary. In his years as principal, what students hadn't he seen? He had even seen prodigies whose martial skill reached the 2nd rank before the college entrance exam. Let alone a minor talent like Chen Du. Just as he was about to give Ling Yun a proper lecture, the other spread his hands and said helplessly, he's already at first-rank perfection. Chen Du has reached the peak of the 1st rank in martial arts. Wasn't he still at the high stage of the 1st rank yesterday afternoon? Looking at Li Mu, who had always been composed, now showing surprise, Ling Yun felt a secret thrill. Yes, I didn't expect it either. He was at the high stage in the afternoon and broke through by evening. Then he recounted in detail how Chen Du had defeated Han Bobo in the Sea Challenge. Principal, this Chen Du is absolutely a combat genius. This instinct for battle born for victory is extremely rare. Ling Yun praised Chen Du without reservation. Pausing, he continued, to be honest, in all my years of teaching, this is the first time I've encountered such a student. He's only 17, but for some reason, he gives me a seasoned feeling when fighting, as if he has endured countless life and death trials. Li Mu listened and nodded silently, taking a deep breath. A genius. An absolute martial arts prodigy. He must be cultivated as a priority. For now, allocate his training resources as if he were seat number 1. As for the early special recruitment, he'll contact the representatives of those 2 schools here. Make sure Chen Du strives for a top 3 finish in the 100 City Championship next month. With his peak first-rank strength, he still has a chance. If he can secure a top 3 spot, this early special recruitment contract will be as good as signed. As principal, what Li Mu cared about most was the number of students admitted to the 8 prestigious academies each year. Only the top 10 students of the Hongji class had a chance. Having Chen Du as an additional asset would be ideal. Ling Yun nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and ended the communication. 1800 Ling Yun's office. Early special recruitment. Chen Du looked at Ling Yun sitting across from him, a question in his eyes. It was the first time he had heard this term. Sensing the confusion in Chen Du's Ling Yun knew it was an information gap caused by the disparity in wealth. To get into the 8 prestigious academies through the regular college entrance exam, your life essence level must be at least 6. 5. Chen Du nodded. This was no secret, it was clearly stated in the admissions brochures of any prestigious academy. Given your current life essence level, meeting this standard before the college entrance exam is extremely difficult. But if you take the special recruitment path, there is no such requirement. Chen Du's eyes lit up, and he became instantly interested. Seeing this, Ling Yun smiled faintly and continued, special recruitment comes in 2 types: regular special recruitment and early special recruitment. For regular special recruitment, your martial arts skill must reach the limit of the first rank 1 month before the college entrance exam. Early special recruitment has a lower requirement, just reaching the peak of the first rank 1 month before the exam. He smiled and glanced at Chen Du. You've already met this condition. But this is only one of the conditions. Later, professors from Mount Everest Martial Arts University and Mount Time Martial Arts University will come to the school specifically to assess you. It won't be immediate, though. ITLLB after the 100 City Championship. Teacher, will only these 2 schools offer me special recruitment? Chen Du asked, puzzled. In principle, shouldn't all 8 prestigious academies do this together? The schools and the number of students for special recruitment aren't fixed. It's all calculated by big data based on talent demand. After hearing Ling Yun's explanation, Chen Du's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of disappointment flickered in his heart. Neither Mount Everest Martial Arts University nor Mount Time Martial Arts University were located within the 7th ecological circle. If possible, he didn't want to be too far from home. Chen Du's long-standing goal had always been one of the 8 prestigious academies within the 7th ecological circle, Mount Huang Martial Arts University. But what Teacher Ling said was indeed true. His current life essence level was only 5. 2. He was still 3 points short of the minimum standard for these prestigious academies. With 119 days left until the college entrance exam, the challenge was immense. If he gave up on special recruitment for one thing, he would feel regret inside. After studying for so many years, who wouldn't want to go to a prestigious academy? For another, his parents would definitely not agree. Teacher, Chen Du suddenly spoke up. If I pass the early special recruitment for these 2 schools, can I still take the regular college entrance exam for other martial arts universities? Ling Yun looked slightly surprised, not expecting Chen Du to ask such a question, and countered. Do you have a preferred martial arts university? Chen Du nodded. If possible, I'd like to go to Mount Huang Martial Arts University. Why? The resources provided by the 8 prestigious academies are all similar. Facing Ling Yun's confusion, Chen Du stated his reason. 6 years ago in the Yunlei district, Hushi City was ambushed by the giant civilization from Mars. Although the city's defense forces and those from neighboring cities arrived in time to assist, their numbers were limited, and it still resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands. Saying this, Chen Du looked at Ling Yun with a firm gaze. Teacher, I don't have any grand dreams. I just want my family to live safely. If Liang City ever unfortunately faces a crisis, I hope I can rush back immediately to save my family. Rescue teams won't specifically look for my family first, but I will. Maybe I'm not strong enough, but it's better than no one being there for them. After hearing Chen Du's words, Ling Yun fell silent. A student, not yet an adult, having such thoughts. Usually such thoughts only arise in people who have lost their families and feel deep regret. This child's family was intact, so how could he have such an idea? Nevertheless, these words made Ling Yun think much more highly of him. He had thought Chen Du was just a genius from an ordinary family with high martial arts talent, but he didn't expect him to have such a philosophy. Countless small families form the foundation of this high martial civilization. If everyone were like Chen Du, how powerful would the entire civilization become? You want to use these 2 schools as a safety net, and if you can't get into Mount Huang Martial Arts University, you'll go to one of these 2, right? Chen Du nodded, not denying it. Unfortunately, no. He then explained. Once you pass the early special recruitment, they'll have you sign a contract binding you to the school. Once you sign the contract, your first choice after the college entrance exam must be the school specified in the contract. This is to prevent you from going to other prestigious academies. But it's not a direct admission. You still have to take the college entrance exam, it just removes some requirements. For example, the minimum life essence level requirement, and they'll admit you with a reduced score. I calculated for you before you came. Early special recruitment can reduce the score by 100 points. At next month's 100 City Championship, with your current martial arts level, you're sure to be in the top 10, which can reduce it by at least another 10 points. If you choose these 2 universities, the admission score line can be lowered by 110 points. With your grades, admission would be no problem at all. He paused. If you insist on going to Mount Huang Martial Arts University, you'll have to refuse the contract. But the risk is too great. After saying this, Ling Yun looked at Chen Du with utmost seriousness. If you don't take the early special recruitment path, you can at most reduce the score by 30 points, and your life essence level still needs to be 6. 5. In the end, you'll most likely end up at an ordinary university. As someone who's been through it, I advise you not to gamble with your future. Chen was silent for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, teacher. He'll consider it carefully. Afterward, Ling Yun explained some more specific details to him. After leaving the school, Chen didn't go home immediately, but went to the pharmacy instead. The early special recruitment was scheduled after the 100 City Championship, which was in March, a little over a month away. During this time, he wanted to try and see if he could accelerate the improvement of his life essence level. The technology pharmacy. As the largest chain pharmacy in Liaoning, it had immense backing. Standing behind it was the mysterious and formidable technology Marshall Hall. In this world where physique and technology had simultaneously reached their zenith, there were three paramount powers within the entire High Martial civilization. The first was the Limit Marshall Hall, which stood in opposition against alien civilizations. The second was the Technology Marshall Hall, dedicated to elevating humanity's overall strength. The third was the Martial Artist Alliance, responsible for maintaining human order. These three organizations collaborated, collectively safeguarding humanity's future and hope. The vital supplies, blood, chi pills, weapons, and armor, permeating the 9 ecological spheres, were all products of the Technology Marshall Hall. This vast and enigmatic organization, with its exceptional technological prowess and innovative spirit, spearheaded the relentless advancement of the entire High Martial civilization. The founder of the Technology Marshall Hall was none other than Delagus, hailed as the second strongest figure in the civilization. Though his personal might was inferior to Yan's, his monumental contributions to humanity's overall development were undeniable. In this era of highly advanced artificial intelligence, almost anything could be purchased online. Yet certain special medications could not be bought directly through the internet. Chen pushed open the door and slowly entered the store. It was his first visit here. Had it not been for the substantial sum of 200,000 yuan in his card, he would not have dared to step into such a large pharmacy. Upon entering, Chen was captivated by the sight before him. The store was arranged in a neat and orderly fashion, with a dazzling array of medications on display. The store was spacious, yet the number of customers was not large, only about a dozen. Just then, a pretty salesgirl with twin ponytails approached. Welcome, I am delighted to serve you. To ensure employment rates, relatively easy jobs like those in pharmacies were staffed entirely by humans. Strenuous and hazardous tasks were delegated to robots, enhancing efficiency while ensuring safety. This not only addressed employment issues, but also allowed customers to experience more attentive service. Chen replied with a smile, hello, I would like to purchase 3 boxes of Thunderclap blood chi pills. Thunderclap blood chi pills. The twin ponytail salesgirl was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing her face, as if the name was unfamiliar. Quickly realizing her lapse, she promptly said, I apologize, today is my first day on the job, and I haven't memorized all the names yet. Let me look it up for you. Please wait a moment. With that, she turned and hurried over to the store's computer. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, producing a rapid clatter as data scrolled continuously on the screen. After a while, she turned back, a smile on her face, and said to Chen, sir, there are 9 boxes of Thunderclap blood chi pills left. However, this medication cannot be purchased directly. You must first undergo an endurance test. Chen nodded silently. This was precisely why he couldn't buy it online. The Thunderclap blood chi pill was a special medication with remarkable effects, one of the best blood chi tonics available to ordinary people before becoming a martial artist. Yet this pill carried certain risks. Upon ingestion, its medicinal properties would transform into thunder and lightning coursing through the Bodhis meridians. The medicinal effect lasted approximately 30 minutes. During this period, if the user failed to maintain intense concentration, the thunder within their body would become chaotic and disordered, potentially endangering their safety. Therefore, an endurance test was mandatory before purchasing such medication. This ensured the buyer possessed sufficient stamina and focus to avert any mishaps. A tragic incident had occurred in the past. A student died after being unable to withstand the pain from taking a Thunderclap blood chi pill. This event sparked widespread public concern and prompted relevant authorities to enact stricter regulations. It was mandated that individuals must pass an endurance test before purchasing such drugs. This was to ensure consumer medication safety and prevent similar tragedies. Consequently, the Thunderclap blood chi pill gained notoriety, becoming a hot topic of discussion among many. With thousands of medication types in the store, the salesgirl was just an ordinary person lacking Chen Du's eidetic mental prowess. It was understandable that she was unfamiliar with this particular drug. This medication was not covered in standard textbooks. Chen had learned about it through other channels. Subsequently, guided by the salesgirl, he entered a room of about 5 square meters. A blue chair sat in the center of the room. The salesgirl pointed to a spot on the side of the chair. Please scan the QR code here first. Chen complied. A beep sounded, and he immediately received an email. Watching him, the salesgirl explained, "This is the consent form for the endurance test. After signing, we will conduct an endurance test at 50 intensity. During this process, we assume no responsibility for any injuries you may sustain." Chen Du nodded, scrolled directly to the bottom, and signed and submitted without hesitation. He knew that such tests had comprehensive protective mechanisms. Even if an accident occurred, the pain would never be unbearable. The real purpose of the consent form was to protect the pharmacy, clarifying liability in case of unforeseen events. Under the salesgirl's guidance, Chen Du sat in the chair. She walked behind it and deftly operated the control panel. A beep sounded. Over 20 small suction cup-like devices extended from all directions and quickly attached to Chen Du's torso. "Mr. Chen, if you have no further questions, I will now press the start button." The salesgirl smiled. Chen Du nodded, indicating he was ready. As she pressed the start button, Chen Du immediately felt a current begin to spread through his body. The current seemed unhurried, flowing in slow circles within his body, as if exploring every muscle and nerve. The salesgirl stood quietly by, watching a palm-sized rectangular display on the side of the chair. It showed the number 100. This device scored the examinee. If the score did not reach 60 after 30 minutes, the purchase of Thunderclap blood chi pills would not be permitted. 10 minutes passed. The score on the display remained 100A, and Chen Du's expression was as calm as when he first sat down. "This." The salesgirl walked behind the equipment, saw the green light glowing normally, and was baffled. 20 minutes, and it was still the same. Seeing this, she couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Chen, do you feel an electric current inside your body?" "Yes, it's quite intense, wandering along my nerves." Looking at Chen Du's nonchalant expression, the salesgirl was momentarily speechless. 30 minutes later. "Sir, the unit price for a box of Thunderclap blood chi pills is 10,000 yuan. As the unit price exceeds 5,000 yuan, a 20 tax applies. For 3 boxes, the total is 36,000 yuan, 30,000 for the medicine, and 6,000 in tax." Although Chen Du had checked the price beforehand, hearing it from the salesgirl still made him feel it was terribly expensive. A box contained only 10 pills, 3 boxes would last just a month, yet they cost as much as his half-year supply of blood chi milk. "Charge it." After Chen Du left, the salesgirl took out her phone. "Hello, technical department. Please send someone over, a device might be broken." At 1900, Chen Du returned home. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a fragrant aroma. His motherly Ching had made his favorite dish, braised prawns. "You're back," his mother said with a smile. His father Chen Juansai and younger brother Chen Kun also rose from the sofa. Chen Du knew they had been waiting for him to start dinner. This warm home was his sanctuary, and he would allow no one to destroy it. The family gathered around the dining table, savoring this moment of tenderness. During the meal, Chen Du briefly informed his family that he had been admitted to the Hongji class due to his martial skills. He also mentioned that tonight was his last meal at home before the college entrance exam. For the next 119 days, he would reside in the school-assigned martial arts room, fully preparing for the exam. Living on campus would save him daily commuting time, allowing him to better focus on the challenge ahead. A life level of at least 6.5 was required for admission to Huangshan Martial Arts University. Every single day ahead was crucial, and he could not afford any slack. Upon hearing this news, his parents and brother felt a twinge of reluctance, but more than that, they were filled with congratulations. For an ordinary family like theirs, the college entrance exam was one of the few opportunities in life to change one's destiny. After dinner, Chen Du packed his belongings briefly and returned to school. At 2:00, Chen Du sat quietly on the floor of Martial Arts Room 001, holding the instructions for a Thunder Chi blood pill. 1. Take 1 pill daily for 10 consecutive days to complete 1 cycle. 2. Take up to 3 pills at once daily for 10 consecutive days to complete 1 cycle. Note: taking 3 pills simultaneously results in 5 times the pain of taking 1. 3. Regardless of taking 1 to 3 pills at a time, the medicinal effect lasts for 30 minutes. 4. After 3 to 5 cycles, antibodies will begin to develop and the effect will gradually diminish. These 4 items were the only text bolded in black on the instruction sheet. The rest of the content consisted of ingredients and complex chemical formulas that Chen Du could not understand and did not need to. The endurance test at the shop earlier that day had a pain level equivalent to only 50 of a single pill. Such a degree of pain was a mere trifle to Chen Du. He had not even broken a sweat. Taking 3 pills together would mean 10 times the pain from the shop. Should be manageable. Chen Du mused to himself. Without hesitation, he took out a sheet of Thunder Chi blood pills and pressed out 3 of them. He tossed the pills directly into his mouth and swallowed them with a gulp. The pills were so small that he didn't even need water to wash them down. A fierce current surged through Chen Du's body as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his muscles and bones. Veins bulged instantly on Chen Du's forehead, and his hair stood on end as if struck by high-voltage electricity, giving him a ferocious appearance. Moreover, even the breath from his nostrils carried wisps of white smoke. "Is that all?" Chen Du let out a disdainful growl. His voice was steady without a trace of disturbance. His body had already endured countless cycles of life and death within the crystal space. Whether it was being torn apart by 5 horses devoured alive, crushed into a blood ball, or burned to cinders, each experience felt like a true death in terms of sensation. At the same time, due to the void immortal visualization method, he had once locked eyes with a supergiant in his consciousness. This constantly shattered and reshaped his spirit, making it ever more resilient. Compared to these agonizing experiences, the Thunder Chi blood pill, which was said to have once killed a person from pain, seemed utterly insignificant. The powerful current coursed through the meridians within Chen Du's body, each second a torment. Yet having endured far greater suffering, he remained completely unmoved. His gaze was as resolute as if he were pledging allegiance. Chen Du slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. He casually pulled out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his forehead and cheeks. Congratulations, host. Life level increased from 5.2 to 5.3. A familiar chime sounded in his mind, bringing a smile to Chen Du's face. All medications have issues of drug resistance, though over time the efficacy gradually diminishes. Eventually the effect is reduced to a mere 10 or 20%, or even becomes completely ineffective. The first dose is usually the most effective. Moreover, Chen Du had only ever consumed Chi blood milk before and had never used any other potent Chi blood medicine. Unexpectedly, his poverty at this moment became a boon, pushing the drug's effect to its peak. The effect was outstanding. Excellent. Now I'm one step closer to 6.5. As long as the pace of his life level improvement could be accelerated, Chen Du planned to reject the early admission offer. It wasn't that the other 2 martial arts universities were inferior. He simply wanted to stay and develop in the 7th ecological circle. Originally, he planned to make 3 boxes last a month, but now it seemed he could only make them last 10 days. Based on the balance in my card, it can only sustain me for 55 days. At this rate, I must secure a top 2 finish in the 100 Cities tournament on March 17th. Otherwise, the money in my card won't be enough to support my continued growth. Unable to move his body due to the ravages of the thunderous force within, Chen Du sank his mind directly into his consciousness. When the body is tired, there is still the spirit. When life level can't be improved, it'll enhance my spiritual power. Supergiant, here I come. Add 0021. Congratulations, host. Spiritual power increased from 6.3 to 6.4. Chen Du lay on the ground like a dead dog, blinking weakly. The chime in his mind, now that he was utterly exhausted, barely registered. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. When the spirit is tired, there is still the crystal space. When spiritual power can't be improved, I'll go to the crystal space to hone my martial skills. The next second, Chen Du fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the crystal space, shrouded in pale, thick fog. No matter what state Chen Du was in when he entered, he was always at full capacity here, just as he was when he left. Earlier, to conserve energy for the afternoon classes, he had fought against the green fire giants once. Unfortunately, he failed to kill a single one. It wasn't a lack of strength, but a lack of intelligence. The green patches on the giants' bodies were not curse marks or birthmarks. They were a form of healing energy stored within their bodies. Any injury they sustained, even a pierced heart, could be healed using the energy stored in those green patches. There were only 2 ways to kill them. One was to continuously inflict damage until the healing energy stored on their bodies was exhausted. The other was to destroy the green patches on their bodies first. This would prevent their recovery. To be honest, these green fire giants had little skill and were not fast. They relied solely on their ability to recover and their thick skin, making them hard to kill. Previously, he had been constantly skirmishing with them, failing to kill a single one, and eventually ran out of stamina, getting caught by 2 giants at once. His upper and lower body were torn apart on the spot and then devoured. The pain was far more intense than that of the Thunder Chi blood pill. At 0312, Chen Du opened his eyes after being crushed to death by a giant. His bright, piercing pupils showed no trace of fatigue. He rose and headed to the gravity zone to begin his basic training. February 18th, 750. Chen Du emerged from the gravity zone, having stubbornly completed his usual training regimen under double gravity, causing his calves to tremble with every step. After finishing a slew of basic exercises, he took a shower. The martial arts room greatly saved him travel time, allowing him to devote himself entirely to the college entrance exams. They say a man looks his best right after a shower, and that's not far from the truth. Chen Du patted his 8-pack abs, gazing at his handsome reflection in the mirror fresh from the bath. He nodded in satisfaction, then squeezed a pack of Chi blood milk into his mouth. The money for the Chi blood milk still came from his family. The 2,000 Chen Junkai had given him was meant for Chen Du to buy other things to improve himself. The school's resource subsidy had also arrived in the morning. Ling Yun had informed Chen Du via text message that his resources would temporarily be calculated based on seat number 1. Seeing the supplies delivered by the robot, Chen Du was overjoyed. 90 packs of Chi blood milk, 30 Chi blood pills, and 4 packs of complete Chi blood powder. If purchased normally, these items would cost nearly 500 plus the thunderous Chi blood pill he had bought himself. This month, the money invested in himself had exceeded 100. Martial arts truly were a sport for the wealthy. He changed into a new set of clothes ready to head to class and instinctively glanced at his status panel before leaving. Name Chen. Life Strength Level 5. 3. Spirit Power 6. Level 4. Fist Strength 1100 Gene. Speed 22 meters second. Martial Skills Flowing Light Sword Technique Tier 191 Ruins Void Visualization Method. Defense Waves 55 completed, 510 incomplete, 515 incomplete, 520 incomplete, 525 incomplete, 530 incomplete, 535 incomplete. For every 6 levels of life grade, increase 1 evolution is granted. Distance to next evolution 0. Level 7. I wonder what this so-called evolution actually is, Chen muttered to himself, pushing open the door and stepping out. One had to admit the quality of teachers in the Hongji class was indeed higher. Whether it was Ling Yun teaching martial arts or the other teachers for academic subjects, their teaching level was clearly a cut above those in the regular classes. Problems in mathematics and physics that he previously couldn't grasp were now gradually making sense, with clear pathways emerging. Chen had always thought he was the problem, but now he realized the teacher mattered just as much. Time flew by, and soon it was the last class, the one Chen anticipated most, Spirit Power class. This was a unique course for the Hongji class, not out of discrimination against the regular classes. Rather, it had a high learning threshold requiring students to have level 2 spirit power. Generally, before becoming a martial artist, an ordinary person's spirit power was usually at level 1. But this rule didn't apply to the wealthy. These children from affluent families had more resources and opportunities to boost their spirit power through various channels. In wealthy families, parents had already prepared everything for their children before they were even born, treasures to raise spirit power from level 1 to level 2. Though not exceedingly rare, these were a heavy burden for ordinary families. But for those rich second-generation kids, it was just a trivial expense on their path to growth. Class today will learn ahead of time about a martial artist's combat technique, spirit power attachment. A beautiful female teacher stood at the podium, her delicate features enhanced by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving her an air of intellectual elegance. All teachers' information was public. Though Chen was seeing her for the first time, he knew this lovely teacher was named Yudai. Despite her gentle appearance, she, like Ling Yun, was a member of the Martial Artists Alliance City Defense Corps. Her life strength was above level 15. As you all know, the higher your martial skill level, the greater the development of your physical strength. But what you may not realize is that mastering spirit power can make it twice as effective with half the effort. The physical strength unleashed by martial skills is scattered throughout the body. The role of spirit power is resource integration. It gathers all the excess temporarily and used strength into one point, thereby enhancing our explosive power. The ability to make every ounce of strength in your body fulfill its intended purpose is called spirit power attachment. Information about martial artists available online was scarce. Besides knowing they could absorb stellar energy, many details were hard to find. The concept of spirit power attachment was being introduced for the first time in the Hongji class. However, Chen noticed he was the only one listening with rapt attention. A moment's thought made it clear. The class had 31 students, 30 of whom were from wealthy families. The odd one out was naturally himself. These 30 had dedicated martial arts rooms at home and unknown sparring partners every day. When their bodies were fatigued, professional masseurs would come for in-home massages. The skill of spirit power attachment had likely been learned and mastered long ago. After speaking to ensure the 11 students at the back could see, the corresponding method appeared on the blackboard screen. The principle was simple. With level 2 spirit power, one could learn it at a glance. This was also why the regular classes didn't offer this course. Unless one was a genius, a normal person's spirit power before becoming a martial artist was level 1. A reminder here: spirit power attachment before spirit power reaches level 10 can only mobilize a very limited amount of physical strength. I don't recommend spending too much time researching this. To score high on the college entrance exams, life strength should be your main focus. Yudai then supplemented the lesson with some action videos. Alright, now we'll test everyone's spirit power. With that, she took a short flute from her jacket pocket. Martial artists typically used weapons like swords, blades, spears, or staffs, but there were special cases. Yudai's short flute was one such case. Using this weapon was only possible if her spirit power was even higher than her life strength. Such martial artists were 1 in 10,000, usually possessing extremely high spirit power even before becoming a martial artist. After becoming one, their spirit power would surge again, allowing them to wield such weapons with the appropriate techniques. All students stand up. Swish. Yudai stepped forward a few paces and nodded in satisfaction. I will play the fatigue melody with my short flute to gauge your spirit power levels. I hope everyone's results are better than last semester. She smiled at the standing students. You are currently in the quasi-martial artist stage with very weak spirit power. In the college entrance exams, and even in actual combat, spirit power won't play an effective role. This course is advanced teaching aimed at helping you better understand spirit power when you become martial artists in university. With that, she narrowed her eyes and looked towards the last seat student. Chen, you can choose to participate or not. This doesn't affect your exam scores. Chen knew Yadai said this out of fear he might feel inferior. In her eyes, a child from a family like his would surely have level 1 spirit power. If he collapsed from a single note, she worried he would lose face. And this actually did affect the exam scores provided one's spirit power level was high enough. Teacher, I'll participate. Chen responded with a resolute look in his eyes. Yadai nodded at the sight. For adolescent boys, they often possess strong self-esteem and a stubborn nature. In her view, Chen merely wanted to prove through this challenge that he was no less capable than the students from the Hongji class. Those who fought their way from ordinary families into the Hongji class indeed had some talent. She had also heard about Chen's martial arts skill reaching the first stage perfection, while mental talent and martial talent complemented each other. For an ordinary person, they would likely have neither talent. Those with martial talent might not have mental talent, but those with mental talent could somewhat benefit their martial arts. Take Yadai herself, for instance. She had no talent in martial arts. Her martial arts were still at the first stage perfection, not even reaching the first stage limit, let alone the second stage. This was partly due to her high mental power, which promoted her martial arts to a certain extent. Otherwise, her martial arts would have stagnated at the middle level. However, possessing even one of these talents already made one a standout among men. Chen was a student of particular concern to Ling Yun, and Yadai planned to stay behind and counsel him alone after his failure. Even with endless wealth, the enhancement of mental power was quite limited. These Hongji class students were merely early birds that had flown a few steps ahead. Focus your minds and resist with all your might. I will use my fatigue melody to exhaust both your bodies and spirits. Yadai reminded them. Yes, the students replied in unison. Unlike the liberal arts class, the discipline in the martial arts class was extremely strict. Unless the teacher initiated a question, students were not allowed to speak voluntarily during class. At 1050 m, all students were still full of energy and brimming with confidence. Yadai smiled at the confident students before her, as if she could already foresee them collapsing to the ground weak and powerless in no time. She then raised the flute to the level of her crimson lips. Many students gazed at her with eager eyes. In the eyes of Moret and Shimizu Kinji, a fierce desire for challenge surged. Both of them had secured places in the top 8 prestigious schools and had spent considerable time privately honing their mental strength. Shimizu Kinji in particular had lasted the longest last semester, even outlasting Moret. Moret, having suffered a rare defeat, returned to train in secret. Bii, a soul-stirring flute melody began to play. After 10 seconds, all 31 students stood firmly, showing no signs of faltering. Yadai smiled. Good, it seems everyone has been practicing diligently. As a teacher, she knew that personal strength was not the most important thing. The ability to cultivate excellent students was key. The power of encouragement was particularly vital, as it provided sustained motivation for continuous perseverance. After all, many things require persistence before results can be seen. As the saying goes, after enduring the clouds one sees the moon. Waiting quietly, the flowers will eventually bloom. She had only used first-level mental power to drive the fatigue melody, which was at most hypnotic, inducing drowsiness. On one hand, she didn't want Chen to fall in the first round. On the other, she wanted to encourage the students and boost their confidence. After all, the setbacks they would face later in life would far exceed those at school. A strong inner core was the key to progress. Bii. The same sound reached everyone's ears again, with no change in volume. All 31 students remained steadfast, no one fell. Yadai smiled at them, maintaining a calm expression, while a flicker of surprise stirred within. Chen had also held on. Though the gap of one level in mental power wasn't as vast as that in life strength, it was still considerable. She could understand Chen resisting the first-level fatigue melody. Mental power, when at the same level, essentially canceled out, having little effect. Moreover, her intention was to prevent Chen from falling in the first round and to encourage the students. But the fatigue melody just now had been at the second level of mental power. Except for Chen, all other students had mental power at level 2 or above, so their composure was understandable. But what about Chen? Even if he withstood this wave of attack with sheer willpower, how could he not even furrow his brow? It was as easy as eating or drinking. Excellent. It seems everyone's mental fortitude is stronger than I imagined. Yadai continued to praise. She then raised the flute to her lips again. Bii. The fatigue melody at the third level of mental power. Soon 21 students showed signs of fatigue, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Their calves in particular shook violently, as if they had been holding a horse stance for a day. Despite gritting their teeth, it was futile, and soon they fell to the ground with a thud. That was the power of the fatigue melody. It created an illusion in both mind and body, making them believe they had been exercising for a whole day, forcing the brain to send rest signals. Now 10 students remained standing, including Chen Du. What? Mental talent. Many top students immediately realized and exclaimed. Given Chen Du's family background, he couldn't afford expensive mental-enhancing items. The only answer was talent. Martial talent and mental talent were two entirely different gifts. Somewhat like water and fire, very few people could possess both. Even these well-traveled second-generation heirs were witnessing such a combination for the first time. Han Bono, sitting on the ground, looked at Chen Du's back with an inexplicable smile. Good. The stronger Chen Du was, the less her sense of defeat. When she lost yesterday, Han Bono was actually quite angry. Although she was only mid to lower tier in the Hongji class, being replaced by someone from an ordinary class still stung. But her upbringing prevented her from losing her temper. Now that she knew Chen Du was such a remarkable person, her defeat wasn't unjust. Moret and Shimizu Kinji glanced at Chen Du, their hearts shaken. This guy had not only martial talent, but also mental talent. If he had a different background, he could aim for the top 3 elite institutions. Level 4. 5 students fell, 5 remained. Level 5. 2 students fell, 3 remained. Level 6. Moret and Shimizu Kinji fell simultaneously, leaving only Chen Du. This result surprised everyone, and the shock in Yadai's eyes intensified. She raised the flute to her lips again. BII. Level 7 mental power. Chen Du's figure swayed as if he would collapse at any moment, like a drunkard who had downed 2 bottles of liquor. Finally, the moment the fatigue melody reached the 8th level of mental power, Chen Du plopped down onto the ground. Yadai stared at him calmly, her eyes hiding a tidal wave of astonishment. Mental power greater than life strength. Just like herself. In the pre-warrior stage, having mental power exceed life strength was nothing short of a miracle. Yadai had seen few such individuals in her life. Moreover, Chen Du wasn't purely a mental type. If he were like her, pure mental, he would need teammates when fighting against alien civilizations. Because when executing mental attacks, one must be extremely focused and immobile. This severely tested the capabilities of one's teammates. Their strength directly determined one's survival. That was also why, after careful consideration, she chose to become a teacher. The risk of death was too great. But Chen Du was different. His martial talent was extremely high, allowing him to pursue a path of mental immunity. Then, with his formidable physical strength, he could tear enemies apart. Yadai looked at Chen Du's youthful face, and in her eyes, she could already see him battling alien civilizations. Chen Du's talent was simply the perfect warrior to counter the Great Eye civilization. After class, Chen Du successfully obtained the contact information of all his classmates, including even the teacher Yadai. He understood that it was because he had demonstrated a certain value and potential that he had garnered such attention. In this high martial civilization, where physical prowess and technology had reached their zenith, people's evaluations of an individual often hinged on their future developmental potential. For these classmates, Chen Du's future was undoubtedly brimming with infinite possibilities. Although his current vitality was low given the potential he had revealed, he would certainly be specially recruited by one of the 8 prestigious schools. Even the 3 top-tier institutions would send representatives to consult with him. Master, you have a new message. Teacher Ling. Chen Du murmured to himself as he saw the prompt on the smart bracelet on his left wrist while on his way back to the martial arts room. Opening the text message, there was only one sentence: come to my office. A day later, Chen Du once again appeared in Ling Yun's office. Looking at Chen Du, who was sitting upright across from him, Ling Yun was filled with emotion. How could this guy deliver a surprise every single day? I didn't expect you to have a talent for mental power. Ling Yun spoke first. Chen Du nodded. Teacher, I didn't mean to hide it. I just always thought this thing was useless. Chen Du wasn't lying. The mental power aided him in only 2 aspects. First, his memory was excellent, almost approaching photographic. Second, it allowed for more subtle control over his body. The latter contributed far less to his scores than the former. Ling Yun opened his mouth, intending to say that Chen Du was being modest. But then he reconsidered. The regular classes didn't offer courses on mental power. Such things were generally taught only at the university level. Furthermore, before level 10, a mental power was indeed not very useful, so it was perfectly normal for Chen Du not to know. Ahem. Chen Du, have you heard of the 3 top-tier martial arts universities? Ling Yun directly changed the subject. Yes, Chen Du thought for a moment and added, but I only know the names of these 3 universities. I've never seen their enrollment brochures. Ling Yun smiled gracefully upon hearing this. That's normal because these 3 schools only recruit students who have the potential to become soaring martial artists. Soaring martial artist. Chen Du silently repeated the 4 words, a look of bewilderment on his face. Teacher, what is a soaring martial artist? Chen Du instinctively felt that this soaring martial artist was different from the martial artists he knew. Ling Yun wasn't surprised by this. Throughout the entire high martial civilization, countless alien spies were present. Information about martial artists was virtually impossible to find online. A student like Chen, who wasn't even a martial artist, yet would naturally know even less. Then he began to speak. In this society that reveres martial arts above all else, only by becoming a level 20 martial artist can one truly earn respect and admiration. This level of martial artist is called a soaring martial artist, representing a state of transcendence and extraordinary existence. As he said this, an unconscious glint of yearning flickered in Ling Yun's eyes. As everyone knows, ordinary martial artists, also simply called martial artists, usually refer to those with a life intensity between level 10 and 19. 9. To become a martial artist, two key conditions must be met simultaneously. First, a life intensity of level 9. Second, a first-tier mid-grade martial technique. These two conditions were not mentioned in the books, but Chen knew them, because his father Chen Juansai was a martial artist in his youth before retiring from the front lines due to injury. According to incomplete statistics across the entire high martial civilization among high school students and above who are recorded as quasi-martial artists or higher, only 50 have martial techniques at the mid-grade or above. That means half the people can't become martial artists, but the reality is far more brutal than the data suggests. Although life intensity can be boosted with vitality medicine, the rich are a minority. Not many can afford such luxury. Forget the expensive vitality medicine, many can't even afford the most basic vitality milk, having to rely on eating more beef every day. Furthermore, even if they earn money later, the prime training period has already passed. Facing a future destined for mediocrity, can you still strive? Chen nodded, a flicker of shock passing through his heart. He hadn't expected that a mere first-tier mid-grade martial technique would eliminate half the candidates. This suddenly reminded him of an ID called Huang Yichu from a previous virtual sparring match, who was 36 years old, but only had a first-tier beginner-grade martial technique. He had always thought this was an exception, but it turned out to be the norm. Many people only improve their martial technique to mid-grade after the age of 40, by which time their potential is already exhausted. Even using expensive vitality drugs, they may not be able to raise their life intensity to level 9. There are also many who, although they can become martial artists, will only ever reach around level 11 or 12, so they simply give up and choose the liberal arts path. Due to all the reasons above, ultimately only about 20 of people can become martial artists and continue to advance on this path. Chen blinked, surprised by how low the proportion of martial artists was. On average, 1 in 5 people is a martial artist, based on the high martial civilization's population base of 30 billion. The number of martial artists is roughly 6 billion, which isn't exactly small. However, the number of registered level 20 soaring martial artists is only 6,000. That means only 1 in 10,000 martial artists becomes a soaring martial artist. 6,000. That still seemed like a lot. Ling Yun paused here, glanced at Chen as if seeing through his thoughts. Don't let the number fool you. When distributed across the 9 ecosystems, it's not much. The vast majority of these martial artists belong to the 3 major powers: the Limitless Martial Hall, the Technology Martial Hall, and the Martial Artist Alliance. Soaring martial artists are either fighting on the front lines against alien civilizations or serving in universities. You basically never encounter a soaring martial artist during high school. The greatest characteristic of a soaring martial artist is the ability to fly. They are truly non-human existences. They are also the backbone of a civilization. The reason Lianqiang is so safe is largely due to these soaring martial artists you've never seen, who play a tremendous role. The peace you enjoy today exists precisely because they are carrying the burden for you. As he said this, Ling Yun's voice unconsciously rose, his tone filled with deep respect. Chen knew that Ling Yun was a veteran who had served on the front lines, far different from teachers who graduated from university and came straight to teach high school. After finishing, Ling Yun took a deep breath and returned to the original topic. Chen, the 3 top-tier martial arts universities do not recruit students through the regular college entrance exams. They only want students with the potential to become soaring martial artists. The greatest difficulty in becoming a soaring martial artist is mental power, followed by martial technique. And you possess both. Ling Yun looked at Chen slightly youthful face and broke into a smile. I have received accurate information that on April 3rd, one of the 3 top-tier martial arts universities, Black Dragon Martial Arts University, will be holding selections in our Bear Domain's core city, Cyber City. You can go and give it a try. He paused here and spoke earnestly. Chen, the level of Black Dragon Martial Arts University is extremely high and comparable even to the 8 prestigious schools. Even if you have signed a contract with those 2 prestigious schools, if you are selected by Black Dragon Martial Arts University, you can break the contract without penalty. Because the school's very purpose is to cultivate talent, it cannot stop you from pursuing a brighter future. Chen fell silent. After a long moment, he finally spoke slowly. Teacher, I will give the Black Dragon Martial Arts University selection a try. As he said this, he had already understood that Ling Yun still did not want him to choose Huangshan Martial Arts University. It wasn't that the school was bad, but the risk was too great. If he failed, his entire life would be ruined. Chen Du understood that Ling Yun's starting point was for his own good, and he didn't think the other was wrong. Yet his own nature was somewhat pessimistic. The ecological spheres were independent and unmigratable. If possible, Chen Du wished all his friends and family could be within a single sphere. His mindset leaned toward the grim. He feared this departure might be a permanent farewell. Given his current situation, following the early special recruitment path would practically guarantee entry into the top 8 prestigious schools. He could even treat those 8 schools as a safety net and then make a push for the Black Dragon Martial Arts University. This was also the choice Ling Yun hoped Chen Du would make. Do your best. Ling Yun sensed that Chen Du still hadn't given up on Huangshan Martial Arts University in his heart. He stopped there, saying no more. Boys at this high school age were very stubborn. Ling Yun didn't demand an immediate answer from Chen Du, nor would he ask him to sign any guarantees. All he did was convey one thing to Chen: do you have a better future? In the coming month, Chen Du would surely be persuaded by him and ultimately choose the early special recruitment path. After all, no one would stand in the way of their own future. Though Ling Yun looked rough and burly as a teacher, his grasp of student psychology was quite delicate. In his view, Chen Du's thinking was naive, but naivety had its merits. He cherished his family, dared to give and strive. Such a person had no antisocial tendencies. He was the type worth cultivating. If someone only took without giving, even the highest talent would be in vain. Over the next 9 days, apart from attending classes, Chen Du spent most of his time in the gravity zone of the martial arts chamber. When his body grew tired, he used the ruins immortal visualization method to relax. When both body and mind were exhausted, he went into the crystal space to hone his combat skills, then came out to repeat the cycle. After learning to attach his mental energy, Chen Du's explosive power and speed had indeed increased slightly. But as Yeti had said, mental energy needed to reach level 10 for a qualitative change. At its current intensity, the attachment offered no significant improvement. Thus another 20 days passed. After using his card to buy 12 boxes of thunderous chi blood pills, Chen Du had only 20,000 left. Over the past month, he had consumed 9 boxes with 6 remaining. The medicine's effects had just passed the 3rd cycle. Luckily, no drug resistance had appeared yet, and the improvement remained evident. March 16th, evening 1905. Under Ling Yun's guidance, Chen Du, Lu Bo, and Mo Leite arrived at Haiqing City. Haiqing was a central city. City levels from low to high were ordinary, central, and core. Liancheng was an ordinary city. A central city represented the most powerful city within a district such as Haiqing in Ziyun District. A core city represented the strongest city within a domain. Saibwa City belonged to Punk District, while Punk District and Ziyun District were both under the jurisdiction of Great Bear Domain. Thus, Saibwa City held the title of both the central city of Punk District and the core city of Great Bear Domain. The 7th ecological sphere had 7 domains, each with a core city representing its highest martial and technological level. What a beautiful city, Chen Du sighed after getting off the plane. This was his first time leaving Liancheng since birth, and the splendor before him held his gaze. Lu Bo felt much the same, only Mo Leite, the wealthy second generation from Liancheng, was unimpressed. Let's go, our reception is here. Ling Yun immediately got off the car and shared his location with the receptionist via his smart bracelet. Hello, is this the Liancheng team? I'm your receptionist, Wang Yan. A chubby young man in black-rimmed glasses jogged over and spoke to Ling Yun. Ling Yun looked at the 2 nearly overlapping dots on his bracelet and nodded. In the 100 Cities Championship, all participating teams of 3 from each city were named after the City Plus team. Please follow me. The 4 followed Wang Yan into an MPV heading toward Haiqing Grand Hotel. Wang Yan was talkative like a tour guide, sharing much of Haiqing's culture and geography along the way. An hour passed unnoticed, and they arrived at their destination. Wang Yan greeted them and left, saying he had to pick up other contestants. Teams from all cities except Haiqing had to reach Haiqing Grand Hotel and complete registration before midnight tonight, or they would be disqualified. Just as the 4 stepped into the lobby, a loud shout rang out. You won't let me register? What do you mean? I arrived on time. Are you targeting me? A man in a Taoist robe with a samurai topknot slammed his sword onto the counter. You'd better give me an explanation. The 2 front desk staff immediately explained, It's not like that, Mr. Wuzong. Your Luqing team has only you without even a leader. According to the rules, you cannot register. Which rule of the 100 Cities Championship says the entire team must be present and a leader is mandatory? Pointed out, and he'll withdraw immediately. Faced with Wuzang's aggression, the 2 staff members were troubled. They exchanged glances, feeling each other's helplessness. The rules stated that a team must complete registration within the specified time to compete. Could a single person count as a team? Such a strong sword intent. Chen Du squinted at the man and asked, You sensed it? Ling Yun replied with a question, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he looked at Chen Du. Chen Du nodded seriously. His martial skill level might not be inferior to mine. Lu Bo and Mo Late exchanged astonished glances. They had witnessed Chen Du's skills firsthand. Was this crude man truly that skilled? He's Wuzong, the top student from Luqing No. One high school. His martial skill reached the first-level perfection in the first semester of senior year. Ling Yun said gravely. Perfected last semester. Chen Du was slightly startled. Indeed, he needed to see the world. He had thought his own martial skill was nearly certain, but now he had encountered a formidable opponent. Wuzong is it? As a fellow swordsman, Chen Du silently noted the name. The man's sword intent was strong, but it gave him a strange feeling. He wondered what sword style it was. Footsteps came from the second floor. A figure appeared in a white t-shirt, blue jeans, white sneakers, and a clean high ponytail. Her youthful outfit and stunning face came into view. It's the Sea Princess. Oh my god, she's even prettier in person than in photos. I saw someone online say she's not photogenic. Now I believe it. The woman seemed famous, recognized as soon as she appeared. She looked calmly at Wuzong. Let him register. As for his teammates, consider them disqualified. Madman Wuzong, I assume you don't need teammates. Wuzong didn't look up, sneering. Indeed, those two first-level high-stage wastes are useless. He signed his name and glanced toward the stairs. Thanks, Sea Princess. Then he left without looking back. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Who is this Wuzong guy calling high-stage fighters wastes? Wuzong's words sparked discontent, with some demanding his immediate disqualification. Sea Princess. Chen Du gazed at the stunning woman, feeling a strange familiarity. What's smitten? Mo Late teased, seeing Chen Du staring blankly. I suggest you give up. Her name is Zhou Xiaogu, the only daughter of Haiqing No. One high school's principal. Nicknamed Sea Princess. Her family influence, wealth, reputation, and personal talent are all top tier. A true daughter of heaven. You don't stand a chance. Chen Du ignored Mo Late, frowning slightly as he searched his mind. He had definitely seen that face somewhere before. The power of mental energy came to the fore. After some searching, Chen Du finally remembered. That face was identical to the one in the virtual battle belonging to a girl named Little Girl Selling Nukes. Upon seeing such a beautiful girl, Chen Du instinctively thought that this must be a face generated by the system. However, when he saw Zhou Xiaogu in person, he realized that there were indeed people in the real world who looked this stunning. This Zhou Xiaogu seemed as if she were born with a beauty filter, feeling as though she existed on a different layer from everyone around her. Regardless of gender, everyone couldn't help but cast sidelong glances at her. Out of concern for their pride, no one spoke, lest they be mistaken for sycophants. Chen Du then recalled the scene of their first battle and the conversation that followed. Don't always try to deduce the fourth move in one go, think more about the martial technique itself. At the time, he thought he had found a mentor, only to realize it was a trickster who would stab him in the back. So the question was this Zhou Xiaogu the same person as that mentor? Although they looked identical, it couldn't be ruled out that someone had deliberately modeled their character after her. Just then a flash of inspiration struck Chen Du. That's right. He could check the battle records through the wristband to confirm their age. Because aside from the ID, all other information in the records was authentic. ID: the little match girl selling nukes. Age 17. Rank silver, 88 points. Record: 30 wins, 15 losses, win rate 66. 67. Age 17. It matched. It must be her. It was truly unexpected to meet an online acquaintance in real life, though she surely wouldn't recognize him. Chen Du mused silently. He hadn't forgotten the dagger grudge she had inflicted. It wasn't about holding a grudge, but pure competitive spirit. Her martial technique had already been a step ahead of his reaching the first stage perfection. Given how much time had passed since then, it was hard to imagine her current level. She had very few battle sessions. This meant she spent most of her time training unknown offline. Even though virtual battles simulated realism, the sensations during combat still differed from reality. At the very least, you knew you wouldn't die, and the pain was different, naturally altering your mindset. It was far inferior to the experience and skill improvement gained from real combat. In the real world, having a master provide guidance at any time was far more effective than fumbling alone. Of course, someone like Chen Du, who possessed the crystal space and could learn from countless deaths to improve himself, was a rare exception. Apart from Wuzong and Zhou Xiaogu, the registration went smoothly without any incidents. Ling Yun held the rule card as the four of them entered the elevator together. Haiqing Grand Hotel had an enormous footprint with up to 10,000 rooms. All four had single rooms, and now Chen Du and the other two gathered in Ling Yun's room. Ling Yun brewed a pot of tea, and as the water bubbled to a boil, he placed the rule card before them. The rules are different this year. In previous years, there were only elimination rounds and the finals. This year, before the elimination rounds, there's an additional badge battle. Badge battle. The three were taken aback. They had already heard from Ling Yun about the past rules during the journey. There was no such battle, it was always unknown matches. Yes. Ling Yun nodded and explained the rules to them. The competition starts at 9 a.m. on March 17th and ends on the 19th. It lasts 3 days with 3 rounds. The first round is the badge battle set in a forest. From 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., within these 13 hours you must obtain badges inscribed with the characters Gao and Wu. Then reach the finish line to report. The number of advancing participants depends on the specific number that arrives from each team. The badge battle is a new element added this year, and you are the first participants. It tests your teamwork abilities. Chen nodded, and during the gap, when Ling Yun paused to sip his tea, asked, "Teacher, how many badges are there in total?" Ling Yun took a sip of tea, seeming to find it too hot, and set it down. There are 50 badges each for Gao and Wu, meaning at most 50 teams can advance. In other words, the first round will eliminate at least half the participants. Pausing, he continued, "The second round is the unknown elimination tournament. Though opponents are random, team members will be avoided." Upon hearing this, Lu Bo and Mo Late silently glanced at Chen and breathed a sigh of relief. Who could defeat a freak like Chen? With talents in both martial techniques and spiritual power, Chen was practically invincible when their blood energy was equal. Although neither was confident about breaking into the top 10, no one wanted to be a first-round loser. At least win one match before going back. The elimination rounds have very little rest time. 150 people must determine the top 10 strongest within a single day for the third round. On average, each person must defeat 4 opponents to reach the top 10. As for those left over from the matching process, they automatically advance to the next round. Automatic advancement. Isn't that unfair to those who fought their way up? Lu Bo asked. Ling Yun smiled faintly at this, but didn't answer directly. You're still thinking like students. This competition is different from your school exams. Exams have standard answers, either 1 or 2 right or wrong. This simulation is closer to reality. It not only tests your on-the-spot reactions, but also adds an element called luck. The first round is the same. You might be strong enough to reach the top 10. But if you encounter the strongest opponent right at the start, you won't even make it to the second round, let alone the third. If strength and ranking were perfectly equal, there would be no need for this competition. We could just compare data and decide the champion. The 3 fell silent. Ling Yun's words seemed to open a new door for them. The third round is the finals, also known as the top 10 battle. Reaching this stage is already a victory, as the top 10 all receive bonus points and cash rewards. As for whether you can break into the top 3, Ling Yun paused here, his gaze falling on Chen. It depends on your condition. 3 days of continuous combat with very little rest, plus the possibility of injury along the way. The one who takes first place may not be the strongest individual among you, but they will be the most well-rounded in overall capability. If you ever have the chance to go to the front lines, you'll understand things like encirclement, assassination, ambushes, and even backstabbing. Alright, I won't say more so you don't feel pressured. Actually, let me add one last thing. You cannot kill. This rule, whether in competition or reality, will guide your entire life. Our enemies are alien civilizations. Never turn your blade against your comrades. You'll be wearing special suits when you enter, and everyone's life intensity will be the same. Though we try to simulate reality as much as possible, we can't let you die. On the day, we as team leaders will also enter to secretly protect your safety. But it's best if I don't have to intervene. If I do, it means you're eliminated. Afterward, to avoid affecting their performance the next day, Ling Yun encouraged them a bit more. The relentless Chen returned to his room, immediately lay on the bed, and entered the crystal space, honing his martial techniques without a second's pause. The recovery ability of the crystal space allowed him to wake up each day with peak energy. This seemingly fair competition system was actually to his advantage. Soon dawn arrived. On March 17th at 8:30 a.m. inside a standalone building at Haiqing one high school, contestants clad in power suppression suits were all gathered before a massive door. At that moment, the life intensity of all students was at level 5. Is this a forest? Chen carrying a long sword on his back, gazed at the 3-meter-high high-tech door before him and couldn't help but question. If his memory served him right, this was merely a standalone building within Haiqing one high school. What did it have to do with the forest described on the rule card? Ahem. It seems everyone is here. A middle-aged man walked to the front of the door, adjusted the amplifier by his cheek, and began to speak. The man was not old, with a robust aura and a spirited demeanor, yet his hair was stark white. Chen recognized him at once as the principal of Haiqing one high school, Zhou Cheng. His portraits and even statues could be found at Haiqing Grand Hotel and Haiqing one high school. This man was certainly more than just a high school principal. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Cheng, the principal of Haiqing one high school, and one of the organizers of the 100 Cities tournament. After a tedious 20-minute speech, the door before you leads to a forest. The information on the rule card is correct. This is a special environment unique to Haiqing one high school. It is a dimensional rift created during the collision of the 9 planets hundreds of years ago. We call such dimensional rifts spirit realms. Spirit realms have 5 levels, with 1 being the lowest and 5 the highest. The place you are about to enter is a first-level spirit realm, the Forest of Forest Wolves. Any news about martial artists could not be divulged casually, let alone information about spirit realms. Many were hearing the term for the first time, causing a stir among the crowd. Zhou Cheng naturally understood the students' concerns and made a quieting gesture before continuing. Please rest assured, it is a very stable alternate space inside. It has been personally certified by the world's third strongest martial artist, the founder of the Martial Artist Alliance, Ran. Safety is absolutely guaranteed. Ran. This household name was also thunderously familiar to Chen Du. His parents and siblings had all perished during an assault on the city by an alien civilization. Rayan, who was studying in another city at the time, had escaped that calamity. After graduation, he resolutely went to the front lines to fight against the alien civilization. He eventually rose amidst the flames of war, earned the title of the world's third strongest, and established the Martial Artist Alliance, providing a protective umbrella for every household. Inside the Forest of Forest Wolves, we have set up 1,000 teleportation points. You will teleport together with your team leader, making 4 per group. Your smart wristbands now contain the map of the Forest of Forest Wolves we just sent. The map has 300 star markers representing badges. Among them, 50 are badges inscribed with high and 50 are inscribed with martial. The other 200 are smoke bombs, unmarked badges. The placement locations of the badges are all safe. You need to find 2 badges with different characters as a team and proceed to the locations marked with a moon on the map to complete your registration. You cannot take extra badges. If you encounter duplicates, you must leave them behind, otherwise it will be considered a violation. During registration, if the team size does not match the number of people checking in, even if you have found 2 badges, you will be deemed unqualified. Zhou Cheng paused here, his gaze fixed on a certain spot. As far as I know, one student seems to have neither teammates nor a team leader. For the sake of fairness, after consultation, Haiqing no. One high school will send 2 students matching the strength of his original teammates. At the same time, a school teacher will be arranged for tracking protection. Wu Zong sneered, hands in his pockets. Also a reminder, the Forest of Forest Wolves has its own native creatures. Your opponents are not just the people beside you. Do not be careless. So that's it, Chen Du thought, finally understanding the purpose of the first round. This was not ordinary teamwork. It was a collection mission that required ensuring the survival of teammates. The star markers on the map were like intelligence points, some real and some fake. Not only that, Chen Du even suspected that the moon markers might also be fake. This badge-grabbing battle was not merely a test of comprehensive strength, but also a lesson for us students still sheltered in the greenhouse. Chen Du's gaze inadvertently fell on Wu Zong, a plan forming in his mind. Zhou Cheng looked down at his wristband. There were 2.5 minutes left until 9:00. He turned around, and after going through fingerprint, iris, voice, and finally password verification, opened the 3-meter-high high-tech door before him. Everyone curiously craned their necks, eager to see what this so-called spirit realm looked like. Yet what lay before them was a vast 1,000-square-meter empty space. A massive blue hexagonal magic array was etched into the ground. Where's the promised forest? Is this the first-level spirit realm, the Forest of Forest Wolves? Someone voiced the question. Zhou Cheng shook his head with a smile. The true location of the spirit realm is an absolute secret. This is the magic array leading to the Forest of Forest Wolves, a contingency our predecessors painstakingly created back then. It was made just in case. If the dimensional rift were to ever close, we could still use this magic array to teleport you out from inside. Then all teams stepped onto the magic array in order of check-in. Since Chen Du's team had checked in early, they glanced at their panels while waiting for the subsequent teams to enter. Name: Chen Du. Life intensity 5. 8. Spiritual power level 9. Fist strength 1350 gene. Speed 27 meters second. Martial skills: flowing light sword art stage 198. Avoid immortal contemplation method. Defense waves 55 completed, 610 incomplete, 615 incomplete, 620 incomplete, 625 incomplete, 630 incomplete, 635 incomplete. An evolution will be granted for every 6 levels of life intensity increase. Distance to next evolution 0. 2. In just 1 month, Chen Du's life intensity had risen from level 5.3 to level 5.8, an increase of 0.5 levels. On one hand, he was indeed diligent, but more importantly, he was rich. He used to work just as hard, but his life intensity would typically only increase by 0.1 per month. But thinking about it now, it made sense. Previously, he spent only 600 yuan a month, just enough for a bottle of blood chi milk. Now, with the resources provided by the school and those he bought himself, he consumed resources worth about 150 yuan a month. That was a full 25 times difference. Moreover, many of these resources were being used for the first time with no drug resistance, so the improvement was naturally astonishing. With the enhancement of his life intensity and martial skills, Chen Du finally cleared the 6th wave of green fire giants, and his spiritual power was approaching level 10. However, the growth rate of his martial skill proficiency was somewhat disappointing. It became very difficult to improve after 95. It took many days just to increase by 1, and Chen Du had been stuck at 98 for stage 1 for quite a while. After all the teams had stepped onto the magic array and the head count was confirmed, a flash of red light swept through. Everyone vanished. When Chen Du opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dense forest. The towering trees around him seemed to pierce the sky. These trees were exceptionally massive. The shortest among them stood over 10 meters tall and were so thick that it took nearly 10 people with arms linked to encircle their trunks. The competition has begun. From now on, it's up to you. Ling Yan stood with his hands in his pockets, unarmed, gazing at Chen Du and the other two with a relaxed expression, his eyes brimming with trust and anticipation. He gave them a thumbs up as an encouraging gesture, then vanished in a flash. Once the match started, the trio followed their pre-departure agreement, with Chen Du taking the lead. Moret quickly activated his wristband, projecting the map of the forest of wolf spirits onto the ground, and turned to Chen Du. Which marked point should we head to? Although Moret was the strongest among the three in overall strength, everyone's life force had been set to level 5. If it came to pure martial arts, he was actually the weakest of the trio. Before Chen Du, the top spot for martial arts in Liangcheng had been held by Lu Bo, the unbalanced prodigy from the second high school. Moret was the type who excelled in all aspects, morally, intellectually, physically, and artistically, and knew when to act and when to hold back. He didn't let his status as Liangcheng's number 1 in overall strength go to his head. Instead, he willingly took on the role of a subordinate. Chen Du gazed at the star markers scattered across every corner of the map, pondered for a moment, then pointed to the nearest one. Lucky break. There's a badge very close to our starting point. Then let's go check if it's real. Moret and Lu Bo nodded in unison. The trio immediately sprang into action, swiftly leaving the starting point and racing toward the target location. In the grand auditorium of Haiqingno, one high school, 4 massive screens formed a rectangle, standing at the center and broadcasting a 360-degree view without any blind spots. The seats around were already filled with students from the 1st to 3rd year of Haiqingno, one high school. They stared intently at the screens, their hearts stirred with excitement and anticipation. The images on the screens showed the first-level spirit realm, the forest of wolf spirits. The spirit realm wasn't completely isolated thanks to the current technological level of high martial civilization. Cross-dimensional image transmission was already achievable, though without sound. The excitement came from having no classes today, and their anticipation stemmed from the chance to see the school's beauty queen senior, Zhou Xiaogu. As a campus celebrity, Zhou Xiaogu was not only blessed with an unmatched family background and stunning looks, but also possessed extraordinary talent. Even before coming of age, she had a loyal fanbase, and countless media companies had extended olive branches to her. Zhou Xiaogu's fans never missed any of her matches. Already seated in the audience stands cheering for her. Go ahead and claim first place in One Go Senior. Zhou Xiaogu, you are my goddess. Xiaogu, unparalleled through the ages. At the very front of the 4 screens, rows of middle-aged men in suits sat. These individuals were the principals of the participating student schools. Good morning, Principal Li, said a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, approaching as if greeting an old acquaintance. Zhao Bin. Li Mu recognized the newcomer and smiled. I wonder if Lu Bo and the others can successfully collect 2 badges. As the principal of Liangcheng 2 High School, Zhao Bin naturally had to attend. He casually sat down to Li Mu's right and remarked blandly. Typically, principals wouldn't go out of their way to watch the 100 Cities tournament. But this competition was different. The badge-grabbing battle was not only a new element, but also the debut of the 7th Ecological Circle. As principals of participating schools, they needed to write reports afterward. So they had flown in early. Don't worry, those 3 are quite capable. The first round should be no problem. As for the next 2 rounds, that'll depend on luck. Zhao Bin nodded. He wasn't familiar with the specific strengths of the other 2 students. If not for Lu Bo, 2 High School wouldn't even qualify for the 100 Cities tournament. The principals seated here were mostly from key high schools. He was one of the few from an ordinary school. Just then, a distinguished-looking man with long hair walked over. Li Mu. Li Mu looked up surprised. Chao Yan. It's been years since graduation. I heard you're now the principal of Kuanqing one high school. Congratulations, Kuanqing is a big city. Chao Yan smiled, naturally sitting down to Li Mu's left, nodding at Zhao Bin. After exchanging pleasantries, Chao Yan shifted the topic. Li Mu, how many rounds do you think your team can make? How many rounds? Seems like you're pretty confident this time. Li Mu replied with a smile. Not bad. Barring any surprises, we might make it to the 3rd round. The 3rd round? That's the top 10. Looks like Kuanqing has a promising talent this year. Chao Yan nodded without denying it. At least he was confident about the 1st round. Seeing this, Li Mu had an idea and flashed a faint, almost imperceptible smile. How about we make a bet? Let's see which team finds 2 badges and reports in first. The loser gives 1 marrow cleansing pill. Chen Du and his team hurried on without rest, arriving at their destination after 5 minutes. A badge inscribed with the character for high lay quietly on the ground. Instead of grabbing it immediately, Chen Du and his companions first surveyed their surroundings and casually tossed a pebble at the badge to test for traps. Although Principal Zhou had said the badge locations were safe, not everyone believed it. After 3 minutes of testing and confirming no traps, Chen Du cautiously walked over and picked it up. I thought the badges near the starting point would mostly be fake, unmarked ones, but this turned out to be real. A smile spread across Chen Du's face as he silently marveled at his good fortune. Finding a real badge wasn't easy but depended entirely on luck. Chen Du had no better strategy than to try one point after another and rely on chance. Moret projected the map of the forest of wolf spirits onto the ground again and said, "Looks like your luck's holding. Pick another marked point." Just then 3 sharp sounds of air being sliced echoed from ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moments later, 3 men wielding long spears appeared before them. The leading man had a crew cut and angular features that were somewhat handsome. When he spotted the badge with the high character in Chen Du's hand, his eyes turned sharp and he spoke coldly, "Didn't expect anyone to be faster than us. You're the Liangqing team, right? Hand over that badge if you don't want to be eliminated." Every participant's uniform bore a label indicating their team name. Chen Du and his companions tightened their grips on their weapons. The number of badges was only enough for 50 teams to advance. Half were destined for elimination here. Conflict was inevitable. They just hadn't expected it to come so soon. Hadn't they been in here for less than 10 minutes? With 1,000 teleportation points, it was just bad luck that a nearby teleportation array had someone. And both teams had coincidentally targeted the same location. Seeing the Kuanqing team's label on their opponents, Chen Du remained cautious. Kuanqing was a large city with overall strength far surpassing Liangqing. Generally, the bigger the city, the stronger its students. For instance, Haiqing one high school as the central city school almost always took first place in the annual city tournament. Outside the arena, the screen was split into countless frames with many spectators using telescopes to watch. Suddenly, one frame zoomed in. Looks like some teams have run into each other. So soon. They've been in there less than 10 minutes, right? Probably their starting points were close, and they had the same destination. As the screen enlarged, everyone saw the names of the 2 teams, Liangqing team and Kuanqing team. This? Chao Yan stared at the screen, feeling as if happiness had come too suddenly. He paused. "Sorry, Li Mu. Your marrow cleansing pill is mine. But don't worry, we'll cover your flight tickets tonight." Li Mu was taken aback, never expecting these 2 teams to encounter each other right from the start. Although he had proposed the race, he didn't truly believe Chen Du would win. In truth, Li Mu's challenge stemmed more from his rivalry with Chao Yan. They had been competitors since their university days, their contest never ceasing. They had traded victories in school, but after over a decade since graduation, they had not met again. Now reunited, that old competitive fire was reignited, as if time had changed nothing about their essence. A marrow cleansing pill costing 200,000 was no longer expensive for them. It was merely a small stake to add interest. "Eliminate us. You," Chen Du said, gripping his longsword, his voice low. A gentle breeze swept between the 2 teams, fanning the flames of battle. "I'm quite cocky. I suggest you hand over your badges. ITLL save us both the trouble of wasting energy. The competition has just started. You have plenty of time to find other badges." The crewcut man declared arrogantly. "You don't actually think big cities are superior to small ones, do you?" Chen Du replied with a confident smile. "Interesting. It seems you won't be handing over your badges. Then you'll become the first team eliminated in this 100 cities championship." With that, the crewcut man crouched low, holding his long spear horizontally before him in a fighting stance. "Also, it's not the city that's strong, it's me. My name is Li Yuan. I am the man destined to become the gun king of Kuan City." As he spoke, the other 2 assumed the same stance. It seemed they intended to take the badges by force. All 3 wielded long spears, suggesting they practiced the same basic martial technique, the comet spear art. It was a spear art known for its devastating power, which Chen Du had once browsed on his computer. Though he didn't use a spear, learning about various techniques was always beneficial for broadening his understanding. Li Yuan thrust his spear forward and charged, the other 2 swiftly following. Seeing this, Moret and Lu Bo also assumed their stances, ready for battle. At that moment, Chen Du moved like the wind, darting between his 2 companions, leaving behind 3 faint words in the air: "Leave them to me." Seeing Chen Du attempt to take on all 3 alone, Li Yuan and his companions flushed with anger and taunted, "You don't know your place." Their movements were almost synchronized as they leaped high into the air. 3 spears descended from the sky like a single warhammer, carrying an unparalleled momentum as if to shatter mountains and rivers. The 3rd form of the comet spear art, burning the zither and boiling the crane. Chen Du instantly recognized the move, a technique of immense power but slow speed. He could dodge it, but clang. What? He's blocking our strike with his sword. And he's not even yielding. Li Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. Even a first-order peak martial artist shouldn't be able to withstand the combined force of their 3 spears without moving an inch. This burning the zither and boiling the crane strike was as heavy as a mountain, its power rivaling a warhammer, yet he blocked it with a sword. Since everyone's life strength was currently at level 5, Chen naturally didn't possess such raw power. He had merely skillfully used the technique Forest Breeze to deflect most of the force the moment the spears came down. This was also thanks to Chen's familiarity with the Comet Spear art, whose defining characteristic was one word: heavy. And Forest Breeze happened to be exceptionally effective against such attacks. Thus, he created the illusion of a direct block. His mastery of the 4 forms of flowing light was now so profound that only those of comparable skill could see through the ruse. Chen's extensive battle experience allowed him to gauge his opponent's strength from the force of the weapon clash. This Li Yuan's martial skill was likely at the peak of the first-order high stage around 89. A mere 1 away from first-order perfection. Such strength would dominate in many major cities, no wonder he was so arrogant. The other 2 were above 70, slightly stronger than Moret, but not as strong as Lu Bo. The trio had just launched their attack, and were still airborne yet to land. Chen's eyes sharpened as he seized the moment when his opponents were unable to move freely in the air. His terrifying level 9 mental energy instantly surged into his right arm. The first form of the flowing light sword art drawing a prison on the ground. One sword stroke. A flash of unimaginably fast sword light lashed out like a draw cut. Clang. Thud. Thud. In the blink of an eye, aside from Li Yuan, who barely managed to defend with his spear, the other 2 were struck in the chest by Chen's blade. The terrifying force imbued in the sword sent all 3 flying backward. Chen wasn't worried about killing them as he aimed for their clothes, which not only suppressed life strength, but also offered formidable defensive capabilities. Besides, the team leaders from both sides were nearby, though Chen couldn't sense them. If life were truly endangered, they would intervene instantly. Damn, how is his sword heavier than my spear? Li Yuan grunted. After sending the trio flying with a single strike, Chen didn't idle. He pushed off the ground, moving like a gale to press the attack, giving them no chance to recover. He quickly caught up to Li Yuan, who hadn't yet regained his balance, intending to take out the strongest first. The second form of the flowing light sword art, golden drums, shaking the heavens. Whoosh. A man in sunglasses appeared, as if by teleportation, between Li Yuan and Chen, catching the sword blade with his bare hand. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he praised a powerful strike. Teacher Lin Bei. Li Yuan cried out in frustration, using his full name. Once the team leader intervened, it meant elimination, something Li Yuan could not accept. I can still fight. No, you've lost. Lin Bei said calmly, pointing to the chests of the other 2. Their clothes are torn. He paused, then asked, do you know why your life strength is controlled at level 5? It's related to our technological level. For protective suits below the martial artist rank, the maximum attack they can withstand without hindering movement is currently at level 7 life strength. Being able to tear your clothes means his attack power reached level 7 life strength. So do you concede defeat? Li Yuan fell silent. He couldn't achieve level 7 destructive power with level 5 life strength, and he didn't know anyone who could. That was a full 2-level gap. Could it be? Li Yuan thought of a possibility. This guy was definitely not an ordinary first-order perfection, but one at 95 or above. He had heard his teacher say that when martial skill reached 95 in the first order, one hit a bottleneck. Every subsequent one was a formidable barrier. Many reached 95 in their youth, but spent the rest of their lives unable to reach 99, let alone the ultimate 100. Such was the terror of the bottleneck. Even if you had blocked that strike, you couldn't have blocked the second. Lin Bei said, casting a deep glance at Chen, his heart filled with shock. His martial skill was definitely above 95, and he also possessed mental energy enhancement of no low level. Interesting. It seemed his talent surpassed Li Yuan's. Lin Bei then smiled toward the empty space behind him. I'm off, Ling Yun. Looking forward to your performance in the 3rd round. His only response was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Before leaving, Li Yuan turned back and asked reluctantly, hey, your name? Tell me your name. I rarely admit defeat, but you're one of them. Chen glanced at him. This guy was truly Chenibyu, and Sundara probably used to being pampered since childhood. Annoyed by his commanding tone, Chen smirked slyly. The first place winner the day after tomorrow. That's my name. Just wouldn't tell you. In the front row VIP seats, Li Mu patted Chao Yan's shoulder. Just mail the marrow cleansing pill to my school office. My number's still the same from our school days. Then with a wry smile he added, what time's your flight tonight? They'll book it now. After dealing with the Kuan City squad, Chen and his 2 companions advanced together toward the moon marker on the map. On the map of the Wolf of the Forest, there were 3 locations marked with moons. These were the designated reporting points after collecting 2 badges. Upon defeating the Kuan City squad, Chen carefully calculated his accounts and altered his original plan for collecting badges. When Moret asked him to choose the next star marker, he selected the moon. Chen, are you serious? Moret asked, his tone laced with repeated confirmation. Yes, I don't intend to look for badges anymore, Chen said in a deep voice. The three walked and talked as Chen laid out his plan. What? Moret and Lu Bo exclaimed simultaneously. You plan to take down that Wuzong here? The thought of the man with the samurai topknot who had argued at the front desk sent chills down their spines. Shouldn't we be avoiding him? Lu Bo asked, puzzled. Chen didn't answer, but said with a grave expression, to be blunt, with my strength obtaining 2 badges is not difficult. Both nodded, not denying it. Without Chen, the participants in today's 100 Cities tournament would have been Moret, Lu Bo, and Shimizu Kenji. The trio would still have had a chance to pass the first round, let alone a freak like Chen at the first order peak. But I want to win the championship. Chen glanced at Moret as he said this. The first place is a matter of prestige for you, but for me it's a matter of survival. I don't care about fame, but I desperately need that 1 million prize money. With that, Chen paused and raised 3 fingers. According to the intel from Teacher Ling, besides me, there are 3 strongest participants in this 100 Cities tournament. One is the veteran strong team from High City, Zhou Xiaogu and Chu Zhongtian. The other is Wuzong from Lu City. All 3 of them, like me, are at the first order peak in martial arts. But Zhou Xiaogu's team is too strong with 2 first order peaks. We can't take them down. However, against Wuzong's team, we have a chance. Wouldn't it be smarter to ambush them now rather than face him in the 2nd or 3rd round? But wouldn't that also eliminate a major threat for the High City squad? Lu Bo asked, puzzled. Chen shook his head and said in a deep voice, You're wrong, Lu Bo. If Wuzong doesn't fall here, I might not even make it to the top 3, let alone win the championship. Seeing their confused expressions, Chen explained, Normally, Zhou Xiaogu, Chu Zhongtian, and Wuzong would all advance to the 2nd round. But according to the rules, members of the same team won't face each other in the 2nd round. Chen suddenly stopped and said with a playful tone, Don't you think it's possible that in the 2nd round the system will likely pit me against Wuzong, while the other 2 advance normally to the 3rd round? Then whether I or Wuzong wins, we'll face both of them consecutively in the 3rd round. Do you think I can defeat 3 first-order peaks in a row? The 2 looked enlightened. It was no surprise Moret and Lu Bo had no chance of reaching the 3rd round, so they hadn't thought that far ahead. Moret nodded thoughtfully. No wonder you're so determined to take down Wuzong here. So that's the reason. Is it really that dark? Lu Bo still believed the system was absolutely fair and doubted such a probability. Chen chuckled lightly without replying. He didn't know for sure, but was speculating based on the worst-case scenario. After all, High City know. One high school wouldn't want the championship to go to another school as it involved the city's pride. They then dropped the topic. But I feel sorry for you too. I can't guarantee you'll win against him. If I fail, we're out in the 1st round. Moret and Lu Bo exchanged glances and shrugged. We don't mind. Our martial arts levels haven't reached 89 of the 1st order. Unless we get incredibly lucky, we won't make it to the 3rd round anyway. Whether we fall in the 1st or 2nd round, it's just a matter of pride. For Lu Bo and me, this competition is truly about participation. Moret sighed with some emotion. His martial arts talent was indeed average, improved only through unknown sparring. But you who could likely reach the 3rd round chose to gamble here. Chen let out a helpless sigh. He hadn't originally aimed for 1st place, but after calculating he realized he didn't have enough money. The Thunder Chi blood pill was nearing its resistance threshold, which could prevent him from reaching level 6. 5 before the college entrance exam. He needed to set aside funds to purchase other products. But how do you plan to find Wuzong? Can you track him? Moret joked. Chen shook his head. I can't track him, but given Wuzong's personality, do you think he'll obediently search for those badges? You mean? Moret caught on immediately. Right, he'll definitely rob. The distribution of these star markers isn't uniform. I don't know if it's intentional. Half of the star markers are concentrated near the moon marker in the lower right corner. If I were Wuzong, I'd choose the area with the most star markers to make it easier to steal badges. What we need to do is intercept him on the path to the lower right moon marker. Has this Liang City squad already collected 2 badges? Nonsense, they only have 1. Then why are they moving toward the moon marker? That's where you go to report after collecting badges. The Liang City squad and the Kuan City squad were the first to clash in the badge battle. They left a deep impression on the students watching live, especially now that the Kuan City squad had been eliminated. Many eyes remained fixed on the Liang City squad. Every move they made sparked discussion. Of course, the main topic was when they would be eliminated. The High City squad, playing on home turf, had the ultra-popular player Zhou Xiaogu, who would never allow an outsider to claim the championship throne. In another VIP section, Zhou Cheng, seated in the front row, watched the 3 figures on the screen and took a gentle sip of red wine from his glass. Old Zhou, I didn't expect so many students to reach the 1st order peak this year. Counting that little one from the Liang City squad, there are 4. Zhou Cheng shook his head, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. No, Mayor Chu, it's still 3. Moi. As Chen Du advanced toward the moon marker, he suddenly sensed something and raised his hand to signal the others to stop, making a shushing gesture. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded. Someone was fighting nearby. They wouldn't pass up this opportunity. If it was Wuzong, great. If not, they might scavenge something. Finding the Wu badge early would also be a good way to relieve time pressure. After all, Chen Du's plan couldn't guarantee a 100% encounter with Wuzong. As they got closer, the sounds of battle grew louder. The continuous roars of beasts made Chen Du frown. He was all too familiar with that sound, having heard it countless times in the crystal space. No way. As they approached, they finally reached the source of the noise. A squad was battling a creature standing upright like a wolf, about 3 meters tall, with claws resembling wolverines on the backs of its hands. A BB-ling. Seeing this, Chen Du's heart trembled violently. How is that possible? Isn't BB Wolf a monster from the crystal space? Why is it appearing here? In high school, there is a subject called Alien Species Illustrated Handbook, which records all alien species discovered since the dawn of the High Martial Era. Chen Du had perused this handbook numerous times, even able to recite it from memory. He was certain that none of the monsters from the crystal space belonged to Blue Star, at least not the 7 waves encountered so far. At that moment, Chen Du suddenly recalled the words spoken by Zhou Qing, the principal of Haiqing No. 1 high school before they entered. It's a dimensional rift created during the collision of the 9 planets hundreds of years ago. We call this type of dimensional rift a spirit realm. Also a reminder, the forest of Lin Wolf has its own native life forms. Could it be that all the monsters in the crystal space come from the spirit realm? In other words, these monsters are creatures from other dimensions. No wonder they don't appear in the Alien Species Illustrated Handbook. Just then, a furious roar from below interrupted Chen Du's train of thought. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Why has it suddenly become so powerful? The BB Wolf, which had been at a disadvantage, suddenly surged with strength. The barbs on its hands, like reversed thorns, transformed into a sharp spear. It blocked all 3 attacks and began to counterattack. Chen Du narrowed his eyes, finally focusing on the trio. The protective suits they wore bore the name Mystery City Team. Mystery City was even smaller than Liang City, merely a small town. Except for the man with a mushroom haircut charging at the front, the martial skill levels of the other 2 were only at the initial stage of the first rank. He had initially thought 2 teams were battling, hoping to snatch the spoils as a third party. To his surprise, they were in conflict with a native creature of the spirit realm. Chen Du did not recognize any of these 3, and since their leader must be nearby, there was no safety risk. He immediately prepared to leave. Damn it! At this rate, we'll be eliminated, urged the mushroom-haired man wielding a sword and shield. It's all that Wuzhang's fault. If not for him, we wouldn't be in this mess. The woman with dreadlocks cursed, swinging a red whip. Xiao Mei stepped back. A thick-browed man holding twin blades stood half a step in front of Xiao Mei, struggling to fend off the BB Wolf's claws. Ooh! A chilling, beastly roar erupted from the BB Wolf. The Mystery City team swayed like branches in a violent storm on the verge of breaking. Swoosh! The BB Wolf lowered its stance, suddenly accelerating, breaking through the mushroom-haired man's defense and charging toward the 2 behind. Oh no! Its body spread out, emanating a terrifying aura. The massive spike on its hand rapidly enlarged in Xiao Mei's vision. Thud! A long sword suddenly sprouted from the BB Wolf's forehead. Purple blood oozed from its brow, sliding down the blade to the tip before dripping onto the ground. Teacher! The mushroom-haired man instinctively called out. In life-threatening situations, the leader would intervene, but that also meant the student was eliminated. No. As soon as he shouted, the mushroom-haired man realized he had mistaken the person. This individual wore the same clothes as him, another contestant. The mushroom-haired man's teacher was also a swordsman, leading to the initial misunderstanding. Liang City Team. How could someone from a small to medium city be so formidable? This person's martial skill was definitely at the peak of the first rank. Unexpectedly, there was another expert besides those 3. The mushroom-haired man marveled. With the continuous advancement of technology, geniuses who could rise solely on talent had nearly vanished. The birth of any powerhouse required the aid of technology. Yet technological resources were limited, destined only for the wealthy to enjoy more. As time passed, and this rule gradually evolved, few could swim against the current. Big cities surpassed small ones, elite classes outshone ordinary ones, affluent families eclipsed common ones. These had become ingrained in everyone's memory, seemingly unchanged from the old era. That was why the mushroom-haired man was astonished. Thank you. Chen Du pulled the sword from the BB Wolf's forehead and placed it back on his back. As he expected, this BB Wolf was the same species as the one in the crystal space. The reason the Mystery City team suddenly struggled was that during the fight, the mushroom-haired man's cheek was accidentally cut. The BB Wolf went berserk at the sight of blood. You're welcome. I just heard you mention Wuzong. Have you seen him? Chen Du had originally planned to retreat, as they only had 13 hours total. He needed time to increase the chance of encountering Wuzong. But from their conversation, it seemed they had seen Wuzong before, and because of him, they ended up fighting this BB wolf. Chen Du's original goal was to ambush Wuzong on the inevitable path. Now that he had news of him, he naturally wanted to inquire further. Mo Late and Lu Bo also stepped forward. After exchanging pleasantries between the two teams, Chen Du understood the whole story. The mushroom-haired man was named Zhang Shuai, captain of the Mystery City team. As Chen Du had guessed, his martial skill was at the advanced stage of the first rank. Xiao Mei was called Xiao Mei, and the thick-browed man was Li Ku. Both were at the intermediate stage of the first rank. Upon entering, Zhang Shuai and his team, like Chen Du, headed straight for the nearest star marker. Given their strength, most teams could overpower them, so they naturally wouldn't try to steal others' badges. Their only chance was to repeatedly collect 2 badges from star markers. However, their luck wasn't as good as Chen Du's. The first badge was a fake. They then proceeded to the second star marker, but on the way they unexpectedly encountered Wuzong. Wuzong had once topped the Ziyun district rankings through virtual combat and was well known. Facing Wuzong, every school teacher would advise their students retreat upon sight. Ling Yun had said the same last night, which was why Mo Late and Lu Bo were shocked by Chen Du's plan. Others fled at the sight of him, yet Chen Du actively sought him out. At that time, Wuzong was engaged in battle with 10 BB wolves, and they were caught in the crossfire. Where did the fight take place? Chen Du asked eagerly. This was his greatest concern. Regardless of the outcome, even if Wuzong emerged unscathed, he would have expended considerable stamina. Strike while the iron is hot. Now was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Wuzong. Zhang Shuai pointed to a spot over there. We didn't want to waste energy, so we fought while retreating. Unexpectedly, this thing kept chasing us all the way. With a lead on Wuzong, Chen Du and his team naturally didn't linger. After bidding farewell, they headed in the direction Zhang Shuai had indicated. A minute after Chen Du's group left, Xiao Mei's tone turned mocking. Captain, you're really wicked, pointing him toward the wolf's den. Not only wicked, but also a master of spinning tales. Li Ku chimed in. Zhang Shuai shrugged helplessly. I didn't want to, but they were so flashy, hanging the Gao badge right on their belt. He then pulled out a badge inscribed with the character Wu from his pocket. Just wait. The eliminated person has to leave their badge behind. With his strength, they'll probably cripple each other. We'll go pick up the spoils in 20 minutes. At Haiqingno, one high school, in the Grand Auditorium's VIP section, Li Mu, having just defeated his old rival, let out a puzzled sound. The video had no audio, only 2 commentators describing the content based on the footage. Thus, Li Mu was unaware of Chen Du's objective. Xiao Yan glanced at Li Mu to his right and said, Li Mu, didn't you look at the map the organizers sent us? He pointed at his wristband, speaking calmly. Although he had lost a valuable marrow-cleansing pill worth 200,000, it was just one of countless victories and defeats in his life. Neither here nor there. Li Mu looked at the right side of the screen and replied, I didn't look, but isn't there a map up there? Is it different? Xiao Yan blinked and said the map is the same. However, the map on the screen is what the contestants see, while the one the organizers gave us is a God's eye view transparent version. He opened the map on his wristband and pointed to a red circle in the direction Chen Du was heading. There, written clearly, were 2 words: Wolf Den, quantity 20. Level 1 Spirit Realm, Forest of Forest Wolves, Chen Du Squad. Chen Du, do you have a battle plan? Asked Moret. Does ambush count? Chen Du replied seriously after a moment of thought. A battle plan? It didn't exist. Having fought alone in the crystal space every day, Chen Du was long accustomed to combat without teammates. Ambush was the only plan he could come up with. Moret was speechless. In short, ambush if you can. If not, take out his 2 companions first, then gang up on him. Only by eliminating Wuzong can I have a chance to win the championship, Chen Du said with firm determination. Seeing Chen Du's persistent and pure gaze, Moret sighed. It seems you really need that 1 million. I thought you were joking at first. Chen Du's lips twitched, but he couldn't utter a word. Perhaps this was the joys and sorrows that people couldn't share with each other. In Liangqing, Moret's family was quite well off. The 500,000 that an ordinary person might save over a lifetime was pocket change to him. At this thought, Chen Du had a sudden inspiration. How about you send me 100,000? They'll pay you back when I become a powerful warrior. Moret shook his head awkwardly. Chen Du, it's not that I'm unwilling to lend you money. It's just that or rather all the so-called rich second-generation kids in the Hongji class don't have cash on hand. What we have are good education and resources. As if fearing Chen Du wouldn't believe him, he paused and quickly continued. In the old days, the educational philosophy was to raise sons poor and daughters rich. Now it's a combination of both concepts. Regardless of gender, everyone is fully cultivated. Resources are poured in, but they aren't given money to spend for fear of developing bad habits. Don't think I have it easy. I'm exhausted every single day. Since I can remember, I've never rested. I'm either training or on my way to train. Moret sighed softly as he spoke. Otherwise, how do you think I earned the title of No. 1 in comprehensive strength in Liangqing? So I really don't have any money. Seeing Chen Du's somewhat disdainful look, as if saying you're making excuses, he quickly added, I'm not lying to you. Who would lie for 50,000? Chen Dust's disdain increased. If you really need money, I can take you to meet my father. With your talent, he should invest in you. But he'll warn you, if he gives you money, there will be a return expected. You won't be able to refuse when asked to do something for our family in the future. You should know that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Chindu nodded. If needed, he'll message you. Seeking investment was a last resort. These conglomerates usually groomed their own people. For an outsider like Chengdu to gain an investor's resources would be very difficult, and the repayment required would be much greater. No wonder these rich second-generation kids in the Hongji class were so easy to get along with. They had no money in their pockets. All they had were the teachers their families hired and the resources provided. And what they had to do was similar to what he did: train, and train again. By the way, Lu Bo, who had been silent, finally spoke, pointing to the map on his wristband. Look, this is our current position. He pinched his fingers together and zoomed out the map. Empty. Chengdu and Moret exchanged a glance, astonished. They had thought it wasn't far based on the directions, so they hadn't looked at the map. Now that they looked, all three were shocked. This was an empty area with no markers at all. That meant there were no badges here. Why would Wuzong come here? Whether he was looking for badges or stealing them, there was no reason to come to this place. Damn it! Chengdu exclaimed as if suddenly understanding. We've been tricked. As soon as the words left his mouth, dozens of footsteps sounded around them. 3 turtle beast wolves emerged from behind the trees, one after another, their fierce eyes surrounding the three. Moret and Lu Bo exchanged a glance, instantly understanding the situation. They stopped in their tracks and drew their weapons. A trap. Those 3 people's words were half-truths and half-lies. Impossible to distinguish. They definitely saw Wuzong, because that was said before we appeared. But Wuzong's location must not be this path. Chengdu said as he unsheathed the long sword on his back. The 3 stood back to back. They saw my badge, so they directed us this way. Chengdu glanced around with his peripheral vision, 20 of them. I didn't expect this to be a wolf den. It seems they wanted these beast wolves to kill us and come back later to collect the badges. A clever move of using a tiger to drive away a wolf. This number was 10 less than in the crystal space, but their life force was definitely stronger. Moreover, he wasn't fighting alone this time. To advance to the next round, Moret and Lu Bo couldn't be eliminated. He said in a low voice, "Don't bleed." I noticed earlier when observing those 3 that these beast wolves go berserk when they see blood. And they mainly attack with the spikes on the backs of their hands, rarely using their mouths to bite. Watch their hands. Facing 20 beast wolves of varying life force, even Chengdu dared not be careless. To avoid revealing his knowledge of the Bibo wolves to Moret and Lu Bo, he could only present the information as deductions. Otherwise, if the 2 got injured, even if he could handle 20 berserk beast wolves, he might not be able to rescue them in time. Moret and Lu Bo nodded in response. Although amazed by Chen Dust's analytical ability, they had no time to dwell on it. At Haizongno, one high school's grand auditorium in the regular seating area, a student exclaimed, "Look, how did that Liangqing squad end up at the wolf den?" Another voice chimed in, "It seems their journey is about to end early." The 2 commentators, as if discovering a treasure, announced loudly, "Indeed, they're surrounded. They probably wandered in without checking the navigation. But this one walk is their last." Exactly. They'll definitely be eliminated. Facing 20 native wolves, only our Haiqing squad senior sister, Zhou, has a chance to fight. The director, adept at social niceties, zoomed in on Chen Dust's group. Limu, sitting in the VIP section, heard the constant chatter from behind and grew uneasy. Frowning, he muttered, "What kind of development is this? Are Chengdu and his team not even going to make it past the first round?" Chao Yan, taken aback, smiled and sighed, "It seems this marrow-cleansing pill won't be given away after all." At another VIP seat, Mayor Chu stared at the trio from the Haiqing team, suddenly magnified by the director, and remarked with some surprise, "I didn't expect the Liangqing team to be so reckless. Of all places, why must they head for that blank area on the map? That's a medium-sized wolf den." He paused, then added, "Principal Zhou, what do you think are their chances of getting through?" Zhou Cheng took a sip of his black tea and shook his head. "Less than 10%. So low." Mayor Chu's mouth fell open in astonishment. This was a probability he hadn't anticipated. When we were planning this competition, we considered many factors: the number of BB wolves, the location of the den's life-threatening enemies, and so on. Including why we didn't mark any of them. We gave that deep thought. At this point, Zhou Cheng's expression turned serious. "You and I both know that within the entire high martial civilization ecosystem, everything seems thriving and even prosperous. But what about outside the circle? How many of these students have witnessed the devastation beyond the ecosystem? This badge battle isn't just the first of its kind, it's deliberately set within a spirit realm to force these sheltered flowers to endure hardship. We calculated carefully. Even a peak first-stage martial technique can only ensure self-preservation against a medium-sized wolf den. And according to the rules, all teammates must survive the first round to pass." Zhou Cheng paused, his eyes narrowing as he watched the 3 about to be trapped in a desperate fight. The implication was clear: unless all 3 members of the Liangqing team possessed peak first-stage martial techniques, they couldn't get through. Mayor Chu pondered for a moment and asked with confusion, but couldn't these wolf dens be entirely avoided? If you don't actively approach them like the Haiqing team, they won't move freely. Zhou Cheng smiled faintly upon hearing this. Theoretically, yes. But in practice, they absolutely cannot be avoided. These wolf dens have no markers. When you use the wristband for navigation, if you don't change your route yourself, it defaults to the shortest path. Many of the real badges are placed behind seemingly harmless wolf dens. If these students blindly follow the navigation without any thought, they will inevitably pass through a wolf den. The wolf den symbolizes those extremely powerful alien civilizations. You must be alert in advance and avoid them. I mentioned earlier that the badge locations are all safe. I wonder if anyone noticed that. As long as you connect all the routes by the badges and take a detour, it's safe. Zhou Cheng took another sip of black tea and added, but encountering BB wolves doesn't necessarily mean elimination. The number and strength of BB wolves vary. You might encounter only a few stragglers, or even just one. It's just bad luck for the Liangqing team to hit a medium-sized den with a full 20 wolves. This is a carefully designed part of our plan to give students a preliminary understanding of conditions outside the ecosystem. After all, beyond the ecosystem, every second you live, every step you take, must be carefully considered. I see. It seems the Limit Martial Hall has put real thought into this. Mayor Chu nodded thoughtfully. As the mayor of a central city like Haiqing, his status was higher than that of mayors from other cities, and he knew more. Naturally, he understood the challenges facing the high martial civilization today. But compared to the man before him, he was far inferior. On the surface, the other was merely the principal of Haiqing No. One high school, but in reality, he was a 3-star executor of the Limit Martial Hall. Being a principal was just one of his many trivial identities. After all, the Limit Martial Hall was the spear confronting alien civilizations. When it came to understanding aliens, no one surpassed the Limit Martial Hall. Then he smiled and said, I wonder if little Gu will get through smoothly this time. Zhou Cheng chuckled in response. You sly fellow, you're clearly asking about your own son. Don't worry. With my daughter Zhou Xiaogu and your son Chu Zhongtian on the Haiqing team, even a large wolf den can't stop them. In the first-level spirit realm, Forest of Lin Wolves, Chen Du made the first move, unleashing his full power with a peak first-stage martial technique at 98 and a 9th-level spiritual power attachment. His combat strength rivaled 99 of the first stage. With a single movement, he charged out like a runaway wild horse, using the golden drums shaking the sky technique to take down a BB wolf first. This action instantly drew the attention of the remaining 19 BB wolves. They exchanged glances and 13 wolves attacked Chen Du, while the remaining 6 split into 2 groups. They lunged at Moret and Lu Bo respectively. Seeing his goal achieved, Chen Du felt a bit more at ease. As long as these BB wolves didn't enter a berserk mode, the two of them should hold up. Although Moret and Lu Bo were both at the high stage of the first level, neither's martial technique had reached 80. Even a slight difference in martial technique level created a significant gap, even just one between 89 and 90. Chen Du's 98 martial technique level was already very close to the first stage limit, coupled with his 9th level spiritual power for attachment. In actual combat, he was not weaker than a 99 first stage martial technique. Although spiritual power only undergoes a qualitative change at level 10, a level 9 could still provide some auxiliary effects. Lu Ba's spiritual power was only level 1, essentially useless. Moret had level 5 spiritual power, but its effect was not obvious. Mastering a martial technique means fully integrating the 4 forms. When the technique reaches 99 of the first stage, these moves become as natural as using one's own hands and feet. Even wielding a hammer, one could execute the flowing light sword technique. The final one is called the limit because no further progress is possible. The limit represents the pinnacle the flowing light sword technique can achieve. The levels of first stage martial techniques are divided into initial stage 129, mid stage 30, 59, high stage 60, 89, mastery 90, 99, and limit 100. Among these, the gap between initial and mid stages is the smallest, and so on. Although mastery and limit differ by only 1, the gap is the largest. Once entering the limit, all 4 forms undergo a reinforcement, a qualitative change. Through Ling Yun's earlier explanation, Chen Du learned that reaching the first stage limit martial technique was one of the necessary conditions to become a soaring martial artist. Just as a martial artist needs a life strength of 9 and a mid-stage first stage martial technique as 2 conditions, soaring martial artists also have 3 conditions of their own, though Ling Yun didn't tell him the other 2. After all, Chen Du wasn't even a martial artist yet. Knowing too much would be useless and might clutter his mind. Chen Du executed the flowing light 4 forms again, taking down 2 more BB wolves. Having killed countless such creatures in the crystal space, he was intimately familiar with their habits and movements. He knew where they would attack and how they would coordinate without even looking. Coupled with his mastered first-stage martial technique and ninth-level spiritual power attachment, it appeared as easy as chopping vegetables. In the general audience section, so strong. This Liangqing team actually has a master with a first-stage mastered martial technique. The two commentators who had been confidently predicting the end of the Liangqing team's journey were both proven wrong. Holy moly. He actually executed the fourth form of the flowing light sword technique. Damn, that sword wielder on the Liangqing team has the chicken face like Wuzong. The so-called chicken face was a term from a 100-player survival game. It referred to a player with the appearance of winning the game. The one who survives to the end sees the message "Good luck, eat chicken tonight." This phrase is widely used in various contexts to describe someone likely to survive until the end or have a chance to win. In this 100 cities battle, anyone with a first-stage mastered martial technique has a chance to win, commonly known as having the chicken face. Earlier, the Kuan City team was eliminated swiftly, leading everyone to believe they were weak. Now, as the director zoomed in on the screen, Sharpied students immediately noticed that Chen Du was executing the fourth form of the flowing light sword art, the Azure Dragon pointed thrust. Everyone knew that the fourth form of a martial skill could only be performed upon reaching first-stage perfection. It dawned on them, then, it wasn't that the Kuan City team was weak, but rather that the Liang City team was overwhelmingly strong. Their team actually had a master of first-stage perfection in martial skills. It's truly unexpected that a city like Liangshang could produce a 17-year-old student with first-stage perfection in martial skills. At this age, with such martial skill, he is undoubtedly a genius. Indeed, reaching first-stage perfection at this age cannot be bought with money alone. He must possess extraordinary talent. I wonder how he compares to the three senior students with the chicken face. On the spectators stands the first and second-year students discussed among themselves after witnessing Chen Du's perfect-level martial skill. The two commentators on the podium were both teachers from Haiqingno, one high school. One, surnamed Gu, was a beauty with frameless glasses and her hair tied up high. The other, surnamed Wang, was somewhat handsome with a slick-back hairstyle. Both were dressed in suits, looking impeccably serious. At that moment, they were still covering up their earlier misjudgment. Just then, a voice came through their earpieces from the director. Talk about the chicken phase. The two commentators swiftly changed the subject. Speaking of the chicken phase, we must mention the four most likely champions of this 100-city tournament. Many still don't know their names, so let me briefly introduce them. They are Lu City Team, Wu Zong; Haiqing Team, Zhou Xiaogu; Haiqing Team, Chu Zhongtian. When mentioning these two students from her own school, teacher Gu couldn't help but raise her voice. And the one before the screen. As she spoke, teacher Gu quickly glanced at the contestant information just handed to her on the desk. Liang City Team, Chen Du. Unlike the other three, Chen Du had risen abruptly before the competition. His name was not on the seed player list. The other three had been making a name for themselves since their first year of high school, when they began martial arts training. Their fame was already widespread. All four have achieved first-stage perfection in martial skills within the 90 to 99 range. As for who is the strongest, that can only be determined after the second and third rounds. However, there is no doubt that Chen Du from the Liang City team has the weakest chicken face. Having said this, fearing criticism for still covering up her earlier mistake, teacher Gu hurriedly continued without pause. I'm not questioning Chen Du's strength, but the first round requires the entire team to pass. But his two teammates might not hold on much longer. As soon as teacher Gu finished, the screen showed Mo Lete being overwhelmed by three BB wolves retreating step by step. Damn it. Mo Lete let out a reluctant growl. He had never imagined that he who had always been first in everything since childhood would now become a burden. Seeing Mo Lete forced back by the BB wolves, Chen Du's gaze grew sharper. Mo Lete's martial skill level was at 70 of first stage. This intensity was quite formidable for any student taking the college entrance exam in the advanced martial civilization this year. But this was the 100-city tournament. At this level, his martial skill could only rank in the middle. Now surrounded by three BB wolves with life intensity around level 6, he was struggling immensely. Fortunately, Chen Du had warned him to watch out for the claws before the battle, so Mo Lete narrowly dodged their attacks several times. Otherwise, he would have been scratched. Excluding the three Chen Du had killed, there were still 11 BB wolves encircling him. But these 11 had learned their lesson. After the fate of the first three, they now surrounded Chen Du, only circling without attacking, constantly harassing from the flanks. They prevented Chen Du from striking freely, planning to let their companions on the other sides finish the fight first, then deal with this major threat together. Chen Du was helpless against this. These BB wolves had a minimum life intensity of level 5. The strongest one was around level 6. Level 5. Due to martial skills, humans could develop more physical strength, unlike the BB wolves who fought solely on instinct. Mo Lete and Lu Bo could both exert power equivalent to level 6 life intensity, but they were outnumbered. It was fortunate they could hold their ground, let alone avoid casualties. On the other side, Lu Bo was also powerless to help. His martial skill was slightly higher than Mo Late's at 75 of first stage, but he had no advantage merely holding a stalemate with 3 BB wolves. Although Chen Du could exert power equivalent to level 7 life intensity, the wolves refused to attack. If he forced a breakthrough, he would be besieged by all 11. If wounded and bleeding, they would all enter a frenzy. The result would only be worse. A little more. My strength and speed are still lacking. Chen Du thought silently. My current martial skill is at 98 of first stage. With the attachment of level 9 spiritual power, my actual combat power should be 99. I need to improve by another 1. If my sword were a bit faster, I might break out. With this thought, Chen Du began attempting a breakthrough. Moi. It seems Chen Du is ready to take a gamble, but breaking out of a wolf pack's encirclement won't be easy. Statistically, he is likely to fail. After all, this is a forced move. If he doesn't break out, his companions will surely be eliminated. Better to take a risk than wait for doom. The 2 commentators on stage chimed in with their objective analysis. In the VIP section, damn, Chen Du isn't really going to fall in the first round, is he? Li Mu half reclined in his seat, arms crossed over his chest. His fists unconsciously clenched slightly, and the smile on his face had vanished like a stolen treasure, his earlier good mood long gone. Chen Du needed at least a top 10 finish to be specially recruited by the 8 prestigious schools. If he fell in the first round, they might not even bother to look at his profile. Most likely, yes. The 2 commentators' assessment is objective. Your student's martial skill is probably above 95 of first stage, which is extremely strong. But merely holding even isn't enough to break through. And his companions are about to give out. We'll see results in 3 minutes at most. Chao Yan narrowed his eyes and commented shrewdly. His Kuan City team was already out, and like Li Mu, he now focused on the Liang City team. Moi. Immersed in the video, Li Mu was suddenly interrupted by a vibration from his wristband. Principal Zhou's message. He wants Chen Du's profile. Clang, 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 clang. Chen Du's long sword clashed with the BB wolf's claws. Though he was stronger and faster, he was outnumbered. Whenever a wolf showed signs of faltering, another immediately took its place, denying Chen Du any chance to reduce their numbers. 2 minutes. That was the time limit Chen Du set for himself. He had to reduce the besieging wolves to single digits within that time. Otherwise, there would be no chance to break out. Not only had he failed to encounter Wu Zong, but those 3 from the Lost City team had also ambushed him. Damn it. How can I fall here? Don't get in my way of winning that million, you filthy wolves. Fuck. Chen Du roared, boosting his morale as he pressed forward, defying the wolves. Faster. My sword should be faster. Just a little faster. As time ticked by, Chen Du danced alone within the wolf pack's encirclement. Everyone expected him to be gradually consumed. Yet he skillfully maintained a balance. Good. This is the feeling. As long as I can keep this balance, there's a chance. Chen Du danced with his sword, a glint of barely suppressed excitement in his eyes, the thrill of seeing a glimmer of hope. Just then a dire warning came from the side. It's bad, Chen Du. Mo Late's arm is scratched. Lu Bo shouted. The remaining BB wolves, catching the scent of blood, turned their heads toward Mo Late's position. Their pupils gradually turned red. Damn, they've gone berserk. Chen Du exclaimed, staring at the alto familiar scene before him. He then glanced at Moret's left arm, scratched by claws, though it wouldn't hinder the fight. But he couldn't even handle the BB wolves before they went berserk, let alone after. Get out of here. Chen Du roared at the top of his lungs, putting all his strength into the shout directed at Moret and the other. It took 2 seconds for the BB wolves to enter their berserk state. In those 2 seconds, Chen Du could have killed one, but he didn't. Instead, he leaped out of the encirclement, then shot a glance at the 2 still frozen in place, urging, go now. He'll stay behind to deal with them. With Teacher Ling Yun here, I won't die. Only this way can we make it to the next round. Go. With that final roar, the 2 hesitated, no longer nodded, and swiftly retreated. Phew. Chen Du had spoken too quickly, gasping for breath, but seeing their retreating figures, his anxious heart eased. He wasn't worried the BB wolves would chase them. As long as he stayed, they could only attack him. Though the berserk state temporarily boosted their speed and strength, it also sacrificed some rationality. In their berserk state, their reason couldn't fully control their bodies. The lust for slaughter flooded their minds, instinctively targeting the nearest living creature in sight. Chen Du couldn't run. This held true whether they were berserk or not. Once locked onto prey, they pursued relentlessly. As seen with the BB wolves encountered by the Liangqing squad, they were impossible to shake off. In the crystal space, Chen Du had been torn apart by their claws countless times, so he knew this all too well. The 2 seconds ended swiftly. Facing 17 berserk-readied BB wolves, Chen Du showed no fear. Instead, he licked his lips in excitement. In the crystal space, aside from the 5th wave's mini-boss, the Yama giant lizard, which numbered 1, every other wave had 30 monsters. Now a mere 17 were nothing to fear. Chen Du gripped his sword with both hands, his back against a tree 5 meters in diameter, staring ahead, poised for battle. This tactic effectively reduced the number of attackers. Though there were 17 BB wolves, not all could strike him at once. Howl, howl, howl. One BB wolf howled to the sky before leaping at Chen, its claws descending like the first strike ashore. Clang. A crisp metallic clash rang out, and in the contest of strength, they were evenly matched. Level 7 life strength. Chen set his gaze solemn. He recognized at a glance that this was the strongest of the pack. Its life strength had been level 6, 5 before. After the berserk state, it briefly rose to level 7. Every 0.1 level gap could tip the scales of victory. A 0.5 level gap was no small matter. Commentary booth. Teacher Gu adjusted the rimless glasses on his high-nose bridge, revealing an expression of "just as I thought." I never expected that Chen, with his first-order perfect martial skill, would meet his Waterloo in the first round. But it's just their bad luck, encountering a medium-sized wolf den in a berserk state. With that, he sighed regretfully. If the Liangqing squad hadn't strayed, we might have seen a clash of 4 perfect-level fighters in the second round. Teacher Wang nodded at the perfect moment, showing approval, then took over. Though Chen hasn't given up, regrettably the outcome is sealed. Facing a berserk medium-sized wolf den, even a 99 first-order martial skill would likely falter here. BB wolves are creatures that relentlessly hunt their prey. Even if Chen runs, he'll be chased endlessly. Eventually he'll be eliminated due to exhaustion. Pausing, Teacher Wang raised his volume. Unless a team has 2 students with perfect-level martial skills, encountering a medium-sized wolf den is a death sentence. As a commentator, Teacher Wang had to remain neutral, but as a teacher from Haiqing, one high, he couldn't resist boasting. 2 perfect-level fighters in one team. Who else but Haiqing squad? VIP section. Mayor Chu watched the screen as Chen fought like a cornered beast, nodding. This kid is quite impressive, still not eliminated. Indeed, a bit too impressive. Impressive to the point of oddity. Zhou Qing's expression shifted from initial indifference to confusion. Oddity? What's odd about it? Mayor Chu asked, puzzled. Though his own strength and knowledge of off-world aliens paled beside Zhou Qing's. He thought he could easily see through a student who wasn't even a martial artist yet. Zhou Qing rested his chin on his hand, staring at the floor, then replied after a moment. I just got Chen file from Principal Li of Liangqing. One hot. I thought he might have some background, but it turned out to be an utterly ordinary family. He hasn't even left Liangqing. Yesterday's trip to Haiqing was his first time leaving town. That's not strange. Martial skills require the least resources, relying mainly on talent. Mayor Chu said, unable to grasp Zhou Qing's point. Zhou Qing shook his head, his gaze sharpening. What I find odd isn't his martial skill level, but his fighting style. I didn't notice at first, but as the battle progressed, I figured it out. Chen hasn't been eliminated not because he's strong, but because he's familiar. Familiar with the BB wolves. His Radiant Flow sword art hasn't reached the effortless stage, meaning his martial skill isn't at 99 yet. Yet he manages to hold off these berserk BB wolves for so long. He doesn't even need to look to know their next move. It's too bizarre. With that, he glanced at Chen on the screen, squinting. I initially thought Chen might have ties to the Limit Martial Hall and had seen BB Wolf videos. Otherwise, no normal person could know about the Spirit Realm or BB Wolf intel. Zhou Qing turned to the side. Mayor Chu, you know as well that the Spirit Realm is under our Limit Martial Hall's control. Normal people can't access that info. This is the first time these kids have seen the first-level Spirit Realm, Forest of the Howling Wolves. And we've disabled recording to prevent leaks. I don't know all the kids of this age in the Bear Domain's Limit Martial Hall, but I wouldn't forget one with this skill level. Yet I've never heard of Chen. Then I wondered if he was from the Tech Martial Hall or Martial Alliance. Those two don't directly manage the Spirit Realm, but they have some access rights. But no, he has no background at all. Zhou Qing paused, looking at Chen on the screen with a complex gaze. And it's not just knowing the info. It's like he's fought BB wolves countless times. His familiarity is terrifying. But there's no record of him ever entering the first-level Spirit Realm, Forest of the Howling Wolves. Ow wow, ow wow, ow wow, ow wow. 5 BB wolves encircled Chen against a tree, their howls sending chills down the spine as a fierce crimson glow blazed in their eyes, the thrill of spotting living prey. 10 claws struck like steel blades, akin to bringing an umbrella on a rainy day only to find a downpour of knives. Clang, clang, clang. Forest breeze. Chen swung his sword, barely deflecting the assault. Aside from the strongest BB wolf at life level 7, the rest ranged between level 6 and 5. Though only 13 in number, their collective strength surpassed even the 6th wave of green fire giants in the crystal space. Get lost. Chen roared, unleashing the second form of the radiant sword art, golden drums shaking the sky, directly at one of the wolves encircling him. This BB wolf, the weakest among the 5 at life level 6. For it dared not meet the strike hidden. It quickly retreated, narrowly dodging the blow. Yet this strike was merely a feint. Golden drums shaking the sky was a continuous upward slash as the blade arced overhead. Chen did not halt his motion. Instead, he followed the momentum, bent low, and thrust his sword horizontally into the tree trunk above. Gripping the hilt with one hand, he pushed off with his toes flipped and landed on the blade. His gaze sharpened, locking onto a distant target. Then with a powerful push from his legs, he yanked the sword free and shot like a cannonball toward the rearmost BB wolf. This BB wolf was undoubtedly the weakest of the pack. The strongest ones had charged to the front after going berserk. From the moment he planted his sword as a springboard in golden drums shaking the sky to his arrival behind the pack, a mere 3 seconds had passed. Chen Du's battle strategy was terrifyingly clear. With one swing of his sword, the BB wolf, barely at life level 6, couldn't withstand the blow and was instantly decapitated. 16 left. Chen Du muttered coldly to himself. Commentary booth. I never expected Chen Du to be such an outstanding combatant. Teacher Wang marveled at the screen, watching Chen Du skillfully use the surrounding trees to gradually thin the BB wolves' numbers. In the video, Chen Du repeated the tactic, slaying wolves with the same method. His gaze was icy, his movements clean and precise, devoid of any superfluous action, like a butcher who had carved meat for 20 years. The berserk BB wolves, nearly mindless, fell for the same trick every single time. Oh my god, this Chen Du from Liangqing Middle School is incredible. These BB wolves are a foreign race, and as the teachers said, all contestants are facing them for the first time. But how is he so adept? His battle IQ must be off the charts. It's like doing a year's worth of practice problems only to score lower than someone who studied for one night. In combat intelligence, Chen Du is definitely the latter. The students in the audience discussed among themselves. Chen Du's fighting was a thing of beauty. His seamless, fluid combat style stood in stark contrast to others. Though it was his first encounter with BB wolves, his methods were as familiar as walking home from school. Do you think he could actually win? A bespectacled male student swallowed hard, watching Chen Du steadily reduce the wolf count. It's possible. I've never heard of this Chen Du before. Even if he hadn't stumbled into a wolf den and advanced to the second round, he wouldn't have been a match for Senior Zhou or Senior Chu. But judging by his performance, his rooster aspect is the strongest. If this wave doesn't take him out, he might just win the championship. At that moment, the commentator Teacher Gu received a message from the director through her earpiece. Many people think Chen Du can win. Bring up this topic. The director, surnamed Ma, had been in live broadcasting since graduating with a liberal arts degree. Always attentive to the audience, he naturally seized on this information. As a director, his battleground wasn't in killing foes, but in video streaming. His team had to keep the audience glued to the screen. That was his domain of struggle and survival. Li Mu, the principal of Liangqing No. 1 high school, likewise needed achievements to climb the ladder. A few students from the Hongji class, and whether Chen Du could enter the 8 prestigious universities were his metrics. No one is kind to you without reason. Everyone strives forward in their own domain. As a teacher, Teacher Gu's duty was to impart knowledge. Hearing the director's words, she immediately spoke. Chen Du's combat skills indeed surprised me, but this doesn't change the outcome. His method relies on swift kills before the other BB wolves can reinforce. It's like guerrilla warfare, strike and run. But as the weaker wolves die off, his tactics will become ineffective. If he can't finish off an opponent quickly, he'll be cornered and surrounded by the remaining wolves, and it'll be over. No sooner had Teacher Gu spoken than Chen Du nearly got trapped after failing to swiftly take down a BB wolf. Fortunately, he retreated in time. VIP section. Zhou Cheng held a cup of black tea, the hot beverage long gone cold under the air conditioning untouched. He seemed frozen, staring at the screen with an indescribable complexity in his eyes. It wasn't just his intimate knowledge of the BB wolves, even his own combat experience was baffling. A child who had just left Liangqing for the first time 2 days ago. Where did he get such battle instincts? The school never taught this, nor could it. Though his radiant sword art was executed flawlessly, it hadn't yet reached the seamless, instinctive level of controlling his own limbs. This indicated his martial skill hadn't reached 99 of Tier 1. But his combat style and methods. It was as if he had fought his way out of a frontline battlefield piled with corpses. Huff. 13 left. Chen Du panted heavily, his stamina draining rapidly over these few minutes. By using distance to his advantage, he had successfully killed 4 BB wolves. Not a bad result. Among the remaining 13, the weakest was at life level 6. 2. The one he had failed to kill quickly earlier. One more kill, and that should be the limit, Chen Du muttered to himself before repeating the tactic. Leveraging the terrain and trees to create distance, he then shot toward a BB wolf like a projectile. Learning from his earlier failure, he was more focused this time, swiftly severing the wolf's head after a few exchanges. Just as he prepared to retreat, he found himself surrounded. So fast. Was the distance too short? No. Chen Du suddenly realized. It wasn't that they were faster. He had slowed down. The constant back and forth and fighting had drained his stamina immensely. Unconsciously, his overall efficiency had dropped, leading to the encirclement. Ow wow, ow wow, ow wow. The wolves' howls shook the sky. Watching them tighten the circle, Chen Du knew he had to strike first. Waiting for death only brings death. He immediately charged at the nearest BB wolf, determined to carve out an escape. Amidst the cacophony of surrounding wolf howls, Chen Du's expression remained impassive, not a single ripple disturbing his visage, an eerily profound stillness. These howls were neither spiritual attacks nor sonic assaults. Yet surrounded by gleaming red eyes and undulating howls, it was inevitable for one's mind to falter. Fear would take root, movements would stiffen, and openings would appear. But that applied to normal people. Within the crystal space, Chen Du had been torn apart countless times, each experience delivering 100 sensory feedback. His resistance to pain and terror had long surpassed the ordinary. Those chaotic howls didn't disturb him, instead they felt as familiar as home. His fighting spirit soared. Azure Dragon Sting. This time he couldn't circle around. Chen Du launched a frontal assault, his swiftest strike yet. He thrust directly at the brow of the BB wolf before him. Just then a lightning-fast claw shot out from the side. Clang! The familiar ring of metal and metal echoed. A BB wolf beside his target had parried Chen Du's most ferocious blow with its claw. Feeling the force transmitted through the claw, Chen Du knew. This was the BB wolf with a life strength of 7. Damn it! What rotten luck! Chen Du cursed inwardly. That strike had carried a chance of success. He hadn't expected the strongest one to be standing right beside him. All these BB wolves looked identical. Even with higher life strength, their size didn't increase. This made it impossible for Chen Du to gauge their strength by appearance. At the commentary booth, seeing Chen Du once again encircled by BB wolves, Teacher Gu smiled inwardly, his expression feigning concern. Oh no, I didn't expect student Chen Du to be surrounded so quickly. It seems this time he's truly in grave danger. Pausing, he added praise, yet student Chen Du's prowess is extraordinary. The BB wolf count has dwindled from the initial 20 to just 12. 5 were even taken down in their berserk state. His martial skills and combat tactics are top tier among his peers. Just a bit unlucky. He let out an almost imperceptible sigh of regret. Teacher Wang nodded and took over. Indeed, if not for encountering a medium-sized wolf den, student Chen Du would likely be the biggest dark horse in this 100 cities tournament. His martial skills are in no way inferior to the other 3. Then with a tone of regret, a pity. I would have loved to see student Chen Du's 1v1 performance in the second round. The audience in the regular seats largely shared this sentiment. Haiqingno, one high school as a central city institution, was renowned far and wide. Its teams had dominated the championships for years, their strength formidable. These freshmen and sophomores yearned for a powerful challenger to test their seniors. They craved a clash of titans, leading to a victory earned through fierce competition, not a dull, crushing sweep. Though Chen Du wasn't from Haiqingno, one high school, the students of Haiqing desperately hoped he would survive this round, only to fall in the second or third round at the hands of Zhou Xiaogu or Chu Zhongtian. Faster. His sword needed to be faster, stronger, heavier. Chen Du's face was calm as still water, but his heart raged like a storm. He couldn't break out. He simply couldn't break out. Watching the encirclement tighten, his expression grew grim. Once fully surrounded, no matter how rich his experience, he would be eliminated. And elimination meant losing 1-0-0-0-0-0. Losing 1-0-0-0-0 could mean his life strength wouldn't reach 6 before the college entrance exams. 5. Failing to reach 6. 5 meant he couldn't enter one of the 8 prestigious schools, Huangshan Martial Arts University. The badge battle was only the first round of the 100 Cities tournament, yet the outcome before him now was a turning point in Chen Du's life. Ling Yun had said his performance in this tournament would carry significant weight in the upcoming elite school selections. Though most of the 300 participants were just there for the experience, like Mo Late, for whom reaching the second round was a victory. Because his overall strength was sufficient to secure a spot at any of the 8 prestigious schools through normal means, there were a few like Chen Du for whom this competition was of monumental importance. It was a life-altering crossroads. I cannot fall here. Losing here might seem like just a lost match, but in reality, it would mark the start of a downhill spiral in life. Get out of my way. The ever-calm Chen Du roared to the heavens. Dancing alone amidst the wolf pack, wounds were beginning to appear on his body, but they didn't hinder his movements. The long sword in his hand served both as a spear to slay enemies and a shield to defend himself. He was nearly surrounded now. At the VIP section. Is this the end? Watching Chen Du's desperate last stand on the screen, Zhou Qing shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Though Chen Du's displayed combat prowess was somewhat baffling, it had sparked a flicker of anticipation in him. He wondered if the boy could keep surprising him. But now it seemed miracles wouldn't happen after all. Not that it was surprising. The calculated intensity of a medium-sized wolf den was naturally slightly above 99 of first-tier martial skills. Yet Chen Du's combat performance was so formidable. His martial skills hadn't even reached 99 of the first tier, and still he had fought this long. Watching Chen dust desperate resistance within the encirclement, the strongest BB Wolf's lips curled into an instinctive sneer, the expression of a predator that had cornered its prey. As the circle tightened, Chen Du faced more and more attacks, his range of movement shrinking. Damn it! Is this all I've got? Chen Du scolded himself. Now only a single sword strike to slay the weakest BB Wolf could create a chance to break out. After this bout of combat, he had pinpointed its location. But his strength wasn't enough, just a bit more. Clang. After a swing that sent a BB Wolf reeling, Chen Du keenly sensed something different about that strike. This is wind. The trajectory of that sword stroke had perfectly aligned with the flow of the wind. That strike was stronger than before. This discovery made Chen Du's eyes gleam. In a certain thicket, Ling Yun watched Chen Du about to be engulfed by the wolf pack with intense focus. A fierce reluctance churned within him. He so desperately wished that this gifted youth from humble beginnings could, through his talent and effort, climb step by step. Perhaps it was because Chen Du reminded him of his younger self, or maybe it was a teacher's appreciation for a promising student. Either way, he had been waiting for something. But now it seemed, it's over. Seeing the encirclement fully formed, Ling Yun knew the outcome was sealed. He never imagined that the highly anticipated Chen Du would end up in such a predicament because of trusting someone else's words. This might be a valuable lesson before entering society, but the cost was too great. He crouched ready to rush in and rescue him. Just then a commotion stirred within the wolf pack. Clang. A crisp metallic ring sounded. A BB Wolf's claw was severed by Chen Du's sword. Before it could even howl, an impossibly fast golden drum's resounding sliced its head in two. Seizing the sole opportunity, Chen Du leaped and rolled as the creature fell, successfully breaking out of the encirclement. Huff. 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 Chen Du gasped for air, greedily breathing the air outside the circle. Staring at his right hand gripping the sword, he muttered with excitement. Finally, congratulations, host. Flowing light sword technique has advanced from first tier 98 to first tier 99. This series of battles, like a catalyst, ruthlessly squeezed the potential within Chen Du. Feeling the power surging through his body, Chen Du gazed ahead, gripping his sword hilt firmly, a fierce confidence blazing in his eyes. His martial skill had now truly reached 99 of the first order. Previously, it was merely bolstered by the enhancement from his 9th level spiritual attachment, forcibly elevating his combat power by 1. That was why Chen Du had expended so much energy, not only from physical exhaustion, but also from mental fatigue. Yet he still couldn't cease the spiritual attachment, for he still required its aid. Now, with his martial skill truly at 99 of the first order, coupled with the enhancement of his 9th level spiritual attachment, he might not match the limit of the first order, but he was far beyond what ordinary 99 could achieve. Die! Chen Du growled, charging forward with his sword. After true mastery, not only was his speed and strength greater than before, but his control over the blade was as effortless as moving his own limbs. Was this what teacher Ling Yun meant by natural perfection after true mastery? Chen Du fought while pondering, drawing on the vast combat experience accumulated in the crystal space and his understanding of the BB Wolves. Coupled with his greatly enhanced sword control, he could now fight with divided attention. That BB Wolf with 7th level life strength had once matched Chen Du in power, but now needed the aid of other wolves to avoid falling behind. Ling Yun was astonished. He knew Chen Du's martial skill and spiritual power and had been waiting. If Chen Du could break through his current limits, he might turn the tide. But the probability was minuscule, as slim as finding a soulmate while taking out the trash. Even Ling Yun had nearly given up, but unexpectedly Chen Du rose to the occasion. If he could pass the first round, Ling Yun could declare Chen Du the strongest in this competition. Martial skill at 99 of the first order plus 9th level spiritual attachment. Chen Du's rooster phase was terrifyingly powerful. Thinking of the possibility of defeating Haiqing No, one high school, Ling Yun couldn't help but smile, for they lost every year. Though it was normal for Liancheng to lose given its strength, it was still frustrating. Haiqing had lost in the 100 Cities tournament, but Liancheng had never won. Go for it, Chen Du. You have a chance to make history for Liancheng No, one high school. Li Mu was stunned. Chen Du's martial skill has broken through. As the principal, he was swamped with duties, and cultivating Chen Du was Ling Yun's responsibility. Thus, he didn't know Chen Du's specifics, only that Chen Du had spiritual talent and his martial skill was at the peak of the first order. He was an exceptional seedling, but otherwise too ordinary with no notable awards. These were crucial for direct admission, or one had to be outstanding enough to bypass the college entrance exam. And so-called excellence needed proof. If mere talent sufficed for a top martial arts university, there would be no competition, just waiting for assignments. It should be, Chao Yan said gravely. The 3 seated were all martial artists, with Li Mu and Chao Yan having life strength above level 15. Serving as principals of key high schools. Zhao Bin, principal of No. Two high school had life strength below level 15, fitting only for an ordinary high school. All three were martial artists with basic discernment. The radiant sword technique Chen Du now executed had subtle differences from before, not in speed or power but in essence. Chen Du's swordplay now exuded a natural, seamless charm. It was as if the sword grew from his body, a part of him. Li Mu and Xiao Yan understood this best, for their martial skill was at 99 of the first order. The commentator was stunned. Chen Du has actually broken out of the encirclement. Teacher Wang exclaimed loudly, drawing back the attention of many students who had looked elsewhere. How is this possible? Teacher Gu's heart trembled, not because Chen Du escaped the encirclement, but because she was proven wrong. As a theoretical martial arts teacher, she might not fight, but she must know much. She had earlier made a prophecy announcing Chen Du's defeat to prove her expertise to these Haiqing No. 1 students. It shouldn't be. Teacher Gu prided herself on theoretical knowledge. Based on her understanding of BB wolves, even a student with martial skill at 99 of the first order couldn't single-handedly confront a medium-sized wolf den. This defied science. As the saying goes, fear what comes. Just as she thought this, she overheard students saying, "Is that your theoretical martial arts teacher? She seems average." Exactly, I think so too. I felt Chen Du had a chance to break out earlier, but she kept insisting he couldn't win. I used to think she was impressive, pretty, and knowledgeable, but now she seems just a pretty face. Such voices were few, but Teacher Gu, plagued by inner demons, focused only on what she shouldn't hear. Zhou Cheng was shocked. He stared incredulously at the screen, where Chen Du was locked in combat with the BB wolves. The intensity of a medium-sized wolf den was computer calculated. Theoretically, even a student with 99 first-order martial skill would succumb to exhaustion. Now Chen Du's radiant sword technique had truly reached perfection, radiating a natural charm. Yet it shouldn't be like this. Strange, the power of Chen Du's radiant sword technique seems a bit excessive. It doesn't feel like normal 99 first-order speed and power. Mayor Chu, also intrigued by Chen Du, rested his chin on clasped hands and mused. It's spiritual attachment. After some observation, Zhou Cheng affirmed, and at a high level, I suspect his spiritual power might be close to level 10. Level 10. Mayor Chu straightened up. Before becoming a martial artist, spiritual power is normally level 1. Even with some rare treasure, without innate talent, a quasi-martial artist's spiritual power peaks at around level 5. Then this Chen Du is extraordinary. He has the potential to become a skyborn martial artist. Watching the amazed mayor, Zhou Cheng first nodded, then shook his head as something occurred to him. Such spiritual power at the quasi-martial artist stage is indeed remarkable. But once spiritual power reaches level 10, it undergoes a qualitative change. The soul becomes a martial spirit. That's why many only start improving spiritual power after becoming martial artists, due to the Bodhis matching mechanism aligning flesh and soul. A martial artist's soul must be equipped with a martial spirit. Both were experienced, so Zhou Cheng didn't dwell on martial spirits. After a pause, he added, even if spiritual power awakens early, it may not reach level 15 later. It's like early physical development, just early. Moreover, the final one from 99 to 100 in martial skill is one of the 3 conditions for becoming a skyborn martial artist, and a significant hurdle. Haha, you're still so strict. In my view, this Chen Du is already exceptionally outstanding. Zhou Cheng didn't deny it, this time essentially agreeing. But he had seen too many outstanding individuals. He had seen many who advanced to martial artist in high school, yet few who became skyborn martial artists. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp ring of metal striking metal echoed incessantly in his ears. As time passed, only 5 BB wolves remained before him. The one with a life strength of level 7 had even lost an ear to Chen Du's blade. Had Chen Du not been at less than peak physical condition, that single strike would have been fatal. In their berserk state, the BB wolves lost much of their reason and refused to flee. After a while longer, only Chen Du remained standing on the field. He stood drenched in blood at the center, surrounded by a ring of wolf carcasses sliced open like fruit. Huff, huff. Chen Du gasped for air, his eyes betraying an undeniable weariness. Though it had cost him a great deal of physical and mental energy, he had achieved a satisfactory result. He walked over to a pile of wolf carcasses, placed the badge inscribed with the character high upon them, and turned to leave without a backward glance. In the audience stands. Huh, what is he doing? Isn't it only those who are eliminated who need to leave their badge behind? Could it be that both of his teammates were eliminated? Not only the younger students were puzzled, even the commentator was momentarily at a loss for words. He was utterly bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. Is Chen Du about to forfeit? Principal Zhao Bin of the second high school wondered aloud. He wasn't familiar with Chen Du and didn't know the boy's temperament. After all, not everyone's actions conform to the principle of following the expected path. Especially as a principal, what kind of student character hadn't he seen? Li Mu didn't know how to answer, but he knew Chen Du wouldn't forfeit, nor did he have any reason to. Just then a student suddenly noticed a blind spot and pointed, "Look at that video down there." Everyone followed his gaze to see an unremarkable team moving forward at a leisurely pace. Huh, what's this? Is there anything worth seeing in there? That path looks a bit like the one the Lianqing team just took. Just as someone was about to voice a question, another spoke up. It's the Miqing team. This is the Miqing team that just made contact with the Haiqing team. The speaker was a chubby young man named Wang Peng. Unlike the others, he had been keeping an eye on the Lianqing team. Though Wang Peng was watching from the Haiqing First High School auditorium, he wasn't a student there. He was a student from Kuanqing First High School. The 100 Cities Championship wasn't exclusive to Haiqing First High students. Out-of-town students could buy tickets to watch. Wang Peng was a close friend of Li Yuan from Kuanqing First High and had come specifically to cheer him on today. He had expected Li Yuan to easily advance to the second round, perhaps even make the top 10. He never expected him to be the first eliminated. Wang Peng knew Li Yuan's martial skill level well. A first-tier 89 martial skill, and yet he was eliminated by Chen Du with a single sword strike. This had sparked Wang Peng's keen interest in the Lianqing team, and he had been watching Chen Du from the sidelines ever since. After seeing the Miqing team gradually approaching this location, he blurted it out instantly. The crowd, all students from key high schools, quickly pieced it together after a moment's thought following his shout. Using a borrowed knife to kill. Damn, this Miqing team has some moves. No wonder the Lianqing team was heading in that direction for no reason. So someone was guiding their path. Most people had only seen Chen Du eliminating the previous team and his battle with the BB Wolves. The Miqing team, an uneventful interlude, had drawn very few viewers, especially since the videos had no sound. Everyone's attention followed the commentator. With someone pointing it out now, everything suddenly became clear. "Zhang Shuai, are you sure about this?" Xiaomei asked, a hint of fear in her voice as she looked at the gradually darkening surroundings. The thick-browed man Li Ku tried to reassure her, "Don't worry, Xiaomei. There won't be any problems." Zhang Shuai stared ahead, walking steadily, and said calmly, "Relax. Even if he's strong, there's no way he can defeat that many beast wolves. His strength will draw all the beast wolves to him. He won't be able to handle them all, and then their team leader will have to step in. Given the nature of these beast wolves, they'll never give up their target. So the Lianqing team's leader will have to kill them all. Then according to the rules, the eliminated must leave their badge behind. And since the badges can't be tracked, the star markers on the map only indicate the location. That means in this area of the map with no markers, there are currently no teams and no beast wolves. And we are about to collect 2 badges. Zhang Shuai grew more excited as he spoke, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Despite his name meaning handsome, he wasn't particularly good-looking. But as a top student with a liberal arts score of 710, his intellect far surpassed his martial prowess. As Zhang Shuai and his 2 companions walked on, they suddenly caught a strong scent of blood wafting from ahead. A few steps later, they saw several wolf carcasses lying haphazardly cut apart. Purple blood soaked the surrounding soil, emitting a foul stench. "We've finally arrived." Xiaomei stretched wearily, a smile of impending triumph on her face. Judging by the scene, a fierce battle had clearly taken place here. Zhang Shuai looked at the mess before him and frowned instinctively. Something felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "Over there." Li Ku pointed in a direction after scanning the area. The 3 rushed over excitedly, and upon seeing the high badge resting on a pile of 3 wolf carcasses, they wore expressions of victory. As expected of Zhang Shuai, the strategist is truly something else. Faced with Xiaomei's praise, Zhang Shuai showed no hint of a smile. Instead, he looked rather serious. At that moment, he felt an increasing unease. The wolf carcasses seemed to convey a signal he had overlooked. The teachers are really something, killing so many beast wolves all by themselves. Li Ku didn't dislike Zhang Shuai, in fact they were childhood friends. But every time Xiaomei praised Zhang Shuai, his heart would inexplicably ache, and he instinctively changed the subject. With that, he reached his hand toward the badge on the wolf carcass. As Li Ku's right hand drew closer to the badge, Zhang Shuai felt as though time itself had slowed down. His pupils suddenly constricted. A realization struck him like lightning. A trap. Zhang Shuai shouted abruptly, startling Xiaomei and interrupting Li Ku's action. "Why did you have to yell like that?" Li Ku took Xiaomei aside, annoyed by her fright. "Yeah, Zhang Shuai, why did you have to shout?" Zhang Shuai paid them no mind and turned around directly. "Run." The Lianqing team wasn't eliminated at all. "This badge is a trap." "Impossible. All these beast wolves are dead. If the team leader didn't kill them, did that Chen Du do it all by himself?" "It really was all me." A cold, unexpected voice suddenly rang out from the bushes beside the trio. Chen Du stood there drenched in blood, watching them calmly with Mo Lete and Lu Bo flanking him. Chen Du didn't move, his gaze fixed on Zhang Shuai. "I'm curious. How did you figure out we weren't eliminated?" Realizing the situation was hopeless, Zhang Shuai spread his hands and stopped hiding the truth because of the wounds. "None of the team leaders brought weapons in here. Tell me, how could an unarmed team leader have sliced open these beast wolves?" Zhang Shuai's response made Chen Du think of Ling Yun. Chen Du still does not know what weapon Ling Yun usually uses. The other party travels empty-handed anywhere using various weapons only during martial arts classes to spar with everyone. Pointing out the flaws and shortcomings of his classmates, Chen Du subconsciously overlooked the matter of weapons. It was unexpected for Chen Du that Zhang Shuai could notice this detail. It doesn't matter as long as they approach the badge location, he is confident he can keep them. If the 3 members of the Mysterious City team are vigilant enough and retreat upon seeing the wolf corpses, he will have no way to retain them. At that time, he would be unable to complete his revenge and obtain information about Musashi's location. The interior of the wolf forest has been developed to some extent by high martial civilizations and is already filled with networks. After exterminating the medium-sized wolf Den, Chen Du contacted Murad and the others using his wristband. The 2 had not gone far, and the 3 quickly regrouped, explaining the plan before squatting near the badge waiting. Did you really kill all these beast wolves by yourself? Zhang Shuai swallowed hard, staring at Chen Du, who was drenched in blood with disbelief reflected in his eyes. He knew this was likely true, but he still found it hard to believe. Otherwise, did you kill them? Chen Du retorted. Zhang Shuai. After saying that, he picked up the high badge from the ground and tossed it in front of Zhang Shuai. Still the same question, where is Musashi? I'm not interested in the badge, I just want to fight Musashi. Chen Du's gaze was as firm as if he were determined to join a cause, radiating a resolve and momentum that suggested he would not rest until his goal was achieved. Of course this was a lie, the real purpose was to obtain information. So that's it. It seems that Chen Du's purpose in coming to the 100 Cities Championship is to challenge Musashi. Zhang Shuai swallowed hard, secretly noting. Students participating in the 100 Cities Championship can be roughly divided into 3 types. The first type, which is also the most common, emphasizes participation. This is taken literally, as long as they can pass the first round it is a victory for them, just like Zhang Shuai's Mysterious City team. The second type consists of strong contestants who have already obtained guaranteed admission to the martial arts university or meet the qualifications for it. Thus they are not interested in bonus points for the 3rd round and only want to spar with strong opponents. In his view, Chen Du obviously belongs to the second type. Although Musashi is famous considering Chen Du's strength, the 2 are indeed evenly matched. The 3rd type is the last type, or rather it belongs solely to the Haiqing team, the Battle of Honor. As the Central City, they are not only the host, but also a participant enjoying the most resources, as Haiqing know. One middle school. They cannot afford to lose. Seeing Chen Du acting so magnanimously, Zhang Shuai couldn't help but feel regret, not expecting the other to be such an upright person. He traveled a long way just to fight Musashi. Without further ado, he directly opened his wristband and projected the map on the ground. We did indeed encounter Musashi before. At that time their team was fighting against beast wolves, about 10 of them. One of them noticed us and chased us down, which was the one you initially encountered. At this point Zhang Shuai paused, pointing to another direction on the map. We encountered Musashi here, and their target should be the star mark behind. However, they encountered beast wolves along the way. He is definitely not at that original position now, but he must be near this star mark. Along the way, Chen Du felt as if he understood something. Squinting, he looked at the position Zhang Shuai pointed and silently memorized it. In the next moment, holding the sword hilt, his gaze was cold, like a butcher who had slaughtered piglets for 20 years. Chen Du drew his sword ruthlessly. He swung it in an instant, almost beyond belief. Bang, bang, bang. With a single stroke, 3 sounds echoed. A horizontal slash sent the 3 who were completely unresponsive flying. Staring at the 3 lying on the ground and the shattered protective gear on their chests, he spoke coldly. All right, put down the badge and exit. Zhang Shuai and the others were stunned for a few seconds, looking at each other. Chen Du had actually deceived them. Chen Du's strike was so swift and decisive, coupled with this sudden turn of events, that it was only then they reacted. Li Ku, seeing Xiao Mei injured, was furious and jumped up. Damn, are you playing us? I was just reciprocating the favor. Chen Du remained unfazed, his eyes shimmering with the light of justice, as if he were eliminating evil and promoting good. Although he had benefited from a calamity, raising his martial skills by 1, he intended to properly thank them, to repay them for their guidance. You? Li Ku, who was originally not very articulate, was rendered speechless by Chen Du's honest reply. Indeed, he had tricked them, but what could they do? They couldn't argue, nor could they win in a fight. After all, the opponent was someone who could annihilate a wolf den. At that moment, a rustling sound from the treetops was heard, and a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of the 3 members of the Mysterious City team. His speed was so fast that his figure seemed to vanish, almost akin to instant teleportation. Chen Du knew this was due to the vast difference in life intensity. Once his life intensity increased, in the future his vision and hearing would also be enhanced. This person was obviously their leader, and Chen Du's actions of directly destroying the protective gear forced him to reveal himself. The leader was not wearing a fixed uniform, The middle-aged man was bald, dressed in shorts and a tank top, extremely plain. Good boy. You actually went back on your word, showing no martial ethics. Chen did not expect this leader to be so protective, clearly indicating that they were the ones who were deceived first. However, the other party cited the high ground rules of the old era, ignoring the facts. Initially seeing that both the other party and Ling Yun were bald, he felt a bit of goodwill. He wanted to exchange a few polite words and discuss human relationships, but the other party immediately came at him with accusations. Teacher, this is called deceit. Chen Du's gaze was firm. Even facing a martial artist, he showed no fear. The leader could not intervene except for rescue, and with Ling Yun nearby, there was nothing to be afraid of. The aura of a martial artist could not intimidate him. Zhang Shuai looked at Chen Du's indifferent face and finally realized that everything the other had done was an act. It was all to make him reveal Musashi's location. How could Chen Du possibly give him the badge? It was a situation doomed for elimination, but as long as Chen Du wanted to know about Musashi, he could turn the tables. He had that confidence. But now not only had he been tricked for information, but he was also eliminated, making him feel like he had lost everything. Subsequently, Zhang Shuai accepted his defeat, and after placing down 2 badges said, "See you again if fate allows," before exiting. They actually have the Wu badge. After the 4 left, Lu Bo picked up the 2 badges on the ground, astonished. No wonder they set us up, or it turns out it was like this. Moret replied. He then looked at Chen Du. In your current state, are you still going to challenge Musashi? Though Chen Du appeared unremarkable from a distance, standing closer revealed his disordered breathing and an unmistakable weariness. Clearly, that single sword strike had drained his remaining stamina. Having just endured a fierce battle, his physical and mental energy could not recover so swiftly. Moret, aware that Chen Du was outwardly strong but inwardly weak, issued a reminder. Chen Du understood his implication and did not deny it. Shaking his head, he said, "I want go. My physical and mental strength have been depleted far too much. Right now, not to mention a top-tier first-stage perfection like Wuzong, any first-stage perfection can easily defeat me. Even those at 89 of the first stage could push me into a grueling fight." Chen Du eliminated the entire Mi City squad with a single sword strike, appearing formidable, yet it was only 1 sword. In his current state, he lacked the strength to unleash a second blow of that magnitude. Speaking of this, he glanced at the 2 badges in Lu Ba's hand and remarked with emotion, "I never expected them to have a Wu badge. I only wanted to confirm Wu Zhang's location and then head in another direction to search for badges. Given my condition, I needed to avoid perfection-level experts. I never imagined the badges would actually be complete now." Pausing, he opened the map on his wristband and pointed to a location. "Then let's go directly to the moon marker to submit the badges and in the first round." Moret and the other nodded in agreement, unsurprised by this outcome. With Chen Du's drastically reduced state, the plan to eliminate Wuzong early was clearly unfeasible. Submitting the badges to pass the first round was obviously the optimal solution. The 2 of them were essentially following Chen Du into the second round. As for tomorrow's performance, winning 1 match would be a gain, winning 2 a jackpot. It all depended on them. Moret cared little about his ranking, as he was guaranteed entry into the top 8 elite academies. Lu Bo was similarly indifferent, since his scores in areas other than martial techniques were subpar. Even with the bonus points from winning the 100 Cities tournament, he couldn't secure a spot in the top 8 academies. Among the 3, only Chen Du had come with the unwavering resolve to claim first place. Helpless, poor yet talented, he had no choice but to strive. Had his circumstances been even slightly worse, he would have given up entirely. At the commentary desk, it seems everyone is a sharp detective, able to deduce the truth from the slightest clue. Now it appears that the Liang City squad's path was inextricably linked to the Mi City squad. However, the Mi City squad clearly underestimated Chen Du's strength. Their scheme to use a tiger to drive away a wolf has failed. Elimination is the most reasonable outcome. As Teacher Wang finished speaking, he felt the temperature around him drop. Was the air conditioner broken? Then, noticing Teacher Gu beside him staring as if to send him into reincarnation, he suddenly understood. The air conditioner wasn't broken. It was Teacher Gu who was broken. Earlier, when he said clearly underestimated Chen Du's strength, he hadn't thought much of it. He had only echoed Teacher Gu's earlier claim that Chen Du would be eliminated. But the speaker was careless, while the listener took it to heart. Teacher Gu felt his professional judgment had been challenged. Teacher Wang quickly changed the subject. "I didn't expect the Mi City squad to have a Wu badge. Now the Liang City squad has collected both the Gao and Wu badges. Time-wise, that's quite fast. Judging by their route, they're heading for the badge submission point. After all, Chen Du has just fought a major battle and needs rest. Ending the first round smoothly now would be the best outcome for them." Having confirmed their destination, the trio set off with Chen Du leading the way. Why this way? Moret asked, puzzled, as Chen Du took a detour. "Yeah, this path adds distance," Lu Bo chimed in. Chen Du didn't waste words and explained directly. "I felt something odd from the start. Collecting these badges has been too easy. The target locations had no danger at all. Initially, the principal of Haiqing No. One high school said before we entered the badge placements are all safe. Also, Zhang Shuai just said we encountered Wu Zong here. Their target should be the star marker ahead. But they met a wolf pack along the way. Don't you find the word along the way a bit thought-provoking? You mean? Moret and Liu Bo exchanged glances. They weren't dullards. Combined with Chen Du's words, they seemed to grasp something. Chen Du saw the answer in their eyes and nodded exactly. The danger in collecting badges isn't at the destination, but on the journey there. At first, I thought the principal's words, the badge placements are all safe, were a lie. But Zhang Shuai's earlier remark made it all click. The principal told the truth, but it was a misleading truth. He made us overlook the dangers of the journey, focusing only on the outcome. The locations of these wolf dens were definitely designed by the organizers. If we follow the default navigation route, we'll likely encounter wolf packs along the way. Taking a detour is the correct path in this competition to avoid the wolf dens. As he spoke, Chen Du studied the map, constantly adjusting their direction. Walking on, Chen Du suddenly sensed something and sighed. A miscalculation. It seems the entire forest of forest wolves has been meticulously designed. To avoid wolf dens, we need to take routes where two star markers are close together. Such routes, due to distance, likely won't have wolf packs in between. But this increases the probability of encountering other squads. Moret and Liu Bo hadn't looked at the map, merely following behind Chen Du. At his words, they quickly opened the map on their wristbands. I see, Moret said in a low voice. This subtly increases the chances of encounters between squads and wolf dens. Plus, with twice as many fake badges as real ones, constant movement inevitably leads to conflict. Chen Du nodded after hearing Moret's analysis, then added, not only that, they've even eliminated luck. We were extremely fortunate to find 2 real badges directly. Now, if we follow the navigation route to the moon marker, few should be heading the same way. But will it go so smoothly? The organizers must have anticipated this. Wolf packs are inevitable on the path, so a detour is mandatory. Initially, I thought the badge competition was a game of luck. Now I realize how naive I was. This arena has been expertly crafted. This is a true test of strength, a contest of power. Any squad lacking strength, unless blessed with incredible luck, won't reach the moon marker, even with 2 badges. After Chen Du's detailed explanation, the trio continued forward. 30 minutes later, they suddenly stopped in unison. Another squad burst out from the side bushes, and the 2 teams met unexpectedly. When they saw the insignia on the opponent's uniforms, Chen Du and his companions' pupils constricted sharply. The Haiqing squad. Holy crap. Limu couldn't help but curse. Is this fate? As the principal, he always led by example and rarely used foul language. Especially after graduating from university, such vulgarity was hard to hear from him. Unless he couldn't help it. Chen Du's luck is just too terrible. Xiaobin also couldn't help but complain. Yeah, it would have been one thing to run into my Qinxing squad at the start. Then, following the Muqing squad's directions, he stumbled into a medium-sized wolf den. After the big battle, he got the martial token from the Muqing squad, and we thought things would end there. But on the way to the submission point, he had to run into the strongest Haiqing squad. After Chen Du eliminated the medium-sized wolf den, Xiao Yan canceled his original 8 p.m. flight. Chen Du's continuous narrow escapes made him feel a glimmer of anticipation, wanting to see how far the other could go. Unexpectedly, before he could take 2 steps, he encountered the Haiqing squad. This made him frown and inexplicably think of a saying. It's not that I am incapable, but heaven does not allow it. No wonder they say heaven is jealous of geniuses. The ancients were not wrong. Such terrible luck. Commentary booth. It seems Chen Du's luck today is indeed bad. Even with peak-level combat power, it's tough to pass the first round. It's as if some invisible force is hindering him. Teacher Gu watched the scene of the 2 teams meeting, a worried look on his face, but his heart felt like a withered tree springing back to life, full of vitality. Since science couldn't eliminate Chen Du, he would use metaphysics. Teacher Gu thought to himself. Wang Peng couldn't help but roll his eyes upon hearing Teacher Gu's remarks. As one of the few who had watched the Liangqing squad the whole time, he clearly remembered Teacher Gu's earlier confident statements. Although Chen Du hasn't given up, yet sadly the outcome is already sealed. Chen Du's practical combat ability did surprise me, but this doesn't change the ending. I think you are that invisible force. Wang Peng muttered quietly. After all, this was Haiqing No. One high school. Criticizing their teachers could only be done behind their backs. Damn it, Chen Du cursed under his breath. He had thought about encountering other teams, but he never imagined it would be the Haiqing squad. How did he run into this one probability? The martial treasure he had been searching for was nowhere to be found, and the only team he wanted to actively avoid was now right in front of him. Even if his stamina returned to its peak, Chen Du couldn't defeat the Haiqing squad with its 2 peak-level experts. Staring at the 3 people standing casually before him, Chen Du's pupils focused on that face, so beautiful it looked AI-generated. Zhou Xiaogu, the princess of Haiqing. Last night, teacher Ling Yun had mentioned 3 students whose martial skills had reached the peak level. They were Zhou Xiaogu and Chu Zhongtian from the Haiqing squad, and Wu Zong from the Luqing squad. But even among the peaks there are differences. The first Zhou Xiaogu was absolutely powerful, with rumors that her martial skill had reached the first-order limit. A first-order limit was even rarer than becoming a martial artist during high school. The first-order limit meant you had completely mastered that basic martial skill. And it was one of the 3 conditions for becoming a soaring martial artist, its value far exceeding that of a mere martial artist. After all, becoming a martial artist only required a first-order mid-level martial skill and a life strength of 9. The Haiqing squad had won the 100 Cities Championship 9 times in a row. Winning this year would make it 10 consecutive titles, a legendary feat. And Zhou Xiaogu, as the strongest competitor in this year's 100 Cities Championship, was certainly qualified to do so. Second was Wu Zong, whose martial skill level was unknown. When he topped the Ziyun district, his martial skill level was above 95 of the first order. And that was not long after the start of the first semester of senior year. After becoming the district champion, he stopped participating in virtual battles. Ling Yun told Chen to treat the other's martial skill as being at 99 of the first order. No matter how well virtual battles simulate reality, they still fall short. They were more often used for large, less controllable competitions. That was also the reason Chen stopped going later. However, if he hit a bottleneck with his martial skills in the future, he would still try virtual battles to spar with different types of opponents. Third was Chu Zhongtian, also an extremely formidable character, but Zhou Xiaogu was just too monstrous. That made him seem a bit lackluster. He was very low-key with only 1 recorded battle. He fought only 1 virtual match and had a 100 win rate. For some unknown reason, he repelled a student at 89 of the first order, which made him known. Additionally, teacher Ling Yun mentioned the last member of their team, named Wero. He was the weakest, only at 89 of the first order, and there was no other information as he wasn't at the peak level. He posed no threat to Chen Du and was only mentioned as a member of the Haiqing squad. Chen Du had sighed yesterday, impressed by the 9-time champion Haiqing squad. Even the weakest member of their team was qualified to enter the top 10. But now he couldn't be happy at all, because this team was standing right in front of him. A few wisps of warm summer breeze quietly passed between the 2 teams, bringing a restless air. First order peak. A man carrying a sword case with a single gold earring in his left ear squinted. He looked Chen Du up and down, his face showing surprise. Just as Chen Du could feel Wu Zhang's sword intent, the man opposite seemed to notice Chen Du's powerful sword intent. Unlike Wu Zhang's outward-releasing sword intent, Chen Du's was quite restrained. One reason was his unassuming personality, and the other was the nature of the flowing light sword art. But the fact that the other could still detect it showed this person's extraordinary skill. This must be Chu Zhongtian, the one second only to Zhou Xiaogu. Chen Du thought to himself. Such strong sword intent. The man stared at Chen Du, a look of gravity in his eyes. With that, he placed the sword case on the ground with a clatter, opening it from both sides. 6 swords of various shapes were revealed to Chen Du and his companions. The man's action put Chen Du and the others on high alert. Unanimously, they placed their hands on their weapons. Even knowing he was outmatched, Chen Du would never surrender. If it's a fight, then let it be. As someone who had died countless times, nothing scared him except the parting of loved ones. Stop, Chu Zhongtian. Zhou Xiaogu suddenly spoke from behind, stepping forward to add, look at the blood on him. He must have just fought BB wolves. Fighting him now would be an unfair victory. With that, she closed the sword case, glanced at Chen Du, and gave a faint smile. I didn't expect there to be another first-order peak expert besides Wu Zong. But, she then changed her tone sharply. Whether it's you or Wu Zong, I will eliminate you in the next 2 rounds. The Haiqing squad's 10 consecutive titles leave no room for doubt. Chu Zhongtian looked at Zhou Xiaogu with some confusion, blinked, but didn't ask. He then shouldered the sword case, and the 3 continued towards their destination. Chen Du and the others breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Zhou Xiaogu to have the spirit of a chivalrous hero. Lu Bo sighed as he watched the 3 receding figures. The spirit of a chivalrous hero. Hearing this, Chen Du's mind involuntarily recalled the ID of the person he had fought in the virtual battle a month ago. The little girl selling nukes. Xiaogu, this isn't like you. I never dreamed I'd hear the words unfair victory from your mouth. Your style is to strike while the iron is hot, and not give the enemy any chance to breathe. Faced with Chu Zhongshan's question, Zhou Xiaogu remained expressionless and pointed to the sky. It's a live broadcast, big bro. I need to save face. At the commentary desk. What? The Haiqing team actually didn't make a move. Teacher Gu exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that even mysticism couldn't eliminate Chen Du? But soon she seemed to grasp something and declared loudly, class. This is the class of the Haiqing team. As a veteran powerhouse, they disdain snatching badges from other teams. They will use the star marks to find the 2 real badges and then face their opponents in the second round. truly worthy of the Haiqing team acting with integrity. They possessed the chivalrous spirit of ancient heroes. Although Teacher Gus' remarks were not entirely neutral, this was after all Haiqing No. 1 high school. Most people had no objection to her description, finding it reasonable and even commendable. In the general audience, 80% were freshmen and sophomores, while the remaining 20% consisted of senior students from this school and visiting students from other schools. As students and spectators, their thoughts and perspectives were easily swayed by the two commentators. Wow, so that's it. I was just wondering if Chen Du had eaten the face fruit. What a coincidence. I thought the same. Now that Teacher Gu has explained it, I understand. So it's about class. I didn't expect the Haiqing team to have such great class. It seems Senior Zhou is quite confident, not worried at all about facing Chen Du in the second or third round. Classmates, let's take a look here. Teacher Wang naturally took over the conversation. Although most of the audience were students and teachers from Haiqing No. 1 high school, there were also a few students and principals from other places. As a commentator, neutrality was fundamental. One could favor a certain team, but excessive promotion would tarnish Haiqing No. 1 high school's reputation, making them seem less magnanimous. Even though Teacher Wang believed that the Haiqing team would win their 10th consecutive championship, he would never say it out loud. Then he began commenting on another team that was battling the BB Wolves. Later, Chen Du and his 2 teammates encountered 2 more teams. The first team, apparently due to insufficient strength, chose to give up after much deliberation. The second team, seeing Chen Du covered in blood, assumed he was severely injured and, emboldened, decided to take a gamble. Unfortunately, they lacked the strength. With 1 at the peak of the first rank and 2 at the middle stage, their lineup was similar to that of the Miqing team, no match for Chen Du's trio. They were swiftly eliminated. Except for the chance encounter with the Haiqing team, Chen Du and his companions did not run into any other formidable teams afterward. But that was to be expected. Including himself, there were only 4 who had reached mastery in martial skills. They weren't as common as cabbages, so how could they be encountered so easily? Those with 89 mastery in the first rank were also rare, as such skill levels could easily secure a top 10 spot and were not easily met. And so the trio arrived at the moon mark without incident. 2 staff members stood like NPCs, motionless. After confirming that the Lianqing team had both badges and that all 3 members were present, they completed the verification. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first round. The man in the organizer's uniform smiled as he input the information into the wristbands of Chen Du and his teammates. Phew. Upon hearing the word passed, the trio let out a long sigh of relief, then smiled in unison. Sure enough, neither the badge placement points nor the submission points posed any risk. The most dangerous part of this game was the route. No matter which path they took, they would inevitably encounter a certain number of BB Wolves and other teams. If they were unlucky and faced a series of setbacks, their physical strength would be greatly depleted. Even a master of martial skills might fall at the first hurdle. Due to the badges and routes, friction between teams and wolf packs was unavoidable. Chen Du thought to himself, among the 3, he was the most excited. He was the only one who came with a goal, and failure was not an option. Without the 1 million prize and the bonus points, he couldn't walk the path he wanted. When he saw the Haiqing team earlier, he truly thought they would be eliminated. The lineup of 2 masters was simply too powerful. If he were to face them, unknown, Chen Du wouldn't be afraid at all now. But in a team format, it was different. Their weakest member, Wei Lo, could easily thrash top students from Liansheng like Moret and Lu Bo. This made Chen Du lament the disparity in educational resources. Unexpectedly, the Haiqing team let them go. Chen Du guessed that they must have considered the significant energy required to take down a master like him. After all, the 2 teams were at a certain distance at the time, and Chu Zhongtian couldn't tell at a glance that he was already exhausted. As the saying goes, when the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman profits. The Haiqing team probably hadn't collected both badges yet. They had to consider the possibility of encountering other strong enemies or wolf dens later. If they had known that Chen Du's trio had already obtained the high and martial badges, they would most likely have attacked. As for their claim of an unworthy victory, that was also possible. But recalling Zhou Xiaogu's combat style in the virtual battle, which like his own was solely focused on victory, it just felt incongruous. A moment later, Ling Yun walked out from behind smiling as he congratulated Chen Du and his teammates. He then nodded to the staff from the organizing side, exchanged a few pleasantries, and led Chen Du's trio away. Behind the submission point was a special teleportation array. Guided by the staff, the 4 of them vanished in a dazzling red light. Night. Chen Du sat on his dormitory bed, having just finished tempering his mental strength using the void immortal visualization method. He opened his weary eyes, his pupils bloodshot as red as if they were about to burst. He had grown accustomed to his weakened mental state. Now he relied solely on the willpower forged through the cycle of death within the crystal space to sustain himself. 50 teams totaling 150 students had passed the first round's badge war. These 150 students would have to defeat approximately 4 opponents within a single day to advance to the third round. The difficulty was immense. My mental strength is currently at level 9. If I can kill all the monsters in the 7th wave, I can raise it to level 10. Level 10 mental strength will bring about a qualitative change. If I have level 10 mental strength, I will be absolutely number 1. Chen Du murmured to himself, then slowly closed his eyes. Sufficient fatigue was the best sleep aid. Before long, the room was filled with the rhythmic sound of breathing. When Chen Du opened his eyes again, he was already in the familiar crystal space. It was dusk. In a luxurious room. "Teacher Zhang, you wanted to see us," Zhou Xiaogu whispered as she entered, her face covered with a facial mask, accompanied by her companions Chu Zhongtian and Hua Yuo. Teacher Zhang nodded and gestured for them to sit. "Have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, he got down to business. "Do you still remember the Liangqing team you encountered this morning?" "Yes, that one at the first order perfection stage," Chu Zhongtian replied. Although they hadn't crossed swords directly as fellow swordsmen, the formidable sword intent emanating from that opponent was deeply etched in his memory. That opponent's strength was likely not inferior to his own. Teacher Zhang nodded, his expression turning grave. "His name is Chen Du. According to the latest intelligence relayed from the Forest of Wolf Shadows live stream, he might become the greatest obstacle on your path to the championship." The greatest obstacle. Zhou Xiaogu let out a soft murmur of doubt at this. She couldn't help but open her half-closed eyes, slightly lifting her chin to reveal a jawline as sharp and direct as a steel-straight man's words. Teacher Zhang, as the martial arts instructor of the limit class at Haiqingno, one high school, and the team leader for this event, was selected from the cream of the crop among martial arts teachers at key high schools, both in terms of strength and insight. It was exceedingly rare for him to offer such high praise to a high school student. Yes, although this student named Chen Du comes from the small city of Liangqing, he is quite extraordinary. He single-handedly cleared a medium-sized wolf den. Teacher Zhang's words were like scratching glass in front of a cat, making the three of them bristle with alertness and snap to attention. Cleared a medium-sized wolf den alone. Zhou Xiaogu's lips parted slightly in surprise, causing wrinkles in her facial mask. A possibility instantly crossed her mind. First order limit. Teacher Zhang pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Probably not, but he's definitely at the comprehending by analogy stage. As for whether it's in form or intent, that remains unknown. Doesn't that put him at the same martial skill stage as Xiaogu? Chu Zhongtian was astonished, his mouth agape, as if it could hold an egg. This was the first time he had heard of a peer who could rival Zhou Xiaogu. Although Wu Zong was formidable, Chu Zhongtian and his team knew his background thoroughly and weren't afraid. It was the unknown factor like Chen Du that was truly fearsome. Teacher Zhang's gaze swept across the three faces, and seeing Zhou Xiaogu's unperturbed expression, he felt a slight relief. Our Haiqing team is the champion team. Not only were we last year's champions, we are the 9-time consecutive champions. The 10th consecutive title holds great significance. I called you here tonight to provide information and also to tell you this. Whether it's this Chen Du Wuzong or anyone else, you must always maintain a heart that treats even a rabbit with the full force of a lion. Never be careless. Then his gaze locked onto Zhou Xiaogu's face, as beautiful as an AI's. "Xiaogu, if you face Chen Du, what are your chances?" "Chances?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaogu suddenly let out a laugh, as if she had heard a comedy, a slight curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes met Teacher Zhang's with determination. "I'll say it again, Haiqing's 10th consecutive championship leaves no room for doubt." Looking at the unchanging scene around him, Chen Du felt both familiar and strange. Since the first day of high school, whenever he fell asleep, he would enter this space in his peak state. From that day on, Chen Du was forced to train himself 24 hours a day without rest. While awake, he performed extensive basic training. While asleep, he danced with his sword in dreams, defending the crystal and honing his martial skills. For 2.5 years, he had never slackened, nor could he afford to. Soon the 6th wave of monsters, the green fire giants, slowly emerged from behind the white mist. Apart from the green patches on their bodies that could store healing energy, they were essentially ordinary giants, just a bit thick-skinned and tough. And after Chen Du had figured out that one ability, they weren't even thick-skinned anymore. They were just giants. Chen Du gripped his long sword, his gaze icy. These green fire giants, with a life intensity of only 6.3, were no longer his match. Although they outnumbered him, their movement was too slow to encircle him effectively. It wasn't difficult for Chen Du to deal with them, but he killed them slowly. Having understood their attack trajectories, methods, and movements, he grew more adept. Every swing of his sword, every leap, every dodge was executed to achieve over 100 effectiveness. He needed to conserve his strength for the 7th wave of monsters. Swish, 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 huff. Watching the last green fire giant fall, Chen Du took a deep breath. He adjusted his state as much as possible, for in 30 seconds the 7th wave would arrive. The two-faced, three-knife bear. That was the name of the 7th wave, with a life intensity of level 7. Each two-faced three-knife bear possessed strength comparable to the most powerful frenzied wolf shadow from the forest of wolf shadows that morning. And there were 30 of them. But Chen Du now was not the same as this morning. He wasn't wearing the garment that suppressed his life intensity to level 5. His current life intensity was 5. 8. Soon the two-faced three-knife bears emerged from the white mist just like the green fire giants before. The two-faced three-knife bear stood about 3 meters tall with a second face on the back of its head besides the front one. The only difference between the two faces was the mouth. The back face had no mouth and couldn't produce sound. From his previous encounters, Chen Du knew the bear had only one consciousness. The back face served merely as an extra pair of eyes, each pair providing a roughly 180-degree field of vision. Combined, they offered a 360-degree field of view with no blind spots. Surprise attacks were impossible. As for the 3 knives, it was because the bear had 3 hands. Or rather a tail shaped like a bear's paw at the tip. Its 2 arms and tail each wielded a bone blade extending from the palm. 2 faces, 3 blades. That was the basic information Chen Du had gathered from his previous battles with the two-faced three-knife bear. Yesterday, he had honed his shimmering sword technique against them, killing only 10 before being hacked to death by the bears. Today, after the battle in the Forest of Wolf Shadows, his martial skill had advanced to 99 of the first order, and he entered the 7th wave with more stamina than yesterday. Yet that wasn't enough to get him through the 7th wave. However, yesterday's death had unexpectedly revealed a flaw to Chen Du. Although the two-faced three-knife bear appeared fierce and imposing with its bone blades, it had a weakness: its tail. Chen Du usually aimed for the head and heart. Yesterday, relying on his combat instincts, he noticed that although the bear had 3 blades, the one on its tail was only used for defense, never for attack. But with only one enemy here, who were you defending against? A tentative probe revealed a shocking secret. If the tail was severed, the bear would die instantly. So the 360-degree vision was actually to prevent anyone from ambushing its tail. That was why Chen Du was confident he could pass today. Whether by ingenuity or taking shortcuts, he desperately needed that level 10 mental strength. Watching the two-faced three-knife bear step into his attack range, Chen Du licked his dry lips. Come on, little bear. March 18th, 5:02 a.m. Chen Du suddenly opened his eyes, sharp and piercing, looking as though he had just perished in the crystal space. Ah! A long sigh escaped Chen Du's lips. Pity, still 5 short. If I were just a bit stronger, perhaps I could have passed. Chen Du patted his belly and said leisurely, if I hadn't been cut in half, I could have taken down 1 more. Then he sprang up like a carp, squeezed 2 packets of chi blood milk into his mouth, and began basic exercises. Though the second round was set to start at 9, this level of warm-up posed no hindrance. On the contrary, it helped maintain a relatively high fighting spirit. 822 Yem Haiqing No. 1 High School Auditorium. Your school is amazing. Not at all. Compared to your students, ours are far behind. A group of principals arrived early at the auditorium. Though many were meeting for the first time, it didn't hinder their social niceties. 50 teams advanced to the second round, yet only over 20 principals were present. This wasn't due to tardiness. Rather, many principals weren't particularly interested in competitions of this level. Perhaps they had enthusiasm in their first few years as principals, but year after year, watching others claim the championship and seeing their own city's teams defeated, interest gradually waned. Their main reason for attending this time was to write a report on the badge competition and attach on-site location records. After all, it was the inaugural event. No matter how thorough the theoretical preparations, practical execution inevitably revealed flaws. These reports from the principals aimed to refine the process. Now that the first round was over, most principals had returned to their respective cities. Li Mu, Zhao Bin, and Chao Yin remained. To be honest, if Liangqing No. 1 High School hadn't suddenly produced a prodigy like Chen Du, Li Mu would have taken a flight back last night. Zhao Bin, on the other hand, planned to stay and watch. As the only principal of an ordinary high school present today, he felt somewhat uneasy. This time he had Lu Bo to thank for his VIP seat, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to sit there. Even if Lu Bo and his teammates were all eliminated, he would still watch the entire event. It was his first time after all, and his enthusiasm was high. As for Chao Yin, his gaze was fixed on Chen Du. As the principal of Kunkin City's team, which had been eliminated by Haiqing's team every year for the past 3 years, he, once a passionate youth, was eager to see whether Chen Du could topple the mighty Haiqing and prevent their 10th consecutive championship. At 8:30 a.m., Zhou Cheng, principal of Haiqing No. 1 High School, and the event organizer appeared punctually. Following the information input into their wristbands after passing the first round yesterday, Chen Du and his 3 teammates sat in seats 13, 14, 15, and 16 respectively. Chen Du looked around and noticed that the seat numbers were grouped in sets of 4 consecutive digits, with the leaders sitting at the start of each group. He wondered what it signified. The second and third rounds, as usual, were held in the grand auditorium. The seats where Chen Du and his teammates sat were called the preparation area. The seats for Li Mu and the other 2 were called the VIP area, also known as VIP Area No. 2. Mayor Chu's seat was in VIP Area No. 1. VIP Area No. 1 was primarily for the organizers and such, while Area No. 2 was for principals like Li Mu. The two groups operated on different wavelengths to avoid awkwardness. If seated together, they were separated, without any implication of hierarchy. The regular seats at the back were naturally for the students. Ahem. First, congratulations to all the students here who successfully passed the first round. Zhou Cheng cleared his throat and began his customary speech. Chen Du, having a stroke of inspiration, closed his eyes and rested for 25 minutes. All right, I won't say much more. Now let me explain the specific rules for the second round. Feeling a vibration on his wrist, Zhou Cheng quickly shifted topics. Chen Du opened his eyes at once, perfectly synchronized with the moment. A total of 150 students have entered the second round. The second round adopts a 1v1 format. Life intensity, same as the first round, is capped at level 5, and teammates will not face each other. We will conduct 4 consecutive rounds. Each round eliminates half of the participants. After the first round, 75 remain. After the second round, 38 remain. Due to the odd number, 1 contestant will automatically advance. After the third round, 19 remain. After the fourth round, 10 remain. Among them, 1 will automatically win due to lacking an opponent. That's what you call the child of fate. Success to some extent always involves luck. Striving to replicate reality has always been our design principle for the competition. Finally, we will select the contestants for tomorrow's top 10 finals. After saying so much in one breath, Zhou Cheng paused and pointed at the screen. The screen will randomly pair contestants for 1v1 matches. Your rest time is very limited. We've optimized this system this year. In each round, if your battle takes relatively long, the system will determine that your energy consumption is high and schedule your next match as late as possible. Conversely, those who finish quickly will be prioritized by the system starting from the second round. Also, your current seat numbers represent your ranking from yesterday's competition. Each group of 4 numbers, for example 1, 2, 3, 0, 4, represents the teams that passed the game first yesterday. The first seat number is your team leader. The following 3 are ranked according to the martial skills demonstrated in the Forest of Wolves. So that's what it meant. It seemed our team was the 4th to pass the first round yesterday. Chen Du thought to himself, also understanding why the order was himself, Lu Bo, and Mo Late. This ranking has no practical significance. It's just so that when the computer draws contestants, you can see at what rank the opponent passed the previous round. Generally, the higher the rank, the stronger the contestant. The seat numbers are designed to give you a rough idea of your opponent's strength. But it's not always accurate since not all teams are evenly matched. Take it as a reference. With that, he cast an inadvertent glance at his wristband. 8:59 a.m. I truly am the master of time, Zhou Cheng thought to himself. Then, after delivering his final wishes, he walked off the stage with a pleased expression. As he sat down beside Mayor Chu, the large screen began spinning wildly like a slot machine. Click. The sound of gears stopping. Haiqing team, Zhou Xiaogu versus Luqing team, Wu Zong. No way. No way. They're deciding the champion right from the start. Students in the ordinary seats exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the names on the big screen. It might not necessarily be the championship match. Chen Du from the Liangqing team yesterday seemed no less formidable, don't you think? Also, Chu Zhongtian from the Haiqing team is no pushover. He barely made a move, so no one knows the true level of his martial skills. Moreover, there could be hidden powerhouses like Chen Du who haven't revealed themselves yet. Unlike yesterday, today, all spectators in both the ordinary and VIP sections wore headphones except for the contestants in the preparation area. All 3 rounds had commentators, and to avoid affecting the contestants' battle emotions on site, the organizers chose to transmit the commentators' voices through headphones. I truly didn't expect that the very first match of today's 4 rounds would be Zhou Xiaogu versus Wu Zong. Teacher Wang's voice reached everyone through the earphones. Today he was still partnered with Teacher Gu for commentary, both dressed in suits and unbearably formal. Director Ma glanced at the atmosphere in the venue and immediately leaned into the microphone. Ramp up the emotion. Students, let's analyze this rationally first. No matter who wins, Haiqing's chances of claiming the championship this year will likely drop. Teacher Gu, as usual, wore exquisite makeup, her red lips parting and closing as she spoke solemnly. After a night's sleep, the foul mood Chen Du had brought her had largely dissipated. This commentary job was voluntary for Teacher Wang and Teacher Gu from Haiqing No. 1 high school with no remuneration. However, since Director Ma promised them payment, they naturally cooperated enthusiastically. After all, martial artists were far more costly to support than quasi-martial artists like Chen Du. What? Haiqing's chances of winning the championship will drop. Why? The vast majority present were students from Haiqing No. 1 high school with a strong sense of belonging. Teacher Gus' words immediately stirred some commotion among the audience. They exchanged glances, all somewhat puzzled. Seeing the students' curiosity piqued, Teacher Gu promptly continued. When two tigers clash, one is sure to be injured. Zhou Xiaogu and Wu Zong are both seeded players with championship potential. No matter who wins, the other won't come out unscathed. Students today features for consecutive rounds. They're not the only ones with martial skills at perfection. Chen Du. Teacher Gus' words made everyone involuntarily think of that name. The fierce man who soloed a medium-sized wolf den. Damn, this system code must have been written by a programmer from Liangqing. They set the two strongest to fight right from the start so Chen Du can pick up the championship by default. No wonder they say the 10-peat is a curse. I didn't believe it before. Chen Du winning the championship is a total fix. On the field, Zhou Xiaogu and Wu Zong had already left the preparation area and stood on the field facing each other from 10 meters apart. Their respective team leaders stood at the sidelines. Like yesterday, their life force intensity was suppressed to level 5. The defense of their clothing combined with the presence of the two team leaders was to ensure they could fight with full lethal force. This was also why the 100 City Championship used real combat rather than virtual battles. Virtual ones had been tried before, but the higher-ups later found them unsatisfactory. The biggest advantage of virtual combat was safety. Yet in these quasi-martial artist battles, not only were there life force compression suits, but martial artist team leaders were also present, making accidents virtually impossible. If all major and minor competitions adopted virtual combat, true powerhouses would never be cultivated. Wu Zong gripped his long sword, a gleeful smile curling at his lips. Zhou Xiaogu, I've long wanted to fight you. Is that so? Then you could always come to Haiqing No. 1 high school, am ready anytime. Wu Zong let out a light snort. What meaning would such a fight have? What I want to defeat is you fighting for Haiqing's 10-peat. That version of you is the strongest. That's the one worth defeating. I've already been admitted to Tianfeng Martial Arts University early, so rankings mean nothing to me. I just want to fight you at full power. They say you're unmatched among your peers, but I refuse to believe it. Zhou Xiaogu chuckled softly, brandishing his twin daggers, eyes fixed ahead, and said calmly, I suggest you'd better believe it. The match had no referee. It officially began with a beep from the system. Clang. The two moved at lightning speed, sword and daggers colliding instantly with a metallic ring. Zhou Xiaogu First Order 90 versus Wu Zong First Order 90. I never expected their warm-up moves to already demonstrate a perfect level of martial skill. As if aware that some students didn't understand why the screen directly displayed martial skill levels, Teacher Wang explained in his next sentence, everyone's life force intensity is now at level 5, meaning 950 gene of punching force and a speed of 19 meters per second. The protective suit has a chip specifically for sensing force, and martial skills unlock more of the bonus potential. He then pointed to the display screen above. The chip calculates the martial skill level based on the increase in force. However, the conditions for use are quite stringent. It only works at close range, which is why yesterday's matches didn't have this parameter. This chip was still imperfect and rarely used. Even among Haiqing No. 1 high school students, few knew about it. The battle between the two was exceptionally intense, a perfect stalemate. Soon, both their martial skill levels soared to First Order 99. Indeed, Chen Du thought to himself these two were truly the strongest in this competition, as everyone said. Their martial skill levels far surpassed their peers. But Chen Du felt something was off. He couldn't identify the dagger technique Zhou Xiaogu used or the sword technique Wu Zong employed. This puzzled him as he considered his knowledge base in this area quite solid. Chen Du, Ling Yun seated beside Chen Du suddenly spoke. Before, your martial skill level hadn't reached First Order 99, and I was afraid saying too much would affect you, so I didn't tell you about the final one. The final one? Chen Du looked puzzled. What's up with the final one? Do you think the step after 99 is 100? Ling Yun said this, pointing to the screen. Wu Zong First Order 99. 1. 99. 1 inch, Chen Du exclaimed, seeing a decimal in martial skill levels for the first time. Drawing parallels. This is the stage from First Order 99 to 100, the name for that final one. Ling Yun then pointed to Wu Zong and Zhou Xiaogu. Do you feel like you can't tell what basic martial skills they're using? Does it seem like the daggers aren't daggers, and the sword isn't a sword? Chen Du nodded. When he first saw Wu Zong, he felt the other's sword intent was strange. And with Zhou Xiaogu during the earlier virtual battle, his twin daggers also felt odd to Chen Du. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. When martial skills reach First Order 99, they are fully perfected. To progress further and complete that final one needs to switch weapons. Use a weapon with different attributes from the previous one to perform the same basic martial skill again. This is drawing parallels. Chen Du's eyes widened slightly as understanding dawned. He had been pondering what basic sword technique Wu Zong had learned, but now he got it. The basic martial skill Wu Zong had learned wasn't a sword technique at all. It was a hammer technique. Wind Cloak Hammer Technique. Wu Zong was now using a sword to execute his Wind Cloak Hammer technique. Ling Yun nodded in approval as Chen Du spoke of the foundational martial arts technique used by Wu Zong. Indeed, the foundational martial arts he learned is the cloak hammer technique. The sword is light and versatile while the hammer is heavy and singular. These two weapons are completely different, even contrary to each other. To fully unleash the four forms of the cloak hammer technique with a sword is quite difficult, Ling Yun said, suddenly recalling something and asking, Chen Du, do you know where foundational martial arts originated? Upon finishing his question, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. This was not taught in school, nor could it be found online. How would Chen Du know? He then answered his own question. The Skyward Warriors. Except for the initial group of warriors who created foundational martial arts, all later foundational techniques were created by the Skyward Warriors. As he spoke of the Skyward Warriors, a flicker of undeniable excitement flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. They were his lifelong aspiration. The cloak hammer technique was created by the Skyward Warrior Yin San. Unfortunately, this individual later betrayed the high martial civilization, and after being severely injured in a pursuit, jumped off a cliff, leaving behind a perpetually tarnished reputation. However, the fault lies with him as a person. The martial arts themselves are not to blame. Therefore, the cloak hammer technique still belongs to the category of foundational martial arts that can be learned normally. Chen Du nodded. He never expected that all foundational martial arts were created by the Skyward Warriors, nor that there was such a tale regarding the cloak hammer technique. Strange knowledge continued to increase. He then curiously asked, Teacher, the first tier is foundational martial arts, the second tier is advanced martial arts, what about the third tier? Ling Yun glanced at Chen Du, pondered for a moment, and said honestly, Ascension martial arts. Ascension. Chen Du was slightly taken aback. This name was vastly different from the previous two and sounded incredibly striking. Just as Chen Du was about to ask something else, Ling Yun interrupted. All right, just knowing the name is enough. You must not delve too deeply into the specifics. For martial arts, reaching the first tier's limit is already considered genius. Those who can reach the second tier are truly geniuses among geniuses. As for the third tier of martial arts, Ling Yun momentarily struggled to find the right words since he had never seen it. Ahem. Let's watch the match. At this moment, the battle between the two had reached a heated stage, and Wu Zhang's martial arts index was terrifyingly high. It had reached 99.5. This year's contestants are truly monstrous, Mayor Chu exclaimed as he watched the fierce battle between the two. The champions of previous years didn't even have martial arts levels reaching 99 at Tier 1. This is great. The high martial civilization needs such geniuses. The more the better. Zhou Cheng smiled lightly. The stronger these students, the happier he was. By the way, aren't you worried at all about your daughter's loss? Wu Zong is already nearing the level of intent. Zhou Cheng smiled slightly, but did not answer, his face filled with confidence. Chen Du listened carefully. Ling Yun looked at the martial arts index on the big screen and explained, to complete the last one and elevate martial arts to the limit, 2 steps need to be completed. The first step is called form. Simply put, it is imitation. Let me use you as an example. Suppose the weapon you are using now is a war hammer. Then you need to use the war hammer to perform the 4 forms of Liu Guang. Each form corresponds to 0.1 of martial arts level. When you can use the war hammer to perform the first form, drawing a prison on the ground, the martial arts level will be 99.1. The second form, golden drums in the sky, 99.2. The third form, clear wind under the forest, 99.3. The fourth form, Songlong points, 99.4. 99.5 indicates that you have completed the form level. In other words, your imitation is excellent. As Ling Yun said this, he changed his tone, his expression turning serious. Next comes intent. At this level, your opponent cannot discern what your foundational martial arts are. Just like Wu Zhang's cloak hammer technique, if you are unaware of the phase of analogous concepts, you would think he is performing a foundational sword technique you have never seen. Intent similarly corresponds to the 4 forms 99.6 to 99.9. The last 0.1 to reach 100 is actually the simplest. You just need to be able to demonstrate 99.9 of the martial arts level. The final 0.01 is merely a matter of polishing. It is only a matter of time. As soon as Ling Yun's words fell, the atmosphere on site suddenly became fervent. Wu Zhang's martial arts level had reached Tier 1 at 99.6. This indicated that his cloak hammer technique had already reached the level of intent. The first form, cloak's chaotic hammer. Wu Zong was seen wielding his sword with one hand, striking down fiercely at Zhou Xiaogu. The seemingly chaotic attacks contained a certain pattern, making it impossible for Zhou Xiaogu to evade. He could only take the hits directly. Yet Zhou Xiaogu was indeed the person recognized as the top contender of this competition. Facing Wu Zhang's storm-like hammer strikes, his dagger responded as easily as an umbrella. The Holy King Staff technique. Chen Du focused his gaze on the two, noticing that Zhou Xiaogu was employing the highly offensive foundational martial arts, the Holy King Staff technique. He never expected that such a fierce direct and heavy staff technique could be easily executed by the opponent with a pair of daggers. As Wu Zong struggled to take down Zhou Xiaogu, the cheers from the crowd gradually escalated. Truly worthy of Senior Zhou. Facing such an onslaught, she remains calm and composed. Indeed, I see that Wu Zong is merely this capable. It should be coming to an end. Xiaogu, the unrivaled champion of the ages. 10 consecutive championships. The home field advantage, 10 consecutive championships, the top contender of this session, and the most beautiful school flower since the establishment of the school. Various titles made Zhou Xiaogu's acclaim incredibly intense. Seeing that he could not take down the opponent, Wu Zong instantly changed his hammer path. The second form, Guanyin weeps. The sword seemed to suddenly duplicate. While moving, 3 swords could be seen simultaneously. However, in an instant, Zhou Xiaogu keenly sensed something and swung his right dagger, finding the true body. The sword cannot duplicate. Impressive. Wu Zong saw his ploy exposed, but showed no sign of dismay. He let out a low growl, spinning in place. The third form, 3 hammers of winter. Utilizing the unique body technique to generate centrifugal force, he concentrated all the power during the rotation into one point to erupt. One strike surpassed another. Zhou Xiaogu chose not to take it heed, and his gaze sharpened as he proactively struck to break the move. The Holy King Staff technique, third form, direct strike at the Yellow Dragon. Zhou Xiaogu resembled a runaway stallion, interjecting in a seemingly reckless manner to disrupt Wu Zhang's rotation and regain the initiative. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Chen would find it hard to believe that a dagger could produce such a weighty impact. He directly dismantled Wu Zhang's 3 hammers of winter in a devastating manner. Hey! Wu Zong saw Zhou Xiaogu charging towards him, but instead of being startled, he laughed. You fell for it. After saying this, he raised his sword high with both hands. My goodness! Wu Zhang's martial arts level has actually reached 99. 9. This is a tier 1 quasi-limit martial arts, isn't it? Is the 10-time champion of High City going to end here? Teacher Wang at the commentary table was so shocked by the numbers on the big screen that he was almost foaming at the mouth. The 4th form, path to death. Your title of being invincible among peers. I claim it. A roguish smile curled at the corners of Musashi's lips, carrying a hint of provocation and confidence. His eyes flickered with a sharp gleam, as if declaring his presence and power to Zhou Xiaogu. Both hands tightly gripped the raised longsword, its blade shimmering with a cold light that sent chills down one's spine. In the eyes of the students present, his figure suddenly loomed large like an unshakable mountain. As his words fell, the longsword in his hand came crashing down toward Zhou Xiaogu, who was mere inches away. As the final form of the cloak, 4 styles, and the most potent single-target attack, its power was naturally immense. Chen, seated in the front row of the preparation area, felt its impact profoundly. What Musashi swung down was no mere sword, nor was it a hammer. It was a meteor. This strike was like a falling star from the heavens, evoking a sense of being able to topple cities, scorch seas, move mountains, and sever rivers. Such formidable momentum! Chen exclaimed. His martial skill level was at 99 of the 1st tier. Even if he exerted a 9th level spiritual attachment, he would still be no match for Musashi. He inwardly rejoiced, thankful that he hadn't found him yet yesterday. However, in the nick of time, just as the on-site students, including the commentator, and even some in the preparation area, were holding their breath for Zhou Xiaogu. Clang, 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 clang. Countless daggers burst forth from below like a dense rain of arrows. They converged into a formidable force, surging upward like a magnificent grand river flowing against the current. These daggers gleamed with cold light, carrying a fierce momentum, and collided violently with Musashi's heavenly falling meteor. Instantly, a series of deafening metallic clashes erupted, like the simultaneous explosion of countless stars. Musashi's strike, heavy as a ton, was forcefully halted midair by Zhou Xiaogu's daggers, unable to land completely. The 4th form of the Sacred King Staff technique, flooding 1,000 troops. Teacher Wang from the commentary booth exclaimed excitedly. The moment Musashi swung his sword, he had already been crafting his speech for Zhou Xiaogu's defeat. Unexpected, truly unexpected. And it doesn't stop there. 100. Zhou Xiaogu's martial skill level has actually reached the 1st tier limit. Teacher Wang's volume gradually rose. Not Musashi's quasi-limit martial skill, but a true 1st tier limit martial skill. Zhou Xiaogu has fully mastered the Sacred King Staff technique. You must know that 1st tier limit martial skill is one of the 3 major thresholds to advance to a soaring martial artist, a realm inaccessible to any but the gifted. And Zhou Xiaogu is only 17 years old this year. It's too extraordinary. Truly too extraordinary. If I remember correctly, the last student from Haiqingno, one high school to achieve a 1st tier limit martial skill before the age of 18 was 23 years ago. That person was named Vivados and is now the principal of Mount Everest Martial Arts University, one of the 8 prestigious schools. From this, Zhou Xiaogu has a very high probability of becoming a soaring martial artist in the future. Teacher Wang grew more animated as he spoke, completely forgetting his pledge of fairness and impartiality from yesterday, and launched into a fervent praise. Musashi's martial skill was at 99, 9 of the first tier. Sooner or later, he would reach 100, the first tier limit. But this final stage of refinement, whether long or short, was uncertain. He might not achieve it before turning 18. However, turning 18 held no special significance. It was simply that the earlier one reached this stage, the higher their talent generally was, and the greater their likelihood of becoming a soaring martial artist in the future. Damn it, you win. Musashi, never one for refinement, cursed bluntly upon seeing Zhou Xiaogu unleash a first-tier limit martial skill. He then threw down his sword in forfeit and strode off without looking back. This action drew frowns from many. Some called him reckless youth, ignorant of his place, knowing only that victory belongs to the strong. Others said he was insolent, disrespectful to his elders, merely a vessel for talent. Criticism and praise were split nine titan, with most people, especially high school students, holding upright values. In terms of unwavering integrity, they were second only to diehard straight men. Amid the jeers, everything was said except that he was weak. Though Musashi lost the match, no one questioned his strength. After all, with the power he displayed, he could easily trounce 90% of past champions. But unfortunately, he ran into Zhou Xiaogu, a peer of unmatched, overwhelming power. With such a temper, it was no wonder he had neither a leader nor teammates. Chen Du's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he was resigned. Why did you surrender? Since you've come this far, couldn't you have fought a thorough, bloody battle? That way, even if Zhou Xiaogu won, his condition would inevitably have been severely compromised. Then I might have had a chance to pick up the pieces. VIP seats. Mayor Chu cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Cheng seated beside him. No wonder back then when I mentioned 4 perfect-level martial skills, you said still 3. So your daughter's martial skill wasn't first-tier perfection at all, but first-tier limit. You hit it well. Seeing Mayor Chu's slightly complaining expression, Zhou Cheng wore a smile. I didn't mean to hide it. Xiaogu's martial skill only broke through to the first-tier limit last week. Even her leader Zhang Chengfeng doesn't know. He paused briefly, his expression gradually turning serious. As the championship seed, if news of her first-tier limit martial skill were leaked early, it would greatly affect the contestants' morale. Mayor Chu nodded. Different positions naturally led to different considerations. Mayor Chu's primary responsibility was the city's construction and development. Zhou Cheng's was the education and training of newcomers. Zhou Xiaogu's goal was to win the championship, secure a 10th consecutive victory, and cement Ziyun District's position as the strongest high school. If everyone had known Zhou Xiaogu's martial skill level from the start, it would have been virtually no different from a predetermined champion. A situation where one person dominates does indeed dampen morale. General seats. In an inconspicuous corner sat 2 middle-aged men. It was rare for people of their age to buy tickets and attend matches. Their attire was somewhat odd. The lighting in the venue was dimmed to keep the audience focused on the screen. Yet these 2 were both wearing sunglasses. One wore a green headband, while the other had the character Pure tattooed on his face. This Zhou Xiaogu is truly exceptional. The headband man suddenly spoke as he watched Zhou Xiaogu leave the arena, his eyes filled with deep admiration. Indeed exceptional, but his father is a 3-star executive of the Limit Martial Hall. She will most likely choose Black Dragon Martial Arts University. The headband man did not refute this. The strongest martial artist of high martial civilization Yen. He was a graduate of Black Dragon Martial Arts University. He later became the strongest martial artist of high martial civilization and founded the Limit Martial Hall. Children of Limit Martial Hall members, when given the choice among the 3 top academies, usually opt for Black Dragon Martial Arts University. That Musashi is also very promising. Unfortunately, he has already been recruited by Tianfeng Martial Arts University. Our Qilin Martial Arts University was a step too slow. The headband man muttered with a hint of regret. I wonder if there are any other good prospects. We need geniuses. After Zhou Xiaogu versus Musashi, the audience's interest in the subsequent matches waned to indifference. People naturally admire the strong. Without bouts at the perfect level martial skill tier, no one could muster any enthusiasm. Especially after starting with such a peak, this feeling became even more pronounced. The matches that followed could only be described as utterly dull. After over a dozen consecutive matches, ended a name caught everyone's attention. Liangqing Team Chen Du versus Wangqing Team Zhou Dairen. Chen Du rose without hesitation, but to his surprise his opponent was nearby, just to his left. Number 2. Murmuring as he saw the seat from which his opponent rose, Chen Du pondered. Numbers 1, 2, 3, A and 4 formed a group representing the first team to pass the badge battle. Among them, number 1 was occupied by their leader, while numbers 2, 3, 0 and 4 were seated in descending order of martial skill level. Seat number 2 indicated the highest martial skill among the 3 students. Interesting, Chen muttered to himself. The 2 of them, along with their respective leaders, entered the arena in unison. Look, it's that Chen. As the formidable one who soloed a medium-sized wolf den, Chen had gained some recognition among the students of Haiqing. The appearance of Chen Du's name made many bowed heads lift. After waiting so many rounds, finally a decent match. The 2 commentators on the podium took turns, each commentating one match. The commentator for this match was none other than Teacher Gu. Watching Chen enter, Teacher Gu's mood suddenly soured. Though she didn't know Chen and bore no grudge against him, the feeling of having her words indirectly refuted yesterday seemed to whisper to her as she looked at his somewhat handsome face. In back, the Wanqing team, nicknamed the second-rate team, as one of the few teams that could occasionally snatch the championship from Haiqing team, their strength was formidable. But this year they seemed to have been quiet, likely lacking any perfection-level students. Regarding the Wanqing team's information, Ling Yun had only mentioned it briefly without going into detail. His main focus was undoubtedly on contestants with perfection-level martial skills. Zhou Dairen, a man with a feminine appearance, had a somewhat effeminate look. With his samurai haircut, he often caused screams when visiting the restroom. I didn't expect Zhou Xiaogu and Wu Zong to be so freakishly strong. I wanted to make a stunning debut, but now I'll have to settle for the top 10. Zhou Dairen looked lazily at Chen Du, sighed softly, and complained. Top 10? Seems you're quite confident in yourself. Chen Du hadn't expected the other to be so arrogant, saying in front of him that he'd just settle for the top 10. To be in the top 10, he had to defeat Chen Du. He didn't believe the team leader hadn't mentioned his situation after yesterday's events. Knowing that, and still speaking such words, didn't it mean he had some real skill? However, Chen Du was never one to underestimate his opponent regardless of their strength. He always faced his enemies with the mindset of a lion, using its full strength even against a rabbit. Seeing Chen Du's cautious demeanor, Zhou Dairen seemed even more convinced of something and smiled slightly. I heard later about you soloing the medium-sized wolf den yesterday. Truly impressive. Then his tone shifted and his expression grew confident. But how much of your state from yesterday do you have left today? Du. The sound signaling the start of the match suddenly rang out. Without a word, Chen Du charged like a fierce tiger, intending to strike first. Clang. Chen Du's sword clashed instantly with Zhou Dairen's samurai blade. Chen Du stage 190 versus Zhou Dairen stage 190. What? This Zhou Dairen from the Wanqing team is also a perfection-level contestant. This year's competition actually has 4 perfection-level contestants and 1 limit level. Last year, there were only 2 perfection-level contestants in total. A bespectacled sophomore who knew the scene well exclaimed in shock. Having also watched last year, he deeply understood the caliber of this year's 100 Cities tournament. Oh my god, could this Zhou Dairen also be a super expert like Chen Du? Very likely. After all, Chen Du only became known because he was forced to act when encountering the wolf den. Without that incident, no one would have known his true strength. The clash between 2 perfection-level contestants instantly captivated the students present. Many who had been thinking of going to the restroom sat back down, testing the limits of their bladders. Feeling a force from the opponent's blade that was no weaker than his own, Chen Du was slightly surprised. He was currently using the power of his perfection-level martial skill, and the opponent could actually match it. He hadn't expected a 5th contestant with martial skills at the perfection level. Eager to settle this quickly, afraid you can't last in a drawn-out fight, Zhou Dairen smiled confidently, instantly increasing the force in his hands as he twisted his blade. While deflecting Chen Du's longsword, he followed up with an upward slash. First form blade hidden from sight. Chen Du narrowed his eyes, executing a quick backward step to dodge the attack. At the same time, he recognized that the opponent was using the Muramasa blade art. The Muramasa blade art was created by the airborne martial artist Susanoo Muramasa. It was a basic martial art consisting of 4 forms, all executed with a 2-handed grip. It lacked the agility of Chen Du's radiant sword art, but delivered greater power. Each had its own merits. Zhou Dairen stood still, holding his blade with both hands, showing no intention of attacking. Combined with the opponent's earlier words, Chen Du understood. It seemed the other had concluded from yesterday's battle with the BB Wolves that he was injured, unable to exert full strength and not adept at prolonged fights. He had to admit the opponent had done his homework. If it weren't for the crystal space's restorative ability, which left him feeling as refreshed as after a deep sleep upon waking, he truly wouldn't have recovered today, or at best he'd be suffering from full body muscle soreness. But reality, there is no if. Incredible. Contestant Zhou Dairen's martial skill level has reached 96 of stage 1. Teacher Gu exclaimed in shock, staring at the numbers suddenly jumping on the big screen. I thought this would be Chen Du's personal show, but I didn't expect his opponent to be so formidable. Although Chen Du's martial skill level is higher, he did endure a fierce battle yesterday, and his body can't have fully recovered. At that moment, the mischievous director zoomed in on Zhou Dairen's head for a close-up. In the image, Zhou Dairen's irrepressible grin was particularly striking. Clearly, he was very confident about winning this match. Teacher Gu looked at his seemingly impenetrable defensive stance, and as a theoretical martial arts instructor, immediately understood something. Students look closely. The tactic Zhou Dairen is using is exactly the combat strategy one mentioned in class before, waiting at ease for the exhausted enemy. It seems he plans to use a war of attrition to drain Chen Du's stamina. As long as Chen Du can't break through his defense, he can't win. Then her tone shifted, and she predicted the outcome once more. Chen Du will most likely lose. Teacher Gu had intended to say something ambiguous, but suddenly recalling the voices that had questioned her yesterday, she wanted to prove herself, to prove her professionalism as a theoretical martial arts instructor. Swoosh! Chen Du saw through the opponent's strategy and took a big stride, charging straight ahead. You dare to try and break through my front. Zhou Dairen's expression turned slightly angry, feeling underestimated. He raised his blade high with both hands, using a move similar to the fourth form of Wu Zhang's Cape Hammer art. Muramasa Blade Art, fourth form, Crescent Moon Sky Rush. The blade, like a mountain-crushing club, descended with overwhelming might, viciously slashing at the charging Chen Du. Chen Du remained calm, raising his sword to meet the blade. Radiant Sword Art, second form, golden drums resound to the skies. Clang! A crisp metallic ring echoed between them. Everyone held their breath, expecting a fierce collision. Plop! A samurai blade fell to the ground, a smear of crimson at its hilt. Zhou Dairen stared at his hands in disbelief. The tiger's mouths of both his hands had split open from the force of that single clash. His strength. How is this possible? Look! Someone in the audience pointed at the big screen and shouted. 99. 3. Chen Du's martial skill level has reached 99. 3. No wonder he could solo a medium-sized wolf den yesterday. Teacher Gu exclaimed in shock. A familiar feeling seemed to return. Chen Du's combat style was an ultimate method that gave his opponent not a single second to breathe. The moment the samurai blade hit the ground, and Zhou Dairen lost focus, he acted decisively. In the instant the opponent couldn't react, he executed the first form of the Radiant Sword Art, drawing a circle as a prison. A single horizontal slash cut through the opponent's protective suit, ending the match. Chen Du looked at Zhou Dairen, who was sitting on the ground still somewhat dazed, and said calmly, "You're welcome." Chen Du was not arrogant, on the contrary, he was quite reserved. Yet in this youthful and impulsive age, which talented individual did not harbor a hint of pride. Perhaps in terms of family background and life vitality, Chen Du lacked confidence, but now the contest was about martial techniques. He might have little talent in martial arts, yet after 2.5 years of brutal combat within the crystal space, even a pig would have awakened. With the cost of infinite trial and error, even a mediocrity could become a genius. Moreover, Chen Du himself was no mediocrity, merely ordinary. Returning to his seat, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Xiaogu, who sat in the back row. This woman was far too formidable. He must temporarily avoid her sharp edge. Her bout with Wu Zhang had not been brief, and according to the rules, Zhou Xiaogu would be drawn by the system again in a later round of the second stage. This was precisely why Chen Du had ended his match so swiftly. Only by quickly defeating his opponent could he evade Zhou Xiaogu in the second round. As he was now, he was no match for her. In the ordinary seats, this Chen Du is quite impressive, but his martial technique level doesn't seem to have reached first tier 99. 3. The man with the character pure on his face observed Chen Du, who had just won, and left the arena, narrowing his eyes appraisingly. Then, as if struck by a thought, a slightly surprised expression crossed his face. Spiritual power. Its level seems quite high. Indeed, his spiritual power should be at level 9. The turban man nodded and added, "You weren't here yesterday. This student Chen Du is decent, but he's merely at the passing line level. He's not within our scope of interest. Just the passing line." The pure man was slightly disappointed and sighed lightly. If only he had level 10 spiritual power. It's difficult. Raising spiritual power to level 10 during the quasi-martial stage is even harder than reaching first-tier limit martial technique. The turban man straightened his back, half reclining in his seat, and replied with a furrowed brow. "In my view, during the quasi-martial stage, whether spiritual power is level 1 or level 9 makes little difference. Unless he can reach level 10 spiritual power at this stage and elevate his soul into a martial soul. Only then, after becoming a martial artist, would he have a greater chance of raising his spiritual power to level 15. The pure man nodded. At 17, Chen Du had achieved a first-tier 99 martial technique and level 9 spiritual power, undoubtedly excellent. But excellence was relative. For the two who were accustomed to geniuses, a student with merely perfected martial technique could not stir their hearts. Moreover, his martial technique still needs improvement. After perfection, the first bottleneck appears when martial technique reaches first tier 95. From 95 to 99, Each one is a small bottleneck, and who knows how many will be weeded out here. Then crossing from 99 to 99. 1 is the second bottleneck. Finally, from 99. 5 to 99. 6 is the third bottleneck. I've seen too many excellent students stuck at the 99. 5 level for years, or even decades. They remain trapped in mimicking the form, unable to unleash the essence. The turban man paused, then continued, this Chen Du is 1 level short in spiritual power, and in martial technique, he is yet to break through the second and third bottlenecks. As for life vitality, based on my years of teaching experience, I doubt it exceeds level 7. You also know to enter the Chen class. One must meet at least one of 3 conditions: level 11 life vitality, level 10 spiritual power, or first tier limit martial technique. The former must be achieved before 18, the latter 2 before becoming a martial artist. From an overall assessment, this Chen Du merely meets the admission standards of the 3 top-tier academies. But what we seek are geniuses capable of entering the Chen class. Even the 3 top-tier institutions had distinctions between elite classes and ordinary ones. The pure man fell silent, gazing at Chen Du seated in the waiting area, and said with some regret, let's not even mention life vitality. Both his spiritual power and martial technique fall slightly short. However, compared to that, Zhou Dairen Chen Du is indeed superior, among the upper tier of the passing line. Having said that, the pure man had a sudden inspiration. How about this old you? We talk to him tonight, and see if we can sign an intent contract. After the small climax of Chen Du versus Zhou Dairen, the competition once again settled into a dull rhythm. Among the subsequent contestants, aside from Chu Zhongtian of the Haiqing team, none generated much excitement. Unfortunately, his opponent was very weak, with a martial technique level of only first-tier mid-stage. Hailing from a tiny city with just 1 high school, he was already the strongest there with his mid-stage technique. The result was self-evident: Chu Zhongtian won with ease. Mo Leite from the same Lianqing team as Chen Du faced an opponent of similar strength in the first round and lost after a 10-minute struggle. Lu Bo narrowly defeated his opponent and advanced to the second round. There was no intermission. As soon as the first round ended, the second round began. Chen Du's first round match was very short, so according to the rules, he would be drawn early in the second round. Sure enough, he was selected in the third bout, facing an opponent whose skill level lay between Lu Bo and Mo Leite. Alright, next is our contestant Chen Du, the dark horse from Lianqing. He is sure to end this match swiftly like a thunderbolt, just as he did in the previous round. Teacher Gu felt somewhat exasperated. Why, when the system drew Chen Du for the second round, did it fall to her to commentate again? But this time there could be no surprises. She had reviewed Chen Du's opponent's profile from the previous round, merely first tier 72, no match for Chen Du. Just as she expected him to finish with lightning speed, Chen Du deliberately suppressed his technique to 71. He stubbornly fought for a full 15 minutes. Finally, the opponent forfeited, feeling deeply insulted. What the hell? Teacher Gu cursed, inwardly forcing a smile. Congratulations to Chen Du for advancing to the third round. Ignoring the strange looks from others, Chen Du slowly returned to his seat. A swift victory. Was he joking? Zhou Xiaogu had taken a long time in the first round due to her fight with Wu Zong. Thus, she was destined for a later slot in the second round. According to the rules, teammates would not face each other. Besides Chu Zhongtian and himself, who else could avoid being crushed by her? Zhou Xiaogu would surely finish her second-round match in an instant. So if he prolonged his own second-round battle, he would avoid meeting her in the third round. The outcome was largely as Chen Du had predicted. His opponent forfeited immediately, ending the match in a second. The only slight surprise was that Lu Bo managed to reach the third round. Not through skill but luck, he had drawn a bye. Unfortunately, his joy was short-lived as he faced Chu Zhongtian in the third round and was eliminated straight away. This showed that in the system's eyes, a bye recipient was considered a strong contender, hence drawn early. Thus, this so-called favored one still needed strength to back it up, otherwise it just meant surviving one more round. Chen Du continued to exploit the rules, dragging out his third and fourth matches to successfully avoid Zhou Xiaogu and enter the top 10. His tactics, however, displeased some of his admirers. Resorting to such petty tricks, where had the audacity he showed when single-handedly raiding the middle-tier Wolf Den gone? At the same time, his actions dissuaded those who had believed he could rival Zhou Xiaogu. In the evening, the second day's competition concluded. Chen Du returned to his dormitory, and as he took off his life vitality restriction suit, a long unheard prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your life vitality has increased from level 5.8 to level 5.9. It seems that actual combat facilitates the absorption of medicinal substances within the body. The fierce battle with BB Wolf yesterday and today's small-scale test both played indispensable roles. Chen Du murmured to himself. Although every day within the crystal space involved real combat, it was only on a conscious level. All he could bring out were the martial techniques honed through countless sword strokes. His life essence would not increase. Moreover, though the real combat in the crystal space was more advanced than virtual battles, it still fell short of actual fights. Despite being 100, immersive death was never a genuine possibility. The thrill of the heartbeat, the will to survive, and the sense of conviction from fighting BB Wolf were all absent. After bathing, Chen Du sat on his bed. As per his routine, this was his unshakable time for visualization. He drained his spirit through the ruins' immortal visualization method, then replenished it within the crystal space. Perfectly leveraging these mechanisms, he cycled through daily to strengthen himself. My life essence increased by 0.1. Tonight, I might just have a chance to wipe out the 7th wave of bear cubs. Just as Chen Du closed his eyes to begin visualization, his earring suddenly vibrated. Teacher Ling Yun. Gazing at the familiar name on the display, Chen Du murmured. At Ling Yun's door, Chen Du knocked politely, and upon hearing a come in, pushed the door open. Teacher, you wanted to see me. Ling Yun looked at the entering Chen Du, a smile spreading across his face like a proud father whose son had been admitted to a top-tier school. Come, sit. Ling Yun, seated on the sofa, turned around, pointing to the cushion beside him, and smiled at Chen Du. Teacher, who are these two? As soon as Chen Du entered, he noticed the two individuals in sunglasses sitting opposite Ling Yun. After sitting down, he asked in confusion. Had he not sensed Ling Yun's deference toward them, Chen Du would have thought they were odd. Wearing sunglasses at night to ward off moonlight. Just then the tea was freshly brewed. Ling Yun poured hot tea into 4 cups and said with a smile, Chen Du, let me introduce you first. With that, he stood up facing the middle-aged man in a green headband and said with a smile, this is Teacher Yu. Then, following the same procedure, he turned to another middle-aged man with the character Pure tattooed on his face and said with a smile, this is Teacher Peng. Both are from the Special Admissions Office of Kirin Martial Arts University. Kirin Martial Arts University. Chen Du was startled, never expecting such formidable visitors. Kirin Martial Arts University was one of the 3 top-tier institutions alongside Black Dragon Martial Arts University and Phoenix Martial Arts University. Their status as the 3 premier academies was tied to humanity's 3 strongest individuals. The foremost powerhouse of the high martial civilization, Yin, graduated from Black Dragon Martial Arts University and later founded the Extreme Martial Hall. The second strongest, Delagus, graduated from Phoenix Martial Arts University and later established the Tech Martial Hall. The third strongest, Ryan, graduated from Kirin Martial Arts University and later founded the Martial Alliance. They were the 3 finest martial arts universities across the entire high martial civilization. Their comprehensive strength crushed the 8 elite schools. They were the dream institutions of countless students. Because aside from dreaming, no one could get in. Seeing the shock on Chen Du's face, Teacher Yu and Teacher Peng exchanged a knowing smile. As teachers from the Special Admissions Office of Kirin Martial Arts University, they exuded confidence before any student. Hello, Chen Du. We just learned about your situation from Teacher Ling. Given that you have a competition tomorrow, we won't keep you long. Teacher, you spoke first. Teacher Peng and I are from Kirin Martial Arts University's Special Admissions Office. We are responsible for recruiting students who can enter the Kirin class or those with the potential to do so. Knowing Chen Du was unfamiliar with the term, Teacher Yu immediately continued, the Kirin class is the honors program where the university concentrates all its resources specifically to nurture sky-soaring martial artists. He then explained the conditions for entering the Kirin class. Chen Du found it somewhat puzzling and asked, Teacher Yu, what difference does it make whether one achieves level 10 mental strength or a first-tier ultimate martial skill before becoming a martial artist versus after? And what significance does reaching level 11 life essence before the age of 18 hold? In Chen Du's view, achieving a first-tier ultimate martial skill and mental strength after becoming a martial artist seemed better. With a martial artist foundation, it would be easier to improve martial skills and mental strength. Also, Chen Du had heard of people becoming martial artists before the college entrance exam, but what did an extra level represent? Wasn't it just a matter of time? It seems your teacher hasn't told you about secret vaults. Ling Yun rubbed his head awkwardly. Secret vaults were something only martial artists possessed. Even Moret, who had the highest life essence at Liangqing No. 1 high school, was only at level 7 something, far from 9. Secret vaults were typically covered in university courses. Seeing this, Teacher Yu didn't elaborate further and personally explained, upon becoming a martial artist, the human body unlocks secret vaults to absorb stellar energy. Mental strength also increases due to the absorption of stellar energy. That's why most people's mental strength levels don't change before becoming martial artists, because they lack the secret vaults within their bodies to absorb stellar energy. For normal martial artists, when life essence transitions from 9 to level 10, a single secret vault is unlocked within the body. However, if before becoming a martial artist you achieve a first-tier ultimate martial skill or level 10 mental strength, then upon becoming a martial artist you can unlock 2 secret vaults. If both martial skill and mental strength meet the requirements, you can unlock 3 secret vaults. There are 10 secret vaults in total. Each additional vault increases one's foundational strength. In your terms, secret vaults are like passive skills that provide attributes. The more the better. If you can possess dual secret vaults at level 10, you'd be considered a genius even at Kirin Martial Arts University. 3 secret vaults would make you an unparalleled genius. Aside from advancing to martial artist, secret vaults can be unlocked posthumously, though it's extremely difficult. And it's only possible within the life essence range of level 10 to 19. 9. Additionally, reaching level 11 life essence before the age of 18. This marks a genius in life essence. After unlocking one secret vault upon advancing to martial artist at level 10, as life essence increases, there's a high probability of unlocking a second secret vault around level 15. These parameters are the results of our high martial civilization's continuous accumulation. They are also why we set these 3 criteria for special recruitment. Teacher, you took a sip of the hot tea in his cup and said calmly, "What determines a warrior's strength are merely the 3 aspects of body, mind, and skill. The body represents vitality, the mind represents mental strength, and the skill represents martial arts. In terms of mind and skill, you can be considered excellent." Ling Yun felt genuinely happy seeing the praise directed at Chen Du. As a teacher from the Chen Martial Arts University, part of the special admissions office, the excellence he spoke of was a level that ordinary people could hardly reach. Chen Du nodded earnestly after listening and asked, "But teacher, I don't seem to meet your selection criteria. I have neither first-tier ultimate martial skills nor a level 10 mental strength, and I certainly do not have a level 11 vitality." "That's right, Chen Du." Teacher Peng, whose face bore the character pure, took over the conversation. Normally, before the college entrance examination and becoming a warrior, one should reach the first-tier ultimate level or level 99. 6 in martial skills. That would allow one to be specially admitted into our Chen Martial Arts University to the Chen class. The latter is a matter of perseverance. As long as you refine your martial skills to the first-tier ultimate level before advancing to a warrior, you will be fine. Those with martial skills in the range of 99.1 to 99.5 will be considered as alternates for the Chen class. The goal of the Chen class is to cultivate aerial warriors. Certainly, we choose the most promising students among the alternates who have the potential to become aerial warriors. Our Chen class at Chen Martial Arts University, along with the Black Dragon class at Black Dragon Martial Arts University and the Tianfeng class at Tianfeng Martial Arts University, are collectively known as the Cradle of Aerial Warriors. Each of our 3 universities enrolls 100 students each year, with only 30 spots available in the Chen class. As for whether you can ultimately enter, it depends on how many spots are available in the Chen class, as well as your potential assessment in various aspects and so on. After a pause, he sipped his hot tea and continued, "Your current martial skill level is at the first tier 99, and you haven't yet entered the phase of cross-disciplinary comprehension. With this level of martial skill, you could get into the best martial arts classes at the top 8 universities. But at our Chen Martial Arts University, you can only be considered an ordinary student. Your current martial skill level, while not yet at 99.1, is something we can roughly gauge based on our 20 years of teaching experience. We unanimously believe that you will not be stuck at this bottleneck, nor at the subsequent 99.6. This is not encouragement, but a fact. Although your family background is not very good, you must have confidence in this area." Teacher Peng did not favor a discouragement style of education. He generally encouraged students by highlighting their strengths to foster self-confidence. After all, those who catch his eye are at least top students at the level of the 8 major universities. "So we want to sign a clever intent contract with you. The contract is quite simple. After signing, we will provide you with a one-time supply of qi and blood medicinal products worth 500, a 3-month martial arts experience card which allows you to find teachers for practice for free valued at 300, and a mental refinement pill which can be exchanged for an equivalent item worth 200, considering your level 9 mental strength. This clever intent contract is worth 1 million, and all you have to do is achieve a score that meets the admission threshold of the 8 major universities in the college entrance examination. As long as you reach the admission threshold of the 8 major universities along with this clever intent contract, you can join our Chen Martial Arts University. I don't know if your teacher mentioned this to you. Our 3 major universities cannot be directly applied to. It is all contract-based admissions. However, we are one of the top-tier academies and students must at least meet the level of the 8 major universities in terms of overall quality. Unless one is an extreme prodigy, it is impossible to enter directly. Additionally, the contract can be upgraded before you become a warrior after enrollment if your martial skill level reaches the first-tier ultimate or level 10 mental strength. The contract can be upgraded to level. At that time, if there is a vacancy in the Chen class, you can be promoted directly. Did the Chen Martial Arts University lower its standards just for me? Perhaps because they feel I can meet the standards to enter the Chen class. Chen Du listened carefully and felt a bit incredulous, displaying a look of confusion. Teacher, you seem to see Chen dust doubts and explained, Chen, do I know what you're thinking, and I won't hide it from you. In terms of recognition, Black Dragon Martial Arts University has the strongest martial artist of the high martial civilization Yin. His ultimate martial hall has always been at the forefront of the battle against alien civilizations and is admired by all. Tianfeng Martial Arts University has the second strongest martial artist, Durgaz, who established the technological martial hall. His qi and blood medicines, armor, weapons, etc. are sold throughout the civilization and have a significant impact. As for us at Qilan Martial Arts University, although we have the third strongest martial artist, Rain, his warrior alliance has played an essential role in protecting the ecological circle and is invaluable. However, in terms of recognition, appeal, and influence, we at Qilan Martial Arts University are indeed somewhat lacking compared to the other two universities. This has led us to be slightly inferior in terms of recruiting the top-tier students. Last year, using the same criteria, the Qilan class still fell short by 5 students from being fully enrolled. This year, after discussions within the school, we have issued the document to relax the criteria. Teacher Peng and I are also roaming through various ecological circles, randomly searching for outstanding students that meet the criteria. After Teacher Yu finished speaking, he squinted at Chen Du. This lowering of standards is a win-win situation. Selecting you is also a recognition of your potential. For example, the person you fought with today, although also at the perfect level in martial skills, could only obtain a D-level intent contract. The treatment will differ greatly from yours. Chen Du listened seriously, feeling a bit dizzy. Happiness came too suddenly. These 8 words seemed to have been imbued with magic swirling in his heart. While he was still striving to enter Huangshan Martial Arts University, unexpectedly, a more prestigious school sought him out. This is akin to having 100 in hand, while striving for a 200 car, only to stumble upon 100. Just a single competition led to such a significant shift in the trajectory of his life. Chen Du felt it was somewhat unbelievable. He was still himself, yet fate had changed at this moment. Perhaps this is what is called luck, the kind of luck that was seen by Bo Ren. Teacher, may I confirm one question first? After hearing the alert sound from his wristband, Chen Du suppressed his excitement and did not look immediately, but thought of something and asked. Teacher, you felt a strange sensation rise in his heart. Logically, Chen Du should be quite happy if not ecstatic. This is the intent contract of Qilan Martial Arts University. If it were offered on a small yellow bike, who knows how many people would be willing to trade 10 years of their life for it. But still responding politely, he said, You may speak. Can my parents and younger brother leave the 7th ecological circle with me? Leave the 7th ecological zone. Both teachers were momentarily stunned by the question, sensing a jarring disconnect. Yet they weren't entirely surprised, for during their earlier conversation with Ling Yun, he had mentioned this very point, earning their silent commendation of his character. After a brief silence, though uncertain of Chen Du's intent, Teacher Yu replied in a measured tone. Chen Du, you must understand that each ecological zone is unique. No matter which one you reside in, you cannot leave your own zone to enter another. The specific reasons I cannot disclose now, but one thing is certain. Your family will have to live in the 7th ecological zone for the rest of their lives. This is a clear decree of the high martial civilization. Only martial squads assigned to missions, and soaring martial artists like Teacher Peng and myself. Upon hearing the term soaring martial, Chen Du's eyes trembled almost imperceptibly. Both teachers hailed from the Qilan Martial Arts University, one of the most prestigious institutions. Although Chen Du had suspected they might be soaring martial artists, hearing it confirmed. The instinctive awe in his senses was inevitable. No wonder Ling Yun treated them with such deference, not just for their status, but for their sheer power. Becoming a soaring martial artist was Ling Yun's lifelong aspiration. Is that so? Chen Du murmured, his gaze distant and inscrutable. Yu Zhong was startled. Could this kid be considering the other 2 universities because of this? After all, from Ling Yun's earlier descriptions, it was clear that Chen Du was a filial and passionate student who loved civilization. Such a person, if gifted, was well worth cultivating. Damn it. All my fault. My refusal must have been too blunt. He must be thinking of seeking an answer from the other 2 universities. What if those shameless folks from the Black Dragon or Tianfeng Martial Arts Universities agree? Though the ecological zones have clear rules against migration, rules are made by people after all. There have been precedents. If the principal is willing, it can be done. What to do? Should I directly retract my earlier conclusion? Losing face is one thing, but this kid's impression of Qilan Martial Arts University might suffer. Yu Zhong's mind raced through these thoughts. For high school students, the 3 top-tier universities were sacred. That halo only fades once you enter. For those outside, the impression is nearly perfect. At this moment, his seasoned partner Peng Fei naturally understood Yu Zhong's concerns. After a moment's thought, he spoke from a different angle. Chen Du, do you know? Every year, our high martial civilization has about 63 million candidates taking the college entrance exam. The probability of entering one of the 3 top-tier universities is 0. 0.0048. That means only 1 in over 20,000 makes it. And the probability of entering a class like the Chen class is 0.00014. That's equivalent to only 1 in 700,000. Do you understand the weight of this? If you were an ordinary student, you wouldn't be meeting me today or hearing these words, because you wouldn't matter. But you are a genius. A genius our high martial civilization needs. Your influence on this world's balance is far greater than an ordinary person's. You are stronger, more talented, but in essence you have even less choice. Chen Martial Arts University is the best institution for you. Only here can you obtain the finest resources. That's what the other two universities cannot offer. Huh. Chen Du was suddenly bewildered. What the heck? I didn't say I wasn't signing. Seeing Chen Du's distracted expression, Peng Fei felt triumphant. He must be changing his mind now. Bewilderment was the best proof. But it seemed he hadn't completely given up. There was still inner struggle. So Peng Fei decided to press on, launching another attack from a different dimension. A mere high schooler. Can I handle you? Peng Fei thought to himself. Chen Du, let me share another statistic with you. The goal of ordinary martial arts academies is to cultivate martial artists. The objective of the 8 prestigious schools and the 3 elite institutions, however, is to nurture skyborn martial artists. But do you know the disparity in probability between them? Teacher Peng paused, casting a glance at Chen Du. Behind his jet-black sunglasses, a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's seemed to pierce through. Throughout the entire high martial civilization, 70% of all skyborn martial artists hail from our 3 elite institutions. The remaining 30% are distributed among the 8 prestigious schools, ordinary martial arts universities, independent masters, and the legacies of great families. The combined total of skyborn martial artists from all those places still falls short of what our 3 institutions produce. Do you grasp the value inherent in this? A great university can utterly transform your destiny. Since your talent qualifies you for the 3 elite institutions, you should not settle for the 8 prestigious schools. This benefits both you and society. Chen Du's brow furrowed deeper with each word. Teacher Peng Fei seemed to have misunderstood his intention. He had merely asked a question. He was already aware of those regulations and only wanted to see if any special privileges existed. If not, so be it. After all, Chen Du himself was not particularly fond of taking shortcuts. Nevertheless, he had gleaned insider information about martial artists. He had never imagined the number of skyborn martial artists to be so scarce. He had always assumed the officially registered count of 600 skyborn martial artists was fabricated, believing the actual number to be far greater. Now it appeared otherwise. Both teachers, perhaps my earlier actions gave you the wrong impression. After a moment of daze, Chen Du finally came to his senses. It was clear they feared he might choose the other 2 schools. These admissions counselors were truly devoted to their quotas. However, Chen Du had never intended to attend the other 2 institutions anyway. First, Chen Martial Arts University offered more. Second, frankly speaking, he was not the most exceptional prodigy and had no standing to demand too much. Regardless of the outcome of this journey at this moment, he had already surpassed his original goal. I am willing to sign this clever letter of intent from Chen Martial Arts University. Chen Du spoke with utmost sincerity. He truly needed resources, and the optimal way to protect his family was to strengthen himself at the fastest possible speed. Now that he had a special recruitment offer from one of the 3 elite institutions, he had to seize this opportunity. The 2 teachers nodded, offering awkward smiles. Fortunately, the outcome satisfied both parties, so they simply let it go with a laugh. Subsequently, Chen Du signed a clever contract with the 2 teachers. Get some rest early. Give it your all in tomorrow's match. After Chen Du left the room, Ling Yun quietly opened his wristband. Hello, Principal. Yes, I know you've been watching the matches. It's like this Chen Du is an outstanding kid, but he still lacks experience. I think we should apply some pressure on him. Afraid he can't handle it. Rest assured, Principal. After spending this time with him and watching today's match, honestly, I believe Chen Du's resilience even surpasses my own. But resilience aside, his current mindset seems to be let the tall ones bear the sky. This attitude is detrimental. It will slow his progress. He hasn't realized that the moment he signed the contract with a top-tier institution, he must become one of those tall ones. If we don't let him face some setbacks now, we'd be doing him a disservice. That's it. After all, you're the expert. Chen Du pushed open the door and returned to his own room. Counting the round trip, this excursion had taken 30 minutes, which hardly affected anything. After splashing cold water on his face, he stood on the balcony. He tried to calm himself down. The moment he signed the contract, he felt a hint of youthful triumph, stirring a flicker of excitement. Yet Chen Du quickly composed himself. Neither joy nor sorrow could hinder his progress. There's still a significant task tonight. I can't afford distractions. After basking in the moonlight for 5 minutes, Chen Du sat back on the bed. Closing his eyes, he resumed his unyielding training regimen. Inside a 300 square meter martial arts chamber, Ha, ha, ha. Streaks of staff shadows danced through the air with the might to split mountains and shatter rocks, their formidable force causing a resonant thud-thud echo all around. Sovereign staff technique. First form, uniquely standing. Second form, perils on every side. Third form, straight to the heart. Fourth form, flooding 1,000 troops. Watching the incoming barrage of staff shadows, Zhou Cheng smiled and extended 2 fingers in a peace sign. Clang. The contact of flesh and bone with the weapon produced a crisp metallic ring. The mighty sweeping staff was caught directly between his 2 fingers. Aren't you taking a break? You've been attacking me for 3 hours straight. Zhou Cheng smiled as he watched Zhou Xiaogu pouting and glaring at him. Huff, huff. Zhou Xiaogu gasped for breath, fine beads of sweat emerging from her fair skin and trickling down her elegant jawline. Her beautiful eyes shot a glare at Zhou Cheng, who had inherited a fraction of her handsomeness. Oomph, darn dad. One day you'll make you wipe that smirk off your face and take me seriously. Zhou Cheng let out a hearty laugh. Then you'd better hurry up. Don't wait until I'm old and frail before you decide to bully me. Zhou Xiaogu rolled her eyes at him without a word, silently walking aside to sit down and regulate her breathing. 3 hours of relentless assault had drained her stamina considerably. An exceptional family background, extraordinary talent, and unyielding personal effort. The convergence of these 3 elements gave birth to a prodigy. Zhou Xiaogu. She had come for the honor of securing Haiqing No. 1 High School's 10th consecutive championship. Yet tonight's practice, like every previous night's, had nothing to do with tomorrow's final. Because she only wanted to defeat her own father. Tomorrow's match, she was destined to win. Zhou Cheng gazed at his daughter with satisfaction, retrieved 2 cold drinks from the fridge, and walked over to sit beside Zhou Xiaogu. Here, drink. Get away. You reek of old man. Zhou Cheng. March 19th, 6:05 a.m. At the crow of a rooster. Dawn broke. 6:05. Chen opened his eyes, staring at the time on his wristband, muttering in confusion. Since the first day he entered the crystal space, it seemed he had never woken up this late. How slothful, waking up only at 6. Chen fumed. Yet last night he hadn't been honing his martial skills, merely struggling to survive hacking at those bears' tails. Thus he had spent much time within the crystal space. It was somewhat forgivable. Moreover, the result was far better than he had imagined. The grand auditorium of Haiqing No. 1 High School. The venue remained unchanged, the same place as yesterday. After all, it was merely a district-level quasi-martial artist competition with little influence. The audience mostly consisted of local students and educators. In this high martial world, where both physique and technology had reached their zenith, the headlines always belonged to the soaring martial artists. Quasi-martial artists could do too little. Their main task was development, or rather growth. News media typically focused on interviewing martial artists, rarely paying attention to the quasi-martial stage. Moi. Chen sat in seat No. 2 as he had yesterday. At that moment, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Following the sensation, he discovered it was Principal Li Mu. The latter sat in the VIP section, nodding at him with a smile. The 2 beside Li Mu did the same. Though Chen didn't recognize them, he guessed they were the principal's friends. He quickly nodded in return. Why had the principal come to watch the competition? Ling Yun explained. Principal Li cares greatly about you. He flew all the way from Liang City just to see your match. He used to only care about the results of the 100 Cities tournament, never the process. Then, pointing at the VIP section where Li Mu sat, he told Chen that those people were all principals. Chen understood. He hadn't paid much attention to the audience before, assuming they were either senior students or event organizers. It's true, with a 9th-level spiritual sense, he noticed you quickly. Chaoyan chuckled. Indeed, he is exceptional, but... Li Mu trailed off, leaving his words unfinished. At 8:30, Zhou Cheng arrived precisely on time. Students. The familiar rhythm struck again. Chen gritted his teeth and endured the 25-minute hard control. Next, let me explain today's competition rules. Zhou Cheng's words reignited Chen's attention. Today's matches, like yesterday's, adopt a 1v1 battle mode. But there are differences. In a moment, Zhou Cheng pointed to the large screen above. The system will randomly draw 5 pairs of contestants at once. This is the first round of today. In the second round, the 5 victors will each face the other 4. The system will then randomly select one from the 5 as the first challenger. He will consecutively challenge the remaining 4. A win earns 2 points, a loss deducts 1 point. The second challenger will be the one with the highest score among the remaining 4, starting to challenge the other 3. And so on. If scores are tied, the system will randomly select. So that was it. In other words, one person could score up to 8 points, and the first place would have no ties. Chen thought to himself. Here the first challenger would be at a disadvantage, needing to fight for consecutively exhausting the most stamina. This match only had 3 challengers. The 4th challenger would face the sole remaining 5th person. That meant the 4th and 5th would conserve their stamina best. Because they didn't need to fight consecutively. As for the system randomly selecting the second challenger due to a tie, there was only one scenario. That was if the first challenger cleared all, defeating all four, directly earning 8 points. At this thought, Chen Du's mind conjured the youthful image of Zhou Xiaogu wielding twin daggers with her hair tied in a high ponytail. Not out of lust, but vigilance. Soon after delivering his final blessings, the punctual king stepped down. The competition had no host, only a system managing the progress and a commentator teacher explaining the rules. The large screen flickered rapidly, and soon the names of 5 pairs appeared. Second match, Liang City Team, Chen Du versus Haiqing Team, Chu Zhongtian. Chen Du squinted at his opponent on the screen. He had watched all of yesterday's matches. Among the 10 who advanced, only Zhou Xiaogu and Chu Zhongtian were at the perfection stage. Facing Zhou Xiaogu directly would have been the worst-case scenario. Chu Zhongtian was the second worst. Chen Du didn't think he would lose, but he would inevitably expend some stamina. If the opponent had a tactical plan solely to drain his energy, that would be even worse. In the general seating area, hey look, Senior Chu is up against Chen Du. I didn't expect a major battle in the first round. 3 perfection, 7 high stage. 2 perfectionists meet early in the first round. Though I'm from Haiqing, no. 1. Chen Du seems more likely to win. Chen Du more likely. Didn't you watch yesterday's match? He was so afraid of Senior Zhou that he didn't dare to face her, exploiting the rules to scrape into the top 10. Do you think someone like that can beat Senior Chu? A female student with a decent appearance after grooming raised an eyebrow. Just then another voice chimed in. A bespectacled, scholarly-looking man pointed at the screen. Look at Senior Zhou and Senior Wero. Anything special? The scholarly man adjusted his glasses and explained Senior Wero is in the first match facing Zhang Tao from the Zhouqing team. Both have martial skills at 89 of the first tier. But during yesterday's match, Coach Gu said Senior Wero's martial skill level was nearing 90 of the first tier. So he should have a greater chance of winning. Senior Zhou is in the 5th match, a sure win, no explanation needed. He swallowed hard and added, the key is the second match. If Senior Chu defeats Chen Du, all 3 from the Haiqing team will advance to the top 5. Then according to the second round rules, the 3 from the Haiqing team could very well sweep the top 3. At this critical juncture, sweeping the top 3 with the most dominant posture, giving the 10 consecutive championships the best answer. The scholarly man's almost fanatical words infected the surrounding Haiqing students, who began cheering for Chu Zhongtian. Zhongtian, Zhongtian, soar to the sky. At the very back of the general seating area, 2 men in sunglasses watched expressionlessly. Is there any need to watch this final? Teacher, you asked doubtfully. The contestants' strengths had already been fully revealed in yesterday's 1v1 matches. Even if there were deviations, they would be trivial and insignificant. Teacher Peng extended his right hand, a red card engraved with a qilin pinched between his middle and index fingers. This card holds 1 million. After Chen Du fails, he'll give it to him. Consider it an investment. He does have some talent, just lacks funds. Investing is about buying low and selling high. As long as Chen Du can bring me returns exceeding 1 million, it won't be a loss. Even if it fails, it's nothing. For our level, 1 million is just a number. If I weren't afraid of inflating his ego, adding a 0 wouldn't matter. But if he can truly become a soaring martial artist in the future, maybe we can go to the other realm together. Teacher Yu nodded upon hearing this, saying nothing more. Soon under the system's prompt, the first match began. Wero, Zhang Tao, and their respective team leaders. 4 of them entered the arena one after another. Wero and Zhang Tao exchanged glances in the arena, their eyes brimming with unconcealed confidence. Each harbored absolute faith in themselves, convinced that victory would be theirs alone. Strangers to one another, they bore no animosity. With a beep from the system, the match commenced. Wero struck first, though he was the weakest of the Haiqing squad. Yet none dared underestimate him. To be chosen for the Haiqing squad amidst a sea of talents required exceptional skill. Wero's weapon was uncommon, a spiked club. Brandishing it with one hand, he leaped into a spinning motion. He raised the club high, intent on intimidating Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao, undaunted, held his long-bladed polearm horizontally before him, standing firm to meet the blow heated. Clang! The club's head clashed with the blade's edge, ringing out a crisp, clear sound. Chen Du narrowed his eyes, instantly recognizing their foundational martial techniques. Wero executed the almond staff technique, first form blow to the head. Zhang Tao countered with the crescent blade method, first form single blade at the meeting. In close combat, their martial skills were evenly matched at 80 of the first tier. The Haiqing students in the general seats, eager for their squad's perfect 10 championship finale, spontaneously rallied to cheer for Wero. Their strength was similar, the fight growing intensely protracted. Unbeknownst to them, their martial skill levels climbed to 89 of the first tier. Teacher Gu on the commentary platform narrated nonstop. Students both have now reached 89 of the first tier in martial skill. Now it's about who edges closer to perfection. Based on years of professional experience, I'd say Wero's technique is nearer to first-tier perfection. Barring surprises, the victor will be Haiching Squad's Wero. Teacher Gu, a theoretical martial arts instructor at Haiching No. One high school, recalled Wero's performance yesterday. She knew he had 1 foot in the realm of perfection. Thus, she dared assert that Wero would be the winner. And Wero lived up to expectations, swinging his spiked club with one hand. It seemed to gradually enlarge. A sharp-eyed student in the audience spotted something and exclaimed in surprise, "That's the embryonic form of the Ammon staff technique's 4th form giant pillar." Is Senior Wero finally about to take that step? What a pity if the match could be postponed by half a month. The Haiching Squad could debut with a rare triple perfection lineup. Apologies, Zhang Tao. The ticket to the top 5 is mine. Wero's momentum surged as his spiked club, under his manipulation, visually doubled in size. Chen observed intently. These opponents might face him. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory, so he couldn't afford to be careless. He recognized Wero's move as the prototype of the Ammon staff technique's 4th form giant pillar. Once it tripled in size, it would signify Wero's martial skill truly entering first-tier perfection. True to Haiching's reputation, even at the same 89 first tier, he still leads. Wero leaped high, gripping the club with both hands at the moment of eruption. The massive spiked club descended with earth-shattering force. Boom. What? Wero's face shifted from confidence to astonishment. An immense, irrepressible, repulsive force surged from beneath the club. A crescent blade glow emerged like a moon reflected in water being scooped out. The seemingly graceful crescent wielding terrifying power sent him and his club flying. This is the 4th form of the crescent blade method, smile that topples cities. Amid Teacher Gus' exclamation from the commentary platform, Zhang Tao panted heavily, wiping sweat the size of soybeans from his brow with the back of his hand. Student Zhang Tao has broken through to first-tier perfection mid-battle. Teacher Gu announced loudly, noting it was a breakthrough under pressure, not hidden strength. While the vast majority expected Wero to win, Zhang Tao withstood the pressure, swimming against the current to first step into the realm of perfection. Though Wero fought fiercely afterward, the high tier ultimately couldn't rival perfection. First match, Haiching Squad's Zhang Tao wins. Teacher Gu announced the unexpected result. She never imagined that even without Chen, this match would defy her prediction. Didn't you say Senior Wero would win? Can this teacher even commentate? Is her professionalism up to par? The student's questioning gazes, translated into words by Teacher Gus' mind, danced before her eyes. Soon prompted by the system's chime, Chen Du, Ling Yun, and Chu Zhongtian took the stage in turn. Zhang Qingfeng remained on the field as the first and second matches were both for the Haiching Squad. In the general seats, Teacher Yu murmured to himself, watching Chu Zhongtian stand straight on the field. This Chu Zhongtian is quite skilled. Chen Du might not beat him. Unfortunately, his background is also from the Limit Martial Hall, attending the Black Dragon Martial Arts University. After leaving Ling Yun's room yesterday, they had sought out Zhang Qingfeng, the Haiching Squad leader. After all, good seedlings weren't limited to Chen Du alone. They then learned that Chu Zhongtian had already secured a clever intent contract from Black Dragon Martial Arts University. I still favor Chen Du, Peng Fei said without hesitation. The reason he approached Chen Du first yesterday, then Chu Zhongtian second, was his belief that Chen Du held greater potential. What family background does Chu Zhongtian have? And Chen Du? Under such circumstances, for Chen Du's martial skill to reach its current level speaks volumes about his extraordinary talent. Is that so? Teacher Yu questioned without rebutting. Chen Du is indeed a rough gem, but precisely because he's unpolished, he needs refinement. Moreover, regarding the weight influence you mentioned yesterday, he doesn't qualify either. To truly wield influence over the world, one must at least earn a spot in the Qilin class. His clever contract isn't enough. After hearing Teacher Yu's afterthoughts on Chen Du, Teacher Peng laughed heartily. How old? You don't get worked up? I always advocate encouragement for the young. A 17-year-old boy with genuine talent is bound to have a bit of arrogance and self-centered ideas. Thinking he can conquer all, isn't that normal? We've seen all kinds of students. As teachers, we only wish for him to have a brighter future. Then turning to Teacher Yu beside him, he said teasingly, as I recall someone once declared during the Qilin Martial Arts University freshman military training. Saying head punch Yin the strongest of the high martial civilization and kick Dulakisi the second strongest. Look at yourself now, still calling Chen Du arrogant. At your age, you were far more audacious. Teacher Yu stood frozen for a long moment, as if a bullet fired in his youth had struck the forehead of his future self. A rare flush crept across his aged face. Ahem. Chen Du is indeed a fine lad, full of vigor, with ideals and a clear sense of purpose. You're right, he does have more potential than Chu Zhongtian, and he truly has the promise to soar. How about this? Teacher Yu finished, and to Teacher Peng's shock, pulled out an identical card from his pocket. He'll also contribute 1 million to sponsor him alongside you. Zhongtian, soar to the skies. After Valo's defeat, the students of Haiching shifted their focus to Chu Zhongtian. Many of Chu Zongshan's fans spontaneously formed cheering squads. Wearing miniskirts, they stood on the uppermost walkway of the general seating area, kicking and shouting for him. They had assumed the first and fifth matches were sure wins, with the only suspense lying in the second match. But unexpectedly, that Zhang Tao had broken through on the spot. If Chu Zhongtian were to lose now, the Haiqing team would suffer 2 consecutive defeats at the start. Chu Zhongtian, facing the strongest opponent in the third round aside from Zhou Xiaogu, Chen Du's expression turned solemn. The countless battle experiences accumulated within the crystal space gave him an instinctive judgment when facing an opponent. This match would be hard fought. According to the rules, each contestant could only choose one weapon before stepping onto the stage. Zhou Xiaogu's pair of daggers counted as one set and did not violate the rules. Thus, Chu Zhongtian did not bring his sword case, but instead held a silver-blue longsword facing off against Chen Du. Chen Du could sense the intense fighting spirit in his opponent's eyes. He wants to defeat me, Chen Du thought to himself. Du. The system's prompt sounded and the match officially began. Neither made a move immediately, instead they assumed their stances, observing each other. If there was no significant gap between the two, the one who struck first would often be countered and lose the initiative. Seemingly taking the offensive, they would actually be on the defensive. Chu Zhongtian had very few recorded matches, so little information was available. Although he always carried a sword case, he had rarely opened it. In the second round, he had been matched against weak opponents who either surrendered or were felled with a single strike. It was impossible to gauge his true skill or the basic martial techniques he used. Chen Du, I knew it. You and I were destined for this battle. During the standoff, a faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corner of Chu Zhongshan's mouth. Oh, Chen Du showed a hint of curiosity, then retorted. And who do you think will win? Of course. The one who advances to the second round will be the victor. Chu Zhongtian let out a low growl, giving an answer that was no answer at all, and took a step forward. He launched the attack first. He dashed forward, his sword seemingly fused to his hand. The moment he closed in on Chen Du, he delivered a swift horizontal slash aimed at Chen Du's chest. This is... Chen Du's pupils involuntarily contracted, but his body reacted without hesitation, meeting the attack with his own sword. Clang! The two blades clashed, grinding against each other and sending sparks flying. You're using the Radiant Flow sword technique. Chen Du hadn't expected his opponent to have learned the same basic martial art. That strike was unmistakably the first form imprisoning the ground. There were countless basic martial techniques, and sword techniques formed a major category. Many people studied any given basic sword technique. But encountering someone who practiced the same technique was rare, especially on the final stage. Still, Chen Du was merely surprised. Since both used the Radiant Flow sword technique, there was no inherent advantage. It would be a pure contest of strength. Let's see who has the higher mastery. Those with superior technique could unleash greater physical power and thus prevail. I was also surprised to see you use the Radiant Flow sword technique in the second round. I felt then that we were destined for this battle. Let's have a contest of strength, Chen Du. Chu Zhongtian exclaimed excitedly, gently flicking the golden earring on his left ear with his thumb. As the earring swayed, Chen Du could distinctly feel the weight of his opponent's sword increasing drastically. He was exerting his full strength. Chen Du hadn't expected Chu Zhongtian to go all out from the start. Unleashing full martial technique could indeed maximize physical power, but it also consumed the most stamina. Was Chu Zhongtian planning to settle the match immediately? 91. 96. 99. The commentators took turns, and this round fell to Teacher Wang. Watching the rapidly rising martial technique index on the big screen, he marveled at the two sword-wielding combatants. My goodness. I never expected Chu to be so deeply hidden. His martial technique level is the same as Chen Du's, 99. Chen Du, looking at the exuberant Chu Zhongtian before him, also felt a jolt of surprise. Though he knew Chu Zhongtian was strong, he hadn't expected him to be this strong. His martial technique level was second only to Zhou Xiaogu and Wu Zong. It's not over yet, Chen Du. Chu Zhongtian roared, and Chen Du felt the sword grow even heavier. Impossible. His technique should have reached its limit. Comprehending by analogy. No, Chen Du immediately dismissed that idea. He could sense that his opponent, like himself, had not yet entered the stage of comprehending by analogy. Otherwise, there would be that uncanny feeling. In an instant, he found the answer. Spiritual power attachment. His opponent's spiritual power level was also not low. Judging by the intensity transmitted through the sword, it was a full level 7. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Chu's martial technique level has reached 99. 2. If I recall correctly, Chen Du once achieved 99. 3" as his peak martial technique. The difference is minimal. No wonder either could win. Teacher Wang's excited words instantly ignited the spirits of countless Haiqing students. Although many posts had predicted Chu Zhongshan's victory, deep down, they had little confidence. Chen Du had demonstrated a 99. 3 martial technique level, while Chu Zhongtian had rarely shown his hand, leaving his limits unknown. To put it nicely, he was a hidden dragon. To put it bluntly, he might have exhausted his tricks. Most people, including the commentators, secretly thought he was weaker than Chen Du. But constrained by the atmosphere and circumstances, they couldn't say it. Yet unexpectedly, Chu Zhongtian was truly this strong. The significance of the 99-2 figure was immense. It instantly roused the Haiqing students who had been quietly watching to their feet, cheering him on. By now the two had separated, standing on opposite sides, swords at the ready. Chen Du frowned slightly. Chu Zhongtian was far stronger than he had imagined. To win the championship, he had to defeat 5 opponents. Every bit of stamina saved mattered. His opponent's team still had Zhou Xiaogu, so they were unconcerned about stamina. Chen Du's expression gradually turned cold. Though his sword remained still, it exuded the imposing might of a descending tiger. "Oh, going on the offensive," Chu Zhongtian said excitedly. "Yes, I'm going to end this in an instant." Chen Du's confident words struck Chu Zongtian's incredulous face. After a 2-second pause, a hint of angry sneer appeared on Chu Zongtian's face. "Is that so? Then show me this instant of yours." Chen Du moved. The 4th form of Radiant Flow Sword Technique, Azure Dragon Thrust. Executed hidden, it allowed the fastest approach, but sacrificed stealth. With his martial technique perfected, the weapon moved as freely as a limb. The moment he closed in, Chen Du switched moves. The 2nd form, Golden Drums, Shake the Sky. Seeing this, Chu Zhongtian directly executed the 3rd form, which could neutralize attacks, Gentle Breeze, in the forest. The moment they clashed was like a flash of lightning. Brief and dazzling. The life-strength compression suit on Chu Zhongtian was slashed open by Chen Du's sword. His 8-pack abs were instantly exposed to the air. At that moment, Chen Du's martial technique index on the big screen had reached 100. Suffocation, stiffness, petrification. The expressions and bodies of the audience seemed collectively enchanted, frozen in place. 100. Chen Du's martial skill level has actually reached the first stage, 100. Watching the rapidly descending martial skill index on the large screen, Teacher Wang roared with spittle flying. Their eyes bulged like copper bells, unable to conceal the overwhelming shock. The originally breath-held auditorium erupted into a frenzy after Chen Du defeated Chu Zhongtian with a single sword strike. Limit. It's a limit-level martial skill. This Chen Du has been hiding his true strength all along. The championship of this 100 cities tournament might be shaken. I wonder who is stronger, Senior Zhou or Chen Du? Yeah, I never expected Chen Du to be such a dark horse. Many students on the field let out such exclamations. Even the formidable Haiqing squad had suffered 2 consecutive defeats. In such a dominant year as this, such a thing would have been unimaginable yesterday. Yet today it had truly happened. In the arena, Chu Zhongtian struggled to rise, panting heavily, using his palm to cover his 8-pack abs. Not out of shyness, but because the instinct of pain compelled him to press down. Only when a contestant's attack risks causing disability, death, or severe injury would the 2 team leaders intervene. Chen Du's attacks were aimed at the protective suit, destined not to cause real harm. Chu Zhongtian opened his mouth, uttered a single word, and stared fixedly at Chen Du as if trying to confirm something. As the one directly involved, he felt it strange. Had Chen Du's martial skill truly reached the first stage limit? Yet he hadn't sensed from Chen Du's techniques the essence of the limit that elevates the 4 forms. Second match, Liangqing squad, Chen Du wins. Chen Du ignored Chu Zhongtian and amidst Teacher Wang's somewhat excited voice walked straight off the field. Trying to get information from an opponent. Dream on. VIP seats. Li Mu and his 2 companions looked on with expressions of shock and doubt. Li Mu was certainly happy that Chen Du won the match, but this martial skill level, it far exceeded what Ling Yun had told him. How is this possible? According to Ling Yun, Chen Du's martial skill broke through to 99 of the first stage during the badge battle in the first round. While fighting those Bibilang wolves. It's only been a day, has Chen Du improved another one? Li Mu murmured to himself, saying words he didn't even believe. He knew that the distance from 99 to 100 was not just 1. It's from 1 to 100, requiring 10 increments of 0. 1. Everything takes a process. How could it be done in a single day? In the regular seats, the 2 teachers from the Qilan Martial Arts University Special Admissions Office, who had been relaxed now, wore grave expressions. No way. Was that just now? Teacher Yu murmured softly, then looked at Teacher Peng sitting beside him. Peng also had a grave look, first nodding, then immediately shaking his head. Finally he said, "Hard to say. If that's really the case, Chen Du might actually be able to beat Zhou Xiaogu. But it's unlikely of otherwise, it would be too astonishing." At that moment a man holding 3 cans of tea drinks walked towards them. Yu Zhong Peng Fei Yu, 2 teachers from Qilan Martial Arts University's Special Admissions Office, watching the matches. Why didn't you tell me? And buying your own tickets to sit here. If Zhang Qingfeng hadn't told me this morning, I wouldn't have known you 2 were in Haiqing. Zhou Cheng naturally sat down to Yu Zhong's left, handing over the tea drinks. The 2 didn't refuse. After taking a sip, Peng Fei's eyes widened slightly, and he said with some surprise, "I've tried several canned tea drinks, but the sweetness of yours is really special." Zhou Cheng chuckled softly and said with a smile, "This tea drink is a specialty of our Haiqing. The sweetness comes from bamboo sugar we brewed ourselves, sweet, but not cloying. If you like it, take a few boxes. After all, there's no courier service between ecological zones. You won't find this product in the first ecological zone." Then the three exchanged a few more pleasantries. "Congratulations, your daughter has exceptional talent. She's already received a level intent contract from the Black Dragon Martial Arts University, right?" Teacher Yu took a sip of tea and said flatly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng showed a smile of paternal pride, but didn't answer directly. "After university, our paths diverged. You two have seen far more geniuses than I have. My daughter just has a sliver of potential to become a Skywalker." Then he changed the subject. "You came to see Chen Du, right? That kid is indeed outstanding. I didn't expect Chu Zhongtian to lose to him so easily." Zhou Cheng took a serious look at Chen Du, who was resting on the bench, his gaze appraising. Then suddenly remembering something, he quickly said, "Don't misunderstand. Back when I was at Black Dragon Martial Arts University and you were at Qilin, we were competitors. But now I'm just a 3-star executor at the Limit Martial Hall. Although I have some ties with Black Dragon, I definitely won't compete with you for recruits. Just a 3-star executor." Hearing this, Teacher Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zhou Cheng. "Is your humble brag disease some kind of terminal illness? So hard to cure? Not cured in 20 years. He casually replied. "What a hardship for you, a dignified 3-star executor of the Limit Martial Hall, to come and be a high school principal for 3 years. It's to accompany my daughter. I was too busy when she was little, now I'm making up for it." Zhou Cheng's tone carried a hint of cheerfulness as he replied. Then, like old friends, the three continued watching the following matches. In the third and fourth matches, all 4 contestants had martial skills at 89 of the first stage, making them quite evenly matched. These were the longest matches so far, yet also the most inconsequential, because Zhang Tao, who advanced from the first match, had already reached the perfection realm. Chen Du, who advanced from the second match, had even reached the limit. Finally, there was the 5th match, whose outcome was already predetermined before it began. Zhou Xiaogu. The strength of these 3 was enough to secure the top 3 positions. Since the rewards for 4th to 10th place were the same, winning or losing made no difference to them. Without Zhang Tao as an unexpected variable, they might have fought hard. But now the top 3 were set. After a while, the 3rd and 4th matches finally ended. A man and a woman won respectively. Sitting on the bench, they looked at each other's exhausted faces. They exchanged helpless smiles. This victory was both their advancement and their final destination. With no intermission, the 5th match began as the system prompted the 2 contestants to enter. Students in the regular seats waved flags and cheered upon seeing Zhou Xiaogu's entrance. Xiaogu dominates eternity. Thunderous applause and deafening cheers made the opponent's hands tremble. Zhou Xiaogu stood in the arena holding a long staff, as if possessing a celestial gravitational pull, drawing everyone's gaze. Her peripheral vision swept the surroundings. Besides cheers, she also saw worried looks in some eyes. A faint, inexplicable smile curled at the corner of her mouth. "Are they worried that I might lose to Chen Du?" Beep. Uft. The instant the system prompt sounded, this prodigy from the Guiqing squad, who hadn't even had time to assume a stance, had his protective suit shattered by a single strike of Zhou Xiaogu's staff. Eliminated on the spot, Zhou Xiaogu used her actions to tell everyone. Such a possibility. Absolutely impossible. The 5th match, Haiqing squad, Zhou Xiaogu wins. Teacher Gu never expected that, although he knew it was a sure victory, the match would end so quickly. 1 second. The battle concluded in merely 1 second. As the 2 entered the arena, he had just glanced at the man's profile. The man was named Shota Ichiro, the strongest fighter of the Guiqing squad, not only in martial arts skill. His overall strength also ranked as the No.1 of Guiqing No.1 high school. The basic martial art he studied was the Luomen shield technique, which specialized in defense. Facing Zhou Xiaogu, Teacher Gu knew Shota Ichiro was doomed to lose, yet he never imagined the defeat would be so swift. After a brief silence, the watching students erupted into cheers like a volcanic eruption. "Incredible. Senior Zhou is truly incredible. I've seen this guy's previous matches. His name is Shota Ichiro. His Luomen shield technique was executed with such mastery, nearly achieving flawless defense. Yet before Senior Zhou, he couldn't even block a single strike. It's not that I'm biased towards Senior Zhou, but that Chen Du from the Liangqing squad is also very formidable. However, judging from their performances, Senior Zhou completely outshines Chen Du." This student's words resonated with many. Many chimed in agreement. "Yeah, I actually worried Senior Zhou might lose before. Now thinking back, I was like a frog at the bottom of a well, seeing only a patch of sky." In the waiting area, Ling Yun sat beside Chen Du, having not missed the previous scene. Still finding it too unbelievable, he asked, "Chen Du, could it be that you—" "Yes, it's just as you teacher suspect." Chen Du's words, delivered with utmost nonchalance, transformed Ling Yun's expression. from doubt to shock and then to utter disbelief. The first round concluded, and the second round commenced immediately. There was no break, leaving the contestants no extra time to rest. As Zhou Cheng put it, all future matches, big or small, would strive to simulate reality. This was the trend, the same across all 9 ecological spheres. Out there would alien civilizations wait for you to recover your strength. Perhaps in movies there would be an unknown manly duel, but in reality they'd strike while you're down, rushing in to finish you off with 2 swift blows. According to the system's prompt, a challenger would be drawn from the 5 contestants who advanced to the second round. The challenger would then fight the other 4 consecutively, earning 2 points for a win and losing 1 for a defeat. This meant that even with 1 loss, the maximum score attainable was 5 points. A clean sweep would yield a direct championship with 8 points, an insurmountable lead, while the others continued to vie for the remaining rankings. The overhead screen rapidly flickered, the names of the 5 contestants tumbling like clothes in a washing machine. Finally, it settled on the most popular name. Zhou Xiaogu. Senior Zhou is the first challenger. Haha, looks like the champion is about to be decided. I'm already looking forward to Senior Zhou sweeping through all 4. Due to the extremely short duration of the previous commentary, the commentator was not swapped for this round. Teacher Gu continued his commentary. Zhou Xiaogu entered the arena slowly, holding a long staff in one hand. Her hair tips swayed gently in the air, giving her a lively and agile appearance. Her long jet-black glossy hair was tied up high into a spirited, neat ponytail. Just standing there in the arena, she possessed a celestial gravity that drew all eyes. The order of challenges was determined by the challenger, and Zhou Xiaogu's lips curled into a slight smile. The first contestant I challenge is Chen Du from the Liangqing squad. Her voice was soft, yet possessed an unforgettable magic. This was no special skill, merely sheer beauty. Chen Du's expression remained unchanged as he and Ling Yun stepped into the arena. Zhou Xiaogu's weapon for the day was not the dual daggers, but a long staff, her true armament. While the dual daggers could still unleash 100 of her first-order power, using a weapon that complemented her foundational martial art would make her even stronger. This stronger did not refer to greater force, but rather a comprehensive enhancement. Chen Du was not surprised by Zhou Xiaogu's choice, in fact, judging from her instant kill of Shota Ichiro in the previous round. He had anticipated this outcome. This woman was exceedingly powerful and confident. The pressure was especially intense when standing opposite her. The students in the stands held their breath as they watched the two enter the arena. This was the third round, second match of the 100 Cities tournament. It was also the moment when the final suspense would be unveiled. Who was truly stronger between Zhou Xiaogu and Chen Du? While Zhou Xiaogu's popularity far exceeded Chen Du's, Chen Du was still a practitioner of 100 ultimate martial arts. Those claiming Zhou Xiaogu would surely win were either her fans or had lost their senses. The match's pace was rapid. A beep sounded merely 3 seconds after both entered the arena. The moment the match began, Zhou Xiaogu's martial arts index on the big screen shot directly to 100. Full martial arts output. Zhou Xiaogu intends to finish Chen Du in a single opening strike. Teacher Gu pushed up his rimless glasses and exclaimed loudly. At that moment, countless staff shadows converged into a torrent hurtling towards Chen Du. Was this the essence of the limit? Chen Du mused inwardly. Only by experiencing it firsthand could one grasp its extraordinary nature. The limit's essence was a metaphysical force that, when attached to the 4 forms, elevated them. The move before him was the sublimated form of the 4th form of the Sacred King staff art, flooding 1,000 armies. This was the very technique Zhou Xiaogu had used in the previous match to instantly kill Shota Ichiro. The myriad staff shadows finally coalesced into a single strike, smashing down towards Chen Du with the might to topple cities and sever rivers. Clang! Zhou Xiaogu's attack missed. Teacher Gu stared at the long staff that had landed beside Chen Du, puzzled. He then immediately realized something. No, it's the 3rd form of the flowing light sword art, breeze under the forest. Chen Du used his sword's edge to divert the power of the Sacred King staff art's 4th form. But to redirect a force of that magnitude. Teacher Gu trailed off, then suddenly looked up sharply. 100. Chen Du's martial arts level has also reached the first order limit. Just then someone noticed something. Rubbing their eyes repeatedly after confirming it several times, they stared ahead with slightly reddened eyes, puzzled. Strange, it seems like Chen Du is wrapped in something blue. You see it too? I thought I was the only one who saw that ghost. In the regular seating area, Zhou Cheng and the 2 teachers from Qilin Martial Arts University all watched the arena with serious expressions. Yu Zhong and Peng Fei exchanged a glance and nodded in perfect mutual understanding. Peng Fei took a deep breath. We weren't mistaken before. It's level 10 spiritual power. Chen Du's soul has advanced into a martial soul. In the arena, Chen Du's entire body emitted a faint blue glow as if wrapped in a phone screen protector. This layer of light was initially indistinct, resembling a transparent film. After about 3 seconds, the transparent film gradually turned blue. This is a martial soul. Teacher Gu murmured, as if witnessing something incredible. As a teacher from Haiqingno, one high school, her primary focus had been on Zhou Xiaogu, also from the same school. Thus, she hadn't noticed Chen Du's anomaly at first. However, the blue light radiating from Chen Du made it impossible to ignore. The martial soul, short for the soul of a warrior, is the evolution of the spirit. Just as when life intensity reaches level 10, one advances to a warrior and awakens the secret vault. When spiritual power reaches level 10, it also evolves into a martial soul. Level 10 marks the beginning of a qualitative transformation. Those with exceptional spiritual power can even comprehend a spiritual combat skill instantly upon advancing to level 10. Although Teacher Gu was a theoretical martial arts instructor, she was also a warrior. The phenomenon occurring with Chen Du was quite common among warriors. It was merely spiritual energy attachment, a simple yet practical ability. But for this to happen to someone who wasn't a warrior was utterly absurd. Before level 10, spiritual power hasn't undergone a qualitative change and remains invisible to the naked eye. However, when the spirit evolves into a martial soul, the spiritual energy overflowing from the body becomes visible. Suddenly, Teacher Gu's heart skipped a beat, as if struck by a revelation. No wonder. I knew it was illogical. My theoretical knowledge is so solid. How could Chen Du keep proving me wrong? It turns out he wasn't just exceptionally skilled in martial techniques, his spiritual power was also formidable. Breaking through to level 10 spiritual power before becoming a warrior is even harder than mastering a first-tier ultimate combat skill. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. Even if Chen Du's martial technique level were average with a martial soul-level spiritual attachment, he wouldn't compare to Zhou Xiaogu. But Chen Du's martial technique level was 99 of the first tier, only one behind Zhou Xiaogu. Although that one gap represents the largest leap among all basic martial techniques. Chen Du's level 10 spiritual power could not only bridge that gap, but surpass it. She then explained to the students what was happening with Chen Du. As both commentator and teacher, it was her duty. What? A martial soul? So Chen Du's martial technique isn't at the first tier limit. He's using level 10 spiritual power to push his technique index to 100. Truly astonishing. This is my first time seeing someone achieve level 10 spiritual power at the Kwasa Warrior stage. Most of the students present were from Haiqing, a key high school in a central city. Their overall caliber was high, and precisely because of that they understood the weight of this achievement. Li Mu and the other two on the VIP seats were warriors. When they saw the blue glow on Chen Du, they immediately grasped the truth. Though hard to believe, Chen Du had truly accomplished it. This kid, he's been hiding so deep. Xiaoyan sighed. When Zhou Xiaogu faced Wuzong, her ultimate combat skill seemed like a championship guarantee firmly attached to her. This year, due to the pilot badge competition, many principals who never attended the 100 Cities tournament showed up. Xiaoyan's Kuanqing team had already gone home. He stayed partly because of his college friend Li Mu, and partly to see how far Chen Du could go. He didn't dislike the student who eliminated Li Yuan. Befriending those with potential was his habit. Who knows what the future holds for someone? Cultivating positive connections with such people was his principle in life. Li Mu, I already ordered that marrow cleansing pill yesterday. When you give it to Chen Du, mention it. Tell him to visit Kuanqing when he's free. Kuanqing, no. One high school is quite good. Li Mu kept his eyes fixed on the two combatants in the arena. He nodded but didn't hear a word. He had planned to console Chen Du after a potential defeat, but he never expected Chen Du to give him such a huge surprise. Change of plans. Prepare for the championship. The excited words spilled from Li Mu's lips. A genuine joy that Li Mu hadn't felt in a long time. A small to medium-sized city like Liangqing actually had a chance to win the 100 Cities tournament. This was something Li Mu had never imagined before, completely beyond his plans. Although both Liangqing 1 and Haiqing 1 were key high schools, the resource gap between them was like a chasm. This trip was supposed to be routine work, but he was about to witness Liangqing's history. As a Liangqing native, a principal, and a middle-aged man, Li Mu was now feeling a surge of excitement. Go for it, Chen Du. Beat her. Li Mu roared in his heart. In the back rows of the general seating, Chen Du deserves a level contract. With level 10 spiritual power, his contract can be upgraded to level. I can't believe he's already met the standard for the Qilin class in just one day. Did he break through yesterday? Otherwise, he'd have no reason not to mention it, since it affects his contract grade. Teacher Peng said, eyes narrowing as he watched the fierce battle. Teacher Yu nodded in agreement, seeing nothing wrong. A level contract represented the capability to enter the Black Dragon Phoenix or Qilin classes. Last year, the Qilin Martial Arts University only accepted 25 such talents. Because they didn't meet the quota, they lowered the substitute requirements this year. The two spoke without regard for Zhou Cheng beside them. Although Zhou Cheng graduated from the Black Dragon Martial Arts University, he was now a 3-star executive at the Limit Martial Hall. His target demographic was different. Zhou Cheng needed talents who graduated from the 8 prestigious schools or 3 top-tier institutions, warriors and aerial warriors. Chen Du was indeed outstanding and would likely be added to the high martial civilization talent reserve later. But for now, it wasn't Zhou Cheng's concern. At this moment, the battle in the arena had reached a fever pitch. Chen Du wielded his sword with one hand. The radiant flow 4 forms empowered by his martial soul unleashed immense power. He was steadily suppressing Zhou Xiaogu's Sacred King staff technique. Zhou Cheng drained his drink in one gulp, watching the match with a calm expression as if enjoying a play. Peng Fei beside him looked surprised. Zhou Cheng, you doting father, you're always posting photos and videos of your daughter in the circle. Why are you so calm about her match now? Barring any surprises, Zhou Xiaogu is likely to lose. In response to Peng Fei's words, Zhou Cheng chuckled lightly, tapping his fingers on the kin. Not quite, Peng Fei. Barring any surprises. A surprise is exactly what's coming. In the arena, faced with the relentless pressure of Chen Du's radiant flow sword technique, even the formidable Zhou Xiaogu could only retreat. This move made the students cheering for her anxious. Keep going, Senior Zhou. Defeat Chen Du. Win Haiqing's 10th consecutive championship. Some students in their urgency raised their hands to the sky. Senior Zhou, take my energy. Use it. The detection limit of the chip in their uniforms was only 100 of the first tier, but everyone could see it. Chen Du was stronger than Zhou Xiaogu. The worried faces of countless Haiqing students proved this. The noisy cheers didn't affect Chen Du in the slightest. Instead, they excited him further. I can win. I can win. I can beat Zhou Xiaogu. Clang. Just as Chen Du thought victory was tipping in his favor, his unstoppable radiant flow sword technique was suddenly interrupted by Zhou Xiaogu. Chen Du's expression froze instantly as Zhou Xiaogu's face broke into an enigmatic smile. Chen Du, you're quite impressive. Even in the eyes of my demanding father, you could be called a genius. But As Zhou Xiaogu spoke, her high ponytail swayed without wind and her dark eyes radiated a confidence that could cut through anything. Then, like Chen Du, a blue glow emanated from her body. I'm a genius among geniuses. Coach Gu couldn't bear to watch Zhou Xiaogu, who had been suppressed by Chen Du all along. The caliber of this year's 100 Cities Championship was terrifyingly high. Chu Zongshan's first-tier 99 martial skill level would have been a sure win in previous years, yet this year, he couldn't even make it into the top 3. The blue glow on Zhou Xiaogu, both familiar and strange, flickered like a candlelight in the night, illuminating the worried faces of Haiqing students. A martial soul. It's a martial soul. Zhou Xiaogu also possesses level 10 spiritual power. Coach Gu stared in utter astonishment at Zhou Xiaogu, who radiated blue light, held a staff single-handedly, and stood like a war god. She shouted at the top of her voice, the loudest in 3 days of commentary. Her cry was like a beacon lighting up countless homes, igniting the emotions of the students present. Holy crap! Holy crap! I knew Senior Zhou was amazing, but not this amazing. A first-tier ultimate martial skill plus level 10 spiritual power. This is off the charts. I knew it. I knew it. Senior Zhou will never lose to anyone her age. The only one who can beat Senior Zhou is herself. The students in the arena, spurred by Coach Gus' words, cheered her on. Zhou Xiaogu's name roared like thunder. Unfortunately, although Chen Du is strong with both having level 10 spiritual power, Coach Gus' face beamed with an incomparably confident smile, as if she had returned to her college days when she topped her major. With a tone as firm as taking a party oath, she made another match prediction. The winner will undoubtedly be Zhou Xiaogu. As soon as she said this, a few students' hearts skipped a beat, fearing Coach Gu might make another reverse prediction. But this time the goddess of victory seemed to have truly abandoned Chen Du. With her martial soul attached, Zhou Xiaogu fought like she was divinely blessed. Her already sublimated 4 techniques, now empowered by the martial soul, possessed terrifying strength. Chen Du couldn't even put up a fight, let alone defend. The once favorable situation collapsed instantly, turning into a one-sided rout. In the back rows of the general seating. Well, Zhou Cheng, is this what you call a little? I'd say it's a lot. No wonder you didn't answer me directly when I mentioned the level intent contract earlier. Yu Zhong shot him a glare, his eyes seeming to draw circles, cursing him. Zhou Cheng rubbed his head awkwardly. I didn't mean to hide it. Students eligible for an 11 intent contract are extremely rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. With that, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but glance at Zhou Xiaogu, who was wielding her staff like a war god in the arena. His eyes were filled with undisguised pride. You folks in admissions should understand this better than I do, right? Students who can sign an A-level intent contract represent strategic level potential. Unlike DC and B-level contracts, A-level and S-level contracts require a separate confidentiality agreement. If it weren't for Chen Du being so strong, Xiaogu wouldn't have revealed her spiritual power talent. Zhou Cheng's explanation was well understood by the 2 admissions officers. Their earlier words were just a tease. A level intent contract referred to ordinary students like Zhou Dairen, who met the threshold for entering the 3 top academies. A level intent contract was for someone like Chen who appeared as an ordinary student but had the potential to enter the Chen class. A level intent contract required meeting one of three conditions, such as Chen Du's level 10 spiritual power, or Zhou Xiaogu's first-tier ultimate martial skill, or reaching life strength level 11 before the age of 18. The A-level intent contract was for strategic level potential students. It required fulfilling two of the three conditions. Just like Zhou Xiaogu now, she possessed both a first-tier ultimate martial skill and level 10 spiritual power. As for the highest level, this level intent contract that was for a perfect genius found once in a blue moon. The probability of such a genius being born was 1 in 100 million. Among the approximately 63 million senior high school students each year in the entire high martial civilization, those meeting this level conditions only appeared once every few years. Such talents were far too rare, like finding a needle in a haystack. None last year, none the year before. As for this year, there's been no news yet. Or perhaps someone is deliberately hiding it. In any case, when S is absent, A reigns supreme. Watching Zhou Xiaogu charge forward in the arena, the two special admissions officers from Chen Martial Arts University had deep appreciation for her talent. But unfortunately, Zhou Xiaogu had already signed an A-level intent contract with Black Dragon Martial Arts University. She was destined to be a nightmare for Chen Martial Arts University's new students. Damn it. Limu, seated in the VIP section, saw the championship slipping away and pounded Zhao Bin's thigh, letting out a roar of unwillingness from the depths of his martial soul. How can Zhou Xiaogu be this monstrous? She's the most talented and powerful pre-warrior student I've ever seen. She will definitely become a skywalking warrior. Chao Yin nodded in agreement and added, even if she drops out. Zhao Bin, great. Only I got hurt. In the arena, facing the unstoppable Zhou Xiaogu. Even with all his efforts, Chen Du could not turn the tide, even when he pushed his flowing light sword art to its limits. No matter how fast his sword was, Zhou Xiaogu's staff was faster. And no matter how exquisite Chen Du's techniques were, Zhou Xiaogu shattered them all with brute force. That was the charm of the Saint King staff technique, overwhelming all methods with power. Inside the arena, Zhou Xiaogu pressed forward with an unstoppable offense. Outside, thunderous cheers fueled her. The roles seemed reversed as Chen Du was forced back step by step, soon reaching the edge. Once forced out of bounds, he would lose. Clang. Suddenly, Chen Du's sword was knocked out of his hand by Zhou Xiaogu's staff. Why has your strength weakened? Running out of steam? Zhou Xiaogu said indifferently, looking at Chen Du, who had lowered his head. As the destined winner, she fought with ease. Victory. Victory is near. Senior Zhou is about to win. The 10 consecutive championship is in hand. Chen Du couldn't beat her even with his sword, let alone without it. This long tug-of war is finally over. Chen Du has lost his weapon. The outcome is clear. Coach Gu was fervent, as excited as the students. As a teacher at Haiqingno, one high school, the school was her workplace. The medal for 10 consecutive championships in the 100 Cities Championship was undoubtedly a recognition of her institution. That honor would let her proudly lift her head when mentioning her school outside. Hello, I'm Gu Yue, a teacher from Haiqingno, one high school. It's over, Chen Du. Zhou Xiaogu never wasted words. As the invincible among her peers, she was frankly a little lonely. Chen Du's performance had indeed surprised her, prompting her to say a bit more. Is that so? Chen Du lowered his head, his voice firm as he spoke. His tone showed no sign of giving up. Though surprised, Zhou Xiaogu's staff did not pause as it descended. In that instant, Chen Du's head snapped up. His eyes blazed with a rich golden light. It's not up to you to decide when it ends. Take this first. As he spoke, his eyes burst forth like lasers, emitting a dazzling golden radiance. Spiritual impact, war stomp. This morning, Chen Du, in a most reluctant manner, finished off 30 double-dealing bears. He successfully elevated his spiritual power from level 9 to level 10. The moment his spiritual power reached level 10, his soul also advanced into a martial soul. This process was nothing like the grand spectacle he had imagined. It ended with just a slight warmth in his head. Then a strange object inexplicably appeared in his mind. It felt like an extension of his limbs, something he instinctively knew how to use. A spiritual martial technique, war stomp. Chen Du had attended Teacher Yadi's class. He knew that those with exceptional spiritual power could, upon reaching level 10 and undergoing a qualitative change, directly comprehend a spiritual martial technique. To be honest, when Chen Du realized he had obtained a spiritual martial technique, he was completely stunned. Did he truly count as someone with exceptional spiritual power? Strictly speaking, Chen Du's spiritual power was only at a normal level 1. Adding 7 levels from clearing 7 waves of monsters in the crystal space brought it to level 8. The remaining 2 levels were gained through daily mental refinement using the Ruins Immortal Visualization method. That was how he achieved this so-called level 10. Did a level 10 like his still count as exceptional? But on second thought, hadn't everyone else also relied on external aids? Was it 100 self-exploration? Had Zhou Xiaogu never consumed blood qi pills, or spiritual power pills, or received guidance from renowned masters, it was even possible that accompanied by experts they had already fought against alien civilizations. So why wouldn't it count? Reaching level 10 in spiritual power before becoming a martial artist. If I Chen Du am not exceptional, then who is? A spiritual martial technique. Chen Du's desperate roar made Zhou Xiaogu's pupils sharply contract. She naturally knew about spiritual martial techniques. However, besides spiritual power martial artists, normal martial artists found them difficult to learn. They usually only mastered a few defensive spiritual martial techniques. This was to prevent sneak attacks from spiritual races like the Mercury Big Eye civilization. At zero distance, Zhou Xiaogu had no way to avoid Chen Du's strike. In that instant, she suddenly understood why Chen Du's power had abruptly weakened. It was because he had channeled all the power of his martial soul into his eyes. The martial soul attachment state had a delay of a few seconds, so Chen Du still appeared to be enveloped in blue light. At this moment, his eyes blazed with dazzling golden light, like an avalanche about to crash down from a snow-covered mountain. Absolutely irreversible. The golden light burst from his eyes like a faucet, suddenly turned to full blast. Although Zhou Xiaogu's martial technique was superior, Chen Du's spiritual attack was faster. Boom. A mass of golden light instantly struck Zhou Xiaogu, who froze on the spot, as if turned to stone. After being hit, Zhou Xiaogu's hands trembled uncontrollably, and she could barely grip her long staff. A line of blood even dripped from her nose. The moment she was struck, it was as if she had entered an illusion, seeing a towering giant stomp down toward her. The terrifying pressure made it impossible to move, let alone blink. After this blow, she briefly lost control of her body. At the back of the general seating area, seeing this, Zhou Cheng sprayed out the tea he had just taken into his mouth. Yu Zhong, upon witnessing this, suddenly found his mood improved. Old Peng. Chen Du actually unleashed a spiritual martial technique. Without a doubt, he comprehended it himself when his soul advanced to a martial soul. Peng Fei nodded, also showing excitement. Correct. Since Chen Du can comprehend a spiritual martial technique on his own, it proves his spiritual power can 100 reach level 15 or above. Coupled with his martial technique talent, as long as he improves his life force later, he is definitely a candidate for Linkong. To be precise, Chen Du can be rated as quasi-A grade. Upon hearing quasi-A grade, Yu Zhong immediately understood. You want to offer Chen Du a grade intent contract. Peng Fei nodded, his gaze, unlike that of the person beside him, was filled with undisguised admiration for Chen Du. Exactly. But our authority only covers C and B grades. D grades are signed by those teachers from the General Admissions Office. As for A and S grades, we need authorization from our principal. Besides, there is no contract grade called quasi-A. Yu Zhong thought for a second, and then said, understood. He'll contact the principal right away. Good one, Chen Du. In just one day, you've gone from a grade contract straight to nearly a grade 1. Peng Fei sighed with some emotion. In all his years of recruitment, this was the first time he had seen a contract upgrade so quickly. Since it's a grade, let's also fight for what Chen Du wants. See if we can arrange a relocation. His worst-case scenario now is a grade contract. Let's contact the principal, confirm everything, and then inform him. Then the two teachers, Yu Zhong and Peng Fei, greeted Zhou Cheng and left. Whether Chen Du won the championship or not didn't matter to them. Seeing this was enough. Although this competition was relatively niche, the brilliance of gold cannot be concealed. Sooner or later, people would come looking for Chen Du, and they had to make good use of their head start. In the arena, the sword was still in the air. Chen Du had unleashed War Stomp roughly 1 second after the sword left his hand. The fighting style Chen Du had honed in the crystal space was to never hesitate and to press the advantage relentlessly. Even if Zhou Xiaogu was beautiful, it didn't matter. Chen Du would show no mercy. At this moment, the blue light on his body had faded, becoming translucent. If one didn't look closely, it was barely noticeable. In fact, Chen Du was still in the martial soul attachment state. However, the advantage this state provided was negligible. He couldn't maintain the martial soul attachment while simultaneously launching War Stomp. It had nothing to do with strength or proficiency. It was like not being able to look left and right at the same time. It was an inevitability. He could only choose one. Thud. The hearts of the entire audience and the commentators skipped a beat when Chen Du caught the falling sword hilt with one hand. Senior Zhou, move. Stop acting. Move. Don't keep us waiting. Turn the tables now. The students from Haicheng roared with anticipation, hoping for a reversal. The moment Chen Du grasped the sword hilt, his eyes were sharp. A reversal? How many reversals were there in this world? Miracles were called miracles precisely because they rarely happened. Chen Du's gaze was firm, unaffected even slightly by the clamor of the scene. Amid the collective cry of no from the students on site, he swung his sword in one strike, cutting through Zhou Xiaogu's protective suit. This ended the first and arguably the last fight of the 100 Cities tournament. Because there was no suspense in the subsequent matches, even though Chen Du had expended a great deal of physical and spiritual energy on Zhou Xiaogu. The strongest among the remaining 3 opponents only had a martial technique at 90 of the first rank. Chen Du was destined to be champion. After her defeat, Zhou Xiaogu left the arena without a word. The once lively scene fell as silent as a library. Teacher Gu, prompted by the system, snapped back to reality and announced Chen Du's victory. As expected, only sparse applause followed, coming from students who, judging by their attire, were from other schools. The subsequent 3 matches could only be described as utterly dull, and Chen Du predictably defeated all his opponents. Zhou Xiaogu, having left the arena, was disqualified, resulting in 4 consecutive losses. Her total score of 4 points placed her dead last in 5th place. This gave the other 2 students, both at 89 of the first rank, hope for a top 3 finish. The champion of the 100 Cities tournament is Chen Du from the Liangqing team. According to records, this is the first time a student from Liangqing has won the 100 Cities tournament. Student Chen Du has made history. Let's applaud to congratulate him. Teacher Wang, watching the students steadily leave, loudly delivered the final declaration. Heiqing's 10-year winning streak had been broken. He was also pained, but the necessary formalities had to be observed. Well done, Chen Du. You are the pride of Liangqing. The moment Teacher Wang announced the result, Li Mu, seated in the VIP section, stood up. He applauded and praised loudly. In a certain corridor of Haiqing No. 1 high school. Yes, principal, that's the situation. We plan to offer Chen Du a grade intent contract. Yu Zhong spoke respectfully to the virtual figure on his wristband. All right, I have a grasp of the situation. A Kwasa warrior. Protecting his family. Quite intriguing. The voice emanated from the miniature virtual figure on the wristband. Though merely a projection, it exuded an undeniable aura of authority. This person was none other than the principal of one of the 3 top-tier institutions, Chen Martial Arts University. Peng Tianwen. Principal, what do you think? Is it feasible? Yu Zhong asked tentatively. Although he felt it was almost certain protocol required the principal's approval. I hold great confidence in the judgment of you 2. Having met him once, I trust Chen Du's character and talent are without issue. A quasi-grade aptitude warrants a Class A intent contract. It is only reasonable. However, Peng Tianwen hesitated for a moment before adding, relocating his family to the 1st ecological zone is a bit of a challenge. Though the outer zones are dangerous, escorting several individuals from the 7th to the 1st ecological zone within a suitable time frame is not difficult. But the problem is doing so violates the regulations of the high martial civilization. Peng Fei seemed prepared for this and quickly interjected. Principal, as far as I know, both Black Dragon Martial Arts University and Tianfeng Martial Arts University have already signed students with Class A contracts this year. Only our Chen Martial Arts University has discovered a quasi-grade student, Chen Du. If we can sign him early and elevate his life force level, we might still have a fighting chance at the Tri-University Freshman Martial Meet a month after the semester starts. We can't keep coming in 3rd every year. The virtual man on the wristband fell silent upon hearing this, as if lost in thought. Peng Fei pressed on. Principal, rules are made by people, and their purpose is to help everyone survive better and in order. This isn't without precedent. With your influence, the relocation of an ordinary family is no issue at all. The miniature figure let out a long sigh. The problem itself is simple, but it runs counter to principle. Hey race, what'll do? Let me consider it. Wait for my reply. With that, Peng Tianwen ended the call, neither agreeing nor refusing. The 3rd round had only 10 participants in total, and Zhou Xiaogu had already left after his match with Chen Du. This further reduced the already sparse number of bouts. By the time the vice principal hung the medal around Chen Du's neck, it was not yet noon. Thus, under the approving gazes of a few, Chen Du became the champion of this 100 Cities tournament. Staring at the prize on his chest, Chen Du felt as though he were dreaming. To be honest, when he saw Zhou Xiaogu's ultimate martial technique, Chen Du, like most others, thought he was finished. If not for his spiritual power breaking through to level 10 and comprehending a spiritual martial technique, he wouldn't have stood a chance. The moment he defeated Zhou Xiaogu, Chen Du felt an indescribable sense of incredulity. If they fought again, he was certain he would lose. Zhou Xiaogu would never give him time to charge up and unleash War Stomp. Nor would he stay so close. The opponent's life force level far surpassed his own, were it not for the tournament rules limiting everyone to level 5. He wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow. But there were no ifs. He had won. As for whether he could win against Zhou Xiaogu again in the future, that was a matter for another day. After a simple lunch, Li Mu and the others returned early due to work commitments. Following an afternoon nap, Moret treated Chen Du and Lu Bo to a lavish dinner at the Haiqing Grand Hotel at his own expense. Since Chen Du didn't drink, the meal ended quickly. Afterwards, Moret spontaneously took on the role of a guide, showing the 2 around Haiqing for a while. Didn't you say you rich second-generation types only have resources, not cash? Chen Du looked at Moret paying the bill, his expression clearly saying you were pretending to be broke. Moret was equally blunt. My dad said you have great potential and transferred some money to me. He told me to build a good relationship with you. You might be useful to us someday. Chen Du nodded seriously without a hint of embarrassment. Your dad has great insight. That squid was delicious. Give me 10 more sticks. In the principal's office of Haiqing No. One high school, Zhou Cheng watched the surveillance footage of Zhou Xiaogu training diligently in the martial arts room late into the night, his face full of concern. Knock knock. Come in. The female secretary pushed the door open in her high heels. Principal, where have you been all day? You missed Chen Du's award ceremony and didn't show up for the evening meeting. Also, weren't you eager to meet Chen Du after the tournament? He's already left. Next time, Zhou Cheng said indifferently. By the way, he'll be returning to the Limit Martial Hall in a few months. Inform the other 3-star executives. The Dynasty project is officially underway. Upon hearing this, a grave look flashed in the female secretary's eyes. As someone who had come from the Limit Martial Hall with Zhou Cheng, she understood the weight of those 4 words. She nodded yes. March 20th, 9:40 a.m. Sunday. After passing through security, Chen Du and the other 2 boarded the same flight back to Liangqing. Around noon, they arrived in Liangqing and parted ways outside the airport. Chen Du took the subway to his neighborhood and took a deep breath. Having just won the championship the day before, his mood was exceptionally bright. I'm home. Chen Du pushed open the door, and the aroma of home-cooked food filled his senses, whetting his appetite. Welcome back, Chen Du, Li Qingqing said with a smile. Chen Du had messaged her yesterday, saying he'd be home for lunch today. She had gone grocery shopping early in the morning, and since it was Sunday, the whole family was free. At the dinner table, Li Qingqing placed a piece of his favorite braised prawn in Chen Du's bowl and smiled. Congratulations, champion. Chen Du had told his family about participating in the 100 Cities tournament beforehand. Chen Junkai had repeatedly stressed over the phone. Losing is not scary. What's scary is losing the will to stand up. He knew his son was capable, having made it into Liangqing No. One high school's Hongji class. But he had also been a student himself and knew the caliber of the 100 Cities tournament. It involved key high schools from 100 cities with students at the level of 300 Hongji classes. Worried that Chen Du, who had never participated in any major competition, might be crushed by those prodigies, Chen Junkai had been losing sleep for the past 3 days. He kept thinking, what if Chen Du lost in the first round and was too embarrassed to come home? That was why he hadn't taken leave to attend the event, fearing he couldn't help and would only add pressure. Unexpectedly, his son had won the championship. Though he knew his son wouldn't lie to him, it was still hard to believe. Finally, Chen Du produced the medal, the card with the prize money, and the bonus points report. Chen Junkai immediately opened 2 bottles of baijiu. His younger brother Chen Kun remained the most unfazed. Every day, regardless of whether Chen Du replied, he would send a steady stream of memes on WeChat. It almost drove Chen Du to block him. Feeling the warmth of home, Chen Du was genuinely happy. He didn't mention signing a Class C contract with Qilin Martial Arts University for now. It wasn't that he was deliberately keeping secrets, but he knew his parents' temperament. With the college entrance exam still far off, if he told them now, aside from the initial joy, they would inevitably worry about him being dropped at the last minute. After all, his level wasn't high. Though it was impossible for him to be dropped, his parents would have their own imaginative interpretations. So Chen Du planned to wait until the exam drew nearer. In the afternoon after his nap, Chen Du got up to help with housework. After all, he hadn't been home for a month and felt a bit guilty. After dinner, while it was still light, he and Chen Kun left under their parents' reminders. It turned out that after Chen Du started boarding at school, Chen Kun also clamored to follow suit. Chen Junkai and Li Qingqing had no choice but to agree. Fortunately, school boarding was free and didn't add to the family's burden. After the meal, the 2 brothers chatted as they walked towards Liangqing No. 9 Middle School. It was a key junior high school in Liangqing and the one Chen Du had attended. Summer nights came slowly. Though it was 7 p.m., the sky was still bright. As they walked, Chen Du suddenly stopped. Chen Kun, walking behind, bumped into Chen Du's back with a smack. Rubbing his nose, he said, "Ouch. What's up, bro?" Chen Du didn't answer. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, pupils contracting sharply as his heart began to pound wildly. Before them stood a humanoid creature, 1.6 meters tall, its skin a pebbly silver gray, lacking a nose or hair. Its body seemed composed of countless cubic blocks, giving it an uneven appearance. Venus Hunter civilization. How could an alien civilization appear on the streets of Liangqing? Is Liangqing under invasion? Due to its geographical location, the 7th ecosphere generally only comes into contact with 3 alien civilizations: the Venus Hunter civilization, the Mercury Big Eye civilization, and the Mars Giant civilization. Among them, the Hunter civilization from Venus is the closest to the 7th ecosphere. Compared to the other 2 civilizations, the Hunter civilization has the most frequent contact with the 7th ecosphere. In textbooks, the description of the Hunter civilization is also the most detailed. The creatures of the Hunter civilization are divided into 2 categories. One is the silver-skinned creature before him, called the Silver Demon. The other looks exactly the same as this one. Only their skin color differs. They are entirely earth yellow and are called yellow demons. Just like how Asians in the old era viewed black people. They actually look different, but you really can't tell them apart. Yellow demons are the rulers of the hunter civilization, far more powerful than silver demons and scarce in number. The danger they pose is also vastly different. However, it was strange. Whether silver demon or yellow demon, the hunter civilization excelled at lurking and ambushing. Why would one be standing right in front of him? Moreover, his wristband had issued no warning, meaning Liancheng had not been invaded. Xia Yang from the Hongji class had died at the hands of the hunter civilization. Could he have encountered them on the road too? Does that mean our city has always had alien infiltrators? Chen Du speculated from his knowledge base the moment he saw the creature. Before Chen Du could think further, the silver demon lunged at him with overwhelming momentum like thunder, as if it would never turn back. Level 8. Chen Du muttered, locking his gaze on the creature's back as it lowered itself to charge. For both silver and yellow demons, the number of barbs on their back indicated their life strength level. This silver demon had exactly 8 barbs. This was a world where life strength level determined strength. No matter how massive their form or ferocious their appearance, setting aside martial techniques, life strength was everything. Chen Kun, run. Chen Du shouted without looking back. Brother, run. Chen Du roared, his voice filled with anger and the desperate plea for immediate action. Because the school's martial arts room had many swords. Chen Du had left at home the sword he was taking to the 100 Cities tournament that morning, just in case. He never expected to encounter an alien while escorting Chen Kun to the 9th middle school dormitory. A creature adept at stealth and ambush was now charging straight at him. Chen Du had no time to ponder why. He quickly scanned his surroundings. He picked up a discarded construction material from the ground, a rough, cement-coated long rod. At this moment, he had no other choice. He needed a weapon in his hands. This was a common trait of humans, or most humanoid beings. Martial techniques were not exclusive to humans. Any creature on Blue Star that had survived to this day had its own civilization. All creatures used a medium to maximize their power through martial techniques. That medium was the weapon. This weapon included, but was not limited to, the swords, spears, sticks, and clubs used by Chen Du and previous contestants. Most humanoid beings were born weak and needed weapons to execute martial techniques. A minority of humanoid beings, like the silver demon before him, could harden parts of their bodies for attacks. Their bodies themselves were the weapon. This was also why the hunter civilization had only 1/10 the pain sensitivity of humans. Only beings whose bodies were their weapons could directly execute martial techniques without an external medium. Of course, Chen Du could do the same, but at the cost of only exerting 30 of his strength. To maximize his physical power, he needed a weapon. Brother, I'm not leaving, I want it. What nonsense. With a sharp kick, Chen Du sent Chen Kun flying before he could finish. Then a fist composed of countless small cubes rapidly enlarged in Chen Du's vision. Chen Du gripped the cement rod, his eyes reflecting both the tension of a racing heart and the calm of a seasoned warrior. These two opposing emotions now played out in Chen Du's pupils. His heart raced because this wasn't the 100 Cities tournament or the crystal space. There was no team leader ensuring his safety, no protective suit. And his opponent wasn't an educated being who would stop it enough. This wasn't the crystal space where countless deaths had no impact on reality. An infinite rehearsal ground. This was the real world. This was Liangqing, the quiet path he had walked for 3 years leading to the 9th middle school. The third form of the flowing light sword art breeze beneath the forest. Chen Du's body glowed with blue light as he faced the level 8 silver demon, unleashing his full power. The calm under imminent danger was the crystallization of countless battles in the crystal space. However, a technique he knew by heart suddenly stalled. He couldn't execute breeze beneath the forest. In that moment of hesitation, he understood why. Hard. The cement rod was too hard, lacking any flexibility. Chen Du had always used a sword, a weapon with a certain degree of pliancy. His invincible technique abruptly failed, and he was met with a heavy punch from the silver demon. Realizing his mistake, Chen Du quickly stepped back to absorb the impact. The iron-hard fist sent Chen Du flying, but he rolled continuously upon landing to dissipate the force to the utmost. Chen Du got up, breathing heavily, pressing his left hand tightly against his chest to swallow the sweetness in his throat, his gaze fixed warily ahead. The life strength difference between them was 2-1 levels. If Chen Du had a long sword and was under his martial soul's enhancement, he could indeed fight a level 8 enemy. But now, even if a sword fell from the sky, Chen Du couldn't win, because the opponent also knew martial techniques. It was like 2 level 8 beings. The one with martial techniques would surely triumph. After punching Chen Du away, the silver demon inexplicably froze for a few seconds, then headed straight for Chen Kun not far away. Not good. Chen Du, momentarily stunned, suddenly understood and cried out in alarm. Though the creature looked like stone, it wasn't stupid. They had their own civilization and science. If it continued attacking him, he could just run. He wasn't a stubborn mule who had to fight to the death. Besides, this was human territory. Would it dare to pursue? That was Chen Du's original plan, slowly lure the creature away from Chen Kun. Though he was weaker than the silver demon, he could buy considerable time if he focused on escaping. But he hadn't expected the creature to see through his plan. It was counting on him to play the hero and try to save his brother, aiming for a double kill. Watching the silver demon approach his younger brother, and Chen Kun frozen in terror, Chen Du knew it was an obvious trap, but still charged forward without hesitation, cement rod in hand. Get away from my brother. The silver demon seemed deaf, reaching for Chen Kun's head without pause. Then from behind the demon, like the sudden headlights of a truck at a sharp turn. War stomp. Chen Du's eyes blazed with golden light. A mental shockwave stunned the level 8 silver demon in its tracks. He quickly closed in, and seeing the creature's thick neck, he instinctively swung the rod. As it whistled through the air, a sudden epiphany struck Chen Du. The trajectory of the rod shifted almost imperceptibly. Congratulations, host. Flowing light sword art has improved from first stage 99 to first stage 99. 1. The first form of the flowing light sword art, draw the ground as a prison. Learn by analogy. The moment the system prompt echoed in his mind, Chen Du immediately thought of those 4 words. Though he knew he would eventually reach this stage, he hadn't expected to achieve it on his very first day back from Haiqing. But the next second, smack! The cement rod shattered upon striking the opponent's neck. At that instant, Chen Du seemed to snap awake. When he had swung it earlier, he truly believed he was wielding a sword. So this is learning by analogy. Chen Du had no time to ponder further. This strike not only shattered his weapon, but also jolted the silver fiend back to its senses. While the creature was still dazed, he decisively hoisted Chen Kun onto his back. The boy was still trembling and unable to move, and fled in the opposite direction of their home. Little Bear Send. Suddenly, a sinister gust seemed to stir behind him. The silver fiend, which had been frozen in place by Chen Du, had inexplicably lunged before him. So fast, Chen Du's heart jolted with alarm. How had its speed suddenly increased? Moreover, its formerly vacant expression now twisted with rage and bloodlust. This left Chen Du, who had intended to use his wristband to send a distress signal to the city guard, momentarily unable to act. Damn it! How could this be? Despair flooded Chen Du's heart. Just yesterday, he had defeated Zhou Xiaogu and won the so-called 100 Cities Tournament Championship. Now he couldn't even overcome a mere alien of level 8 life strength. And he had arrogantly boasted to the Lincoln martial artist about protecting his family. At this moment, Chen Du felt that without the constraints of rules, he was utterly fragile. The silver fiend's martial skill level seemed to have suddenly surged. Its speed was even greater than before. Moreover, he was now unarmed. Even if he unleashed all his martial skills, the maximum power he could muster was only 30. He was no match. This punch was faster than the last, too fast for him to dodge. Chen Du crossed his arms in a shaped defensive stance, hoping this blow wouldn't kill Chen Kun, whose life strength was a mere 1. 9. If this punch doesn't kill me outright, I should be able to use the force to throw Chen Kun clear. Always preparing for the worst, Chen Du silently recited to himself. In that split second, a man wielding a long spear suddenly appeared, his speed so swift it seemed like teleportation in Chen Du's eyes. Thwack! Before the silver fiend could even react, the spear pierced straight through its head. The man coldly withdrew his spear, and the creature, its brain destroyed, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Report target eliminated, no casualties. The man spoke into his wristband. It all happened so fast that it took Chen Du several seconds to react, as if he had narrowly escaped death. City Defense Corps. Yet he was astonished. He hadn't even sent out his distress signal. How had someone from the City Defense Corps arrived? Are you alright, student? My name is Hu Chang, a member of the City Defense Corps. We received a report from a citizen about an alien presence and came to investigate. Glad we made it in time. Hu Chang noticed Chen Du's uniform from Liangqing No. 1 high school and smiled. As a distinguished alumnus of the school, seeing the uniform and Chen Du's final actions gave him an instant fondness for the young man. My name is Chen Du. I'm a student at Liangqing No. 1 high school. Chen Du nodded in gratitude. The City Defense Corps was affiliated with the Martial Artist Alliance, requiring a minimum of level 15 martial artist status to join. It was a core internal force that could initiate rescue operations at the fastest speed during a city disaster. Yet in his mind, the City Defense Corps had always been branded with labels like too late, delayed, and slow. This was one reason Chen Du had previously wanted to protect his family himself. He never expected they would arrive in time today and save both him and Chen Kun. This dramatically changed his perception of them. At a certain corner, Principal, you never told me Chen Du could use mental martial arts. You scared me to death. That golden light technique of his directly severed my control over the silver fiend. I had been suppressing this creature's martial skill level at the early first stage. When it broke free just now, it reverted to the mid-first stage. We almost had a disaster. Li Mu withdrew his gaze from the distant Chen Du and looked at Yadai standing beside him. It means your martial skills still need work. And you call yourself a psychic martial artist. A novice like Chen Du managed to break through your queen's dominion. He then added, as for safety, rest assured. I had Ling Yun stationed nearby from the start. Nothing would go wrong. But it's best if Ling Yun doesn't have to intervene. I don't want Chen Du to overthink things. So I also contacted the city guard. If they made it in time, great. If not, Ling Yun would step in. He then narrowed his eyes, gazing at the receding figure of Chen Du. I hope tonight's chance encounter will make him realize something. After sending Chen Kun to No. 9 high school, Chen Du returned to his own training room. To avoid worrying his parents, he sent Chen Kun a generous 1,000 yuan hush money on V. Watching the barrage of boss is generous. On the screen, Chen Du's foul mood gradually calmed. He sat motionless in the gravity chamber, as if lost in thought. This was a rare sight indeed. Time. I've wasted too much time, Chen Du murmured to himself. If I were from a wealthy family instead of this one with ample resources poured into me, I wouldn't just have survived today. I could have killed it. If no one had saved me today, I'd be dead. Where would there be a chance to grow? No cheat would have mattered. Talent is important, but resources are just as essential. To use the crystal space to grow stronger, I must first obtain resources. My 3 years of high school have been putting the cart before the horse. But there was no choice. My talent was mediocre initially, and no one would give me resources. I had to fight blindly within, though it honed a certain foundation. Having nearly faced real death, Chen Du's desire to become stronger reached its peak. But it's strange. Why have I never seen such incidents in the news? Xia Yang's death was the same, no media coverage. This was why Chen Du had always believed no aliens lurked within the city. Ding dong, ding dong. Just then the doorbell of the training room rang for the first time. Chen Du looked at the familiar face on the monitor and asked in confusion, Principal. Hello, Principal. Chen Du opened the door and said respectfully. Li Mu and Chen Du had met only twice before, once in Mayor Wang's office and once during the 100 Cities tournament. For students, every step of such a competition mattered, but for a principal, only the result counted. Li Mu not only watched the entire event, but was the first to stand and applaud when the commentator announced Chen Du as the champion. To be honest, Chen Du was deeply moved. Chen Du, I hope I'm not disturbing you by coming at this hour. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Mu produced a small, elegantly wrapped gift box. A little present for you tailored to your situation. My way of thanking you. A gift? Thanking me. These ordinary words felt strangely unfamiliar to Chen Du at that moment. He didn't take the box, instead looking puzzled. When had he ever helped the principal? Li Mu wasn't surprised by this reaction. He smiled and explained, because of you, Mayor Wang and I finally had some hope for this year's 100 Cities tournament. It wasn't much hope, just a top 10 finish. But you not only exceeded our expectations, you broke Liangqing's record. Before you, the best result Liangqing ever achieved in the 100 Cities tournament was just making it to the top 10. He pointed to the medal lying on the table. This medal is commonplace at Haiqing No. 1 high school, almost taken for granted. But at Liangqing No. 1 high school, it's the highest honor. It undoubtedly enhances the school's competitiveness, making students from nearby cities prioritize us when choosing a school. It's a brilliant stroke on your life resume and a stepping stone in my career. So tell me, shouldn't I thank you? Chen Du finally understood. According to the rules, the champion of the 100 Cities tournament could keep the medal for 7 days. After 7 days, it had to be handed over to the school. Those 7 days were essentially a bragging period, allowing you to show off to friends, family, and relatives. By the 7th day, you'd be less inclined to flaunt it, your vanity satisfied, and your passion for the medal would wane. Then when you gave it to the school, your glory would continue to spread. It was said these rules were devised by psychology majors at liberal arts universities. Chen Du hadn't thought that deeply. He only needed to show the medal to his parents, so he had simply tossed it on the table after returning. He planned to hand it over after 7 days as per procedure. Only then did he accept the gift and express his thanks. Chen Du had been taught from childhood that there was no free lunch. Without knowing the reason, he wouldn't accept unearned kindness, even from someone he knew. After handing the gift to Chen Du, Li Mu walked familiarly to the refrigerator in the corner, as if at home. He took out 2 bottles of sports drink, walked over to Chen Du, and handed one to him. Are you satisfied with this training room? This is your training room, Principal. Chen Du was taken aback. He only knew the room was numbered 001, a luxurious and fully equipped. He had assumed it was just a standard facility for the wealthy, never realizing it belonged to the principal. No one had ever told him that. He had always thought all training rooms were like this. Li Mu took a sip of his drink and smiled. What's yours or mine? These are built with taxpayers' money temporarily granted to me by high martial civilization. Chen Du's martial soul trembled. No wonder he was the principal. Such a grand vision. Watching Chen Du still shaken by his words, Li Mu continued, after the elite class selection, Ling Yun immediately sent me your report. We both agreed you were a rare talent, but your score placed you second, and according to the rules, you couldn't enter the elite class. The rule exists because the school only has 30 training rooms for the elite class. But how could your potential be buried by such a triviality? Li Mu's voice rose as he reached out and patted Chen Du's shoulder. Seeing you reminds me of my younger self. It's just a few months' usage of a training room. Chen Du's eyes glistened with emotion. The principal had been quietly supporting him all along. They chatted a bit more about school matters. Chen Du, why are your clothes so dirty? Looks like you've been rolling on the ground, Li Mu remarked casually. Clothes. Chen Du paused for a few seconds at the words clothes and rolling. I tripped on the way to school. Is that so? The road must be slippery. Watching Li Mu mutter to himself, Chen Du looked up, his expression resolute, as if he had made a decision. Principal, you mentioned the elite class selection earlier, and it reminded me of something. Chen Du's face grew serious. He decided to ask a difficult question. Seeing Li Mu waiting for him to continue, he pressed on without hesitation. I want to know about Xia Yang's death at the hands of the hunter civilization. Why hasn't the media reported it at all? I can't even find any information. This was a human life. After a few seconds of silence, Li Mu spoke, but instead of answering, he asked, Chen Du, why are you so interested in this matter? Because. Chen Du's face contorted with inner conflict. After much hesitation, he recounted his encounter with the hunter civilization that night. Although Hu Chang had told him not to spread information about the aliens, he was alone with the principal now. Surely that didn't count as spreading it. Silver Demon. You encountered a level 8 Silver Demon. Li Mu's eyes widened in shock, his usual composure vanishing instantly. He asked with concern, are you injured anywhere? No wonder your clothes are so dirty and you lied about falling. Chen Du felt a warmth in his heart at Li Mu's slightly angry tone. The principal truly was a good man who cared about his students. He shook his head. I'm fine, principal. I just want to know, why are there aliens in the city where we live? If it were a city invading disaster, I could understand, but in broad daylight. It just appeared right in front of me. And it was a hunter civilization skilled in stealth and ambush, absolutely baffling. This must be a very serious matter, right? Why has the media never reported it, including Xia Yang's death? It's as if someone is deliberately hiding something. Only today did I realize that our city, even before being invaded, wasn't entirely safe. Could there be some secret behind all this? Chen Du's heart raced as he finished speaking. Intuition told him that a veil had been hanging before him, or perhaps before all students. Seeing the urgent desire for truth in Chen Du's eyes, Li Mu blinked thought for a moment and said, the answer to this question is both a secret and not a secret. It's a secret because it's only revealed to martial artists and above. Your spiritual power is at level 10, barely qualifying you as a spiritual martial artist. So telling you doesn't violate the rules. Li Mu paused, looking at the longing and thirst for knowledge in Chen Du's eyes, then said, it's for the stability of society. Social stability. Chen Du repeated, finding the answer somewhat different from what he had anticipated. Li Mu nodded. That's a rather general answer. Society isn't as dark as you imagine, or rather we don't have the leisure to be dark. Let me first address your question about the Silver Demon. You're aware that the 7th ecological circle has approximately 7,000 cities. Among them, hundreds have been destroyed. The Silver Demon you speak of hails from these cities, remnants that were not completely eradicated. As for why that Silver Demon, adept at lurking and ambushing, took the initiative to attack you, there's nothing baffling about it. I reckon it was cornered, deciding that killing one would break even and two would be a net gain. Given how much weaker you are, wouldn't it have been the same even without a sneak attack? Chen Du pondered this, feeling it held some truth. Seeing this, Li Mu nodded with satisfaction and continued, in truth, the state of our cities isn't as dire as you believe, nor are there the dark secrets you suspect. But I can tell you this plainly, our civilization definitely has spies from other civilizations. And not a few. It's an inevitability. Just as we have our own agents planted in other civilizations. These pawns are solely for gathering intelligence. They prefer to go unnoticed for life and rarely resort to violence. Then he downed his drink in one gulp. This is precisely why I can only reveal certain truths to you after you become a martial artist. If every matter of our high martial civilization were common knowledge, the cost for other civilizations to gather intelligence on us would be far too low. As for the media coverage you mentioned, let me ask you this. If everything were reported truthfully, what would become of our society? After a moment's thought, Chen Du concluded it would descend into chaos. Exactly. Society craves stability. If the media daily reported that someone in some city was slain by an alien, the entire civilization's order would collapse. Everyone would live in constant anxiety, and both criminals and those who give up would proliferate. Just as not all truths are kind words, a statement is right if it leads to a positive outcome. That's why these events go unreported. But when a city is destroyed by alien invasion, such things can't be hidden and must be reported. None of what I've said requires being a martial artist to know. Anyone can deduce it with careful thought. Then he turned and asked, Chen Du, why do you think our high martial civilization is divided into 9 ecological circles? multifaceted development, comprehensive innovation, rejuvenating the nation through science and technology, and the everlasting brilliance of martial arts. This was the textbook answer, and Chen Du recited the 16-character policy verbatim. Li Mu wore a faint, ambiguous smile. Well, the textbook is well written. How about this, Chen Du? Tomorrow night, I'll take you outside the 7th ecological circle. Then I'll reveal the true answer to that question along with what only martial artists are permitted to know. Some things can't be explained in a few words. I believe many of your unanswered questions or puzzling observations will find their answers tomorrow night. Answers. Leave the 7th ecological circle. Chen Du was taken aback, then said, But Principal, I'm not a martial artist. I can't go out. Indeed, the high martial civilization explicitly states that barring special circumstances, non-martial artists and below are forbidden from leaving the ecological circle for any reason. Li Mu finished with a calm smile. But a spiritual energy martial artist is still a martial artist. You meet the conditions to leave the circle. After Li Mu departed, Chen Du immediately unwrapped the gift. He was curious about what the principal had described as bought specifically for your situation. He hadn't dared to open it while Li Mu was present, but upon opening it he was startled. It was a marrow-cleansing pill. Though Chen Du knew the principal's small gift would be anything but small, and he had even guessed it might be something to enhance life force, he never expected it to be a marrow-cleansing pill. Although it was his first time seeing one in person, Chen Du had browsed countless images online. This single chocolate-sized pill cost $2,000. Chen Du's entire family couldn't afford it even if they saved for a year without spending. Such a high-level blood vitality medicine was an astronomical sum to Chen Du, utterly out of reach. Yet the principal gave it to him as casually as a fruit basket. He knew he had contributed to Liangqing No. 1 high school, but it was only nominal. The rewards from the 100 Cities tournament went to the students. Only the medal's final ownership belonged to the champion school. Was the principal's salary really that high? Chen Du murmured to himself. The marrow-cleansing pill was a unique blood vitality medicine. It could only be taken once, after which the body developed a strong resistance. In other words, a person could only take it once in a lifetime. Chen Du opened the instructions and read the bolded content. The pill's effects lasted 10 hours, during which one's state would resemble a high fever. The entire process involved the body expelling impurities and enhancing life force. The content was brief, and after a moment's thought, Chen Du closed the box, planning to take it the next day. The Silver Demon's appearance that day wasn't entirely a misfortune. It had allowed his martial skills to reach the stage of comprehending by analogy. Now Chen Du planned to enter the crystal space through visualization and use the 7th wave of bears to consolidate his techniques. Though he had cleared it before, that was by exploiting the opponent's tail weakness. That wasn't what Chen Du wanted. He sought to defeat those monsters hidden with genuine strength. After all, there was no rush to improve his spiritual energy, and he couldn't beat the 8th wave of monsters anyway. So he took a shower and began to visualize. On Monday, March 21st, Chen Du entered the classroom as usual. Soon the day's lessons ended. Chen Du could clearly sense the change in his classmates' attitudes after he won the 100 Cities Tournament Championship. Previously, they were merely polite. Now they were enthusiastic. Yet Chen Du didn't let it go to his head. Instead, he became more humble. This was all thanks to that level 8 silver demon that nearly killed him with a single punch. It made Chen Du deeply understand the difference between potential and true strength. He knew everyone was betting on his future potential, leaving a good impression now, in case they needed him later. Everyone understood the adage that more friends mean more paths, unless there was a major conflict who would want to make enemies. Today you might be unremarkable, but tomorrow you could attain transcendence. This was why Moret had invited Chen Du to dinner, a simple gesture of goodwill. After class, Chen Du went to the principal's office, surprised to find Ling Yun and teacher Yeti there as well. The four of them went to the rooftop, where a small aircraft was parked. It was Li Mu's private plane, bought purely out of personal interest. The space was modest, with only 5 seats, 2 in front and 3 in back. Li Mu skillfully took the pilot's seat. Set course for Border City No. 56. The airplane speed was not particularly fast, showing 224 meters per second on the instruments, roughly 2/3 the speed of sound. Chen Du, if they want to test your martial skills later, just show a level of mid-stage first-tier ability. In the back seat, Ling Yun glanced at Chen Du, who was sitting to his left and enjoying the low-altitude scenery. Oh, okay. Chen Du's expression remained unchanged, and did he still need to hide his strength? But he did not ask further. The co-pilot Yadai noticed Chen Du's confusion and spoke up. Chen Du, what do you think qualifies someone as a spiritual power martial artist? A spiritual power level greater than the life intensity level should be considered a spiritual power martial artist, right? Chen Du replied, as Yadai had briefly introduced it in class when she mentioned being a spiritual power martial artist. Yadai nodded. On the surface, that's true, but in reality, the martial skills of spiritual power martial artists are generally not very high. Their main combat method relies on using spiritual power for assistance, making them a type of martial artist who depends on their teammates. Only those with insufficient martial skills and life intensity talent, yet possess strong spiritual power, will become spiritual power martial artists. Spiritual power is like the linguistics of the old era. When combined with something, it's a game changer, but when isolated, it's just useless. Don't use foul language in front of students. The driver Li Mu reminded, then comforted, don't worry, Chen Du, the checks are not that strict now. It's all device testing. As long as your spiritual power meets level 10, you will be fine. 2 hours later, the four arrived at Border City No. 56. True to its name, it was a city located on the edge of the 7th ecological zone. It was also the only city in the 7th ecological zone that could be reused. There were a total of 56 border cities, each corresponding to an entrance and exit to the 7th ecological zone. Border City No. 56 was the closest border city to Liang City, approximately 1,600 kilometers away. Unlike all other cities, it was a city without schools. Moreover, 50 of the martial artists within the entire ecological zone were permanently stationed in Border City. In terms of combat power, each border city could rival the core cities within the 7th ecological zone. It is known that core cities represent the strongest cities in a domain. Prosperous as Haicheng was, it was merely a central city. In the entire 7th ecological zone, there were only 7 cities of this caliber. This seemingly somewhat dilapidated Border City No. 56 was even less prosperous than Liang City, yet it possessed enough combat power to rival the core city of the giant bear domain Cyber City, where Chen Du resided. The airplane stopped at a nearby parking spot, not far from the entrance. Before departure, Li Mu had already locked onto the parking spot using his wristband, ensuring there was no problem finding a place to land. The four did not linger. After disembarking, they headed toward the entrance. Perhaps wanting Chen Du to see more of the scenery along the way, the three walked at a leisurely pace. On the streets, numerous factories could be seen with many products from major companies seeming to be produced here. As the bustling crowd passed by, Chen Du, relying on his martial soul, could faintly sense their overwhelming strength. Martial artists. All these people were martial artists. Unlike Liang City, the proportion of martial artists here was extraordinarily high. Although the population was not large, 80 of them were martial artists. In contrast, the proportion of martial artists in Liang City and most cities was around 20. This figure was from last year, but it had hardly changed year after year. As a knowledge point for humanities exams, Chen Du naturally knew. Martial arts are like rowing against the current. If you do not progress, you will regress. If a martial artist does not maintain training for a long time after becoming one, their life intensity will gradually decline with age. Chen Du's father, Chen Junkai, had once been a martial artist. After being injured, his life intensity no longer increased, and he exited the martial artist profession. As time passed, life intensity slowly faded, and now the highest life intensity in the family was Chen Du. Before long, the four arrived in front of a 100-meter-high wall. The Wall of Hope. Chen Du muttered. This was his first time seeing the actual wall in reality. The Wall of Hope was not meant for defense. Its significance was akin to a lighthouse at sea. Blue Star is vast. Humanity is no longer the dominant species of the old era. After exiting the wall, certain functions of the wristband would be lost, including positioning. You could only locate nearby individuals carrying wristbands. The reason the Wall of Hope was built so high was to ensure that lost humans could see it. It serves as a guiding light similar to a lighthouse at sea. The 56 walls of hope symbolize 56 doorways. Behind the wall lies humanity's home, a high martial civilization. It is the birthplace and continuation of the Ember. Looking at the enormous tunnel beneath the high wall, Chen Du realized that this was the so-called entrance. The tunnel faintly revealed light from outside, indicating it was not very long. At this moment, Chen Du couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Was he about to step outside? According to the textbooks, beyond the ecological zone lies the battleground between high martial civilizations and alien civilizations. Chen Du, this is your first time leaving the zone. You need to undergo testing. Li Mu pointed to a device in front of them. Just place your palm on it, it will automatically detect. Chen Du followed suit. Beep, beep, beep. The device emitted a strange sound and flashed red light. At that moment, a man responsible for checking the entrance approached, looking at the reading of level 5. 9. Frowning, he asked, "What are you four doing? Don't hang around here if you don't have level 10. Li Mu, seeing this, revealed a rare look of surprise. The detection equipment in Border City No. 56 should have been the most advanced. How could it fail to detect spiritual power? Was it still old-fashioned? Sorry, he is a spiritual power martial artist, but this device seems to lack the function to test for spiritual power. Li Mu pointed at Chen Du and politely explained. Devices capable of checking spiritual power are very expensive. There are only 2 in total over there. After pointing in a direction, he glanced back at Chen Du and paused before saying, "Forget about walking over there. Since you are a spiritual power martial artist, just use your martial soul for attachment. He'll check with my eyes. Yu Hui with a buzz cut and a scar on his left arm instinctively glanced at the name tag on the man's chest. There was an upward arrow next to the name, which was the logo of the Extreme Martial Hall. This place was where humanity most frequently encountered alien civilizations, and it was not surprising that the Extreme Martial Hall was the first line of defense against them. Without further ado, he directly performed the martial soul attachment. Yu Hui nodded as he watched Chen Du glowing with blue light, then entered a password on the device in front of him and operated it. What is your name? Chen Du. All right, the information has been inputted, and the number of people meets the conditions to exit. You may go now. After Chen Du and the others nodded in thanks, and left, Yu Hui watched their figures, focusing his gaze on Chen Du. Liang City No. 1 high school. I've never heard of it. Interesting. Oh, a little-known high school actually produced such talent. What a ridiculous spiritual power martial artist. Such strong sword intent at this age. But it doesn't matter. Yu Hui said, locking his gaze on Ling Yun. With such a strong martial artist accompanying him, there shouldn't be any problems. The tunnel was indeed short, just 100 meters. Ling Yun walked in front, and the four stepped out of the tunnel together. At that moment, the time was 1942, and the sky had just begun to darken, with the red sunset shining through Chen Du's fingers, illuminating his still immature face. Is this beyond the 7th ecological zone? For the first time stepping out of the 7th ecological zone, Chen Du curiously looked at the scenery before him and murmured. Barren land, sparse trees, scattered rubble, and cracked soil. If not for the blue sky, Chen Du felt as if he had stepped back into ancient times the moment he emerged from the tunnel. Were it not for the people outside wearing modern clothes and a few large vehicles, Chen Du would have suspected he had time traveled. Well, isn't this different from what you imagined? Faced with Li Mu's smiling question, Chen Du nodded. Yes, I thought beyond the circle was a bloody battlefield. Unexpectedly, it looks like a forgotten solitary island in the sea. Li Mu and the other two laughed at this, walking as they spoke. Chen Du, listen carefully. What I'm about to tell you is something everyone learns only after becoming a martial artist. As his words fell, Li Mu's expression grew serious. What do you think of our strength compared to the alien races? Logically, invaders should be stronger, right? After all, we're facing 3 civilizations. If it were unknown, I think would be stronger. Chen Du pondered for a moment and gave his answer. Li Mu didn't refute, but instead asked Chen Du, what if I told you we've never been invaded? What? Chen Du was stunned by this contradictory statement, his eyes full of confusion. Never invaded. Weren't all those destroyed cities fake? This is also the helplessness of the media. Li Mu let out a long sigh, his voice tinged with sorrow. To be precise, they weren't invaded by alien civilizations. They were just passing by. What you heard, what the media spread. Alien races invading our cities and being eliminated by us. That's true, but they changed the wording, replacing passing by with invasion. He pointed at the empty land before them. You've seen it too. Outside the 7th ecological circle, there's nothing. There are hardly any resources here. Hundreds of years ago, we chose to build the ecological circle here just to hide from those powerful alien civilizations to avoid becoming food. This tiny patch of land is also where we started. All 9 ecological circles are on this plate. Though it looks large, it's very barren. Because there are no resources, those alien civilizations don't care about this place and never pass through it. That's how we got a chance to catch our breath. The so-called invasions you see in the news are just lost alien races passing by. But we can't avoid developing, yet we have no resources. So we must steal resources from alien territories. This is extremely risky, and the death rate among martial artists is consequently very high. Fortunately, the main pressure on our 7th ecological circle comes from the hunter civilization, a misfortune and a blessing. The hunter civilization's strength is among the lowest on Blue Star. The 3rd and 5th ecological circles face greater pressure. They mainly deal with the Mercury Big Eye civilization and the Mars Giant civilization. These two are stronger than the hunter civilization. That's why this year the Mount Time Martial Arts University from the 3rd circle and the Everest Martial Arts University from the 5th circle are recruiting in our 7th circle. Principal. Chen Du frowned, unable to resist interrupting. But we're just the 7th ecological circle. If all 9 circles united, we shouldn't be weaker than those alien civilizations, right? Li Mu shook his head. Chen Du, this is the media's second misleading point. Resistance. Small-scale conflicts are manageable, but a clash between entire civilizations. Our entire high martial civilization combined can't even defeat the hunter civilization. This is also the answer to yesterday's question, why we are divided into 9 ecological circles. It's not your 16-character strategy, but rather not putting all eggs in one basket. If we integrate, we become too big a target, but our strength can't keep up. Once an alien race decides to annex us, it would be the day of our civilization's doom. In the last 100 years, we have indeed grown stronger, especially after the emergence of 3 powerhouses, Yin, De Lagos, and Rain. But because of this, we've begun to attract attention from more alien civilizations. Some alien races that look similar to us have even infiltrated secretly. This is why the law stipulates that only after becoming a martial artist and leaving the ecological circle can I tell you these things. Even if those aliens look exactly like us, the exit equipment can detect them because their brainwave patterns differ. We are currently at a stage where other civilizations are just starting to notice us. Seeing Chen do somewhat dazedly, Mu slowed his speech. Chen do, when a civilization grows to a certain extent, being noticed is inevitable. What we need to do now is race against time. While they still think we're just a small civilization on barren land, we must develop rapidly. Before they discover the truth, we must become a hard nut to crack. This is the current predicament of our high martial civilization. What martial artists must do is steal resources and secretly strengthen our civilization. The reason you always thought high martial civilization was strong is because of media brainwashing. This is a necessary evil. If you knew from birth that your civilization might perish at any moment, would you still strive? Even if you would most people. Civilization needs fresh blood, so this truth cannot be spread. Chen Du was stunned. He was just a student, not yet of age, and the lessons and information he received were always about getting stronger and how martial artists clashed with alien civilizations with mixed results. Although the media occasionally reported city invasions, he had never imagined the truth of high martial civilization was like this. How could it be? Chen Du found it hard to accept for a moment. Aren't we a mid to high-level civilization on Blue Star? Chen Du, Ling Yan suddenly spoke up. Remember what you told me before about the sneak attack by the Mars giant civilization? Yes, that giant descended from the sky, landing directly in the most densely populated area of Lake West City. It attacked the human city, killing hundreds of thousands of people. This was a major incident 6 years ago in the Cloud Thunder District, Lake West City, causing an uproar throughout the entire ecological circle. That couldn't have been just passing by, could it? Can a giant descend from the sky just by passing by? Ling Yan shook his head, then nodded. What if I told you that terrifying giant was merely food? Food. Chen Du didn't understand Ling Yan's meaning. That day a giant bird flew overhead, and that giant, the one you called a sneak attacker of the human city, was just food dropped from the giant bird's mouth. An injured food falling from high altitude, killing hundreds of thousands in Lake West City. There were no soaring martial artists nearby at the time, so ground martial artists had to confront it directly. Many died before they could kill that giant. Saying this, Ling Yan took a deep breath. A single piece of food caused such casualties among us. Do you still think we are strong? Ling Yan finished speaking and looked seriously at Chen Du. The reason we lag so far behind those civilizations is that our foundation was too poor. The first 100 years of the high martial era were our darkest time. Back then we united as one, abolished national systems, and merged together, continuing as a civilization just to survive. In the following centuries the ecosystem gradually took shape, but development remained slow until the emergence of Yen de Lagos and Ryan. Only then did our overall strength achieve a breakthrough. Their arrival brought us immense resources, elevating the entire civilization's power by a full level. Unfortunately, our foundation was too weak, and the number of sky-soaring martial artists was far too scarce. Chen Du stood stunned after hearing Ling Yan's description. He had always believed that the high martial civilization was teeming with talents like prodigies such as Zhou Xiaogu and Wuzong. Surely there were many more in other districts, domains, and ecosystems, weren't there? The civilization's overall strength should have been formidable. It was precisely because the high martial civilization was so rich in talent that Chen Du harbored the thought, one more of me won't make a difference. Rather than being a useless increment, he preferred to do something he truly desired. As the eldest son, his family showed no favoritism toward his younger brother or him. He loved his family dearly. His thoughts were simple. He just wanted everyone to be well. Yet he never imagined the high martial civilization's situation was so perilous. The hunter civilization was merely 1/9 of the high martial civilization's strength. It was only due to the multitude of enemies that they developed in obscurity. That was Chen Du's understanding of the hunter civilization before tonight, as the seventh ecosystem had always dealt with those invading civilizations alone. Only tonight did Chen Du realize they had been dealing with mere passers-by. He never imagined that all 9 ecosystems combined couldn't defeat the hunter civilization. Chen Du, Li Mu called out. The real enemies our high martial civilization faces are the hunter civilization, the perched civilization, and the giant civilization. This is due to geographical constraints. When the 9 planets merged, and they happened to be right there. Among these 3, the giant civilization is the strongest, while the hunter and perched civilizations are roughly equal, with the latter occasionally allying against the giant civilization. It barely forms a tripartite balance. As for that giant bird your teacher Ling mentioned, don't dwell on it. It's far beyond us. The plate beneath our feet has an area equivalent to all the continental plates of old Earth combined. Sounds vast, doesn't it? Yet it accounts for only about 1/10th of Blue Star's surface. There are many similar plates on Blue Star and numerous civilizations inhabit it. A single planet is not home to just one kind of civilization. For instance, Venus has the big-eared civilization, but it's been removed from textbooks because it's on the brink of extinction. The total number of civilizations cannot be precisely counted. Currently, we know of 632. We classify these civilizations into two types: major civilizations and minor civilizations. That giant bird belongs to a major civilization, and it's one of the three strongest among them. The Uranus, firmament civilization. Although the Hunter civilization is also a major civilization, it ranks among the lowest. Our high martial civilization is naturally a minor civilization. However, we are considered strong among minor civilizations. Principal, Chen said, a look of doubt in his eyes after Li Mu finished speaking. If that's the case, why don't those major civilizations just wipe out all us minor civilizations? I refuse to believe they haven't noticed so many of us. Li Mu blinked and replied, why would they bother to annihilate us? Chen, would you deliberately go downstairs to crush the ants beneath your building? Unless that ant posed a threat to you, would you go out of your way to exterminate it? Seeing the dawning comprehension in Chun's eyes, Li Mu added, you understand now, don't you? There are so many minor civilizations, the major civilizations have inevitably noticed them more or less. But so what? Let me use ants as an analogy. These creatures have always existed, including now. Would you deliberately go downstairs, dig out the anthill, and kill every last one of them? Certainly not. You'd merely pass by their territory, just as those alien races pass through ours. Only when ants grow strong enough to threaten us would we take action. And the trash you casually toss might crush them, just as that giant bird casually dropped a giant from its mouth. The giant civilization appears terrifyingly strong in our eyes, but to the firmament civilization, they are mere prey. As Li Mu spoke, his gaze turned sharp. When a civilization grows to a certain extent, being noticed is inevitable. If we endure, our high martial civilization will become a new major civilization. If we fail to endure, the civilization will be destroyed. His tone softened as he shifted, but don't be too pessimistic. We may be inferior to those major civilizations, but among minor civilizations, we are still strong. Especially after the emergence of those three, we were elevated from a middling minor civilization to an upper tier one. We are no longer a civilization that any random weakling can devour. Seeing the barely concealed worry on the principal's face when he uttered the words civilization destroyed, Chen suddenly understood why the principal and his two teachers had brought him out today. They wanted him to grasp the importance of time, or rather the speed of growth. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps next year, or perhaps a decade from now, on any given day, the high martial civilization could suddenly be annihilated. Because the initiative was never in their hands. To prevent such a catastrophe, he needed to grow stronger at the fastest possible pace. There was no concept of slow development. Seeing their goal achieved, Li Mu and the other two exchanged smiles. Ding, you have a new message. Li Mu tilted his head and gestured with his chin toward the wristband. Take a look. Chen opened the message with curiosity. An intent contract from Chen Martial Arts University. A grade. Chen was shocked. Hadn't his contract been C grade? Seeing Chun's confusion, Li Mu explained, your contract was indeed initially C grade, but due to your outstanding performance in the 100 Cities tournament, they ultimately decided to offer you an A grade contract. Every A grade contract represents a future sky-soaring powerhouse of the high martial civilization. Naturally, they wouldn't let you slip away. As for why it's A, it's because they judged that your martial skill would definitely reach the first-tier limit before becoming a martial artist. You're a quasi-A grade talent, so offering an A grade contract isn't surprising. If you were at Black Dragon Martial Arts University or Tianfeng Martial Arts University, such an evaluation would only net you a B grade contract. Chen Martial Arts University lags behind the other two in recruiting top-tier talent. Because of that, they offer bigger incentives. Originally, this contract should have been personally delivered by those two teachers. Due to their busy schedules, they forwarded the contract to Ling Yun instead of making a special trip to Liangqing. I've reviewed the contract. The subsidies for martial skills and mental strength have been removed, leaving only the blood and chi medicine portion. Presumably, they intend to give your life force a major boost before the college entrance exam. As for the relocation you mentioned earlier, Ling Yun also told me about it. Though they advocated for you to the principal of Chen Martial Arts University, I'm sorry, Chen, but your family still cannot accompany you to the first ecosystem. But they offered a solution. Your family can relocate to Cyber City, and your younger brother can study there. That's the core city of the Bear Domain, with military strength on par with the border town. The safety concerns you have can be resolved to the greatest extent there. If Cyber City ever falls, the 7th ecosphere will likely be on the verge of collapse. Chen nodded. This outcome was even better than he had expected. A university education spans 4 years, but early graduation requires only one condition: becoming a skywalking martial artist. Barring special circumstances, students must remain at the school for all 4 years. This rule does not apply to ordinary martial arts universities, but only to the 8 elite academies and 3 top-tier institutions. Li Mu gazed at the vast desolation around them. Even a powerhouse like Chen Martial Arts University cannot relocate an ordinary family. Now do you understand the implications? Chen Du was not dull, merely stubborn about certain matters. Yes, if free migration between ecospheres were allowed, those living under greater pressure in one ecosphere would inevitably seek to move to another ecosphere. But the distance between ecospheres is not short, and population movement poses a risk. Moreover, this would disrupt the industrial balance within an ecosphere, worsening the plight of those already under strain. To put it bluntly, such effects could ripple into other ecospheres. Li Mu nodded with satisfaction. Well said. Another point is that it would incite panic, creating a scene of refugees everywhere. As a student, you might not fully grasp this. Those who live well wish for civilization to thrive. Those who suffer desire destruction, and unrestricted migration magnifies this issue. Chen Du nodded with vague understanding. He hadn't thought that deeply. His goal now was simple: first become a martial artist, then at Chen Martial Arts University achieve skywalking as swiftly as possible. Only then would he have the capability to contribute to high martial civilization. As Li Mu finished speaking, a thought struck him, and he pulled 2 cards from his pocket. These are from those 2 teachers. 1 million each, totaling 2 million. Anticipating Chen Du's objection, Li Mu quickly added, "Don't refuse, because this sum seems too large for you. Remember, it's only large to you. To a skywalking martial artist, it's nothing. Think of it as a small red envelope from your boss on your first day." 2 million. A small red envelope. Chen Du swallowed hard and took the 2 cards from Li Mu. Just then his eyes caught the value of the qi and blood medicine listed on the contract. 10 million. 10 times the original amount. This was just the resource allocation before the college entrance exam. What could cost so much? Chen Du was stunned. Ahem. You see, Chen Du high martial civilization doesn't allocate resources solely to you, though you have a grade contract. Countless BC and grade contracts, along with faculty members, also require resources. Even the top-tier institutions have limited resources. So 10 million is actually quite substantial. Holy crap. Hearing the principal's reassurance, Chen Du exclaimed inwardly. I was about to say, how could it be so much? Today is March 21st, and the college entrance exam is from June 16th to 18th, less than 3 months away. In just over 2 months, 10 million worth of qi and blood medicine. Even bathing in a milk bath of qi and blood wouldn't exhaust that amount. Truly, poverty limits my imagination. He then cast a grateful glance at the principal. The latter had likely received and reviewed the contract last night, and had come out specially to explain so much. Li Mu felt a bit embarrassed, as if he had personally given the 10 million. Chen Du, you don't need to thank me. To be honest, by helping you, I'm also helping myself. Liangcheng is a small city, and I'm just an ordinary man who aspires to become the principal of a mid-sized, large, or even central city. Your admission to Chen Martial Arts University is a great help to me. The person you truly need to thank is your teacher Ling Yun. He has done so much for you behind the scenes and selflessly. Even after you enter Chen Martial Arts University, he will only receive a bit more in bonuses. Chen Du felt a pang of shame. Everyone seemed to be silently helping him, and he seemed to have given nothing in return. Yet he understood that what they all anticipated was the accomplished person he would become in the future, not the current high school senior, who wasn't even a martial artist. The 4 of them had been talking since leaving the circle, but they never stopped walking briskly. We're here. Ling Yun at the front glanced at his wristband and raised a hand to signal a halt, 10,000 meters. He then addressed Chen Du. Today's outing, besides informing you of high martial civilization situation and making you understand your own value, is also for me and teacher Yadi to carry out a patrol mission. We are both members of the Martial Artist Alliance, City Defense Corps. We can't just stroll around the city every day. The 10th centimeter perimeter outside the 56 entrances of the 7th ecosphere is our alert line. Remember, it's an alert line, not territory. Our City Defense Corps must safeguard not only the city's safety, but also remain vigilant against threats beyond the ecosphere. Whoosh. Yadi suddenly unleashed her spiritual power, a red glow draping like a cloak over Ling Yun's blue aura. This is one of Teacher Yadi's only 2 spiritual martial techniques, Valiant Resolve. Simply put, it layers another coat of spiritual power atop the existing one. Don't underestimate that red glow. Your teacher Ling's life force is at level 19. In his current state, while he can't claim a 1-for-own trait above skywalking, he is invincible below the skywalking realm. A 10th centimeter patrol might directly encounter wandering alien civilizations. We must be cautious. Li Mu watched the duo's seamless coordination and explained to Chen Du. Today Chen Du also saw Ling Yun's weapon for the first time, a short blade previously concealed in his martial arts uniform. He then studied the red glow on Ling Yun. Only 2. What's the other one? Spiritual martial techniques were incredibly rare, and this was the first time Chen Du had seen someone else use one besides himself. He was curious about the strange abilities they might hold. Oh well. Li Mu paused as if his system had frozen, faltering for a moment. As the red glow on Ling Yun flickered, he said, Chen Du, a spiritual martial technique is the greatest secret of a spiritual martial artist. Though teacher Yadi has a good relationship with you, she won't reveal it. Yadi nodded rapidly. Exactly. The patrol went smoothly with no alien sightings. The four then returned to Border Town 56 and flew back to Liangcheng by plane. As he watched the three depart, Li Mu suddenly recalled something and called out, Chen Du. What is it, Principal? Chen Du turned in surprise. I know you're a good kid. Why the ecosphere is divided into 9 parts? That's an exam question. You absolutely must not write some nonsense like don't put all eggs in one basket. Diversified development, comprehensive innovation, rejuvenating the nation through science, and a long-lasting martial path. Memorize these 16 words. That other answer will get you a 0 on the entire paper. Got it, Principal? Do I really look that stupid? Chen Du thought to himself. Back at the martial arts room, it was already 2336. Time to elevate my life force to level 6. Staring at the exquisite gift box on the table, Chen Du exclaimed excitedly. Starting tonight, Chen Du will officially enter the holiday phase, and he will not need to attend the following classes. This A-level contract's blood vitality grant is somewhat advanced. It is a product that cannot be purchased on the market. It requires the individual to personally visit the branch of the Technology Martial Hall to make use of it. According to Li Mu, this exclusive substance is only provided to those deemed valuable. Although it is marked with a value equivalent to 10 million, even if you offer 20 million or more, you still cannot purchase anything specified in this contract. It belongs to items that are valuable, yet unavailable. Only those like Chen Du who have obtained an A-level contract are qualified to use it. Although Duragasi graduated from Tianfeng Martial University, the Technology Martial Hall is not exclusive to it. It serves all schools. The branch of the Technology Martial Hall in the 7th Ecological Zone has 7 locations, each situated in 7 core cities. Naturally, the one Chen Du plans to visit is the one closest to him in Cyber City. The goal of Liangcheng No. 1 high school is to cultivate students who can enter the 8 prestigious universities. For a superior student like Chen Du, Li Mu could not wish for more. If there were more like him, he could become a principal in a major city. The 3 of them had all reviewed Chen Du's contract, so taking leave was naturally simple. The principal even announced that Chen Du should return 3 days before the college entrance examination. Having seen Chen Du's scores across subjects, he knew that his academic performance could not possibly improve. Fortunately, academic scores only account for 30, and with Chen Du winning first place in the 100 Cities Championship, he would receive an additional 30 points. Otherwise, Li Mu would genuinely worry that Chen Du might not meet the score line for the 8 prestigious universities. Now that martial skills are solidified, let's try this 2.0 worth of cleansing pill. If everything goes well, it should enhance my life intensity to level 6. Chen Du was quite curious about the evolution to level 6 on the panel. He then revealed an excited gaze as he opened the box, tossing the cleansing pill, which looked like a long snack, into his mouth. After a couple of chews, he remarked, it has no taste. Before long, a wave of intense heat spread throughout his body, and his skin began to flush due to this heat. Chen Du examined his body for a moment, referencing the bold text in the instruction manual. His current state was one of detoxification. For the next 10 hours, the effects of the cleansing pill would act like a cleaning robot, purging his body. His pores would gradually expel black impurities, and he would become both dirty and smelly. The ending stated not to leave the house and to wait for 10 hours. The warm feeling in his body did not affect Chen Du. He crossed his legs and sat down. He closed his eyes and entered a visualization mode. The effects of the cleansing pill were automatic and did not interfere with Chen Du's other activities. The habit of visualizing every day without fail was ingrained, so Chen Du would naturally not let such a minor issue delay him. 3 hours later, Chen Du opened his eyes, filled with fatigue. At this moment, his body had begun to emit a foul odor and black impurities bubbled out of his pores. 5 minutes later, Chen Du finally heard the sound he had been waiting for. Congratulations, host life intensity has been upgraded from level 5.9 to level 6. Congratulations, host life intensity has reached level 6, and the first evolution is now commencing. Finally, level 6. Chen Du muttered to himself, his weary pupils sparkling with excitement. After the prompt sound ended, he felt a new change in his body. However, he was too exhausted at this moment. To save time as much as possible, Chen Du would push his spirit to the brink of exhaustion during each visualization. This way, upon waking, he could immediately fall asleep and enter the crystal space to refine his martial skills. Then he would wake up for basic training to increase his life intensity, cycling through the 3 activities without any slack. Soon an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. Upon waking, it was already 1:30 a.m., and the 10-hour effect of the cleansing pill had passed. The first thing Chen Du did upon opening his eyes was to check the panel in his mind. Name: Chen Du Life Intensity Level 6. 2. Spiritual Power Level 10. 1. Punching Power 1804 Gene Speed 34 meters second Martial Skill Flowing Light Sword Technique First Stage 99. 2. Void Immortal Visualization Method War Tread. Number of Hidden Treasures 1. Defensive Waves 55 completed 710 incomplete 715 incomplete 720 incomplete 725 incomplete 730 incomplete 735 incomplete. Each time life level increases by 6, a 1 evolution will be obtained still 6 levels away from the next evolution. The increase in life intensity by 0. 3 levels exceeded Chen Du's expectations. In the era of blood vitality, it would have taken him several months to increase by 0. 3 levels, but the cleansing pill had accomplished it in just 10 hours. One can only say that it is indeed something worth 2,000. Amazing. However, what Chen Du was more concerned about was another matter. Hidden treasure. A hidden treasure that can only be awakened when becoming a martial artist, and I unexpectedly have one at level 6. Chen Du was astonished upon seeing the additional words on the panel. He hurriedly checked his body. Ling Yun had mentioned that the location of the hidden treasure is fixed. After becoming a martial artist for a while, spiritual power would gradually rise to level 10, transforming the soul into a martial soul. The martial soul can be introspected, allowing one to see the condition inside the body. Although Chen Du was not a martial artist, he happened to possess a martial soul. He saw a circular disc quietly placed on the right side of his chest opposite his heart. The disc had 10 grooves around it, and at this moment a silver substance was embedded in one of the grooves. Seeing this, Chen Du understood that silver substance was the hidden treasure. The crystal space provided Chen Du with the opportunity for his martial skills and spiritual power to progress. He had always thought that this evolution was related to life intensity. He thought that upon waking, he would see a qualitative leap in life intensity on the panel. However, that was not the case. Instead, an additional hidden treasure had appeared. This item, which Chen Du later asked Ling Yun about, absorbs starry sky energy, which is merely its most basic ability. The hidden treasure determines the limits of a martial artist. Every additional one will significantly enhance future achievements. As for the specifics, Ling Yun said that would be a matter for the future martial artist. Discussing it now would only risk Chen Du's unnecessary internal strife. At this moment, Chen Du could not suppress a smile. One must know that life intensity can be improved through hard work, but hidden treasures are things that cannot be obtained no matter how hard one tries. According to what those 2 teachers from Qilan Martial University said, students like Zhou Xiaogu, who meet 2 out of the 3 major conditions, are on an 11 contract. When she becomes a martial artist, she will awaken a built-in hidden treasure along with 2 additional hidden treasures. These 2 extra hidden treasures are the rewards for reaching the first stage limit martial skill and level 10 spiritual power before becoming a martial artist. This means that when Zhou Xiaogu becomes a martial artist, she will have 3 hidden treasures. In contrast, students with its level contract will also have 3 hidden treasures when they become martial artists, but they will awaken the 4th hidden treasure at life intensity level 15. And for myself, I obtained a hidden treasure in advance. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be before I become a martial artist. My martial skills will definitely reach the first stage limit, which would satisfy 2 out of the 3 major conditions, just like Zhou Xiaogu. Then when I become a martial artist, I will start with 4 hidden treasures. Does that mean I can upgrade the contract to strength right now? Chen Du thought to himself, excitement coursing through him. He quickly took out his wristband, and after signing the contract, he had already added the V accounts of 2 other teachers on his way back from the border town. He also expressed his apologies for some of his earlier immature behaviors. However, the other party seemed very busy, only replying to his message at 7 in the morning. At that time, Chen Du was still in the crystal space and naturally had no idea. The message was simple, advising Chen Du not to take it personally and to continue working hard. If I just say a word to these 2 teachers, won't I be able to? Chen Du gazed at the remarks on V written by Zhong Qilan's special affairs teacher, his eyes shining. And strength contract. It stood at the pinnacle of all contracts. According to the information the principal had given him, students with strength contracts were treasures of the entire high martial civilization. Even those with twisted personalities would be cultivated after they turned over a new leaf. However, this surge of enthusiasm faded within a few seconds. Chen Du gritted his teeth and closed V. No way. Before any martial artist, no one in the entire high martial civilization has awakened a hidden treasure. What if I speak out? Although the strength contract was tempting and the resources were undeniably abundant, after much consideration, Chen Du chose to remain silent. He felt that the unknown risks were too great. In the entire high martial civilization, was Chen Du the only one in the preparatory martial artist stage to awaken a hidden treasure? Why? As he pondered this, a term suddenly jumped into Chen Du's mind. Slice. What if he got captured for dissection and research? At that time, revealing the truth of the crystal space wouldn't prove anything. After all, that thing couldn't be brought out. For safety, Chen Du decided to keep it to himself. When he had a suitable reason later, he would reveal it. This was the best for himself. He then glanced at the time. It was 1035, and Chen Du planned to head to Cyber City today. Yesterday, he had just messaged Chen Jun stating he would return home for lunch and would tell him some big news. Then he looked at his filthy self and caught a whiff of his own foul odor. Frowning, he thought bathroom first. Upon returning home, Chen Du saw Chen Kun sitting on the sofa looking at his wristband. The corners of his mouth seemed to curve up. He appeared very happy. Could this kid be in a relationship? Chen Du instinctively thought. He then made a sudden move, casually passing by and turning to glance at Chen Kun's wristband. Tomato Chinese network. Chen Du was slightly taken aback, initially thinking this kid was dating so early, only to find out he was reading a novel. Chen Kun seemed engrossed in what he was reading, paying no mind to Chen Du's sudden appearance. Geniuses merely meet my threshold. Chen Du squinted his eyes, mentally repeating the book's title with confidence. Isn't the protagonist one who gathers countless buffs at the start, then crushes various geniuses within the story? When Chen Du was in middle school, he had read quite a few web novels. After reading so many, he could roughly guess the plot of a book just by its title. Although he didn't read them now, he had read enough in middle school to have some confidence in this regard. Not at all. The protagonist is very ordinary and doesn't even have a system. Chen Kun seemed captivated, responding without turning back. Oh really? This answer somewhat surprised Chen Du. With such an arrogant title, I thought it would be a brainless power fantasy. Chen Kun's response reminded Chen Du of his own crystal space. System. Is the crystal space considered a system? There was no charm, no ability to ignore rules, and certainly no perks like spending money to gain strength. Aside from having something akin to a system panel that allows him to clearly see his daily progress, it didn't seem to align with the conventional understanding of a system. In fact, if he slacked off a bit, he wouldn't have to fight those monsters. He could just go and daily take a loss, and then continue to slack off with abundant mental energy. Slacking off for 24 hours a day, directly becoming the king of slacking. But that way his martial skills wouldn't improve, nor would his mental energy increase. In that case, forget about attending any of the 8 prestigious schools. He wouldn't even be able to get into an ordinary martial arts university. As for whether the crystal space is a system, Chen Du, as a user for over 2 years, had a clear answer. No, the crystal space is a choice. It is an opportunity for those who work hard to stand out. Chen Du did not choose to slack off, but actively worked hard, progressing little by little. The A-rank contract from Chen Martial University was not handed to him for no reason. It was earned through his relentless effort over these 2 years. What are the two brothers discussing? Today your dad is rare to cook, go to the kitchen to serve the dishes, and mom needs to collect the clothes. Okay. Here. Chen Du placed his hand on the sunderized Chen Kun. The book is great, very interesting. I'll go help. What big news is it, Chen Du? So mysterious, your dad specially made a banquet for you, and Chen Kun even returned from school for it. Li Qingqing smiled. Dad, mom, you can settle in Cyber City in the future. At the dinner table, Chen Du did not keep them guessing. To create a more vivid picture, he took out the A-rank contract from Chen Martial University, which he had printed in advance. He then briefly described how he obtained the A-rank contract and the 2 million. He returned the money Chen Kun had given him earlier and kept 5 million. Having an A-rank contract made the 2 million less significant. It was more about the support from those 2 teachers regarding his attitude better off being given to Chen Kun. Unexpectedly, aside from his brother Chen Kun, their parents did not seem very happy. Dad, you seem not very happy. Chen Du voiced his confusion. Chen Jun nodded. Chen Du, you are very filial, very hardworking, and very excellent, just like I was back in the day. Chen Du. Chen Kun. Li Qingqing, you haven't drunk yet, what are you talking about? Cough, cough. Chen Jun tossed a piece of pork into his mouth to hide his embarrassment. Chen Du, you don't understand, you haven't reached a certain age yet. After graduation, once you start working and grow older, it's not easy to meet and accept new people. There are many old friends of your father in Liang City, like old Zhang who drinks together, old Li who plays chess together, and old Zhao who boasts together, etc. These people are all part of life. Although Cyber City is developed, we have nothing at all. What I am saying now you may not understand. When a person stays in one place for a long time, they develop feelings for it. Moreover, this is also the city where your mother and I met and stayed together. We will not leave. The city being invaded is a low probability event. We will not leave Liang City for this reason. Chen Kun can go. It's good for young people to broaden their horizons. He used to shout about going to big cities, but you know our family conditions are limited. Now it's good. As the older brother, you can help him fulfill his dream. After listening to Chen Jun's reasons, Chen Du felt he understood, but also didn't understand. However, he knew his father's character. Such an expression represented that he absolutely would not go to Cyber City, so he no longer persuaded. He just felt somewhat helpless, as if he had gone in circles and returned to the starting point. At that moment, he suddenly thought of the phrase, "How can one know the joy of fish if one is not fish?" Indeed, he was not his father. How could he know what his heart desired? On what grounds could he make decisions for him? Even if he believed this decision was right and his intentions were good. But after all, you are you and he is he, even if they are father and son. After dinner, Chen Du went to his room, touching the desk and chairs, revealing a hint of reluctance in his eyes. With this departure plus going to university later, this room might be empty for many years. He suddenly understood a bit of what his father meant by having feelings for a place after staying long. Chen Du. Daddy. Chen Du turned around to find Chen Jun standing at the door of his room without him noticing. 10 million is a large sum. Your dad will never earn this much money in his lifetime. Your dad was also a martial artist and knows the situation of our civilization. To be honest, as a father, I am a bit unwilling for you to go to Qilan Martial University. Your mother studied liberal arts, and at her peak life intensity, it was only 4. Chen Kun is still young. They only know you are going to the best martial arts university, but they do not know that the people you will face are the most dangerous ones. But I also know that this is your choice. I came over to tell you specifically, no matter what happens, you must return home safely. Your room will always be reserved for you by your dad. March 22, 2005. Cyber City Airport. Chen Du looked at the night that had just fallen, his eyes sparkling with clarity after shedding the burdens of the world. At that moment, a gentle drizzle fell over Cyber City, but it couldn't touch Chen Du, who sat inside the flying skycraft. He rested his cheek on one hand, gazing at the nightscape outside the window. As a metropolis that blazed with lights 24 hours a day, Cyber City teemed with an astonishing flow of people at all hours. Though it was a core city, its prosperity wasn't vastly superior to that of Sea City. The only differences were more people, more machines, taller buildings, and people dressed relatively more decently. The flying skycraft, a small 4-seat aircraft arranged in 2 rows of 2, served as an efficient commuting tool, yet Chen Du rarely used it. After all, his family's monthly income was just over 10,000, but now he no longer had to worry about that. He had 5,000 in cash on him. The prize for first place in the 100 Cities tournament was 1 million, of which he had given 5,000 to Chen Junkai. Originally, Chen Du had planned to spend all of that million on blood and qi medicines. But now, with the A-level contract providing blood and qi medicines worth 10 million, products unavailable on the open market and in short supply, Chen Du naturally had no use for that million. That was why Chen Junkai had accepted the 5,000 from Chen Du. Initially, Chen Du wanted to transfer 9,000, but Chen Junkai insisted that he needed some money for his travels. The father and son chatted for a while longer, and Chen Du learned that the earlier 2,000 was compensation for an injury Chen Junkai had sustained in the past. That money had been set aside untouched, not even used for the mortgage. It was intended as wedding funds for Chen Du and his brother, as per Liang City's custom of a 1,000 bride price. Deep down, he felt that Chen Du's chances of getting into one of the 8 great schools were slim, but he didn't want his son to miss his chance to strive due to financial worries during the most crucial time of his life. Yet to his astonishment, Chen Du had received a contract from Qilan Martial Arts University. That was a top-tier institution surpassing the 8 great schools, a name he had only heard of during his own school days. He had never thought much about it, as it was far beyond his reach. And it was an A-level contract. Though he didn't know what a level entailed, he understood that a responsibility worth 10 million was immense. Moreover, this was aid given over 2 months before the college entrance exam. After enrollment, it would likely be in the billions. Chen Jun would soon go to Cyber City for his studies, and Chen Junkai would handle the arrangements in a few days. Tuition, accommodation, and meals all covered. The 5,000 would be used after high school to focus on enhancing Chen Jun's life force. At 8:30 p.m., Chen Du landed on the rooftop of a towering building. This was an airfield with about 3,000 parking spots, and the building beneath his feet was his destination, the Technology Martial Hall Cyber City branch. Following the prompts on his wristband, Chen Du entered the corresponding elevator. According to the notes beside it, the building had 300 floors from 18 below ground to 282 above. Floors 1 through 50 were a shopping mall. Above the 50th floor were various departments of the Technology Martial Hall, including RD, Innovation Marketing, and Shock. Chen Du's destination was the Life RD department on the 203rd floor. Floors above 200 were high-level areas inaccessible to lower-level employees without authorization. Chen Du used the code from his contract to gain temporary access. With a soft chime, he stepped out of the elevator and was momentarily surprised to find several hundred people here. Cyber City No. 1 high school. Cyber City No. 2 high school. Cyber City No. 3 high school. Chen Du was inwardly astonished. Counting them, he guessed there were students from about 5 high schools, likely the key schools of Cyber City. From their appearances, they were all around his age. That meant the hundreds of people here were all senior high school students. What was going on? Were all these people prospective students of the 3 top-tier institutions? Impossible, right? According to what the 2 instructors from Kirin Martial Arts University had said, the 3 top-tier institutions admitted only about 100 students a year, totaling 300 across all 3. And those 300 were recruited from the 9 ecosystems. Though Cyber City was large, it was just one of the 7 core cities in the 7th ecosystem. Chengdu knew Cyber City was an excellent city teeming with talent, but it couldn't possibly have hundreds of prospective students for the 3 top-tier institutions. Staring at the long queue ahead, Chengdu felt a bit lost. Just then, a technology Martial Hall staff member in a white shirt stood up at the front of the line. Sorry, everyone. I know you all want to get into the 8 great schools, but the system just showed that the batch of life energy doses suddenly dropped by 100. Students with numbers in the 213 to 312 ranger doses are gone. Sorry for making you come all this way for nothing. What bad luck. As the staff member finished speaking, a chorus of similar groans arose. Still, no one complained much, simply blaming their own bad luck for not arriving earlier. The concept of first come, first served was deeply ingrained in Cyber City, and queue jumping was unheard of. 8 great schools. So they were all students preparing for the 8 great schools, Chengdu realized. After confirming he was on the right floor, he stopped the departing student. Excuse me, is this where they do the life index test? Yes. The young man replied politely, then added with some resignation. You must be new here. You haven't even picked up a badge. But as you heard, the life energy doses suddenly dropped by 100. Probably taken by some big shot. We'll have to come back when the next batch arrives. As he spoke, Chengdu noticed the badge on his chest. No. 213 Yang Fan. One step ahead, and he wouldn't have been cut. Chengdu nodded with a faint smile. He didn't want to ask what life energy was, he just wanted to know if he was in the right place. I'd like to know, do students from the 3 top-tier institutions also get tested here? Chengdu asked not to flaunt his contract, but because he believed that with his A-level contract, he shouldn't be among those asked to leave. Yang Fan looked surprised. Bro, you're a prospective student for the 3 top-tier institutions. Seeing Chengdu nod, Yang Fan's attitude warmed. The testing for the 3 top-tier institutions is in another spot near the end of the corridor. Since there are very few students, they picked an out-of-the-way location. A slight smile curved his lips. My cousin is one too. He has a level intent contract. What level contract do you have, bro? Mentioning his cousin, Yang Fan couldn't hide a proud grin, as if he himself had secured a contract with a top-tier institution. He had heard from his cousin that 90 of students at the 3 top-tier schools held level contracts, while level ones were rare, appearing only once in many years. A-level contracts were also very scarce. Even across all 3 schools, there weren't many. Level contracts were uncommon too, reserved for students in key classes. In regular classes, the best was a level contract. Oh, I haven't a level, Chengdu said casually. After thanking Yang Fan, he headed in the direction the young man had indicated. A rank. Watching Chengdu's retreating figure, Yang Fan was momentarily stunned, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Vitality intensity was different from martial skills. With martial skills, if you flaunted your sharpness, others could sense it. For instance, when Chengdu first met Wu Zong, he had perceived the other's sword intent. Even if you concealed it flawlessly, a martial artist superior to you could still detect it. But vitality intensity was different. Regardless of its level, when standing close enough, one could instinctively discern it through the other's breathing. You couldn't pinpoint their exact level, but you could tell whether they were stronger or weaker than you. This was an instinctive judgment of the body. When they stood together earlier, Yang Fan could sense that the other's vitality intensity was inferior to his own. He had already felt surprised when Chengdu mentioned the 3 major academies. He hadn't expected the other to claim in a rank contract. What a loss. And I called him big brother. My vitality intensity is only 7. 2. Not to mention, in a rank contract, you couldn't find anyone with lower vitality intensity than me, even in a rank contract. Heaving a sigh, he dismissed the thought and walked away. After all, bragging wasn't a crime. It had to be said, this branch of the technology Martial Hall was truly massive. Just this corridor alone took Chengdu a full 20 minutes to traverse. Big cities really wore out your feet. Chengdu grumbled inwardly. Before long, he reached the end of the corridor. There stood an independent office. Vitality Index Testing Room VIP. This should be the one this time. Chengdu muttered to himself, looking at the lone figure waiting outside the door. There were even fewer people here than Chengdu had anticipated. Besides himself, there were only 2 others. One had just entered while the other waited outside, just like Chengdu. But it made sense upon reflection. Out of 3,000 preparatory students, each ecosystem had only a few hundred, and everyone's schedule differed. Encountering 2 others was practically a surfeit. He wondered what rank their contracts were. Chengdu mused silently. He hadn't even seen a crank contract back then, and he wasn't sure if everyone had to go through this procedure. Chengdu wasn't outgoing. Unless it was a necessity, he rarely initiated conversation. The other man seated outside seemed similarly inclined, waiting in silence with his eyes closed, uttering not a word. Thus the two sat quietly on the bench outside. After about 20 minutes, the first person to enter emerged. His face bore a hint of trepidation, as if he was somewhat fearful. The man beside Chen opened his eyes, rose, and entered. But he came out in less than 3 minutes, a faint trace of joy flickering across his face. Was there some kind of lottery going on inside? Why was one person happy and another dejected? Chen was baffled, and the time difference was also substantial. But he didn't hesitate. He quickly stood up, entered the room, and scanned the QR code from his contract on his wristband with a machine. Beep. 1 minute later. A Chen rank contract. No wonder the first 100 units of life energy were suddenly locked. It was because of you. The young female staff member seated at the desk narrowed her eyes, slightly studying Chen information on the computer screen. Seeming accustomed to prodigies, Chen a rank contract only elicited mild surprise from her. Luo Li. That was the name on her badge. To the left was a test tube pattern, the logo of the Technology Marshall Hall. Ms. Luo, may I ask what this test is for? Chen had only come to the Technology Marshall Hall for the Vitality Index test. As per his contract's procedure, the subsequent steps depended on the results. But he had no idea what the Vitality Index test actually measured. He could only guess it was related to vitality intensity. After all, the contract's content primarily revolved around this aspect. Where did you grow up? Liancheng. No wonder. Small cities don't have this kind of program. Ms. Luo said flatly. Her demeanor suggested she wasn't particularly good-natured, and it was only because Chen held in a rank contract that she bothered to explain patiently. Chen right. Let me give you a brief overview. A martial artist's talent can be broadly divided into 3 aspects. 1 is vitality intensity, 2 is mental strength, and 3 is martial skills. These are the so-called body, mind, and technique. Among the martial skills are the hardest to improve. It's somewhat metaphysical, hinging on the concept of comprehension, somewhat at odds with our Technology Marshall Hall. Next is mental strength, which is also quite difficult to enhance. But because certain drugs can catalyze it, it's relatively easier compared to martial skills. The easiest is vitality intensity, but remember, when I say easy, I mean in comparison to martial skills and mental strength. Improving vitality intensity is still very challenging. Moreover, different stages require different blood energy medicines. Especially for martial artists above level 15, i.e. the medicines that can enhance their vitality intensity are scarce. But fortunately, vitality intensity follows a discernible pattern, and it has always been the goal of our Technology Marshall Hall. Chen nodded. People often said that vitality intensity could be bought with money, but he now understood. No matter how wealthy you were, the extent to which you could enhance vitality intensity was quite limited. He could refer to teacher Ling Yun. According to the principal, teacher Ling Yun had been stuck at level 19 for a long time. His martial skills and mental strength had met the standards, but his vitality intensity just wouldn't improve. Talent is an intangible thing, but our Technology Marshall Hall can let you see your vitality intensity talent with your own eyes and improve it. Chen's face registered astonishment upon hearing this. Talent can be altered. Isn't it something you're born with? Luo Li nodded calmly, her composed expression seeming to say, I love seeing this look of inexperience on your face. Yes, surprised to hear it for the first time. Chen nodded, not denying it. No wonder people online said the rich rely on technology, the poor on mutations. Chen had always thought it was a joke. He never expected it to be true. Luo Li swiveled her chair 180 degrees and pointed with her fountain pen at a machine behind her, one with a reclining bed in the middle. That's the vitality intensity tester. Lie on it later, and it will measure your vitality intensity index. The passing score for the index is 60, and the upper limit is 100. Although we artificially improve talent, there is a limit. We can at most raise it to an index of 80. If your vitality intensity index is already above 80, then there's no need for improvement. We can't achieve that either. Hearing this, Chen recalled the second person who had left quickly. That person's vitality index must have been over 80. No wonder he left with such a big smile. Following Luo Li's instructions, Chen lay down. Rings of purplish red light scanned his body repeatedly, and after 2.5 minutes the machine stopped. Meanwhile, Luo Li, seated at the computer outside, received Chen's test report. The contents of the report made her frown, a peculiar expression crossing her face. Looking at Chen as he came down from the machine and walked up to her, she spoke as if puzzled or talking to herself. Strange, how is your index only 60? Isn't 60 a passing score? Chen asked, looking at Luo Li, who was alternating between studying him and the data report, occasionally furrowing her brow. 60 is indeed passing, and it's the most common value in our entire high martial civilization's life strength index. But you have a level contract. This is the first time I've seen someone with a life strength index of 60 secure in a level contract. Although the 3 talents, body, mind, and technique, are separate, your other 2 are so exceptional. Logically, your life strength shouldn't be too far off. How did it end up right at the passing line? After speaking, she stared at Chen again. If she didn't know that contracts couldn't be forged, she would have doubted his identity. Chen met her puzzled gaze, which seemed to accuse him of using underhanded means to deceive Chen Martial Arts University. Based on Luo Li's description of talents, the life strength index of 60 came as no surprise. To Chen it was almost expected. If martial technique talent was about comprehension, then he had honed his through countless deadly battles in the crystal space. No ordinary person would have the chance to engage in so many death matches. Though he wouldn't truly die, his survival instinct pushed him to explore his limits under constant pressure. In such a state, even if a genius had a 90 chance of breaking through a martial technique, Chen believed he could succeed with just one. After all, he could do this every day, relying on quantity to spark quality. The improvement of his spiritual power came mainly from the waves he passed, supplemented by visualization techniques. Only the life strength talent remained genuinely unchanged. Even awakening his hidden treasury early only allowed him to absorb stellar energy sooner, without enhancing his talent in the slightest. Stellar energy was like infusing the entire body with blood-enhancing medicine, including the martial soul. But this required time, accumulation over days, not a sudden leap. In fact, Chen had felt a lingering fear just now. This technological martial hall's detection was so powerful that it could even quantify life strength talent. Fortunately, it couldn't detect that he already possessed a hidden treasury. Ling Yun had told him its location because though inside his body, it wasn't a newly formed substance. It was a sight only Chen himself could see. In summary, he had no talent at all. Not only was there no life strength talent, but his martial technique and spiritual power talents were also non-existent. He was just an ordinary person. If he had to name a talent, Chen believed it was his hard work. From the bottom of an average class in Liangqing, one high school, a key school, he fought his way into the honors class, finally securing an 11 intent contract with Chen Martial Arts University. It all relied on his relentless effort. Operating nearly 24 hours a day had brought him achievements beyond his peers. It's fine, 60 is fine. Didn't you just say you could improve the life strength talent to an index of 80? Seeing Chen unusually calm attitude, Luo Li was slightly surprised. Geniuses often had a touch of pride and self-importance, especially at this age before entering university and encountering other prodigies. They were always the other people's children, praised by parents and relatives, inevitably a bit arrogant. Yet Chen's temperament was so serene, and Luo Li could tell he wasn't pretending. This raised her opinion of him somewhat. It's like this student Chen. This improvement doesn't guarantee you'll reach 80, the theoretical limit is 80. As I said earlier, because of your appearance, 100 units of life energy have been locked in. That's a privilege of your A-level contract, but you may not necessarily use that much. Students with A-level contracts usually excel in all three areas: body, mind, and technique. It's rare to see someone so unbalanced like you. At first I thought your family conditions led to material scarcity, causing low life strength. Now it seems your innate talent is simply lacking. Although 60 is passing, you need to understand that you are headed to Chen Martial Arts University. Your current life strength of 6.2 is at the bottom, not just among the top 3 elite schools, but even among the 8 prestigious academies. And I have to tell you, everything has its limits. According to our years of statistics, for those with a life strength index of 60, only 10 managed to raise their life strength to 19.9. Luckily, you came early. A life strength index gradually stabilizes after age 18, after which no heavenly treasures can help. If that happened, your chances of becoming a Linkhong martial artist would be very slim. Chen felt a chill of fear. If he had insisted on Huangshan Martial Arts University, he might not have encountered this knowledge until after 18. By then it would be too late for regrets. Also, I should warn you, improving life strength talent is possible, but the process is extremely painful. It's different from the pain of injury. It's an internal, fundamental restructuring of your live's hierarchical composition. Ever heard of remolding? It's not that terrifying, but you can think along those lines. Extremely painful. Chen murmured, recalling the student who had walked out first. He must have needed improvement too. Is life energy its full name? I've never seen it online. It's normal you haven't. It's not for sale, usually only provided to students of the 3 elite institutions. After saying this, Luo Li seemed to anticipate his next question. When you came to this floor, you must have seen those students targeting the 8 prestigious schools outside, right? Chen replied honestly. At first, those students had startled him. He thought they were seniors like him who had signed contracts with the top 3 elite schools. They're actually family members of the 3 major organizations: Limit Martial Hall, Technology Martial Hall, and the Martial Artist Alliance. That's why they're qualified to use 1 unit of life energy. Chen sighed inwardly. Those with connections in big cities truly started ahead. He had only just learned today that life strength talent could be detected and improved with equipment. Meanwhile, these privileged individuals were already using it. Life strength index increases by about 1 point every 5 minutes. Your index is 68, so the theoretical maximum duration is 100 minutes. The pain level is above that of surgery without anesthesia. If your willpower collapses during the process, the improvement will stop immediately. Your index will freeze at the point of collapse with no chance for a second attempt. So you must prepare mentally to endure the pain. Chen smiled faintly. If it were about anything else, he wouldn't dare claim absolute confidence. But when it came to enduring pain, he had the confidence to rival the 3 strongest in high martial civilization. Seeing the confident smile on Chen Du's face, Luo Li felt a pang of emotion. Youth truly knew no bounds. Then she sent a message to Chen Du's wristband. Room 07 on the 200th floor is your martial chamber. You can stay there until the college entrance exam. Starting tomorrow, we'll provide blood-enhancing medicine and related services based on your actual situation. With that, Luo Li patted Chen Du on the shoulder. Get a good night's rest. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., come with me to the Life Strength Improvement Room on the 244th floor. March 23, 805. A pair of bright, spirited eyes suddenly snapped open, blinking at the ceiling above before he sprang upright with a swift, agile motion. As he moved, his shirt lifted slightly, revealing a hint of 8-pack abs. Finally cleared the 7th wave cleanly. Chen Du muttered to himself in a pleased tone, a faint smile gracing his lips. The crystal space, 7th wave, 32 faced bears, each with a life intensity of level 7. Chen Du had barely scraped through before by exploiting a weakness in their tails. But time was pressing then, he had to elevate his mental strength to level 10. Only then could his soul advance into a martial soul, granting him the power to rival Zhou Xiaogu. This time, though, barely. Succeeding at the very last moment before his stamina gave out. He had finally overcome the 7th wave without resorting to trickery, relying purely on his own strength. Last night, as usual, Chen Du took the thunderous Qi blood pill, but this time he could distinctly feel a resistance that had never been there before. He instantly understood drug resistance had set in. He had once fantasized that the surge of vitality he felt upon waking from the crystal space might also wash away this resistance. Now it was clear it did not. Though he had always known the probability was slim, his hopes had never waned. But with the resistance hitting last night, all illusions shattered, and he was brought back to reality. At 8:59, after completing his basic training in the martial arts room, Chen Du arrived early at the Life Intensity Enhancement Chamber on floor 244. The positioning error of his wristband was within 2 seconds, so Chen Du wasn't worried about being late. Cutting it close, Luo Li remarked flatly. Without further ado, she led Chen Du to the innermost room of the Life Intensity Enhancement Chamber. Accompanying them was another male staff member named Liars. This is the Life Pod, Luo Li said, pointing to a 2-meter-tall pod before them. Just lie down inside when it's time. Chen Du looked over and saw 3 similar pods in the room. Their heights were 2 meters, 2.5 meters, and 3 meters. From their design, they seemed to correspond to people of different statures. In this era, unlike the old days, while most heights remained similar to before, a minority could still grow over 2 meters, some even nearing 3. The other 2 pods were likely meant for them. Chen Du stood at 1.83 meters in normal height. If it were Tori here today, he would need the 2.5-meter pod. Liars remained silent throughout, walking straight to a computer terminal and beginning to operate it swiftly. Soon the glass of the 2-meter pod slowly slid upward. With a slight tremor and the refraction of light, Chen Du noticed that the pod was already filled with a transparent liquid. Is this life energy? He asked, curiously peering at the fluid. No, Luo Li replied. This is breathing water, literally. You can breathe in this water. You'll understand once you're inside. It won't choke you. YTLL feel just like air. Chen Du nodded, casting another curious glance. Having said that, Luo Li walked alone to a corner of the room where a long pole stood fixed to the ground. The pole, about 1.5 meters tall, had a square screen mounted on it. She scanned her wristband against it, and the wall trembled slightly before parting to reveal a cold storage chamber. Shaoli, Luo Li called. Liars nodded in understanding, and after a series of operations, a mechanical arm extended from the ceiling. It retrieved a white square box from the cold storage, opened it, and placed it at the head of the pod. This is the life energy you'll be using. Inside the box were 100 small glass vials arranged in a 10-by-10 grid, each containing a fingernail's depth of green liquid. Don't underestimate the quantity. The concentration is extremely high. It will enter your body through your pores, which is why immersing you in the breathing water is essential. Her expression grew unusually serious. Student Chen Du, the life energy contains a component that is scarce yet indispensable. It's called Juxia grass, which only grows in the territories of alien civilizations. Acquiring it is extremely difficult. So, due to the limited quantity and your grade contract to avoid waste and maximize your improvement. The process may be excruciating. We won't stop until your willpower breaks and the enhancement naturally halts. Also, don't think about breaking out from the inside. Without warrior-level combat power, you won't shatter this glass. The confined space will add psychological pressure. So be mentally prepared. The next few tens of minutes will likely be the most agonizing of your life. Chen Du had been nonchalant, but Luo Li's words stirred an unexpected sense of challenge within him. It felt as though she was using her expertise to test his forte. He was instantly brimming with drive. No problem. I'm fairly confident in this area. Oh really? Luo Li replied with a blank expression. As the head of this department, she had witnessed countless geniuses reduced to howling wrecks. Every single one of them started out as confident as Chen Du. Without another word, she had said all that needed to be said. Now it was time to act. Chen Du followed her instructions and lay directly inside. The moment he settled, he felt like a fish. The water was peculiar, his clothes didn't feel wet at all. The glass then descended slowly, encasing him in a cramped space. Such a claustrophobic environment would indeed unsettle most people. But for Chen Du, who had once been swallowed by a giant and digested in its stomach, this was child's play. Sister Luo, what's the initial value? 65. Put the other 90 vials back, they're best kept refrigerated when not in use. 10 vials of life energy should be enough to raise his life intensity index to 65. Isn't that too little? He's in a great talent, Xiao Li asked, pausing his hand over the return key. It's not little, that's a boost of 5 points. This test is about willpower. Even grades are no exception. They might even fare worse than ordinary people. Geniuses often have it too easy, facing too few setbacks. What's a trial for ordinary folks might feel like a walk in the park to them. Willpower isn't about talent, it's about experience. Most students will collapse after just a 3-point increase. Adding more would just be wasteful. This Chen Du has a level 10 mental strength and a martial soul. His willpower should be stronger. That's why I set his target at 65. If he can endure it well, add more. The pod was soundproof, so Chen Du couldn't hear their conversation. Soon the green liquid poured in like dye. Inside the life pod of the secluded chamber, the green liquid dispersed like ink, dissolving into water. Before long, Chen Du's entire body was enveloped in a verdant glow. A soft chime sounded. In that instant, outside the life pod, the computer before Liursi emitted a faint noise. A rectangular window promptly popped up from the upper right corner of the screen. WP 100. The enhancement has begun, Luali murmured, gazing at the willpower value displayed on the monitor. Liursi acknowledged with a grunt, noting that the respiratory fluid contained neuron particles capable of connecting to Chen Du's entire body. This allowed willpower to materialize as data on the screen. Each point of life index enhancement required 5 minutes. According to Luoli's estimation, Chen Du would conclude this improvement session in about 25 minutes. It seems we've only just begun, a man's voice suddenly echoed from beyond the door. He stood over 5 meters tall, appearing to be around 40 years of age. Minister Feng, Luoli said, momentarily startled upon seeing him, her tone respectful. Liursi's pupils contracted as he quickly echoed her greeting. Minister Feng's arrival caught Luoli by surprise, though it wasn't entirely unexpected. In preparing for a business trip to the 5th ecological zone, and happened to see the report you submitted yesterday. So I dropped by to take a look. An A-level contract, though he only possesses quasi-level strength, is still quite impressive. Minister Feng gazed approvingly at Chen Du, who lay still within the life pod. In June, before the college entrance exams, there will be a 7 Realms Genius Tournament. I'm afraid I won't be back in time. I had hoped to exchange a few words with this young prodigy, but it seems I'll have to wait until next time. With a smile to the pair, Minister Feng turned and departed. Phew. That scared me. Liursi muttered to himself. Sister Luo, this is my first time meeting the minister. I've heard he's stern, but he seemed quite kind to me. Luoli listened intently until the footsteps faded completely, then waited another 10 seconds. The one you're thinking of is Minister Yan. They look nothing alike. But both are tall and imposing figures. Given your limited encounters, it's easy to confuse them. She paused briefly before continuing. Xiao Li, you haven't been here long. As your direct supervisor, let me share something with you today. Both Minister Yan and Minister Feng are good people. You haven't been confirmed in your position yet, so for now, just focus on doing your job well. Liursi nodded thoughtfully. As a recent graduate who had joined the Martial Technology Hall less than 6 months ago, his duties were straightforward, handling life strength enhancement operations and data collation. As one of the highest-ranking leaders of the Martial Technology Hall Cyber Division, Minister Feng's whereabouts were typically unknown to subordinates. Luoli had merely submitted Chen Du's report as usual the day before. The life strength enhancement procedure didn't require Minister Feng's approval, but he needed to stay informed about significant matters within the hall. Thus, Luoli found his appearance surprising, but not inexplicable. Moi. While conversing with Liursi, her eyes never left the computer monitor. A soft murmur of doubt escaped her lips. Strange. Normally, when life energy envelopes him, there should be an instinctive jolt. That jolt is sudden and painful. Chen Du's willpower should have fluctuated at that moment. How is it still at 100? Could the equipment be malfunctioning? Liersi was taken aback at first, then quickly rushed out to retrieve a diagnostic device. He connected a red and a green wire from the device to the computer and Chen Dust life pod respectively. Then he frantically operated the diagnostic instrument, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, as if racing against time. A beep sounded. Normal, normal, all normal. Sister Luo, all 1284 signal transmissions are functioning correctly. Additionally, I checked the signal path for the past 3 minutes. All normal with no interruptions. The data on the computer is accurate. This was a high-paying, risk-free job. The panic etched on Li Ursa's face revealed how much he valued this position. Though Li Ursa's tasks were simple, working on floors above the 200th required being an exceptionally outstanding graduate. All right, I understand. Luoli responded calmly, observing Li Ursa's anxious expression, fearful that his own error might be the cause. She crossed her arms, staring intently at Chen Dust's life pod, lost in thought. Since the equipment wasn't faulty, it meant Chen Dust's endurance was indeed as formidable as he claimed. But how could a 17-year-old student possess such formidable willpower? This was what puzzled Luoli. She had witnessed class prodigies with exceptional talent in body, mind, and technique, but never someone of this age with such unwavering willpower. Without another word, she kept her eyes fixed on the willpower index on the screen. Nearly 12 minutes passed, and Chen Dust's life strength index in the lower left corner had reached 63. Still at 100. Luoli's lips parted slightly in disbelief. Throughout, Li Ursi had been performing secondary checks with the diagnostic device, and the signals remained normal. How intriguing. A faint smile curled at the corners of Luoli's mouth, as if she had discovered something novel. She turned to Li Ursi, whose face still bore traces of worry. Shall Li increase the life energy to 70? This Chen Du seems to have something special after all. Yes. Li Ursi promptly responded, pausing briefly before each operation to mentally rehearse the procedure. Fearful of any mishap. Another 10 minutes passed, and Chen Dust's life strength index reached 65, the limit Luoli had previously predicted. Yet on the monitor, Chen Dust's willpower value remained at 100. A will as unyielding as steel, never wavering. Throughout this time, Luoli not only watched the screen, but also approached the life pod, observing Chen Du completely submerged beneath the green liquid, resembling a moss-covered figure. She added another batch of life energy sufficient to enhance Chen Du to 75. His breathing remained steady, though his body trembled slightly, as if silently enduring some pain, yet without any major movements. By now, Chen Dust's life strength index had climbed to 72. Shall we go all in? Pour in everything left. This Chen Du might just reach the theoretical limit today. Shao Li complied immediately, inwardly astonished. The theoretical limit. 80. That was the highest life strength index achievable through human intervention. Simply put, it was the cap for artificially enhanced life strength talent. Just imagining the pain involved made Li Ursi break out in a sweat. Finally, when Chen Dust's index reached 75, his willpower began to decline. 99. 97. 95. Seeing this, Luoli knew Chen Du had reached his limit. Now it was a race between the rate of willpower decline and the completion of life strength enhancement. To prevent accidents, the equipment would forcibly open once willpower dropped to 30. At that point, the person inside would be nearly unconscious, but without life-threatening danger. Willpower collapse often occurred in an instant. Typically, once it fell to 80, it would plummet rapidly, sometimes even jumping directly from 80 to 30. At that moment, how is this possible? Luoli, who had been intently staring at the screen, let out an incredulous exclamation. 96. 97. 98. Chen Dust's willpower is actually rising. How is this possible? At such a moment, merely holding on is already a feat, yet he can actually stand up again. What immense conviction. The final 5 points of the life intensity index from 75 to 80, they were exceptionally arduous. Yet Chen Dust's willpower remained steadfast within the 95 to 98 range, fluctuating up and down, but persistently maintained. He endured the most grueling, painful, and torturous 25 minutes with sheer grit. With a beep as the green light of the life pod illuminated and an alert sounded, Li only then belatedly realized. Chen Du had completed a full 100 minutes of life intensity index improvement. He actually used all 100 bottles of life energy. Watching Chen Du, who was panting heavily and slowly rising from the life pod, Li found herself momentarily dazed. Typically, a student who could secure an A-level contract would use at most 50 bottles of life energy. The reason 100 doses were prepared was that for an A-level talent, such resources must be abundant rather than scarce. Congratulations, student Chen Du. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen someone elevate their life intensity index directly from 60 to 80. In terms of sheer willpower alone, you are the strongest among all the students I've encountered. Panting heavily, Chen Du remained seated on the life pod, breathing in ragged gasps. He was now utterly exhausted and merely brushed off Luoli's praise with a faint smile. Throughout this period, Chen Du had been silently counting the seconds in his mind. To be honest, the agony of the final 25 minutes was several times greater than before. Even for someone like him who had ample experience with death in the crystal space, it was no small challenge. Fortunately, he possessed not only over 2.5 years of death experiences in the crystal space, but also the willpower honed daily through visualization techniques. Although the visualization method primarily enhanced his mental strength during this onslaught of spiritual torment, the ceiling of Chen Du's willpower was continuously raised. This forged Chen Du's will into something akin to steel, unyielding and indomitable. He successfully allowed the life energy to complete its transformation of his body. After sitting quietly for 5 minutes, Chen Du stood up, his clothes miraculously remaining dry. Turning back, he saw that the green liquid seemed to have been entirely absorbed by his body. Only the transparent, breathing water remained in the life pod. "Miss Luo, you flatter me. Truth be told, I also thought of giving up countless times, but am glad I persevered." Giving up? With willpower that never dipped below 95, you say you thought of giving up? Luo Li chuckled softly, naturally not bothering to expose Chen Du's modesty. "Student Chen Du, you are exceptional, but I must offer you a word of caution. Your current life intensity index is 80, but that is merely the standard for students of the 3 top-tier academies. In terms of life intensity, you are only at the same starting line as them with no lead. Their index range is typically between 75 and 85. Few reach 90, and those above 95 are virtually unheard of." Chen Du listened silently. These were crucial pieces of information, details that one would only know through frequent contact with the 3 top-tier academies. He then asked with keen interest, "Has anyone ever reached a life intensity index of 100? Chen Du was genuinely curious. After the improvement, his current index was 80. Although his life intensity level hadn't increased, it felt as though he had been given an entirely new body. The vibrant, thriving sensation was unforgettable. Previously, Chen Du believed he wouldn't become a martial artist until his sophomore year, but now he felt there was a chance before he turned 18. If 80 was already this formidable, what would 100 be like? It would be nothing short of transcendent. Across the entire high martial civilization, the highest recorded life intensity index is 97. As Luo Li spoke, a flicker of excitement shone in her usually calm eyes. And the one who set this record is none other than the second strongest being in high martial civilization, Delagas. Chen Du was neither surprised nor shocked by this answer. After all, it was only fitting for the second strongest being and founder of the technological martial hall. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Du did not return to the martial arts room. Instead, under Li Ursa's guidance, he was temporarily led to another chamber. The room contained a life pod roughly 5 times larger than the previous one. "Student Chen Du, this is a recharge pod designed to help you restore your physical state at the fastest possible speed. The high-density free energy inside will infuse every cell of your body, revitalizing them. In just 20 minutes, you can return to your peak state of vitality and spirit. Its external usage fee is 1,000 per minute. Not cheap, you know." Hearing Li Ursus answer, Chen Du's throat involuntarily tightened, and he felt a sensation akin to hunger. Chen Du understood that this was a signal from his Botus cells crying out in thirst. Although his current state appeared fine, he was in truth profoundly fatigued. Chen Du had originally planned to return to the martial arts room, exhaust the last remnants of his mental strength through visualization, and then enter the crystal space to train in martial techniques. Since the technological martial hall had made arrangements, he decided to follow along. At 1108, Chen Du stepped out of the recharge pod. This time his clothes were genuinely soaked, making him look thoroughly drenched. Fortunately, a dressing robot approached, blowing air to dry his body before presenting him with a fresh set of clothes. After dressing, Chen Du took a deep breath. Earlier, while in the recharge pod around the 10th minute, a familiar chime echoed in his mind once more. Chen Du's life intensity had increased by 0.1. It had reached level 6. 3. Moreover, he had gained a deeper understanding of his recovery within the crystal space. The state of fullness he experienced upon emerging from the recharge pod was identical to the state he felt every morning upon waking. In other words, he was effectively getting services worth tens of thousands for free every single day. Chen Du's appearance time was fixed, and Li Ursi arrived punctually. "It seems you've recovered quite well. Sister Luo had already drafted your training plan last night, but she never expected you to be this incredible, actually raising your life intensity index from 60 to 80 in one go. She's revising the training plan now. A YTLL probably take a few more hours." Li Ursi made no effort to hide his praise for Chen Du. He too had once been a genius, but in comparison to his peers, he indeed fell short of Chen Du. He had never personally undergone the ordeal of improving the life intensity index, but having witnessed it many times, he understood its agony. Comparing Chen Du to other geniuses made it clear just how formidable he was. At this moment, there was no jealousy in his heart, only admiration, because that was truly not a task for humans. Student Chen Du, put this on. Li Ursi produced a pair of projection headphones and handed them to Chen Du. This wasn't originally part of your training plan, but since the plan has been temporarily revised, and since you'll definitely need to learn it later, I'll teach it to you in advance during these few hours. This is... Chen Du looked at the projection headphones in his hand with some confusion. To be honest, for a brief moment, he thought Li Ersi wanted him to experience some singing, dancing, and rap to relax his body and lift his spirits. This is just an ordinary pair of projection headphones. What I'm about to teach you now is how to understand the languages of alien civilizations. Li Ersi stated calmly. Understand the language of alien civilizations and learn it within a few hours. Liars smiled and explained, this is part of the general education courses you'll take in university later. Understanding the language of alien civilizations requires a spiritual energy level of 10, which means you need to possess a martial soul. That's why this content is placed in university. After all, very few become warriors during high school, and teaching it would be pointless. Upon hearing this, Chen Du recalled the silver demon he encountered earlier. It must have said something, but he couldn't understand it. But according to Liars, he already possessed a martial soul at that time, so why couldn't he understand? Liars, sensing Chen Du's confusion, explained, Student Chen Du, there are 632 recorded alien civilizations on Blue Star, including those we believe to be extinct. But considering the vast unexplored territories, the actual number is certainly far greater. Moreover, many civilizations have more than one language system. It's impossible to learn them all. So what we need to do is not learn how to speak, but to understand. As he spoke, he directly manifested his spiritual energy attachment, a dazzling blue light, encasing him like a carapace. Not as strong as Ling Yun. That was Chen Du's first impression upon seeing the intensity of Lier's blue light. However, it made sense. A Ling Yun was a level 19 warrior close to being a soaring sky warrior. Although spiritual energy and life force were separate, those with high life force generally had higher spiritual energy. Liars might be a core employee of the Technology Martial Hall, but he wasn't necessarily very strong. The Technology Martial Hall differed from both the Extreme Martial Hall and the Warrior Alliance. Only 50 of its personnel possessed combat capabilities. The other 50 focused on in-depth research in areas such as medicine and weaponry. Previously, the 50 with combat capabilities were tasked with protecting the other 50 of researchers. But now things had become competitive. In the past, warrior strength wasn't required to join the Technology Martial Hall. Chen Du had once considered working at the Technology Martial Hall, so he had looked up their recruitment information. This is spiritual energy attachment, the most basic application of spiritual energy. I believe you're familiar with this. As Chen Du nodded, Liars continued, later, through the continuous research of our predecessors, another method of application was developed. His expression grew serious as the blue carapace enveloping his body rippled like water and then spread upward. It eventually encased his entire head like a hood. Pointing to his own head, he said, Student Chen Du, when I say understand, I mean understanding with the brain, not hearing with the ears. In other words, once you have a martial soul, even a deaf person can understand what others are saying. Our understanding of language is mainly concentrated in the frontal, temporal, and parietal lobes of the left brain. Soon you'll put on the projection earphones, which will play dialogues from alien civilizations. Then imitate me, concentrate all your spiritual energy on your head, and continuously penetrate and stimulate the left brain. A reminder, spiritual energy emanates from within, but when stimulating it must be from the outside in. Otherwise, not only will it be ineffective, but it could also damage the brain, leading to unconsciousness at best or brainstem damage at worst. So you must first concentrate all your spiritual energy on your head as I just did, then use the spiritual energy on your head to stimulate inward. These are the experiences summarized by our predecessors. Liars paused, then continued. The video is for your eyes to see and your brain to understand. When the sounds you hear through the earphones are no longer chaotic, that means you've made a breakthrough. Initially get used to listening with your ears, then learn to listen with your brain. Chen Du nodded, put on the earphones, and pressed the side button, instantly projecting an image on the wall. It showed a group of humans and orcs wielding weapons, communicating in a language Chen Du couldn't understand. If the orcs were removed, Chen Du couldn't tell the humans from those of the high martial civilization. In terms of appearance and clothing, they were nearly identical. In fact, the other's temperament was even more striking. Following Lier's instructions, Chen Du continuously used the spiritual energy enveloping his head to stimulate the corresponding areas of his left brain. The process was more difficult than Chen Du had imagined, requiring fine control over spiritual energy. Although Chen Du possessed spiritual combat techniques, he had never specifically trained in controlling spiritual energy. Fortunately, it wasn't too hard, just slow. Then, like watching a movie, 2.5 hours passed. It was then that Chen Du heard his first word. Warrior. Huh. Chen Du, who had been intently watching the video, instinctively felt something strange. Subsequently, he heard words like secret vault, soaring sky, warrior, and martial techniques. After another hour, Chen Du could barely understand a sentence. But this made him even more confused. These words weren't their description of the high martial civilization, but their own self-designation. Chen Du took off the earphones and looked at liars who had been accompanying him the whole time. Mr. Liars, do these alien civilizations also call themselves warriors? In terms like martial techniques and secret vault, are these universal across all of Blue Star? That shouldn't be possible, should it? It seems you understand. Liar smiled. Yes, student Chen Du, as I said earlier, we aim for understanding, not learning. For instance, those with a life force level of 10 are called warriors by us, but other civilizations might call them fighters, blood, moving realm, newborn, and so on. The names for the first stage differ, but they all refer to the same thing. The same goes for secret vault and soaring sky warrior. These are just our unified terms in the high martial civilization. As for what other civilizations call these realms or states, we don't care. We don't need to deliberately learn other languages, for our words are translated into their languages. Because communication isn't through language, but through spirit. Even if the other party doesn't have a martial soul, as long as they have a spiritual energy level of 1, you can understand what they say. Chen Du nodded. These concepts weren't hard to grasp, he understood them after hearing them once. All that remained was diligent practice. Like countless new things, the hardest part was always the beginning. According to Liars, once he reached today's level, listening for an hour each day for the following month would allow him to master it completely. By then, such cumbersome operations wouldn't be necessary, because the language area of his left brain would be activated. A beep sounded and the electronic door slid open. Luo Li entered gracefully. Student Chen Du, your training plan has been revised. Gazing at the dazzling array of items on the list, Chen Du couldn't help but furrow his brow. Aside from normal sleep time, why is there an extra hour of rest every day? Luo Li, sensing Chen Du's slight displeasure, was momentarily taken aback. Her expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, she was somewhat surprised. Too much. After all, her training plan, also known as the Devil's Plan, had always been such that the higher the contract level, the more grueling the training. All exercises were designed to push the limits of current physical capabilities. This was the first time she had encountered someone who thought they had too much rest. Previously, many students, upon seeing their training plans, had worried about damaging their bodies and requested reduced training loads. Was Chen Du simply fearless due to ignorance, or was he truly that resilient? However, considering the latter's astonishing willpower, it wasn't impossible. After a moment of thought, she said seriously, this rest period was originally 2 hours, but considering you possess a martial soul, it has a certain nourishing effect on the body, so it was shortened by an hour. Moreover, a person cannot go without rest and train continuously. Proper rest is also for more prolonged and sustainable training. Luo Li finished with a light laugh and joked, don't tell me you never rested during your previous training. Training 24 hours a day. Chen Du wanted to retort. That was exactly the case. Because of the crystal space, aside from normal eating and bathing, Chen Du had never truly rested in the real sense. Basic exercises upon waking, mental torment before entering the crystal space, martial arts combat practice after falling asleep. Waking up to repeat the cycle. It was akin to a perpetual motion machine. Although it was a bit uncomfortable at first, feeling almost forced, he eventually got used to it over time. Moreover, waking up each day feeling as if he had just stepped out of a regeneration pod, he managed to hold up. No, I sleep on time every day, Chen Du replied. This training plan will continue until the week before your college entrance exam. The daily content of the training plan will be fine-tuned based on your performance the previous day. It's possible, but not certain, so just take a general look. The subsequent plan is not set in stone. Subsequently, Chen Du began training according to Luo Li's plan, and that 1 hour of rest time was naturally spent watching videos. For things that must be learned sooner or later, the earlier the better. Luo Li's training plan typically started at 6:00 a.m. and ended at 11:30 p.m. There was a 1 hour break from 12:00 to 1:00 p.m. The last 30 minutes of the day were dedicated to helping Chen Du review and summarize the day's training. Why was a particular exercise done? What did it improve? Was it enhancing future potential or increasing current strength? The posture, duration, and everything else had their significance. This A-level contract, specifically targeting life strength, was not just about enhancing life strength. It also covered many fields influenced by life strength, aiming for comprehensive improvement, including theoretical knowledge. It was just a matter of varying proportions. To be honest, Luo Li's training intensity was high, but Chen Du's perseverance and potential were even greater. The secret vault. It was Chen Du's greatest trump card, so far capable of constantly absorbing stellar energy, feeding back into his body and spirit. This resulted in Chen Du's recovery ability inevitably surpassing Luo Li's data. For this reason, he not only completed the tasks Luo Li assigned daily, he also did extra training. He even repeated some exercises 3 times to feel satisfied. This behavior startled Luo Li so much that she increased Chen Du's workload overnight. However, the secret vault had an awkward aspect. It passively increased Chen Du's strength. To prevent Luo Li from discovering his early awakening of the secret vault, Chen Du deliberately held back some of his power. Without using martial techniques or spiritual power, Chen Du could clearly feel that his punching strength and speed were about 10 higher than others of the same life strength level. This value wasn't large, but as he awakened his third secret vaults, the gap would undoubtedly widen. This discovery made Chen Du realize that the disparity between martial artists could be immense. An ordinary martial artist with just one secret vault would definitely lose to geniuses with 2 or even 3 secret vaults. No wonder he could be specially recruited by the 3 top institutions. The difference in their future potential was absolutely vast. Moreover, Chen Du could sense that the secret vault's abilities seemed to be more than this, but a single secret vault alone seemed unable to unleash them. To reveal the true power of the secret vault, he would at least need to become a martial artist. Thus time passed imperceptibly for over a month. At this moment, Chen Du was sparring with a martial artist wielding a long staff. This sparring was not for improving martial techniques, but a promotional exercise to help Chen Du more efficiently absorb the medicinal power within his body. Strange, why is his progress so fast? Luo Li stared at her wristband, pulling up Chen Du's daily data charts and comparing them constantly. The more she looked, the stranger it seemed. Setting aside martial techniques and spiritual power, the speed of Chen Du's life strength level increase clearly surpassed his talent. It's roughly an increase of 0.1 in life strength every 3 days. This rate of progress has reached the talent level of about index 90. Spiritual power and martial techniques can indeed stimulate life strength to a certain extent, but Chen Du's proportion is a bit too high. It seems that physiques really do differ from person to person. Geniuses indeed have their genius aspects. Luo Li rationalized to herself. June 5, 2008. Floor 223, large public martial arts room. Is that Chen Du with the A-level contract? Minister Yan. Liersi looked at the tall, burly man before him somewhat nervously. He hadn't expected that one of the 2 highest leaders of the branch, the elusive Minister Yan, would suddenly appear here. In fact, he still couldn't quite distinguish between Minister Yan and Minister Feng, but Minister Feng was on a business trip to the 5th ecological circle. This one was naturally Minister Yan. Minister Yan looked at Chen Du, who was sparring with a martial artist in front of the glass shield, raised an eyebrow, and displayed a dissatisfied expression. I heard this kid sleeps on time, every day. So lazy. Other prospective martial artists are one thing, but he has a martial soul, which has a certain nourishing effect on the body. Sleeping once every 2 days is completely sufficient. Does he need to sleep every day? The college entrance exam is almost here. At this age, at this time, how can he sleep? Relying on his A-level contract, he's this slack. Doesn't he know other geniuses are working hard? Ahem. Minister Yan. Luo Li coughed twice awkwardly and said, You're right, but Chen Du's progress speed is indeed quite remarkable. She then showed the data chart for Chen Du's past 2.5 months. The rate of comprehensive strength improvement was like a stock that kept rising every day. I've input all his parameters into the computer and simulated it many times. The conclusion is that his progress speed, when sleeping on time every day, is faster than if he didn't sleep for 24 hours. Minister Yin was stunned for 2 seconds as if stuck, then rested his chin on his hand, revealing an expression of I knew it. Very good. Our high martial civilization needs geniuses like this. Tell him to come to my office on the 281st floor after training. They'll talk to him about the 7 Domains Genius Tournament. June 5, 2218, floor 281. This floor second only to the topmost one housed Minister Yan's office. Chen Du, an A-level contract from Chilean Martial Arts University on March 23 at 1041 in the Life Intensity Enhancement Room on floor 244, raised his index from 60 to 80. From March 22 to June 5 at 1519, his life intensity level increased from 6.2 to 8.6. His martial skill advanced from 99.2 to 99.6, and his mental strength rose from level 10.1 to level 13. It took 73 days in total, increasing his life intensity level by 2. For levels, averaging an increase of 0.1 life intensity level every 3 for days, progressing quite fast. A pity he started too late. Compared to other prodigies, he loses on time. But his martial skill and mental strength are a bit strange. The contract clearly focuses solely on life intensity. Yet besides sleeping, he only trains according to Luo Li's plan. Why are these 2 attributes also improving? Could he enhance them just through meditation? Minister Yin muttered to himself, examining Chen Du's data on his wristband. In the end, he attributed it all to talent. After all, when talent reaches a certain pinnacle, some actions defying logic and normal comprehension are not unusual. Perhaps it seemed perfectly normal to Chen Du, or even how things should be, but outsiders simply could not understand. As an organization often interacting with students from the top 3 elite academies, while knowing their extraordinary caliber, they were still occasionally taken aback. A knock. Come in. Minister Yin, you wanted to see me. Chen Du entered after knocking, speaking respectfully, as his eyes fell upon the nameplate on the desk reading Yan Deputy Minister. Although Chen Du was a student without workplace experience, he knew that the word deputy must never be uttered. Sit. Yan nodded, his demeanor lacking its usual sternness, appearing somewhat amiable instead. He then pressed a circular button on his right, and a bionic robot immediately brought in 2 cups of hot tea. Have you been getting along well during this time? I rarely hear Luo Li praise a student. You are one of the exceptions. Chen Du was somewhat surprised by this. In his memory, ever since his formal training began, Luo Li would daily examine the data with a blank expression, making fine adjustments, never showing any indication of satisfaction or dissatisfaction. It was impossible to tell if she was pleased or not. On the other hand, Li Ersi constantly praised Chen Du, saying he was stronger than most geniuses he had ever seen, especially in his rate of progress. This reminded Chen Du of his past progress in life intensity, which took nearly 2 months just to increase by 0.1 level. In comparison, his current speed was more than 10 times faster. It was something Chen Du had never dared to imagine. Now merely over 3 months had passed since the Hongji class assessment on February 16th, yet it felt like a lifetime ago. Thinking this, Chen Du felt a surge of emotion and instinctively glanced at his status panel. Named Chen Du, life intensity 8. 6. Mental strength level 13, fist strength 50-60, gene speed 82 milliseconds, martial skills flowing light sword art tier 199. 6. The ruins immortal visualization method war stomp. Hidden treasury count 1. Defense waves 55 completed, 810 incomplete, 815 incomplete, 820 incomplete, 825 incomplete, 830 incomplete, 835 incomplete. An evolution is granted for every 6 life levels raised. Distance to next evolution 3. For levels. During this period, through the combined effort of the 8th wave of monsters, the visualization method, and the hidden treasury, his mental strength had reached level 13. At this level of mental strength, unleashing War Stomp would be an absolute hard control for anyone below the martial artist rank. They wouldn't even be able to blink, let alone move. Also regarding fist strength, in a normal state, a life intensity of 8.6 should correspond to a fist strength of 4,600 gene, yet it was actually 5,060 gene. An increase of 10. This had actually manifested in his fist strength ever since he reached life intensity 6.2 by taking the marrow cleansing pill. Back then at level 6.2, his fist strength was 1804 gene, while the normal fist strength for that level was 1640 gene. Because of the awakened hidden treasury, his base strength had directly increased. However, at that time, Chen Du's attention was focused entirely on his life intensity level and the hidden treasury, causing him to overlook the fist strength number. After all, this figure was rather static, and with so much information on the panel, Chen Du often subconsciously neglected this part. A fist strength of 5,060 gene fell between life intensity levels 8 and 8.9. Combined with his martial skill nearing the limit of Tier 1A, Chen Du was close to clearing the 9th wave of monsters in the crystal space. After exchanging a few polite greetings like an elder, Yan Yun then asked, Chen Du, do you know about the 7 Realms Prodigy Tournament? Chen Du nodded. Sister Luo mentioned it some time ago. She said it's a competition jointly held by the core cities of the 7 realms before the college entrance exam. All participants are students who have secured contracts from the top 3 elite academies this year. Yan Yun took a sip of the hot tea from his cup, exhaled a breath of warmth, and said calmly, that's right. At this point, all students qualified for the top 3 academies have already signed their contracts. Next, they just need to take the college entrance exam and meet the admission scores of the 8 prestigious universities to go to university in the first ecological circle. However, the college entrance exam is not a challenge for them or for you. Chen Du nodded, gently not denying this. According to the regulations of the high martial civilization, for those entering martial arts universities, the college entrance exam score is composed of 30 liberal arts marks plus 70 martial arts marks. However, students who could secure intent contracts from the top 3 academies generally achieved near-perfect scores in their martial arts subjects. Even the gap between an S-level contract and a D-level contract in martial arts scores was merely the difference between a 90 and a 100. Even for those whose liberal arts scores were not outstanding like Chen Du, they could gain extra points through competitions like the 100 Cities Championship. If a student was exceptional enough, a special bonus point competition might even be held specifically for them. After all, within a single ecological circle, the average number of students able to attend the top 3 elite academies was only slightly over 300, while there were nearly 700 cities. On average, one student qualified for the top 3 academies emerged from every 23 cities, making them incredibly precious. Unless they deliberately sabotage themselves, no student holding a contract from the top 3 academies would fail to get into the 8 prestigious universities. For them, the college entrance exam was indeed not a big deal, more like a formality. This was also the reason Li Mu went out of his way to support Chen Du. Moreover, Chen didn't hold the most common level contract, but in a level contract second only to S-level. This gave Li Mu the opportunity to be transferred to a mid-sized or even large city's key high school as principal in the second half of the year. I specifically called you here today to discuss the specifics of the Seven Realms Prodigy Tournament. The Seven Domain Genius Tournament holds threefold significance for you, he began. These pertain to your mentality, your future, and your tangible gains. Mentally, it tempers the minds of prodigies like yourselves. Many of you have never encountered a peer of equal caliber since birth, breeding arrogance. This competition will ruthlessly teach you that even among geniuses there exist disparities. He then cast a knowing glance at Chen Du, adding with a hint of a smile, "Yet you seem untainted by this flaw. Luo Li tells me you are genuinely low-key, the true kind of low-key. You spend your days in honest training and rest without a single complaint or idle word. As a student under an A-level contract, I must admit it surprises me." Chen Du smiled, but remained silent, acknowledging the remark. Yan Yun, speaking casually without probing further, paused before continuing. "As for the future, it's about your circle. The 8 prestigious schools are located in the 2nd through 9th ecological zones. Yet the 1st ecological zone houses 3 institutions even more exceptional than those 8. Over time, the gap becomes immense. The 1st ecological zone is the strongest of them all. At the same time, it bears the responsibility of nurturing fresh talent. Chen Du, no matter which university you attend, you will eventually return to the ecological zone of your registered residence. You are the lifeblood of the 7th ecological zone, our future sustenance. After the 7 Domain Genius Tournament and the college entrance exams, your cohort will disperse to 3 major institutions. When you return 4 years later, they will be your comrades in arms." Yan Yun paused here, then remarked, "As one who has walked this path, I advise you, no matter how close a friend, the elevation of your status will inevitably drive a wedge between you. These strangers you have yet to meet will become your future allies. If they face difficulties in university, you must lend aid whenever possible. On a small scale, it benefits you. On a grand scale, it fosters the future unity of our high martial civilization." To maintain balance among the ecological zones, the 3 major institutions functioned like centralized training corporations. They funneled the finest talents at the most suitable age with maximum resources into the most challenging environments. The fusion of these 4 elements birthed warriors to contend with alien civilizations for resources. Chen Du had never considered the aspect of circles before, only focusing on becoming a warrior and then an aerial warrior. Yet, even without Minister Yan's words, Chen Du's own nature would have driven him to do so. As for the tangible and most crucial point, it's the rewards. The prizes of this competition are priceless treasures that money cannot buy. Minister Yan paused briefly before continuing. The top 10 will each receive a resurrection herb. Chen Du Shaoli downstairs should have explained its power to you. I trust it's familiar. Chen Du nodded. The resurrection herb was invaluable, impossible to purchase through normal means. Even for aerial warriors, unless their head was destroyed, even if their heart was pierced. As long as they consumed the resurrection herb, within 5 seconds, it would regenerate. Truly a means to cheat death. Its sole drawback, like the marrow cleansing pill, was that it could only be used once in a lifetime. Such an item was merely a top 10 reward. Yan Yun, noticing the slight dilation of Chen Du's pupils, said with a faint smile, "It's precisely because you are geniuses that your lives are exceptionally precious. The resurrection herb is reserved solely for top students of the 3 major institutions. Though you are weak now, in years to come you will be the future of our high martial civilization. That is why this life-saving treasure is offered to you as a prize rather than being traded only within the circle of aerial warriors." Additionally, the top 3 will receive a 5 cubic meter storage ring. Its fabrication is simple, but the core material, space grass, is found in alien territories and exceedingly difficult to obtain. Thus its value is immense. It allows one to carry weapons and essentials without burden while abroad. And for the first place, a secret vault heart. As Yan Yun uttered these words, his tone shifted subtly. Secret vault heart. Chen Du had never heard the term before. Yet from Minister Yan's expression and its weight as the first prize, it was evidently something of extraordinary value. The secret vault heart must be consumed before reaching life strength level 12. It increases the probability of awakening the secret vault before level 15. Yan Yun explained to Chen Du, "Though you are not yet a warrior, you are close. Let me share some post-warrior matters with you." Chen Du was already aware of the 3 conditions and the number of secret vault awakenings, yet he listened attentively once more. The secret vault awakens upon advancing to level 10 and becoming a warrior. There is also a chance of awakening upon reaching levels 11, 12, 13, 0, and 14. However, that probability is akin to winning a 5 million lottery 2 days in a row, virtually impossible. Between levels 15 and 19, there is no fixed life strength for awakening. It may occur at any moment, so the probability is higher. The secret vault heart's function is to make the probability of awakening before level 15 equivalent to that after level 15. If you consume it before becoming a warrior, you could awaken at any point from level 10. 1 to 19. 9. There was once a case where someone awakened the secret vault twice between level 10 and level 15 thanks to the secret vault heart. It caused a sensation across the entire civilization. This time the higher-ups originally intended to gift this secret vault heart to a student, but unfortunately, he did not meet the conditions for its use. It was replaced with an equivalent item, thus becoming the first prize of this tournament. Wait, gifted to a student, did not meet the conditions. Chen Dust's mind buzzed at these words. Even he within a level contract had to compete to possibly earn such a reward. Yet this person could receive it directly, and even if unsuitable could exchange it for an equivalent. Could it be? Yan Yun, seeing the dawning realization on Chen Dust's face, smiled. Your guess is correct. This year level genius has emerged. I do not know his name, only that he enrolled at Tianfeng Martial Arts University. This news has not yet been made public. As an outstanding graduate of Tianfeng Martial Arts University, I maintain contact with the admissions office, which is how I know. The reason he does not meet the conditions is that when Tianfeng Martial Arts University discovered him, his life strength had already reached level 12. Yin Yin paused here, gazing seriously at Chindu. If I recall correctly, you turn 18 on August 5th, don't you? And he is a month younger than you.